everybody, and welcome back to the Champion of Champions tournament. It is me, Mathematician10, and Otto. Thank you so much, Otto. It's been days, maybe actually, since we cast. It's been a while since we casted in succession like this together.
Yeah, it has been, and I mean, I've missed you, but it's also been like we talk in between games. You know, it's not like after the game's over, it's like, ma'am, bam, thank you, ma'am, see you next time. So then we talk a little bit, and. But this is my first time doing CCT. You've been doing a little bit of it, and there it is, the mug of mugs. Yes. Okay.
This is mine. This is just going to keep me alive here, since we're like exactly 12 hours apart. So this is your evening. This is my Jesus Christ. It's morning. Yeah, but with every time that I cast with you, what I love is I know without fail I'll get a little like after date wake up text like, I had so much fun together. Oh yeah. We should do this again.
Oh, but I get ghosted. I usually get that red thing, message was not received or something, and then 2 days before our next cast, suddenly it reaches through, and you're like, okay, sure.
That's I gotta go back to message you whenever we're about to cast. I'm like, oh no, he messaged me. Oh god.
You know, there's a part of me. You know how in life you get some experience, but you don't get others, and sometimes you're like, I don't know if I wanted that, but I would have liked to feel it. So I've been very lucky. I only dated one girl. I married that one girl. You know, we're together, we're happy and all that. But I also think sometimes I'm like, what does it feel like to be on a blind date or get ghosted later? I haven't experienced it. Do I want to know? Kind of do, kind of don't. I don't know.
This is why you watch Love is Blind, right? Like this, you just like getting all those things that you didn't get from bad dates before. And we'll get to see who's getting ghosted today. You think, honest? Somebody's gonna get the GG, good luck. Not gonna get anything, and then get dumped in one of these games. Because we've got first off to start. I'm looking at Liquipedia. I know it's not the right matchup, guys. It's Dragon Esports and Sibe, and then we'll go on to One Move and Nemiga. But first up, Dragon Esports and Sibe. I think we've seen a matchup that was pretty close to this, but not exactly this.
Dragon Esports and Sibe is kind of interesting because Dragon Esports, we saw them in another tournament. They always looked really good in game one, right? We would be like, oh man, these guys look really good. And then game two, they completely would, especially if they lose, they just fumble it. You know, like they would go in. I think we saw a 16-minute GG once. It was really bad for them.
They're really rough.
Yeah. On the other side, One Move has looked pretty bad for a while, but then they come in here. They got a new carry. Woe, he replaced the Mono, and he's been looking good. But Nemiga has also been kind of like the best of the tier 2 teams. So favoring Nemiga, favoring Sibe overall today in our games.
I'd agree with that, especially because in Nemiga in the previous tournament, like they looked on fire. They were just really dominant the whole way through. I think they had only won one split, so they didn't even lose a series in that one. And I believe also with Nikki Cool is a fantastic mid laner. I'm loving that I get to see more of him. His Dragon Knight was basically like a first pick.
Yes.
And like 100% win rate almost. So that's going to be really nice. Of course, for our current matchup here with Dragon Esports, I totally agree with you. Those first matches were always like, so good for them. They would figure out so much in their like initial run. Their drafts would look clean. They would get one hero taken away from them or something, and it would just be disastrous, flexing too hard with their draft, not really sure what their direction is, and then their game was also really bad. So if I had to guess, this is going to be a game 1 win for Dragon Esports. They're going to get absolutely dominated in game number 2. But we've never seen a game number 3 from them. Who knows? Maybe they run it back like a game number 1.
Well, maybe here's the thing. Maybe because before they're like, oh, the best thing we can get is a draw. I don't want to play anymore, right? But now it's like, hey guys, you can still like come back and still do it. So this is them. They're all still locked. You have to play 100 games and then you'll unlock them one by one.
Like Lego Star Wars. It's like, oh, we don't have the coins to get them yet.
It's like, next time we should give them like bigger hairs and things like that so you can tell the difference.
Oh, yeah. No, that's true.
They all have the same silhouette, so it could be the same guy 5 times.
Oh, the other side. Dude, I love these names, by the way. It's self-hate. We get self-hate again. Oh, he makes me so happy.
Self-Hate, Pro, Zenica, Sunset, and Zoe. This is all Sibe team. Again, it's like kind of been that team that's usually like in the close qualifiers for big events. You find them like 4th place, things like that. They're really good, but they haven't yet made to tier 1. But yeah, they're a solid team. Kind of where I'm leaning until we see the draft. Dragon Esports is also a good team, but a coin flip. What kind of drag? Will we get the dragon, or will we get like that little small lizard? Which one are we getting here?
No, I mean, I definitely agree. And it seems like these teams have had a lot of reps together. Any Eastern EU qualifier, you're probably going to see a lot of these guys coming in here. Nemiga just recently actually lost to 1win in one of the previous close qualifiers. So like they typically have gone far, but this 1win team, unfortunately, a few matchups toward them that they got taken out. Oh man, they matched up against 1win twice. Oh no, they got first round to 1win, who is a very good team, by the way. This team is like really come out of nowhere and being like a top performer in Eastern EU. And then they go down, they get a forfeit versus Team Hervinia, and then they match up against 1win again. I'm not going to say that that's like competitive integrity or anything, but I think that's bad bracket making if you get one round without the guys who already beat you in the upper bracket. That's crazy.
I mean, is 1win that good? I didn't see them at ESL Birmingham. I'm like,
That's
if you're
true.
ESL, if you're at ESL Birmingham, you're good. But if you're not, I don't know if they're good enough, So,
True.
I love that there's a tournament after teams. There's a tournament after 1win. There's a Bet Boom tournament. I'm like, do you think we should do that? Have our own tournament? Call it.
It's working out well. I mean, isn't that what happened with Bet Boom? Bet Boom started to have their own tournaments, and then their team was just like insane. So it's really that, I guess, motivation to win on home turf. You usually don't have that on esports. It's like everybody is playing same level each game, but then if you have a tournament that's like, this
Yours.
is my Nemiga tournament. Like now, I'm ready to go. Like I gotta win this one. So maybe that's the extra bit that we need for esports. Every org is forced to put up their own tournament.
Yeah, it's like the teams are like, you come into my house, you eat my food. That's like happened. That's my pie. I'm gonna be taking all of it.
Oh
yeah, we'll look forward to. I also am glad that we also have a bit of a new patch. Not massive changes, but some changes that were definitely needed. I don't know about you, but I thought the biggest was the Bedlam change for Dark Willow, where before you can send it to allies, now you have to keep it on yourself, and it was super low. It was no risk, all rewards before, right? Just you're jumping in Axe, here's the Bedlam. Take Jax or whatever and do some damage. What do you think was the biggest change if we exclude that, or you have a different one anyway?
No, I'm okay with excluding that one for myself because I think my biggest change might actually be for the the Night Stalker. It's Lifestealer or Night Stalker. It's between those two because Night Stalker, you don't refresh your abilities whenever you press your ulti now, which is like kind of crazy. I feel like that's one of the things that really made the hero like fantastic to just kind of get on top of someone, get that like really huge power spike. It's as if you have a first BKB or your new Blink Dagger or something like that. That's completely gone. But also Lifestealer, I think, also hits really hard because he was the counter to Tiny. Anytime that people would pick this hero up, and even some of these big beefy offlaners, Axe, Centaur. But with that change to his passive, his facet, Corpse Eater, you get half the HP that you would have had from all your creeps, which is, given back in a way with your, you kill heroes and now you get max health, but it's just not the same. You can have somebody who's getting like, 500 CS that turns into, 1,000 HP. All of a sudden, you're down to like only 500 HP that you get, which is still good, but it's not really what was making the hero great now.
No, I like that the insult was, a hero's worth 2.5 creeps, so here's 5, and it's like, true. And then you think about it, you're like, listen, okay, we get more from heroes, but how many key heroes are you killing per game? A lot of times, it's carries. You're gonna have 3, 4, 5. You can generally say you might have like 100 creeps a minute, something like that. Let's just go with that. Maybe a little more or less. How many heroes are you gonna get in most games? 9, 10? Maybe let's say you're having an amazing game against 15. But luckily we do have the draft ready, and it's going to be. Let's start here. Nothing yet. Brewmaster gets a ban out. Okay, different ban than before.
That hero has been taken out so much, and it's one of those things. It's hard for me to tell. Is this just a teams that we are seeing, they all love this hero, or is this hero actually just cracked and it needs to be picked up more often? I'm unsure.
It's very good, honestly, and I like the new way that people are playing it, right? The brown boots, 2 bracers, magic wand into straight up radiance, right? Because before people were like, do I go spirit vessel, do I go hand of Midas? And it's like there's a pit stop to the radiance, but now it's like 13 minutes radiance, I'm good to go. I solo the lane, I like it.
I think if people start disrespecting the Weaver, I think we're going to see a world where this hero actually makes it through, and then we start seeing more Weaver Gremlins. Because that's what happened during TI. Brewmaster was picked up pretty much all the time. I think especially during the announce game, Moo was someone who always picked it. But then people started picking Weaver Grim, and it was like, okay, never mind, never pick this hero again. He has such a hard time. Here comes the Tiny, and again, it could have been a lifestealer. I don't think that hero is going to be prioritized anymore. And yeah, there we go. The Beastmaster gets picked up instead, which is another one that I've seen a little bit more often. I like to see that we have different offlaners coming through in the pool. But Tiny, it feels you still are able to flex this hero. He clears the Beastmaster summons. I don't know. Why Otto? Why?
Why are you squinting at me? I didn't do anything here. I didn't make the hero. I guess because he didn't receive any changes, so people are still like, he's really good. We'll just keep him. I do like that we're okay. Look at the heroes that went through now: Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Clockwork. A lot of these heroes that were like S tier. Everyone's Dark Willow. Everyone now it's like, now people are like, if you want it, you can take it. We're kind of whatever.
I truly think that the Willow is dead with that change. I don't know.
Okay, to me that was the biggest nerf. I know that technically in win rate she was like the third biggest loser. I think Tinker lost more, and he went from like 45 to 40% win rate, which is abysmal. But at first they deserved. But in general, like Dark Willow felt like it was even bigger because we saw her so often. Now we just don't see her. Yeah. You know, whereas like Tinker's like he was a niche pick, he remains a niche pick. Dark Willow was S tier. Now she's B tier, and that's like a huge fall.
I see. Okay. So maybe we'll see it here. The Rubik somehow still getting picked up. I think it's kind of wild. Surely every time I see this hero, it's because Underlord is still in pool, and you're thinking the other guy might pick it. That's got to be the only reason, because I think this hero, just as a blankets like opener, is actually really bad. It doesn't even have the greatest combo with Beastmaster, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I don't think it does with Beastmaster. It could be a Rubik 5, to be fair, though, for Sibe team. You know, it could be what's it called? Sorry, for Sohi. And Avalanche is a good spell to steal, and especially with that bigger radius, it's. I feel like I'm losing you. But
just pick Morphling. You know, if you want Avalanche, go ahead and get Toss too. Okay, no need to only get one of them.
You know who I think is actually still good, even though he did have a big hit, is the Witch Doctor. I think Witch Doctor is still solid. I think now that you actually I think the healing was a bit much. I'm like, come on, Ice Rock, half his healing and radius. I think you could have done one and been fine, but still a strong support in the lane, still fairly solid. I've been grinding MMR with him, so you know. Oh, well, who cares? Ooh. Phoenix as well as Treant.
I like this. Again, I think we're gonna get back into the days where if you have Phoenix, you're allowed to pick strength heroes, and if the other team has Phoenix, you're not allowed to pick strength heroes, and you kind of got to figure a way around that. So I like this because you got some beefy boys here. You got the Tiny who's going to be initiating that you can heal through. Treant Protector as well. Just so much raw healing in this one. And I think I told you this. Every time I see lineups like this, it astonishes me that AA is still not enough to get picked up during these.
Yeah, but people are looking at like, my God, they have so much heal. What can we do? Who can we pick? You're like, you know, there's like a guy who's I wish I knew such a thing existed. Like there's a guy who AoE, anti-heal, 10 seconds. No, man, if only.
But it's even like Doom, right? Like Doom could technically be it as well. I mean, they have the Rubik, so it feels a little bit worse. But the Enchanted, the other side, you know, Sibe team, they're also going in on the heal. So I guess we're just going to try to have an out-heal matchup here.
Yeah, I do think though that the healing from Dragons was quite a bit more, right?
Oh yeah.
The Treant and the Phoenix percentage-based heal is really good. It does probably be though that this Rubik's going to be 4, so it's going to be the Rubik Beastmaster. I thought maybe Rubik could be flexible. Rubik Beastmaster versus Tiny Treant or Treant +1. Okay, I think maybe they'll take dual races here right now. Oh, Wind Ranger. Wow, okay. This is squishy.
It is because the other team has a Phoenix. You don't want to pick strength heroes.
Yeah, I don't know if I. Yeah, but you can take agility. I don't know. I feel like it's too fragile. It's too fragile.
I get what you mean. It doesn't even it doesn't really help your egg issue that got created off this last set. If you get locked down, it could be really rough. And honestly, if this Tiny does go for like the Blink Phylactery after his Echo Saber, you could see a world where you're just getting nuked down if you don't have those HP here items. So no, I definitely agree. It can be pretty rough.
I think this Tiny. Well, I mean, they might take an offlaner to keep flexing this Tiny. Who would they take? Mars is in the pool. Mars against 3-range heroes. Truthfully, it's only like kind of the Enchanters and the Wind Rangers going to be throwing hits, but not bad. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a Mars right about now.
I kind of like the Timber idea because it's something that can rip through the Enchantress, doesn't have to rely on right click to get that damage done, and also the summons from the Beastmaster getting hit by the Windrunner. This feels like a lot lines up for you, but I will agree, it's not lockdown, and what you're looking at, Overgrowth and Avatos as your lockdown at the moment. Probably Beast offers a little bit more, still feels that strength, you know, hold that we still wanted this draft, and very good BKB piercing lockdown.
And it's more likely to be Norma's hero because he plays that off-lane Primal Beast, which is what we want. I want to see an off-laner so he can keep flexing, right? It's like, hey, where's it? Is Tiny going to be carry or mid? It's one of the aspects of good things of the hero.
Yeah, no, that's good. Like I will say that you are like a Primal Beast into a Rubik, so that Pulverize, it's gonna hurt.
Have you ever? Yeah, but if you pulverize while you're trampling, you get pulverized. I mean, you just actually do like 17 instances of damage because you're moving 2 axes. So you are actually, so you actually proc a lot because each axis has its own distance. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Yeah, but it's like you actually activate trample a lot of times in those 2.5 seconds that you're grabbed.
Huh. Pretty cool.
Yeah, today you learned, right?
Yeah, no, I had no idea. And so you don't even need a blade mail. It'll just kill you with the pulverize anyways.
It is how it works. I know it sounds like you guys should try out to see it, but that is how it works. It's super efficient. All right, cool. Sibay team probably both teams need a mid or carry just because Wind Ranger and Tiny are very flexible. I do think that it's Dragon Esports more likely that they're going to be taking a mid. Let me just make sure that because they do play a bit of that tiny carry for Paw.
Yeah, no. I mean, I like the Tiny carry is still good now. I don't know if there's some world where you want something different into the Beastmaster. It used to be that you would go like, hey, there's a Beastmaster. Nature's Prophet carry used to be really good versus it. Naga used to be really good versus it. But the Tiny seems fine. You're somebody who's really beefy. You also have status resist on strength items. What more do you want?
I mean, they're banning carries though from both sides, right?
I know, because these teams are bad and they don't know how to draft like I do.
Well, the lifestyle gets bad. All right, so that I don't know where to add with that because we were told they were like it's very professional to insult the teams you're casting. I was like, all right, and they take Morphling. All right, so it's going to be the carry Morphling, probably the mid Tiny, and offlane Primal. In terms of mid Tiny, I want to see the mid Tiny. I know it didn't fit Dragon as much, but I like it because you were saying it. Blink, Phylactery, Echo Saber. Rubik's dead, Wind Ranger's dead, Enchantress is dead, Beastmaster's limping really hard, so it's pretty solid.
Mid Tiny is just built better for burst, you know?
Yeah.
Carry Tiny is more like your sustaining physical damage, but mid Tiny is going to be your blink, ridiculous timing, killing this Rubik and Enchantress, and something that I kind of did want as soon as I saw that they picked this Rubik up anyway, so I do like the send out. I'm honestly a little surprised that they still banned the Lifestealer if they wanted to pick the Morphling, because Morphling typically does well into that, getting a free rage for yourself, but you still have the Windrunner. You can turn into Wind, get a Shackle, Windrunner yourself, and then go at it.
I guess maybe they're worried, right? Because he's good. He doesn't care about Overgrowth. He doesn't care about egg. Like, there's a lot of things Lifestealer does well. So on the other side, they take the anti-mate. Spicy stuff today. Wow. We're off to a really, really heated one from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, how come he's called Rinseq here, but he calls himself Self-Hate? Like, pick one, dude. Is it Self-Hate or is it Rinseq?
I know. And every time we get into the game, I forget about it, and I just call him Rinseq. But I love Self-Hate so much more. It's got so much more personality to it, you know?
Right? It's like, yeah, I can tell you're the player, and on the young side, you know, with a name like that.
Oh man, what does this anti-mage do other than it's the Morphling, right? Like, I know that they're trying to get something that directly counters him, but are they good with the rest of this lineup? Because I don't know if this lane is going to be fantastic for you. Not a whole lot of single target that's going to be bothering you in the lane. It's mostly going to be like these fire spirits and getting trampled around. It is going to be a Pawns 4 Phoenix, which is, you know, his home. That's where he started all those years ago. He got transferred over whenever the shard got really good, and people were like, "Oh man, this guy is like a really good ult, and you need 1,400 gold, and he's actually really good. We don't have to play him 4 anymore, but the stuff that he builds, I've seen people go like Bale and Halberd and stuff. So his items can really progress if you do slam them on those 4 rolls still.
I mean, you're a great farmer on Phoenix, and your items are very flexible because you'll be like, oh, anti-heal, I can get Spirit Vessel, Shiva's is good, Yule's is good if they're catching you a lot. I've seen a lot of people rush Hand of Midas because you're like, I need levels. Levels are super good because, level 20, 18 power spikes are solid. So there's a lot of flexibility with Phoenix, which is one of the reasons why I love the hero, but have a 42% win rate with him. You ever see a fight happen, you're like, don't worry guys, I'll save you. Dive in, egg in the middle, instantly you're dead, and you're like...
Right? It happens so much. It's like every game there's which I will say is part of like why the hero is fun to play sometimes, is that every game provides a new way to play the Phoenix. Because sometimes it is hinging around like you got to get the best eggs in the world because they can't hit it, and the other times like, you go get him, team. I'll stun right behind you, and I sure hope they don't have a Spirit Vessel, because if they don't, then you'll live, I promise. But if not, good luck, everybody else.
If like they have a Spirit Vessel, I'll think about Holy Locket and then see how that works out.
Right.
Overall, though, I like Dragon Esports Draft a lot more. If I had to pick like one, I would say I like Dragon Esports Draft way more. But as a team, I think CCT team is much stronger, and despite that, I'm gonna go with Dragon. I think Dragon's got it.
Yeah, I mean it's game 1, right? So Dragon Esports, this is when they wake up a lot earlier than everybody else. They're getting up at 4 a.m. They're getting the coffee. They're hopping in the shower right before the game. Team Sibe, they rolled out of bed for this one. The computer was already on from last night pubbing. They're just like sliding into the seat, and Dragon Esports, they're gonna take this game 1, I think. Even though I will say, I think the drafts from Sibe team, it could get out of control because they do have a lot of tower push, even though the thing that I focused on with the Beastmaster was his BKB piercing disable. But honestly, like his summons running through with the Enchantress summons, and then a Windrunner to focus fire towers, these objectives will evaporate if Dragon Esports, they don't make those rotations quick.
I was looking at all the fastest. The only one that's kind of interesting to me is the Anti-Mage, because I know you get either the Spell Shield, which is that you return, or you get more damage when enemies have less than 60% mana.
Interesting. He took that.
Yeah. Is it? Applies to enemy. It's basically the thirst for mana, and not global. It's 2,500 range. Okay. Lots of damage, though. 20, 45, and 70 damage per hit.
Yeah, and I guess this is just something that you do when you're playing against a hero that you're gonna just be focusing on him. There is one hero in this game that this Anti-Mage was meant to counter, and it is the Morphling, and that's definitely feels like kind of the right facet. You could send back an adaptive strength, which is definitely cool. But otherwise, as I look at this lineup, there really is not a whole lot that you're counterspelling in this game.
I guess the reason also for that facet, which is very nice, is that oftentimes enemies run out of mana, then you start tickling them. This you get extra, 45 damage is a lot. Extra 70, it does add up to each hit.
No, for sure.
So mid lane, Dual Raze versus Pro. Dual Raze should do fairly well for himself. Gonna start off with the
what a deny. It's crazy that a Windrunner level 1 can get a deny on a Tiny with Tree.
With a Tree Toss, but Dual Raze might take some damage because he's no armor, and Pro will be harassing him a bit, but it's fine. That tree is really cool, the sapling ability.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It provides a few nice combos together. Now you can play with a Windrunner and get a shackle. Unfortunately, he's on the other side, so he may be creating shackles. And then there's also the timber chain. So it's a fun little new way. You also are able to, with your Q, create those double damage. What is it? Or the Nature's Grasp. So it's a nice little synergy factor for the hero now that it didn't have before.
Yes, it's like I can make my own trees to work with. Top lane, I like this one for Dragon Esports, right? I think that Sohi might have a huge amount of trouble. It's a primal beast as well as the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is taking quite a bit of hits here.
Yeah. If you're being the offender in the lane, it's really nice, right? If the Enchantress is just going to click you down, but as soon as she starts to take these slows from the Phoenix, stomp around from normal, there's nothing that gets you away from this one. Even if you do try to enchant, it can be really hard. Rinse Q has no way to stop it, so Once we have like a level 3 power spike maybe from these heroes, I suspect that we're going to see a lot less farm for the AM because it's not going to be feeding. It's not going to be outright the Enchantress dying. It's going to be the Enchantress being like, you know what, buddy? I hope you get that CS because I can't walk up and help you or else I will die. I do not have a blink. So I think things get harder for NCQ after that.
It's just not anti-mage is just not as a position 5. You don't. That's not the guy you want to see with you. You want to see a CK, a Juggernaut. You know, one of those guys will be like, if I do something, you're gonna help me out. But anti-mage is very much a I will farm and I'll harass if they come next to me. And that's it. That's my contribution to the to winning the lane war, if you want to go with that.
And even like the Enchantress is going to pull, but Phoenix with Fire Spirits and Norma with his trample, like. They don't care if they use those spells to get free CS on top of the creep wave. That works for them, no problem.
Yeah, and this top lane is starting to pull slightly for Dragon Esports, but bottom lane, how is it looking? Again, slight advantage for Dragon Esports, but nothing relevant here. Just like a couple of CS, more even here, I'd say. The Morphling and the Treant versus Beastmaster Rubik. It's not high offense from both sides. I think it's mostly a farm fest and who can just pull better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can see here they're trying to run him down, but even this is mostly light harass. Rubik, maybe there's a world where there's some like lift back into a 4th set of axes and a Fade Bolt, but typically this is going to be fine for the Morphling. He just heals up through everything. He can chip down, use his wand, and then be at free HP the whole time. But why is he team? The wave's here.
Yeah, that's a flag bearer.
Oh.
Well, okay.
Yeah, no, that's good. We don't want to see that anymore. The poor guy, he's having a rough time. We don't want to beat him while he's down. We'll go up here where other people are being beaten under their tier 1 tower.
The pastures are greener here for Dragon Sports. Oh, there goes the crit. Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, don't go bottom. That's terrible.
What? How are we looking at mid? Still in favor of the Wind Ranger by a decent amount. 4 CS, 5 denies, dual raise, but he's getting like kind of what he needs. It's like, all right, he's winning, but I'm also keeping up. Would be the best word I'd say.
No, and this is something that eventually, once we get into like the level 6 timing, it does feel like dual race is actually fine. Usually when you hit the 6 for the Windrunner, he just like runs you down, focus fire, but. You have Avatos away. You also have these rotations where it seems like with just one hero, they'll do really well. And actually, did Tiny even go for the status resist? Or did he go? Yeah, he went for crash landing. So
yeah, it's
he's in for the nuke.
But I just realized that he loves playing as Wind Ranger, right? Because his innate ability is so good, and she hits you a million times doing little damage. So within a few hits, she's literally not doing any damage to you.
Yep. No, it's really good there. I mean, Wind almost has to rotate, right? That's the play.
Top lane. Tiny is there. Dual raise, like, where's everyone?
Where's he? He's going the whole long way around, trying to force him. And with the avalanche, it's enough. That's first blood, by the way. 5 minutes in, dual raise.
Oh, they're going for more.
Will help them pick up, and toss back. They even brought back Mozzarella, and so falls for sure. That's 2 quick kills, but it was a lot brought into the lane. Pretty valuable, right? Now there's a cart. We have 3 heroes here that are pushing with it. Really well done from Dragon Esports.
And the heroes you want to get the kills got. Norma has it, as well as dual raise, faster blink dagger, a little bit. We got the soul ring and the phase boots for the primal beast. Like, these are the ones who want this early gold.
This could be disastrous, honestly. If they lose this tier 1 already, self-hate is going to have just nowhere to farm. Whereas this Morphling isn't feeling near the same amount of pressure. However, mid lane, oh man. That's some really good damage. I believe that wasn't even a focus fire. She's just hitting it with these illusions and the carts. And, well, that's a really nice trade, honestly. Pro, I would be communicating that too. Who cares if we lose top? You're going to lose their mid tower, and they're kind of in the same spot. But, no. Adaptive strike. Sunset not able to TP away. Blood Grenade should secure the kill. Gonna be another one here. Mozzarella to pick it up. He's been involved in all 3 kills so far with that rotation. They'll lose a tower in the mid lane, but the charge through from Norma gets the kill on Pro, and they'll get the kill. It is 5 gone. Everybody on this team has died except for the Beastmaster so far, whereas we're still looking for our first kill from Team Civic.
Yeah, the double kills, I think that really does take the sting out of losing mid, right? Because that is kind of like the center of the map. It connects to the most points. So it's not ideal that Dragon Esports lost it, but, you got something for it.
It's
but 7 minutes in, no mid.
the heroes will respawn. You know, the tower is gone forever.
True. Which let's look at the net worth for a second. See how it's going so far. It is Dragon Esports on top, particularly Norma. Dude, he is crushing Rinseq. More than 1,000 gold ahead.
Wow. Yeah, no, that is a little bit styling, and we did say this, right? Like, this lane definitely favored for the Primal Beast. They didn't pick this anti-mage for the lane, they picked it for the game, but hey, that sort of start will make your game very late.
Very. Norma is doing straight up BKB, by the way. He's like, you guys have nothing except Roar to pierce it, and I guess stolen spells. So, you know, I just want to make sure you guys, if you don't, you're either forced to Roar me, or I always get my Pulverize off. Interesting. Norma, do you think he wants this kill? It feels like he kind. Oh, yeah, he's gonna.
Oh, he wants it, but I don't know if he's allowed. That's a bit too far to go. There's one great way to throw away your lead, and it's under a tier 2 tower before the 10-minute mark. Unfortunately.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that because today, two games in a row, we were very ahead. 2 games in a row. Once I was Spirit Breaker, once I was Witch Doctor. I dive past the tier 1 into the enemy tier 2. My team chases me with me. We lose 4 people and we lose an entire snowball. And I'm like, it's one of those very rare situations where you're like, I'd like to kick myself because I know it's only my fault.
It's really hard. You never really know what's gonna happen. You're like dominating them in the open field, and all of a sudden, it's like +5 armor, +5 regen or something. And it's like, oh my god, these guys are actually like able to take a fight with this.
And they TP one guy to the tier 1, one guy to the tier 2, and you're sandwiched, and you're like, wait, what happened? These guys were barely doing anything. What did they turn on? So
Dude,
it's fun
awful.
though. It's fun.
It's fun, yeah, no. It's one of the tale as old as time. Those games, and oh my goodness. I've accidentally. Oh no! What have I done? Oh, there it is. Okay, I accidentally opened up the comment box in vMix. I just couldn't see anything on the right side of my screen. But I fixed it, guys. I have solved the problem that I created all by myself. Please praise me.
Yeah, well, glad it's fixed. Look at items. Dual raise, only about 900 gold away from his Blink Dagger on the Tiny, so it's not bad timing at all for him. Morphling Paw, he wants to go first item Lincoln's. Defensive, but I would have preferred the Yasha just so that he can actually, farm a little faster. But he obviously knows the hero better than me on the game, so this is what he believes in. On the dire side, it is going to be the rush of the Aghanim Scepter for Zeneca. You have decent damage on Dragon Esports. A lot of times I feel like, oh, you get this, you're unkillable. But here it's like, it's good, but there's enough damage that should chew through you.
Yeah. Mr. Observer, are we able to see actually the net worth on this one? Because I think it's rough. Oh yeah, there you go. I love to see that. My top 2 beefy boys, and then sure, Morphling is technically both safe healers not having the best time in the world.
Yep.
But Morphling is traditionally a faster farmer than the AM until the Battle Fury comes out. Just because you're able to get like one lifesteal item and you're slapping. You just go full agi in the jungle. I'm sure that Civic team, they'll try to capitalize on this and maybe do some hunting. But it's not the old Beastmaster, right? You got to be like in their face, find them with the hawks. You can't just toss them out there and get those free vision.
Do people still say slapping? Because you're like, oh, it slaps. And I'm like, is that...
Yeah, no.
I thought that people stopped saying that. Oh.
I think it's like, I think lit has replaced slaps in some way. It slaps.
Thank
lit.
God.
What do you mean? I'm bringing it back.
No, listen. Slaps to me as a concept, like that, it made no sense to me. You're like, I remember I was watching one of these shows, and you were mentioning Love Is Blind, and he goes, "This girl, she made me a sandwich, and it slapped."
Yeah.
And I still was like, "Is that good?" Like, I don't ever think being slapped is a good thing.
It is. It's always a good thing. It's a very aggressive good thing,
Depends on the, let's say, environment and location, sure.
Yes.
But I just thought, I was like, slap seems pretty bad, but I guess they know.
It's always good, and we'll see what else is gonna slap in this game. I don't know. It seems like the Dragon Esports lineup, it does well early on. That's what we're kind of hoping. But here they got 5 kills pretty early on, and they haven't gotten anything else afterwards. I'm sure we're just waiting on discrete item timings, right? Things really pop off whenever we get the blink from Tiny.
Yes. It's like, and your supports are also like level 5. You know, they all get big power spikes, Overgrowth and Phoenix Egg. Like, it's hard to think of bigger support spells than these two. So they are also like, let's not rush in when we could have just used the Supernova when we needed it.
True. No, that stuff happens all the time. It's very hard, right? Because they definitely feel like they're ahead. Norma's been farming pretty much by himself up here. They'll lose their mid tower, and that sucks. But he's been getting farmed so on Tiny.
Look at Gio, man. He's just farming by himself. He pulls the mid lane, all the creeps, and gets them all as a Phoenix. Like, yeah, I want to farm.
That's the Greece strategy, right? Just pull the waves away from your cores. It's not farming the wave. It's not actually in the lane anymore.
It's fine. He's Phoenix. He's the gold. Dual Raise has a double, which will time out in about a minute. It'll be used, and a Blink Dagger. So it's gonna be a big reveal.
Oh yeah. And you can see showing with it not in the inventory, backing up to pick it up, and
of course.
I don't know. You could definitely just kill this wind outright, I believe, with the DD Avatos. I don't think you really need to wait, but it looks like he is a little bit passive at the moment, maybe waiting for his own team's timings, which is unfortunate because I think there could be murder on the board.
Same. I'm liking what Sohi's doing, playing on the enemy side, you know, eating from their own forest, and it's like, you guys, you want to stop me? I'm not that soft. I have the bubble, a little bit of extra stats with the build of giant strength. I'm not easy kill.
No, not at all. And I like the idea, right? Like, especially in these early games, something we've seen with a few of these tournaments is that they will just sit back and let each other charge up. So any aggressive farm that you can get, especially on just a support, where like, who cares if they came and killed me? If you were farming this for 2 or 3 minutes, you're definitely up in the net worth game at that point anyways. Yes.
It's like the amount you're taking for yourself is greatly ahead of what you give away with that one death. And, Norbert decided to go for the Blade Mail rather than the BKB on the Primal. I like this. I do think like getting that super early, 16, 17 maybe. It's like, oh, that's a good kill.
There it is. Yep.
Solid.
They do kill Soy. He's been here for a while again. Still good for the Enchantress. This isn't a feed. This is just denying that farm away from the enemy team. But on the other side, Dragon Esports, they're feeling pretty happy. There's just an Enchantress farming here. You get that free gold. And once again, they are only at a 1,000 net worth lead, though. The Anti-Mage and Morphling both kind of catching up in this one.
And one of the ways you can tell is like, is this a good move or not? Like, how do you compare that? Like, how is the position 5 on each? And the Enchantress is 300 gold ahead with a death. So clearly her farm is a little bit more efficient and helpful. Some could say though that she needs the gold more. You know, you have like Hurricane Pike, you want to get the shard. It's kind of expensive here and there. Probably BKB at some point as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I feel like everybody has some discrete item that they're waiting on right now. I mean, the Enchantress is looking for that Hurricane Pike. I mean, even just a Dragonlance at this point that you're waiting on, or maybe a 4-staff first. Still waiting on the Lincolns and the Morphling before they feel satisfied. BKB coming on the Primal Beast, who's, a great one. I feel like everybody here is waiting for an item, but Otto, we've both been here, playing Dragon Ball with your brother, and it's like, don't come over here and hit me. Let me charge up, and then we can do it, okay? Then we can have fun. It seems like that's what's happening with both these teams right now, but who is the best when they're fully charged up? Is it Dual Raise and his friends who already murdered the Enchantress? Or are we looking at the Sibe team who, as we said, might have the better late game here?
I think I favor Dragon Esports. I said from the draft, I was like, even though I think Sibe is a way better team, the Dragon Esports draft feels nice. You have 3 BKB piercing abilities. Whoa. What's going on here?
A little bit late on the rotation, but you still got the double kill. I'm sure that they'll be happy with that, but they wanted to come up here for the Wisdom Rune. They'll still find a few Ancient Sacks. They'll find the offlane duo, so well done from Dragon Esports. These rotations have been very good for them. All they need to do is kind of keep this up, keep slow sieging these towers, and I think they're going to find themselves in a very good position here come 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they got 1,300 EXP. That's more than the ceiling that Wisdom Rune would have got them anyway. So they're very happy with that. And I like that. I don't know if I like it, but the innate ability for Primal, I like the explanation I got. Maybe it was from you or for someone else, which is that you often have trouble dealing damage to buildings as Primal, and this innate ability does alleviate it slightly. Let's go with that.
That's true. I didn't think about that. It's not often that you have a what is it? An innate ability that is just like 40% damage on this. Good luck. Like, there's not one that's like more damage to creeps, I don't think. Just like or any sort of blanket damage ability. I think this is the only one.
Yes, there's just 40 damage to buildings, and you're like, cool. I guess that helps, you know.
Right? Like, that's pretty good. I mean, it does feel anti-synergetic because you're not often right-clicking towers, but that was also before you had an innate ability that really let you hit towers. So we're just a few patches away from the Echo Saber tower sieging Primal Beast.
Please, God, no. Anything but that. Oh, and you know, actually, now that I think about it, there is a reason why I'm on Dragon Esports side. That's because Enchantress has the worst innate ability in the game. And I'm serious. Like, me and T-Panda were like, this thing needs to be buffed. Maybe like when the timer comes, everyone gets their token. You know, 7 minutes, everyone gets a token.
Okay.
Or maybe I get the neutral items a minute or two earlier. You know what I mean? Like, it unlocks at 5:15, something like that, rather than. But as it is, it's such a joke. I'm sorry, it's a joke.
You're also like, sure, you are hitting creeps, but chances are there's somebody with a battle fury, somebody with a radiance, somebody who's finding many more than you, anyways.
Yeah, so it's like, what do I need you to get me a token? Like, you'll get me one token fast, right? You kill a creep, you get one, you get an extra one. You're like, that's the value.
I do like the timing thing. That sounds pretty cool. Maybe like just 1 minute earlier. You get neutral items at 1 minute earlier. That could be pretty cool.
Right? It's like I mean, I feel like 1 minute, maybe not. It should be like for the first one's the same. Then it's like 16, 25, 34, right? Because the 7 minutes, like it's a little too much if I get it at 5 and you get it at 7. That's too much of an advantage.
Oh yeah, that's like way too much. Yeah.
Sure. But it's like if I get 7, but the next one I get a minute earlier than 2 minutes and 3, that seems okay.
No.
And look at that, Renseku. He's got himself the Aegis. He is still the lowest farmed core, but I'm surprised at the pace of Dragon Esports. I think at this point you're like, yo guys, let's move a little bit here. Let's hustle.
Yeah, the Beastmaster has it, so he's going to be running down some of these towers. As you said, their tower push is pretty good, and this is that one extra piece. Sure, you had like the Beastmaster who could hit it, the Enchantress who could hit it, but there was a tiny waiting in the wing that could just Avatos you. So. This is that extra piece. You're able to siege these now. You are going into the Phoenix Egg that's up and hasn't been used yet.
Neither the Overgrowth.
Yeah, and there's been so many ults just not pressed. And for Dragon Esports to have 9 kills in this game, it's astonishing that they're the ones who haven't really had to use it.
No, Renseku just used his ult. He ulted the creep.
Yeah, that's Yep.
He's
it's
like,
down. Go get him.
He's like, I heard you guys talking smack. We got some ulties here. Sunset.
Oh, charging in the river here, tossing him up into the pulverize. Now Zeneca, he will get the roar, and that's on an Aegis-less Norma. So although he'll try to chase down Pro, they won't get it. It's another kill in the river, and actually Dragon Esports, they don't feel comfortable running through to fight this any longer, so they'll just back away.
An interesting, I don't know. I think the onslaught was like halfway through when he was charged. When he was tossed. And that was not ideal for them at all. He didn't also turn on the blade mail because they thought it was a solo pickoff. He'd lose it at the very last second. So a lot of things going wrong in that situation. And just like that, for the first time in the game, net worth in favor of the Dire. Like one fight, that's it.
Yeah, they didn't get near the net worth lead. It looks like about 3,000 at its highest. They've been getting out farmed, and then that unfortunate fight. But they do have the Aegis on Civic, right? So they feel safer farming. Nice
avalanche.
It was, but then the stolen one, it doesn't matter too much. They will pop the egg a bit prematurely, I feel, but it's still enough to get everybody out of this one. So yes, Civic Esports, they'll only lose one, but it also stifles the push here from Dragon Esports. Their tower is safe for at least a few more minutes.
If I'm Matsuoyello, I'm thinking, man, I might need a blink dagger because that avalanche, dude, he was right on top of 3 people. It can't get the overgrowth off in time because of the avalanche, and they only get a Rubik for their trouble. That's not worth it. Not worth. I mean, it's all nice, but you could have gone so much more. Items. We do have the Lincolns, Yasha on paw. Primal Beast has his beacon. Oh dear.
Oh baby, that was just gone. He's just gone. Dual raise. I mean, he's been having a really good game, and Cive, I mean, they're doing a really good job of this Aegis, is just like pushing these waves, throwing out the pressure, and if you respond to it, oh, they'll kill you.
How the hell did they kill him? It's freaking Beastmaster, and Enchantress. Like I guess a few hits, a few impetuses, but the guy's walking around with 2,600 health.
Yeah, it was so much from this Beastmaster. It was like 500 damage from the drums.
Crazy. And just like that, Zenica, top of the net worth, king of the game, and Dual Rays has been demoted to, not exactly, not among the peasants, the poor people, but it's certainly not up there, and I guess solid kill.
No, another one. There's just this game it feels like I'm watching 3 different games happen right now. Like I'm not watching the same Dota game the whole time. Like I'm flipping in between them because there's no real cohesive moves together. It's just like everybody is running down a lane or running somewhere by themselves. They'll die, and then the other team like, okay, we'll send one tribute to you, and they'll die.
Yeah,
I haven't really seen a whole lot of like actual team fighting at all.
Same. Like we've seen like a couple of 3v3 skirmishes and really like go to more. Oh,
jumped on the backside. They do find the Phoenix here, but you'll stop. You'll survive for now. In fact, running away doesn't even feel the need to pop the egg just yet. Finally tossing it out as his team is getting fought, but Dolrey's, even with the Mana Void, he's alive for now, just barely falls. This is the egg falling though. So as he comes back on this Beastmaster, you don't have near as much to fight any longer on Team Sibe, so they'll lose another one. Phoenix having to dive away, and RenCQ, oh no, they can't cancel the TP. They'll only lose 1 plus the Aegis, trading away from the mid laner on Dragon Esports. Still successful for sure from Team Sibe, but that's about the strongest your team is going to get. Dragon Esports, they may want to run it back, see if they can do some damage.
I mean, sure, you get the Aegis kill, but he was literally 9 seconds away from losing the Aegis anyway.
Oh no.
It was just timing out. So Zenica doesn't really care too much about it.
And it was kind of forced from Dragon Esports, right? Like they're the ones who opted to take that with 9 seconds left on the Aegis.
Yes. Because I was looking at it, I was like, he's still in the fire. Why is he still in the fire? Then you look at the timer, you're like, oh, you've only got 9 seconds. Okay, that makes sense. This is getting a little bit scary if you're Dragon Esports. I don't believe in the Morphling the same way I believe in an Anti-Mage.
Ooh. Well, I mean, with the matchups, right? Like, Anti-Mage is built to do well in that.
Yes, but also, how many times have you seen a Morphling walk around, like, mess up their Agimorph, lose their lives? You can't do that with Anti-Mage, right? Anti-Mage is like, I'm always going to have the right stats.
That's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the only thing is, I think either way, this Morphling feels pretty safe in this one. The big damage dealers really are this physical damage dealing, like Anti-Mage and the Windrunner. So you're either high armor versus them, or you're high HP with the Phoenix behind you. So I think either way, it should be a little bit easier for your shifts to not be like so punishing in this game. But no, still, there's a way that you get caught out and just lose everything. Because if you do get mana drained at full agi, there's no coming back. You will just die.
One of Crimson Guard might not be so bad, right? Like the illusions coming out, the focus fire is also a problem. Like you're like, all right, Crimson Guard's good.
I mean, what is the Primal Beast? I think we've talked about this before. Primal Beast is a hero that once you get like phase BKB, it's like whatever you want, man. The sky is the limit. Those are the 2 items that you really need on this hero, and otherwise it's just whatever else your team needs to win the game. Sometimes that's the Shivas to provide that extra vision, that extra magic degen. Sometimes it's the Aghanim Scepter for the extra break. I could totally see a world where you just go ahead for the Crimson Guard as well, because it's so cheap.
Yeah, and but he wants to go for the axe for the break. Can you break Drums of Slom? I'm actually not sure about that.
I feel like the answer should be yes.
I feel it should be that as well, but I'm not sure. As Sunset steals, he stole that from a mile away. He does get the Sunray on Rubik. Very nice.
Yeah, but he's a mana boots kind of guy. You're gonna lose a good amount of health as a Rubik, sadly. Hey, it's still good, I suppose.
How does I wonder how the area of effect increases for Sunray, right? Like, does it get thicker? It's like, give it 5 minutes, girl, it'll get bigger, or is that something like that?
I think that's what it is, actually. It should get like the girth of the Sunray should be a little bit more. But
let me do my 1-2. I was gonna say, let me do my 1-2 move, and then it gets a full size. You're like,
right? It's gonna be one large Sunray coming through, and I just don't know. First off, I don't know if he has the sustain really to keep doing it.
RenCQ.
Oh,
RenCQ might be dead. Oh, what?
It could be. There he is. Rincey Q does fall on the
Big kill.
anti-mage. Big charge, yeah. And that was just because they got in with the pulverized first. So another kill on them. And oh, what's happening over here? Trying to dive away. Morphling will survive for now. Sunset the one to go down.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, they all tried to TP and get out of there, but he was just, you know, someone gets caught. It's the Yules. What can you do? Oh.
Yeah, and poor Rubik, man. He was set up to save his team. He just ends up getting murked instead. That is, whenever I say, like, sometimes the early picks of this hero I don't really love. Because if you don't have that one spell that you're waiting in the trees to find, any other time that you try to find your place in these fights, you might just die because you showed. And this lineup definitely can do that. Probably charging in, specifically the Tiny charging in and killing you. I mean, where did he take all of this damage from? Yeah, he just took all the damage, 800 damage from Tiny. So it's very hard to play the game as a Rubik right now.
And we were joking about, but like you said, there's not amazing. Like Avalanche is good.
Yeah.
Healing spells are solid. Like there's decent spells, but there's no Fissure, Ice Path, or Shikuchi, things like that. Oh, Tiny. Tiny.
Oh, Tiny. Yeah, roared in the mid lane here. Pro trying to get the kill, and she's just locked up forever on Dual Ray, so he'll fall. Soy actually getting that kill, and yeah, no, I'm surprised that they had the damage so quickly, but there was so much lockdown, right? They were beating into him, I want to say, for like 4 seconds, completely stunned, no care in the world.
Yeah, even though we said like Focus Fire shouldn't be doing too much against Tiny, you do have the Glype there, so all these lightning procs add up. It's a lot of magic damage as well from the Beastmaster, as now it does feel like a free Aegis going for Sibe, second one of the game.
Yeah, another one for them to run the map with. Gonna be a little hard again for Dragon Esports to try to kind of take these next few fights because they're so good with burst, right? We saw the Primal Beast getting in, just pulverizing this anti-mage, and he couldn't fight, and that's kind of the idea here. But now with the Aegis, he's even able to poke now with the Ags. I love this. Anti-mage is so committal all the time. You get in, you pop your Manta, and you're like, I better kill this guy because I'm not blinking out of this one. But, you know, with this Agam Scepter, you're able to pick and choose your targets a bit more. Yeah, they're trying for it. Dive through on the Morphling, and Norma actually couldn't get something to start. Pro, he's going to focus on the Morphling, but now getting pulverized himself. He does not have an Aegis on him. Oh, a huge heal. With the lockdown on the Morphling, Paul just falls. And Norma, they're going to continue on with this one. Even though they lost their carry, he's charging in for more. The Conda, they'll get the kill on this Wind, but now, oh, in danger on the Phoenix. Just be able to get up into the sky, but there's no more egg. You'll just fall. Jumping through the Trade Protector as well. They tried to keep going with this fight. They tried to get more, but instead Dragon Esports, they just lose more. And only for trading the Windrunner on Sibang.
Dude, I mean, Matsuo, he is building the Blink Dagger, but it's 28 minutes. You don't have a Blink Dagger. You so desperately need it. Oh, it's all right. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine.
No,
definitely not fine.
It's hard. He could definitely blink in there, I think, to try. But you know, there is a Primal Beast hanging around here somewhere. Just go ahead and get that tower. And Sunset, yo, stealing the tree heal. That's something I can get behind.
Alright, not bad. You know, the Nemesis Curse is available on the Tiny, so Duway is going to deal some damage, but I've not yet seen an Overgrowth Egg combination, like this entire game. So, and have you ever noticed that 3 eggs now we've seen, the enemy team, what they do is they just walk out, they're like, alright, well, peace out here.
We were talking about it during the draft, like this Primal Beast was good. We were looking for a little bit more lockdown. I think we both imagined there would be a Pulverizing Egg.
Yes,
but those two things haven't lined up either. So yeah, I think it might be up to the Overgrowth here. We are looking for a Blink Dagger on Mozzarella. Unfortunately, we have the port curse where your team is behind, which means you haven't gotten to get any net worth because they're taking all the net worth to walk the towers, and you can't walk out of the base.
Yeah, it's like when you take your kids, you're like, listen, don't you even look at those toys. We're not buying toys. It's like, don't you dare look at those creeps. Right? Not for you.
In pubs, it's the worst because as soon as you see a wave come up, like even close to a tower, you have to paint it and be like, "I'm gonna farm this. Please don't walk out and nature's grass to this. I want them."
Don't you love it when the creeps are under the tower and the core pings to you and he's like, "I'll TP there in 5 seconds." You're like, "In 5 seconds they'll be dead." Can I just get it myself? Like, no, you can't. There'll be 3 when I get there.
That does happen all the time. It's crazy.
Dual raise, very close to the BKB, will help him right click. He hasn't gone for right click though. The Conda build is more like I want to jump and kill someone. If you want right click, like Echo Saber is more useful, but you know he does feel like I need to do this now.
Yeah, the BKB is fine. I think I really want to see an Ags out of him, but I guess he's thinking that this lash is too much. I don't know. It's hard for me because how much does this help? You've gotten roared and then shackled, and like if they start on you with the roar, I mean, even if you press BKB, you're just gonna lose your BKB duration during it. If you don't, you're just gonna die. And yeah, you can see huge TP out. Honestly, that would have been high ground gone had they found him.
Norm was also going for a Blink Dagger on the Primal. In the previous fight, I noticed he's trying to get to Pro, but Pro's dancing around the Morphling. He's like, I can't grab her. And he does at the end, but it's like 2 or 3 seconds of damage after. And you know, it's like, I need to be on top of her now.
Oh, I love it so much. Players just getting absolutely obliterated in the chat. Oh, I love you, bot.
By the way, Enchantress, Hurricane Pike, double Wraith Band, Enchant Quiver. I think that's a. Is that what's she got coming for her? Oh, no shard. Interesting.
I mean, she's pretty set up for success right now. A lot of pure damage already being done. It's getting amped by those drums, and with this Hurricane Pike, you can just murder people. The drums have done a lot more damage than I expected here. I thought this was really only like an illusion thing, but the way that they changed this to work more on like the offensive ability of the Beastmaster rather than just like people hitting him has been really good for the damage of this hero.
Yeah, he's also got Shiva's Guard, his magic damage, it gets amped up, it's pretty nice.
Oh wow, Egg on the high ground. This could be a good fight for Dragon Esports, and they've locked everybody up in the egg. Here it finally falls, stunning everybody. And Zeneca, he's got the drums, he's trying to run around on this one. They still see him, they tossed in the Morphling, it'll be a cheese to heal, but you've already lost so many of your friends. He's just staying on the high ground. I'm having a good time here. I don't want to leave. They'll still lose Mozzarella on the other side. They're forced to buy back on Sunset, and now with the buybacks, maybe it's enough for Cibe team to win this fight. They are going to blink away here on Paw. They've lost a tree already. They don't want to lose anything else. Jump away. Oh, I think he's out of this one on Paw. If he plays this one correctly, a good waveform out, plus the blink.
And it's enough. Well done.
There we go.
Well done, Sun. Oh, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Sunset buys back. You're very happy. And that was the first really, really good egg. Like, they right on the cliff. They can't leave. The pulverizers are on top. They can't reach it. It was really well done. But there ain't no egg now.
True. And they only got 1 kill plus the buyback out of it. Now, that was a fantastic buyback from the Rubik here because I think without it, it does turn into 4, maybe 5 kills in total, and Dragon Esports run it down. But instead, with this buyback, they really force everybody back. You used your big timing and you didn't get the kill. You just need to get more net. It sounds terrible to say, but you really just need to get more levels in these abilities. It was only a level 2 egg. You just need it, and then these fights will still turn out well for you. And if they wait long enough, honestly, we're going to have this overgrowth combo with the egg in 20 seconds. They've held the high ground. You know, Dragon Esports, they might be back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the net worth went from, 9 to 4,000. You also got Tormentor for Paw, which is nice, because now if you get roared, you can start morphing as well, which is like, it's not as scary as before.
No, not at all. It's still a close game, despite them being ahead to start, losing the net worth battle, but still, they're up by 7 kills. It's surprising to see that they're so far down in the net.
Yeah, but a lot of these kills were early game, right? They were like 9-0 at some point. It's like the kills early are nowhere near as good as the kills later in the game. Death timers are way longer. You get way more gold. You lose way more gold as well.
That's true. You get that the pinata strat, as Lil always called it.
Lil. Who is Lil? Oh, Matsu Yellow. What the hell?
Oh, is this dead? It looks like it's not dead. It looks like they're fine. Lil is
very
great.
Odd. Oh, I'm glad Lil's doing
yeah.
it. He's a nice guy.
He goons with me. I get him into some of my amateur league cast, and he's just, it's awesome. He has absolutely no qualms to the things that I poke him and have him do.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Oh yeah.
That was very odd by Matsuya. You see, he wanted to go punch the Enchantress. I'm like, by yourself, kind of. As a treant. There's a gem. There's a gem.
Oh, Mozzarella, can you stop this? They do get the root, but immediately just eliminated on the tree protector. I don't know if he's even gonna get dual ways out. He just falls. The drums, the focus fire. It's well too much. And after all of it, it's an overgrowth stolen by Sunset too. He'll get to keep it and cast a few spells to hopefully bring up that AoE, but super successful fight from Team Sibe, even though they did have to TP out on a few.
Oh, he is near Sunset. I don't know if he's going to kill him or not, though. Overgrowth, a reminder, guys, the only spell that doesn't show you is AoE. You just have to sort of guess. It's like, could be bigger. Although 800 radius is pretty massive as Norma charges in.
It's big, but yeah, no, a huge charge in already here, trying to get the walk through. And although you've locked up Zeneca, oh no, I've seen this before. Egg gets thrown down and everybody is just running away from this one. Windrunner even is visible as she does it, barely getting clipped by the dust. But how much does she really care? A huge mana void locked in on Norma. He might not get away from this one. Pa will try to get the kill on the Beastmaster, but they don't have enough damage actually. He's able to get away with just the Glimmer Cape. That didn't feel like it should have been enough, but it is. Everybody in Sibe is still alive. Your supports have fallen. Your mid is just barely getting back into the game. Dragon Esports, they are just crumbling across this high ground.
In the end, at least you only lost the Phoenix, right? It doesn't look like Sibe team is going to be pushing the issue. So that's kind of not the worst case scenario, honestly. Like, it could have been a lot worse for them right just now.
That's true. I think I'm just seeing these eggs, right? And it's just so disappointing because there wasn't any lockdown to follow it.
Yeah, he ate after the pulverize, and maybe he thought they'd kind of stick around, try to bring it down. I don't know. That was some odd thinking for sure. He is close-ish to the Hex. I'm not a big fan of Hex on Phoenix. I know that you can dive and Hex someone from a mile away, and that's cool, but it's so expensive to get impact with it. The build-up is also garbage. Like, Yules, you get a lot of useful items, but Hex is like, my god, this is just so bad.
Yeah, it takes a while to really feel the benefit of it, and they're gonna try to run to it here on Dragon Esports. They're feeling the pressure, but Roshan, it's already down. Are they really gonna try to take this fight? Because they're smoked up. They're all here. They don't mind this one. Mozzarella tossing a ward. They see the Enchantress, and with the Sunray, they'll actually get one kill. Gleitner's gonna lock in a few. Norma actually gets shackled as well. Now Roared, they're in on the primal, but you have the damage. Overgrowth used. He's pulverizing this Beastmaster once more, but the damage from the focus fire, it seems to be too much. They'll lose Sunset again. Norma falls in retaliation, but they just TP out. With this Aegis coming back, they don't think they can take Rinse Q, and they're right. They bought back on the primal, but your teammates were just trying to leave. They're still just dying. Why did you? Oh no! What a disastrous buyback.
Yep, he wanted to go bottom and use the Twin Gate to get there, but it's such a long time to get there, so it's like, yeah, it's not useful. All right, some good news. The Aegis has been removed. You did get. You got a couple of kills. You gave away a couple of kills. You forced a buyback on both sides, though. It's not like a zero. You got something out of it.
That's true. They also used the cheese, so a lot of the sustain is gone. So there's something. But Dragon Esports, 16,000 net down. All of a sudden, your Primal Beast. There's a huge, end the game. I don't want to say win condition because you are winning, but there's an end the game condition from Team Sibe now.
Oh, the ward. Okay, Primal.
Oh, no. Okay, that Hurricane Pike might have actually saved Norma. I think he was a bit too deep there. Will get back into the base now, just barely. But he did get sent away from the rest of the team, so he'll live to talk about it.
Matzo Yellow. Okay. They spot the Observer. They are going to get moving. And if you are Sibe, you're like, all right, guys, let's not force it. We got the tier 3. That's as good as it's going to get for us right now. Without taking any risks, that is.
It's crazy when I see one of my friends in chat, who I know is also East Coast. I'm pretty sure that means he's just up. He's still been up this whole time. He did not wake up for this cast. He's just been playing Dota this whole night.
My.
I'm proud of you, buddy, for joining this, but brother, get some sleep.
I hope that he's been up because he's been winning. Because, when you're up, it's like, for me, usually it's like, all right, I'm going to start, at 10. I'm going to play one game, then I'm going to go to bed, then I lose. I'm like, it's all right, I'll get the next one.
Yeah.
2 losses. Now I'll double down so that I can regain those
Right.
losses. Now it's 1 a.m. and I've lost 100 MMR.
Dude, the early morning double downs are what really kills. Because I've heard people who are like, yeah, I got rough one night and I lost 800 MMR.
Yeah.
Double downs. You're like, oh no.
I think the most I've lost in one day is like 300.
Oh
I think that
my
would be the
goodness.
most. Yeah. It is brutal. Then the rest of the day you're like Golem from Lord of the Rings. Like, don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. The shame that I feel.
Speaking of the shame of this one, somehow my shameful dragons are down by so much. They actually got that mid tier too. I'm surprised they were able to capitalize on that timing. It did work out for them. And honestly, you know, as doomer as I'm thinking about this game, we haven't lost any high ground towers.
Yeah,
there's no Aegis. Winnable?
Winnable, definitely winnable. But you've got to like somehow get the value of the overgrowth, and that's hard because everyone on the other side has some form of dispel, BKBs and mantas galore. So it's not easy. As a pro, he's going for it. He's looking for it. He's found him.
But are they turning this one around at all? Mozzarella, good job hiding the overgrowth. Unfortunately, couldn't hide himself. And Gio, where was he?
Well, no, Gio he was kind of he died first, by the way. He was just out of
my lord.
Yep, no buyback on him. You can buy back, but you have no overgrowth, so that's the value of the Treant is gone.
I mean, okay, I understand why the Treant was there. Treant was just gonna save his tiny, and he did it. He did the job. Unfortunately, my bird. Oh, that's rough.
It was very unlucky actually, because he was just sort of in the area in the trees. Then the tornado comes out, the whirlwind. What's it called?
The gale force.
And it pushed him away from the trees into Pro, who has a gem. Pro was like, "Oh, you're here too? Thank you."
Right. And they're gonna lose a lot for this one. I mean, 10 seconds before we see any supports up. There's a big blink in from Sunset trying to get something started.
Okay.
But now the charge, I mean, Norma, we've seen a few times where he's gotten all in and falls. And here it comes again, Roar. He does get the BKB off, but they roared up the Morphling. Paul goes down. Over. 90 seconds without him. And yeah, without your Morphling, can you really take this fight? They're gonna focus down Norma as well. 2 outs. Your supports are out as well. It looks, oh no, that was just a core. That was your Tiny who was also down. So you can't fight this, I don't think. Oh, he lived!
Barely throws himself.
The fire spirits the tree. Oh, they finally get it. That was the one that you need. However, the egg gets thrown down, immediately taken away. I know it's GG now. Dragon Esports. We're usually used to them winning a game 1, taking a good fight, getting a good draft, but instead in this one, charging up didn't work out for them. They lose this game number 1, and Sibe are one step closer to the next round of playoffs.
It's not only that, but usually they play much better in game 1, right? Like sometimes they lose, but we see in matches like this where it's like, you guys had a chance, it was kind of there almost, but then a few mistakes, you're like, all right, game's over. But I don't know, man. Like I never saw a single overgrowth egg combo. The one egg was on the cliff, and that was like a solo thing. Like, kudos to you. They did really well that fight, but they lost 3 Roshans as well. I couldn't help but look at them sometimes. I'm like, are you guys sure you want to farm? Don't you guys want to, farm on their side? Farm a tower or something? But no, they were passive, and they got punished for it.
I think the big tell was whenever I got my blink on Tiny, he had a DD in bottle, and he went over and hit a hard cramp next to tier 2 tower, and it's like, oh, buddy, that's not going to win you guys this game. So whether it was him just being soft or his team not having the timings they think they had, whatever it was, they just didn't do anything with these micro advantages that they got. And clearly for Sibe team, they were like, I hit creeps, I win game. And that's exactly what happened for them. Kudos to them, but hey man, Dragon Esports, we saw the potential, and this time they just didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been like that. Dragon Esports has always been like, you guys are just one step away from from great. You're doing a lot of good individual moves, and then there's that one step, and they just rarely make it. But it is a best of 3. They have lost game 1, but they could win game 2 and 3 and bring it back for them.
Amen. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll be back with game number 2. So stick around. Game 2 is on the way.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2. My fellow East Coasters, apparently there's more of us in the chat now. Thank you, or I'm sorry. I don't know which one. But for Otto and I, we've been up, ready to cast this game. We had one where we assumed Dragon Esports they'd be pulling through, and they have disappointed me for the last time. Now I'm gonna just I'm gonna choose Sibay no matter what the draft is after this one.
Yeah, Dragon Esports, we like the lane stage, they were like 9-0 at some point.
Right.
You know, they had great lanes, 3,000 gold ahead. And then they did this thing where they rested on their laurels. I believe that is the phrase that people use in the East Coast, right? That's how it works.
Rested on their laurels.
Isn't that a thing? Now I'm feeling very self-conscious.
No, it is. Your English is probably better than mine most of the time. So let's see.
Nah, I highly doubt it. You know,
to feel comfortable because you have been successful in the past. No, that is a real statement, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure I've read it before. I've heard it. I've read it before. So like, you did make me doubt it for a second.
I'm gonna say this to someone like completely. I'm gonna use it the correct way, but nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about. I've actually never heard this before, but it's a very. I love phrases like this where they're like super specific. But like it just feels good to say. I think oh, what was the one that I sent to you? Oh my goodness. I said something to you from one of your articles. I was like, I think this would be a really good phrase to use here. But
yeah, I will have to go back to you know, it's like go up a few. I'm too lazy to do that.
I know, it's fine. It's just this feels so good. It's something that I think my family like has like beaten into me. Like there's always a better word. There's a perfect word to use in every situation. And like it's out there.
Yeah, don't be lazy when you talk to people. Don't say I'm so tired. Say I'm exhausted. You know, that's so much better.
True.
You know, don't say I'm super stressed out. Say I'm married. You know, it's the same thing.
Pales in comparison. That's
right? There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good one. So that's right. We're almost done with the first phase of bans. Shafi not banned yet. Sibay team could get it for themselves if they choose to. The rest, Brewmaster's also not banned. That's another one that was banned in the previous game.
Not again. So this is something that is very common with the Dragon Esports games. And I have no idea why it happens. But Dragon Esports, they'll have like, we usually expect a better showing, but they'll have a good showing in game number 1. Yeah. We still expect more, but then all of a sudden they leave a hero in that is like super busted. And then they just get rolled in game number 2. And last time I think it was the Witch Doctor that we saw them. This time it's going to be the Brewmaster. However, there is still the SF in, and SF does do fine versus the Brew. It's not the best, but the hero's really good. It's a mid and safe lane flex. I would say it's a better option than Tiny, who is already banned out, and of course they do go for it. I think that this draft is probably even for me right now, just because like I have learned to respect the Brewmaster now. That hero is definitely good.
And by the way, Dual Rays, he is an SF player. That is where his name comes from. So it's going to very likely be the mid SF. Okay, I'm fine with both. I do think SF, he did get nerfed, but didn't feel like it was big nerfs, right? The slow went from 8 to 7%, and I'm like, okay, it's not really a big deal.
Right.
Maybe 8 is kind of close. Sorry, 8 is closer to 10, 7 is closer to 5, but still feels like it's not 5. It's fine.
I think they also changed that you're not able to cogs cheese stuff. So you're not able to get souls before, which is kind of funny because like people weren't like, yes, the clockwork was meta, and that's why people were able to do it, but people weren't necessarily like, we got our stuff, get clock. Like it was just like it happened, you know. So I thought it was kind of funny that they nerfed it.
Even wait, do you still get them from Corpse Easter? I think no fast works with it or something like that anymore. Yeah, but yeah, that's fine. I'm good with it. It was kind of fun in its own way. Like you see them make a circle and then lifesteal one side, SF in the other. But I get like, okay, it's too much of an advantage or something.
It was so funny. I think I also talked to you about this. I was watching the Koifa qualifiers, and like him and Stormstormer were doing it, and they bought the Glove of Haste, sold it, and then they bought it again, and then they sold it, and they got half the gold for it because they didn't realize it was out in 6 seconds. I thought it was so funny. But they still go for the clockwork here. Like it or not, the combo is still good, even if you don't get the free souls out of it. Or it's going to be funny. We're going to get to see them try it, and they'll be like, oh god, this doesn't actually work anymore. But instead, we get double magic, double lockdown here in the Batrider and the Jakiro. It's a pretty good Rubik game now. I can see a world where maybe they grab that on 4, but we don't have to. We could do something else, especially since the Rubik was so I don't know. I mean, he did well last game, but I don't think he was a true game changer.
Yeah, to be fair though, I mean it was a Sibe game. It was a Sibe team.
True.
You know, Sunset was on the Rubik, so and even with the there was that big there was a few things. Like remember the avalanche when he was Matsuhiro jumped in, he was trying to get it overgrowth on 3, he throws an avalanche, and then 2 of the cores get caught escape and only Rubik gets caught, and you're like, that's a pretty big thing. Right? So he stole Sunray, he stole avalanche, he did okay. And this game he can steal Ice Path, but
yes,
it's GeoZZ. Not the same. Or you pick Snapfire and go for the right-click build on it as a position 4.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh please pick Rubik. Don't do this to me. Please don't pick Snapfire.
He's done so many times. I've never seen it win once. I think I've seen at least 3, and we've never seen it win. It's for me. My heart leaps in joy. I'm like, oh my god! Something
It's
so bad.
It's joyful until we see the game and we're like, oh no, none of his items match up to things that he selected with his abilities. The guys.
He does get Blightstone. Yeah, he gets a Blightstone. That's about it. Then he goes Guardian Greaves, and you're like, why would? Oh, and I hate the skill build also where you go 1-1-4, and you're like, come on, the other abilities are actually better to max. I can see 1 point, but all right, we'll see what GeoZZ wants to do.
I don't know, because we're looking for basically the full offlane duo. I think we're gonna keep this flex going with the SF. They go for the disruptor, so it's gonna be 4 o'clock, which is an interesting one. That's kind of half measure for the Brewmaster. As of course, as you said, like people like doing this double bracer boots into the Radiance. We don't really have a BKB for a while, but after the Radiance, if your game is going well, you're gonna find that BKB quite soon. So they'll have some time to kill him early. I don't mind it. It's okay.
I really don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't know how I feel about this. Okay, this Sven is good. I love this Sven.
Yes. What? No, I like this Sven. It just takes away the flex. I will say though, there's no reason to flex too hard if you get a hero that's just great. You know, if you have that in your pocket, they didn't want to pick up the mid laner just yet. They want to have that overall last pick or I guess not mid lane, for off lane. They want to get it. So it's going to be going into an Ursa, which Ursa loves these high HP heroes. And speaking of which, there's no Phoenix in the pool, so both teams are allowed to pick heroes that have HP on them, and it'll be a good matchup.
But to be fair, I mean, you're talking about high HP, but Sven also brings a lot of armor to him and his team. And Ursa's all physical damage is kind of nice, but you need like an Underlord who gets you a pipe, because with an Underlord who gets you a pipe and a Sven who has his Warcry, there's no damage coming to you from Sibe team. You're like, whatever you guys got, pile it on. I don't care.
They can take it all there with the armor.
That's why I like the man on the Enigmas, right? The 50% damage reduction aura is actually also nice. Like I think you should be banning that out. Like Enigma, Underlord. I don't think there's Darkseer, that's it. Those are the 3. Tide, but we haven't seen Tide for a long time. But the aura offlaners is the one.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that one. It's an interesting factor too. Like, you have so much damage on your team, you have decent control. All you need is really that like damage mitigation, because everything else should be fine enough for you. Your lineup doesn't necessarily siege towers, but your team does take a fight near towers and then evaporate it with God's Strength. So I don't think you really need to go all in for it. You're fine enough just getting something that fills out that damage mitigation for your lineup.
My problem with Norma, not him as a player, sorry, but like this situation is that he doesn't really play aura. No, that's not. No, I mean like his hero pool doesn't go for aura heroes.
Yeah.
It's like Centaur, Beastmaster, Pango, Sand Kings. Like none of these guys are typical.
Yeah, he's more like teamfight aggressiveness. And sometimes you still have teamfight heroes specifically like the Tide, but he's not, as you said, he's not the aura builder. Like honestly, if he played Tide, I would see him go like Vlad's, maybe like Blink Vlad's, and just amp his damage even more as he gets into these fights.
Mage Slayer,
right?
You guys remember that thing, Mage Slayer, Tide Hunter with Vlad's? I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool at the time. But we'll see how it goes. Sibe team taking on their last ban here. Again, I feel like Underlord should be at least on their minds.
Yeah, and the Rubik actually gets banned out here from Dragon Esports. So now, since it seems that I don't know, we are looking for a mid laner. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I feel you don't. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Daz is usually also a core, so they're kind of covering their bases with this one.
That's
And
true.
I'm thinking, what are you? Oh, hey, you said yourself, you pick Rubik when you get an Underlord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, is that a deny pick? I feel Razor into the Sven. I don't think is actually crazy good for you.
I
Sven
agree.
is somebody who has a runaway. He has a stun. You're honestly like, do you like Razor into the starter? Because if not, I'm telling you what, this Sven hero is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I think like you said, like the Razor would have been good for the other side because Ursa is also like I need a few hits and okay, so it's gonna be the Vengeful Spirit coming out.
But where is the Vengeful Spear coming out? That's going to be an
It's
offlane
off,
venge, right? Yeah.
100% off. Yeah, it's gonna be normal. This is fine. I can't say I love it. I was really hoping for. I mean, she comes with an aura, sure, but I was hoping
Yes.
for a Underlord with a Greaves, with a pipe, and with a Crimson Guard because the damage on the enemy side, it's not burst, it's not scary. It's like Radiance takes time, Jakiro takes time, Ursa, Claws and stuff. I would have loved an Underlord.
Yeah, no, I kind of understand what you're going for. I think this Venge, it definitely changes the way that I think about how they were drafting this one. But now this poor Sven, man, so much is resting on his shoulders. He is going to be the one that gets initiated on, and they do have a lot to kind of rip through him with. In my head, it was going to be more that you have somebody else who the fight might start on, and sure, Razor may save the link for you, but you're blinking on top of him, stunning him, getting the God Strength off, and he loses so much of his HP even before he can try to walk the dog with you. But now, at any point, if you are behind in this game as Dragon Esports, your Sven is going to be the one that gets jumped on because he's the only one who can actually show on waves or be up there. So what's his item build look like now? It's like Echo, BKB, AC, Satanic, something. Yeah, right? Like, I don't think he can actually go a blink this game unless his team is firmly ahead, because if not, like, you're the one who's getting started on. I promise you, the fight will come to you. You don't need a blink dagger to get it.
I mean, you have Venge for save, but it's also like the Venge swaps. It's a core Venge. You don't want to be throwing your life away every time. I really don't like the Venge. And in general, we were saying we're gonna go Sibe team regardless because in game one, it really felt like Dragon Esports should have done quite a bit better. So I'm all in on Sibe.
No, I do like, and of course on the other side for Sibe team, I don't think that this last pick was the only thing that ruined the draft for them. The Brewmaster is pretty good, even though it does seem like Sven is a good matchup for him. His laning stage is still pretty good. The way that your brew stances work, you're gonna have a lot of evasion. You're gonna be turning around and smacking him around. So I don't think this is end all be all. You have some really nice, just like BKB piercing initiation. The clockwork will make things weird. I'll give them that. For Sibe team, you're gonna have to watch out for that in these fights. That initiation could screw everything over for you. But otherwise, I think they got a pretty easy draft to execute.
Yeah. Trying to look at any sort of interesting facets. It's still the same old, same old. Sven does take the less damage at the start, but more damage later. This was minus 30. Now I think now it's minus 20. I'm fairly sure it was minus 30. I'm not quite. But it's nice. It's a little bit better now than it used to be.
Let's see. Oh, I see. To stunned enemy. So that is all in on the burst, huh?
Yep. But that's his innate. This doesn't change.
That's true.
Then,
I
was like,
let's see.
oh,
No, I understand what you're talking about then.
The two wards, everyone spots each other. And did they spot? Matsuya is like, if I stop for that, I'm dead. I gotta run. It's like, I would have loved to take it, but you can't do that. Yeah, both of them see exactly where the other side is.
Yeah, but they kind of like double warded here. And now they're gonna, oh my goodness. They both just trade away observer wards. And oh man, the cogs! They get so many last hits. Look at this.
I saw that the double hit from Jakiro coming in clutch, and it is going to be the liquid fire Jakiro. There's been quite a bit of ice. There's been fire. It's not bad. This one does help you push a little bit more.
It does.
Oh, here comes Jakiro.
Oh, there is Geo. He's gonna get slowed up. Surely he falls. Surely they give it to Pro. That's a mid-raiser, by the way. So we'll get a pretty nice start to the laning stage. It is versus an SF, and to my knowledge, SF is actually favored in this matchup. So interested to see if this first blood will turn that around at all.
I agree with you. And there's one cool thing you can do against Clockwork, but only if you're Snap or the Jakiro, which is when he kicks a cog towards you, you can break it before it touches you. Because you attack fast enough that you can get the 2 hits off. I've seen it happen where it's like,
interesting.
oh, he's about to kick someone. He's about to kick the cog into them so that they bounce off, and he's like, nah, we're not gonna let that happen. And Matsuel taking a bit of damage here.
A lot of damage. Yeah. So the one thing that we also saw. No, I didn't love the idea that you could have a SF and disruptor lane. I didn't think that was going to be like so great for them, but this lane is actually pretty good. Pretty much any
Solid.
hero with a stun with the disruptor has been nice. Just because you send them back, especially if it was under tower, you send them back, you stun them, get a lot of hits off, and it can be really hard to run away from. But the Brewmaster conundrum still. This hero is super strong in the lane. You also have a way to proc the brew with the flame break, so it's still pretty nice here for Team Sitting.
No, I think top lane should be like, it can really go either way. I'm still a fan of Disruptor. I know that he kind of got phased out when the patch began. Remember last patch? Everyone was picking Disruptor in every single game. I don't think the hero got any weaker. Like, his fence is a shit facet, but you don't have to pick it. You take the other one, super good.
That's true. And the same thing as the Grim, right? So many people got buffed from facets, and you're just kind of eh. So the other heroes started to get priority.
Instigate.
I like the names. I like the names for the things, but sometimes the facets themselves aren't great. Look at Mozzarella getting this beat on down. Poor guy.
But he's doing this damage to Sunset as well. Yeah, I still think Disruptor is very much a viable pick, and he was only overshadowed because Witch Doctor and stuff.
Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Hawk, all very
Hoodwink.
good.
Paul's dead.
Oh, he's super dead. 5 stacks of the napalm. Yeah, you're dead, buddy. And they do get a nice kill. Do they still have the facet on the Bat Rider where you just do a ton of damage? Yeah. Oh no, that's just an innate.
Yep.
You apply a debuff, but he'll die here. Clearly terrible. Oh wait, no, he turns around and gets the flame break back. Now he'll die. Does Paul get a return kill? Yes, they will.
Paul doesn't even use his stun, by the way. He's like, I believe the creeps are going to kill him. That's how confident he was. Okay, so it's a nice kill that they were able to get in the end, but you still got to kill on Sven and the Disruptor.
Yeah. Oh, going over for the Lotus. Who picks it up here?
It's Sven. Nicely done for him. By the way, can we look at bottom lane for a second?
What in the hell is happening bottom? Yeah, what? 19 CS? We got two completely different off lanes going on here.
Yeah, and I don't know if this gets any better, right? It's like Jakiro Ursa is an extremely frightening lane.
That's true.
You have Cogs is great, to be fair with you, but anytime the cooldown was increased, remember, it went from 15 to 21 seconds. That's a big window now.
Is this one of the only teams that we've seen pick the Jakiro too? Like, I love Jakiro. Anytime I want a team with a 1K player, I pick them Jakiro. It's really easy to play, but the skill ceiling is very low on the hero. And I think that's why people typically aren't picking up that it does kind of the same thing every time. Yeah. And as you said, there's reasons that this hero doesn't get picked, and most of them is because the other supports are really good. But I mean, what is this bringing compared to other heroes that do have this, like, it's a long lined up for the stun. Your team fight isn't great without the Ags. I mean, what are you getting here?
Dude, you're getting a lot. Are you a Jakiro hater?
No, I love Jakiro. I'm trying to play devil's advocate with it because I feel like I'll fanboy over the hero too much. I think we saw Jakiro and Nyx Assassin the last time, and I was like, I love these guys, and then they lost.
No, Jakiro, firstly, as a support, he gives you a no cooldown tower pushing ability, which is nice, right? Like, Pugna does that, and that's kind of it. No one else really as a support can do that. Very long range stun. You talk about its windup, but its range is what? It's over 1,000 range or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
It's very long. Yeah, it's 1,100. And you talk about wind-up time. That was buffed. Now it's 0.2 seconds. That's not much of a wind-up time. The formation delay, sorry.
No, yeah.
It used to be 0.5, now it's 0.2. So that's really a nice, like, it's more than twice as fast.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, look at that. The Cogs just eating them up. He's eating good, so he.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of CS off it, actually.
Yeah, he's got 16 CS. What's his net worth? He's got almost the same net worth as this Sven, like a couple hundred gold between them, but.
Yeah, that's not so bad. And I'm also astonished because typically Clockwork, really good versus Jakiro. You just run him down. But as you said, like, this change to the double hits that you're able to really clear Cogs quick.
Super good.
Maybe this actually does put this hero back on the map.
Oh, another thing I want to mention about Jakiro is also, of course. Wait. GOZZ. Oh, he's just farming. So he's just a farmer. He doesn't care. There you go. That's another one. He gets 3. That's 60 gold. Each time a card comes out, that's 60 gold.
Oh, topside. Good observer. I wasn't even thinking about this lane. This guy doesn't have a Jakiro up here, so I didn't really care. But Mozzarella, yo, he can't walk too close to the sun indeed. And now Sunset's still alive. I think Sunset is out of here for free. They'll even turn around, bounce him about, and Zeneca, yeah. I mean, he'll die to a neutral creep because he tossed out the blood grenade as he got hit. But he don't care. He'll get the kill. He'll even let Zeneca get the last hit on the big bear. That's a pretty good off-lane turnaround for them. The net worth is just skyrocketing for the Civ team.
Oh, dude, you know what's terrible? Mid lane, Razor's 1,000 gold ahead of the Shadow Fiend. May show only 10 CS, but it's actually 1,000 gold. This was the one where I'm like, all right, Dragon Esports, they're gonna be cooking something good here. But I don't know, man. It's just like a bland, burned omelette right now.
It's really, I think that first blood genuinely changed the way that this game is going to go because Dual Raze has been forced to buy so much regen because the trading has been much more efficient for the Razor. So that's the SF, gameplay, right? You get so much CS, but you're spending so much gold to get the mana regen to do it that you'll have XP, right? You just won't have the same net that everybody else does.
Monster, yo, did you see that glimpse just now? That was terrible.
Yeah, right? I didn't know what was going on. It looks like, is this the clockwork that I've heard so much about? Trying to run down with the amp damage rune. Both heroes here are going to feel pretty pressured, and Norma, yeah, you can tell Norma was really wanting to get this extra hit, but it seems like the creeps will get cleared. It'll be fine for now.
Very interesting build from Sohai. Going for 202, no ice path. He just wants a dual breath deserves second point. I know some people are like, 1 point's good enough. Like, nah, you double the damage. Oy!
Mozzarella.
Wait, did he? Who got the wisdom?
It was Mozzarella. So that's
that's
something.
good. That's good. Yeah, no, that's actually a nice win for Dragon Esports. Trading your support for wisdom is always worth it.
I am a little surprised on this, Shakira, that we did go for the liquid fire. I know you said that we've seen people go for either or, but I feel like I've seen more of the frost just because it's that extra damage. But the attack speed, the tower pressure is something, and you don't have a ton of that on your team. Maybe it's just like the decision-making tree. If you have tower push, you don't do it. If you have no tower push, then get that fire.
Oh, Raze, he's getting fire. Fire.
Okay. Oh, good job. Just battling them back. Presses the stop button in time. And the rune, well, it's stopped. Going to be a haste rune for the Razor. And this is one of the best runes the Razor can get early on.
Well, back to your point. I do think that one of the reasons people took liquid fire more was the lower cooldown, as Master Yellow is dead. GOZZ is in trouble.
And again, haste rune, very good for pro. Able to get that kill right away. And his net worth is pretty fine at the moment. And unfortunately for Dragon Esports, the Sven had a certainly rough time that top side. Mid lane, it's not the worst. He's going to get to a fine net worth, but he's let the Razor skyrocket himself. So poor Dragon Esports, they're going to be down to start this one. What are the items that they need in this mid game to kind of battle back? Because I feel if they have a group around towers, you don't have a fight to take.
I'm actually worried about the items now that you mentioned it, because there's a Kaya Yasha coming out on Shadow Fiend. It's not the Blink Yules. This is a little bit more. It's not passive, but it's a little bit more passive, where it's like, I'm going to be, farming a little bit more. Sven's farming. Look at where he is. He's tier 2. Venge is also a hero that net worth doesn't usually translate to impact that much, Whereas on the other side, a Radiance Brew, you feel that.
Oh, yeah. And I know what you mean about the Kaya. I feel like Zeus's is also something. We've seen Zeus's go for a phylactery when they want to go, hit people. We go for the Kaya when they want to farm. And that's something that's pretty similar with the SF. If you wanted to do something on the map, you'd probably go for like a Yules, which I know doesn't feel as great, but this is just the nature of the hero. You probably go for a, Kaya every time. Unfortunately, we're going to have a little bit of an issue. Oh, speaking of issues, Mozzarella already bumped away the Jakiro, and he is fast on Rinse Q. Needs a few more hits, but Normal with the stun. Looks like they will have a glimpse eventually here, in a few seconds. So they have to back out on the Ursa. Went for the early Morbid Mask. We actually don't see that quite as often anymore. Usually your Battle Fury region is enough for you,
Oh,
but
mid lane?
you know, Rinsecue, he wants it. And yeah, mid lane. Looks like they will get the kill here. Sunsets goes, but Dual Rays, he was the first one to fall. They'll get the return kill in Pro, sure, but all you're getting is the gold out of it. Otherwise, it was actually Sunset who got the majority of that XP.
That's fine. It's good for them, for Dragon Esports. You trade 2 for 1 when you're behind. It's very nice for you. I'm interested to see what the Jakiro builds, because last time we saw
Ooh.
Blink, and that was not really my thing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that was terrible. Mozzarella,
Holy.
he felt bad. So he walked back into the Macro Pyre, somehow had enough stick charges to walk away from it, but that's 2 heroes at incredibly low HP that you're not going to get that kill.
I say Matsuello is making a lot of mistakes in this one.
No
And
shot. This is why. I wonder
Yep.
if that's like an auto tell. If you see that he has the Morbid Mask, you just you ward up Roche and you wait. Because they're into it quick.
And it also makes more sense why you'd max out Dual Breath as well as Liquid Fire, right? Then reduce attack speed.
Yeah.
It adds a lot to your team.
This is so much more coherent than what we saw in the previous game. This seems like a
Yep.
team that's on the same page.
Well, yeah. Dragon Esports, you were saying, like, there are 3 different games happening because everyone's just kind of doing their own thing. As Zeneca
Yeah.
takes it, not bad.
No, this is awesome. And Sibe, they took their advantage, propelled it even further. Typically, Ursa, you had to get I think it was a Blade of Alacrity in level 9 with the Morbid Mask. That was like the previous Ursa timing for Roche, but that was also doing it by yourself. With your team,
Yep.
hey, the sky's the limit. With the power of friendship.
Oh, power of friendship. So many anime villains have fallen towards it. It's like, sure, I can crush the universe with my finger, but he's got like 2 homies with him. How am I supposed to beat that?
Literally the Kingdom Hearts lore. Dual Rays. Throwing the ulti out, but he gets lassoed at the very last second.
no!
And then sent into the Macro Pyre. Yes, you'll get the kill on Sunset, but who cares? The Macro Pyre from Jakiro, more than enough. He will walk under the tower and forfeit his life basically for free, but still 2 for 2 trade here. He'll lose supports
this is
on 1.
good.
And the Shieldrun picked up at the very last second. He's actually okay, I think,
Lucky.
on the Razor
No.
here. Oh, nope, very not okay. Paw, nice TP in here. You'll still lose Mozzarella, but again, 3 for 3 trade. Still the Brewmaster with Aegis and Sven. He just been hitting creeps on the backside here. This might have actually been okay for Dragon Esports.
It is. I'd say okay is the right word because you do bring 5 people. So you trade 5 versus 3, but you get 3 kills, you lose 3 kills. So it's like kind of nice in that situation. But the other 2 are farming. Zeneca takes a bomb tower versus catching up a little bit.
Yeah, it's just the best in the world as a carry, right? Where you TP into a tower, you get a kill on a guy who's usually been wrecking your team, then you go back to hitting creeps.
That is, that's always the best. You're like, guys, I'm useful. Like, yeah, thank you
Right?
very much.
That shows up on the scoreboard. You can't look at me and pin me anywhere as a useless carry. Wasn't a part of it. No, I was. I have 1 assist.
Yeah. The thing is, these cogs, by the way, that's twice now he's cogged them and with the Macro Pyre on top. Like, there's no better setup for the Jakiro.
Is this matchup turning around? Is this no longer a Clockwork favored matchup? Is this all Jakiro worlds?
I think so. I mean, like we were talking about it from the start with the double attack being insane. Like, oh, uno momento. That means 1 minute. Oh, sorry, 1 moment.
We no
One
longer
moment.
need production to translate for us. We got this.
Okay, I don't know what Gio's saying, but I think it's mostly okay with something at the end. Cyrillic, right? That's what they call that stuff. Cyrillic.
Oh yeah, yes.
All right. So Mask of Madness on the Ursa, very nice for him. Doesn't accelerate his farm like a Battle Fury, but he's keeping up with his Vent, who's a natural farming machine. So I think he's doing okay for Rinsecue.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, both carries are pretty much at the same spot, and I feel like the Ursa keeping up with the Sven is probably more of an indication of the Sven's game
Yes.
than it is the Ursa's game. But still, Ursa about to get that Battle Fury, so he'll buy that ability that Sven just has to start with anyways, and then I think the Ursa will really start to take off in the farm.
All right. Meanwhile, the Zeneca does have the Radiance, but he doesn't want to go buy it because there's 2 people in front of him, so he's gonna stop. Blink Dagger soon on Sunset, and Jakiro is going for Mick. Okay, I like it. I gotta
Interesting.
say, we have reached a point in Dota where I feel like every team needs some guy to build a mech, and like maybe a Pipe or a Crimson, one of them. You know, it's like when team fights happening and you're even, me having a couple of hundred heals and a couple of hundred shields is a big deal. As long as it's like,
Oh, sure.
we actually clash, not one guy gets bursted immediately and it's 5 versus 4.
Yeah, I think that's the offlane thing at the moment where like you have some that are too reliant on their own abilities, whether it's like Link Blade Mail or Phase BKB, stuff like that. It's not often that you have heroes like the Underlord where you don't need it. You have this mobility and you're good to go. You can buy whatever aura item you want because your kit naturally is just good for maneuvering the map, doing damage, and being locked down.
Nice. By the way, Sven just takes a massive quad stack, and he is now second in net worth.
Okay.
We were saying like the net worth, but to be honest, between the top core and the bottom core is like 600 gold.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like it's a very tight spread. This is, I'd say, good for everybody that nobody's really like having to suffer for somebody on their team to succeed. But also, like Sven, you're usually seeing a lot more from this one. You'll see like the early Mask of Madness into the Echo Saber, sometimes even a crit before you see a blink, and you're just like running the map. All your ultis are good. It's the role like level 1 ulti is for farm, level 2 is for fight. But I think even then it's maybe a little bit convoluted now because they've been doing so well just farming all over the map. It will find themselves. Yeah, GeoZZ, he's probably dead here. Oh no, a nice swap, still burning, but he opts to go back into the fire. He will die, right? He's kind of offering his body up there a bit. They'll still lose another one, but Dolraze dies this away on the backside. Now Zeneca forced to run away. I thought he was forced to run away. Okay, there we go. He'll bump up now. And I think with the stun, no. Sven doesn't actually want a piece of this any longer. Normal will fall. That's your offlane Vengeful Sphere, who does have an Aghanim Scepter now. But doesn't want to get the swap through.
Oh man, they were thinking they left the Earth Panda. That was kind of smart from everyone, right? He ran away with the Storm Panda, assuming the Earth Panda was gonna die. Then they're like, no, we're gonna keep it here. Then he comes back and they're like, oh wait, guys, he's got a minute left on his Aegis. Maybe that's kind of useless for us.
And dude, he's crazy. He's going for Bot's Shard. There's no BKB in sight. He feels so safe right now on this Brewmaster. And unfortunately, when we talked about, it's hard to walk the dog on the Sven. A little bit easier to do that on the SF, though. That was all Razor getting on top of the SF here, getting that kill. And Razor is going for the BKB soon, so he's going to have even more protection. Clock and Venge, they got a lot cut out for them because you got to protect these cores.
Oh, Zeneca goes in, gets a nice D-ward. Again, still 10 seconds on the Aegis. He'd love to die right now. That's what he wants, actually.
Yes, but you would love to also not kill him if you're Dragon Esports. Can they hold the line? It seems so for now, but also they're getting ran down. Tio already falls, and sure, you have outlasted the Aegis. However, you do not have it in the tank to get these kills.
Despite all this, Paw is farming very nicely. He's level 15. The second highest level is 13. So he is like getting it right now. He's got the Mask, Echo Saber, so the farm is at full speed. 1,000 difference between him and the Ursa. Paw's putting in the work.
He is
probably dead.
Yeah, I believe that is a kill. Just the God Strength. Too much. And Paw, as you said, farming up a Storm, even though the Razor has similar net, does not have the XP. And for the Sven, surely there's some sort of critical mass that gets them at least a one fight. I don't know about a victory, but so far this has been Sibe's map. Even though the net is only at 4K, I say only, I know that 4K is a good fit, but usually when we see these sort of fights like 3 in a row in the mid lane where it's all been Sibe, 4K is not a lot.
4K is the difference in supports, by the way. It's not the cores. The cores are actually...
yeah.
Look at Jakiro, he's 2.3 ahead of the Clockwork, and Batrider's 2 ahead of the Disruptor. So that's it. That's the difference. It's the support items. The cores are like Sven's at the top, his others are a little bit behind, and then the Sibe's all kind of really close to each other.
Sohoy? Oh man, he's being a good support. Damn it, Sohoy, get the Ags.
Yeah, dude, like what the hell? GeoZZ is setting you up with these cogs anyway.
Right?
It's
gotta be so good.
I love it. To be fair, this is, the pub style and the actual competitive style is different. But sometimes I look at them, I'm thinking, if you're doing this well, you can get away with an Ags. You're still very useful.
I think that's one of my happiness with the Chikira is that you can hit waves so easily. You can farm up. It reminds me of honestly Snapfire in the same vein, where your farm is just so easy. effortless. And oh man, there's a nice macro pyre plus the ice path. Mozzarella just going to fall. There's a BKB on the Razor, so he didn't feel good enough to just drop down the ult. And yeah, no, Paw in danger. This is the guy that we've been hoping for. He's been farming so well, but he's just getting all in. Rinsey Q picking up the kill. They'll turn back onto the Vengeful Spirit, come back to life once. It ain't matter. So that swap was cute. It ain't enough though. It's gonna be 3 gone. Dragon Esports are feeling the heat from the Brewmaster and this macro on Sahoy.
Dude, did you see how fast that ice path came out? I was looking, I was like, what? No, I'm serious. Like, it came out.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that is a fast ice path compared to before.
That's true. All he needs is the Yashikaya, and then we'll really be seeing a fast ice path.
It'll be like, it ain't ice now. It's a nice path. You know?
Nice
it's very
path.
fast.
I can't wait to work that into a cast sometimes.
Oh, no, that's mine. You know. You can't take it. But yeah, it's just.
Wait, what?
Well, all right, looks like he just. That wasn't even an ulti. That was just him getting caught. What the hell happened?
Hello? You can't blame the observer for that one. There's just no reason to die there. What the hell? So he got Static Storm forever, stunned up. I see, and now. Are they going to turn this one around? Norma does still have the Agnes Scepter, so he'll come back. Stun up!
That's
Look
a big
at
kill.
him fall! Rinsey Q! This doesn't last at all! And now, is this the turnaround we need? He's trying to walk the dog on Pro, but with the macro down, Dual Raise has to run away. They do buy back on Sunset, but maybe you've stayed too long now. Norma, he will lose the second illusion. Still, forcing the buyback on Sunset, the Venge was already dead, technically. So this is actually still pretty good for Dragon Esports.
It is. That's actually a very big one. Remember, they started that fight by killing Zenica a little earlier as well.
Yeah.
Big deal. Very, very big deal here. And what's Sven going for? Going for the BKB. He's already got the Blink, Mask MS, and the Echo. The trifecta of dealing damage. Now you have to get the BKB to survive. And Dual Raise is doing work with that ultimate. It's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, Paul. I mean, what he needs BKB. Silvers, I feel like Silvers is like that last item to try to get away from the Razor because he needs to stay on top of you no matter what. And if you're able to get even just that extra little move speed to run away with a Shadow Blade, it could be enough.
Jakiro on the way towards his Greaves. He's only put 2 points of Liquid Fire. He's like, yep, let's go for Roche now. It's a nice, safe option for them.
I like it. I think you're starting to feel a little bit pressured on the map. No better way to get back in than getting yourself to Aegis.
They're trolling on Sibay team. You know why? Sunset's going for not Mage Slayer, sorry. What is it? Witchblade.
Witchblade, hey, he's right.
On the bat ride. It's like, dude, you know, it's not the 4-staff BKB. He just wants to make, have some fun. It's like, will you get the shard too? Yeah, he's got the shard queued up. Okay. All right, we're doing one of those.
It's nice. You know, the extra, because it's the innate ability, right? You get this extra attacks, or applies a debuff that deals 15% of the attack damage. Up that attack damage, baby. Get those procs.
Okay, no, it's really not. I mean, it's not really ideal, but we'll see. Like there's a reason that I'm all for originality and like agonyms on Jakiro's fine, but BKB Force is the item for Bad Rider support. It's just how it is.
This is definitely one of those like I'm ahead, so I'm allowed to do this.
Yeah,
and we're probably gonna see him get kills with it, but only because there's no HP on these heroes, and you can see here. Dragged into the macro, stunned up as well. They might actually get to kill him before the second swap comes out. Just barely, so they'll get the double. It's as if this hero is still just a support with Ags. I know he's got a Dragon Lance, he's got a Bracer. He's honestly not squishy, but when you're allowed to just do that much damage, your team is that far ahead, it doesn't matter.
You're only 2,000 gold ahead of the enemy supports. That's not much.
Yeah.
You know, like you look at everyone else, they're like 5,000, 6,000 ahead. You're only 2, and it's like your gimmick as you come back to life. That's only kind of useful.
What Ursa Mask of Madness? Oh, dude, we didn't get to talk about this. The Ursa went Mask of Madness to split into the Battle Fury.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw it, but I didn't mention it at the time. I know. I was like, oh yeah, Mask of Madness, cool.
I don't know. I just thought it was cute. I didn't think it was something that people do like every game, but because he went for it first, they got the Aegis. It definitely was like just on the way.
Oh, Zenica. Alright, they're the sharks are nearby. Will he? He's ulti. Reads ulti.
Oh, Oh, they get him, but do they have the damage for him? He was
yes, they
status of
do.
this, and there it is. Huge kill. I will take that every single day. Now, Pa, unfortunate BKB. I don't think we really needed it. I think he probably could have just beaten him down, but now the only thing is they're at risk. If they get gone on, there's no BKB on the Sven. Could be rough, even though there isn't a brew in the game.
And they might want to take a fight soon for CCT because you have the Aegis. You want to take at least all the tier 2s with the second Aegis. Although these are very quick Aegises, right? Get the first one in 10 minutes. Oh.
Brewmaster, why? I'm just looking at this. He went for an Octarine core?
Yep.
Dude, there is a disruptor in the game. There is absolutely no excuse to get Octarine before BKB.
Dude, CCT team, they're fooling around.
Right?
You want to be nice, but it's like you go for Witchblade on Bat support. Yeah. You go for Octarine before BKB against Disruptor. Yeah. Like you guys,
I'll give it to them. If they win this one, they win as their styling, which is gonna feel good as you move on to the next rounds of this. But if they end up losing this one, there are tangible moments that we're both gonna look back and say, "Look, you just didn't min-max this one. You guys could have really rolled over on this lead. You decided not to. Brewmaster doesn't die there. He uses his ulti. He at least escapes. Even better, maybe he turns this around for his team because they can come back into it. But now they are going to make a smoke play. This team is still ahead. Sven could be in danger here. He has the ward. Oh, there it is. Gets the kill. Nothing will stop that one. Paw will die to Sunset, and that's because of the Witchblade.
Oh, come on. You can't say that. I mean, sure, he's got the Witchblade. He's got the Witchblade, but he's got the Whisper of the Dread. So that's pretty good. Oh, this item was nerfed, actually. I didn't realize Whisper of the Dread was nerfed.
Oh, yeah, okay.
10% to 8%. I mean, come on. It wasn't really that good. I know that it's like 6%. It's 2% more than Vambrace. Yeah. It's 3 from Fairy Tail. It's not Fairy Tail, whatever it's called. Fairy Trinket.
Yep.
Not much.
Ooh, another kill as well. But yeah, no, I mean, it was really nice. And also, the Batrider has Shard, so you're also not disarmed whenever you're in the lasso. So honestly, going all in on this sort of like right-click thing, why force staff them back when you can just kill them yourself?
Well, maybe you won't be able to kill them yourself, and you'd love to force them back.
I know, right? We're just waiting for that one fight that looks like kind of good for Dragon Esports, and all of a sudden it's like, oh no, like, did we make a mistake? Because now I need this next item to survive what they're doing, and I'm not gonna have that gold for a while.
Dude, he's so trolling. He wants to go for Manta style on Batrider.
Let's go. Let's go.
Firstly, there's like 10 people in chat who are looking at this like, we're taking notes here. This is... They're not looking at this. They're like, this is what I'll be doing from every game for now till the end of the patch. No, don't.
Yeah, but it'll be in your pubs. Nobody in my games are watching this right now. They're still asleep. They just got off from their pubs like 3 hours ago.
Half of the East Coast was in chat right now. What the hell do you mean? It's literally your people.
All right, everybody. I'm happy you guys showed up, but please stop. Actually, no, you need to watch now because I need to see you guys. You guys need to watch this lose. That's what needs to happen. That's the only way we can save ourselves.
Nice blink.
Yeah, huge blink to start. And Pro waiting. Who can he get on top of just yet? It's a big cogs into the macro pyre, and those two are not on the same team. Seneca does already get out of the ulti here. Paw trying to get on top of him, and Pro didn't steal his damage, but he'll run him down anyways. It's a double kill for NCQ. Pro just isn't dying, and Norma, this is his second life. He'll fall as well. Damn near a team wipe. They weren't able to get the Shadow Fiend. It doesn't matter anyways. Huge damage, and Paw just not able to survive this. As we said, they don't have the tank.
Did you see where Dual Rays uses ulti? It was like near the cliff or something. They were so far away from it. Didn't hit anyone. The blink was great at the start. I was like, man, Dual Rays really dodged death just then. But it was another thing. They cogged. Again, he cogs and he catches his carry. And of course,
the macro pyre.
Into the macro pyre, naturally. I mean, I'm telling you, if Soha is like paying attention, he'd be like, guys, I need to get Ags. Like this, I'm set up so well.
Yep, it's so much damage. Maybe he's even thinking the other way, where it's like, do I need anything? I feel like I'm gifted damage here. Maybe I just need to survive.
Oh, nice force staff.
Yeah, swap back, but did use the stun then on somebody else, so he's just gonna get walked on down. Mozzarella, I don't know if he did anything. He just died. So that's gonna be 2 gone, and they're gonna watch their Araxes fall.
Standard. This is very standard Dragon Esports. Game 1 looks good, always gives you hope, always makes you think, yeah, they could take it. Game 2, they feel very. I feel like it's a team synergy thing. Like someone on that team must be a little bit deflated. You know, it's like, "Ugh, we lost Game 1. Everyone else doesn't feel like playing.
Who is? Surely, I feel like you get a few coaching moves and you're in for it. Now, this is, I believe, mostly like an open qual slash closed qual team, so I get it. They may not be able to have a coach on the roster, but there's definitely like a ton of great potential here, and I want it expunged. Like I feel they can definitely capitalize on this. They just, for whatever reason, the communication, something isn't there. Something is missing.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna try to go for Rimsecure right now, and he just walks out of everything.
Yep, that's rough. I know, we dropped the macro pyre as well. Trying to drag him back, actually. No! They didn't have it. It was just too early.
Oh, come on, Sunset. Don't style on them with the Witchblade.
This is a rough fight. Guys, don't run out of the base like that. You don't have the vision. They just instantly lose this Sven. He didn't even get his ulti off. And that's GG, game number 2. Oh my lord. Stomp and a half going the way of Sibe. Game 1, Dragon again. Ton of potential, ton of good stuff going. They unfortunately do end up kind of tossing that game away. But then for this one, they never had a prayer. Sibe team locked in on the weaknesses that Dragon showed in game 1, exploited it in game 2, and they're moving in freely to the next round.
Yeah, it's such a standard thing that we've seen so many times ago. And it's honestly bugs. Like, it starts bugging you after a while. You're like, come on, you guys are better than this. You've done better. You can do this. And it's like, nope. And this is going to be guaranteed top 6, I believe, for CCT, which also, it doesn't get them the money just yet. Not in the money yet. But, one win away from being in the money, which is always very comfortable. Like, I've got something for my time. I'm kind of happy, at least.
Right.
And for this game in particular, despite Sibe team fooling around, Octarine before BKB, Witchblade on Banner, they're just a better team. We knew it, and they just crushed it.
No, I mean, really great game from them. And I think that the Razor pick really did kind of fill what they needed. They needed something that could like kind of walk down these cores. They had a really good supporting cast with the Brewmaster and Ursa just being able to like kind of double down on whoever the Razor selects. But as you said, man, like this Bat Rider, we didn't see the usual suspects. He was just kind of lassoing people and trying to kill them with his own right click, whereas he could have been dragging those people back even further into an Ursa and a Razor. They didn't need to. My Brewmaster was just dying because there's a Disruptor on the enemy team. And I was like, hey, Radiance, that's the Brewmaster life. You got to do that. And Spot's like, oh, that's a bit greedy, but that BKB next is really going to hit, huh? No, Octarine Core. So definitely some ways that they could have thrown this one through. I have to believe that part of it is they also know the Dragon Esports tale. Game 2 just isn't real. So I feel like they just got to fix a few of those things for this next round, and they are going to be unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, if there was a best of 1 tournament, Dragon Esports would kill it. But with the current way it is, it's just not really looking out for them. I like the points you're mentioning. It's like, yeah, sure, we can fool around. We can go for, get a glimpse. You don't care. But kudos, Sibe team, strong team, has always been a good team. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at like top 4 at least for them.
No, they have a great showing here. 2-0, move into the next round. Now, it's not done just yet for Dragon Esports. They still will go into the lower bracket, and they'll have another game 1 victory down there, I'm sure. But for now, we are going to have our next matchup of One Move versus Nemiga. That's going to be in about an hour, guys. So take a break, stretch, maybe do a little pub of your own, and then come back here because, again, in 1 hour, we will have our next series upon us. Stick around, guys. Have a game soon. Ish.
Yeah.
hello everybody, and welcome back to the Champion of Champions. I'm getting my camera back in. I've just joined the lobby. I'm so good to go. And Otto, we got ourselves our second series of the day coming up here. It is going to be a beautiful one for us. I definitely know who's playing. Yep, it's one move in Namiga.
Yep.
We already talked about it. Namiga probably top dog in this one, right?
Yes. I'm actually very kind of surprised one move even made this far. This is a team that recently looking at, they were looking really rough and not doing so well in other tournaments. So I was like, oh, I don't think they're going to be doing so well. But here they come in, not bad at all in this one.
Right.
Make it past the group stage. And yeah, like again, in Riyadh Masters, 9 to 16th, International 9 close qualifiers, 9 to 12. Sorry, that was the open qualifiers for Riyadh. They didn't make it through.
Yeah.
So they've been really struggling recently, but now they're here. They're looking good. A lot of it does come from the fact that they have gotten a new carry, which is Woe. Amano was not gelling in. I think they played with Kiritich in one of the games. They looked good.
Yes.
So they're like, all right, we found our problem. We kick our problem. Things have been looking a little bit better for them.
Right, and it's not just better too.
Just
like
to
it's
make sure,
top
guys,
of
that
group.
we do have a stand-in. Dr. Bum is standing in for not me.
For who?
Hello?
Sorry, no. You hear me. You hear me.
Okay, offline.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Which do I hear you, Otto, or do you not hear me? Which one is happening? Oh, he lost TeamSpeak. Oh no, we lost Otto. That's okay, guys. I still know plenty. Dr. Bum, clearly a great player. Oh, we have pictures for these guys. That's awesome. Nikki Cool, probably our highlight. I know if Otto were here, he would say the same thing. He's just been a very consistent mid laner. He plays that DK a ton. And he also, I know that he plays other heroes, but it's a hero that you can first pick for him, and it's really going to make your draft easy. You're back!
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Sometimes the TeamSpeak cuts off. It happens once or twice a stream. So sorry about that. You could please continue.
That was pretty much it. I like this mid laner. He plays, the DK. It's a solid one for him. He always plays it well, and it's also in your draft. Having that DK fills a lot of gaps. It gives you tower push. It gives you lockdown. It gives you a strong mid laner that doesn't really lose to a lot. So I just think it's an overall fantastic pick, and I'm excited to see if they continue to do that, because it seemed to work for them in our previous tournament.
Yeah, and Mixa's also got a very unique hero pool, right? The Enigma, Beastmaster, as well as Visage, where it's like you have to ban. We've seen a lot of teams respect banning Visage against him first phase. Why? Because like he's that good. Just V has been astounding when he picks Rubik. I've always been very impressed with his Rubik.
Yes.
And just overall, Namiga has been this really good, disciplined team. They don't make those dumb mistakes where you're like, what are you building? Dagon on Venomancer. What the hell? Like they are super cool, like super good with the way. Again, the top of that tier 2 scene right now.
Yes. And
okay, this is going to be a comparison between Woe and Lucas. Woe is new, the new character. I think I mentioned, I don't know when I was cut. Alright, so Lucas got twice as much experience, but it seems, and the win rate is much better, but KDA is pretty similar actually.
Yeah, no, it's looking pretty good, and that's something we've seen a few of these comparisons where the KDA is completely different. But for Woe, who's a mid laner, I think I've also seen a few games of his already. I'm interested to see if he's able to stop Lucas here, but Lucas has been very consistent, as we said, with this Namiga team being kind of top of the tier 2 scene.
Food chain.
Right? It's a little bit easier. You're also going to see, like, since Namiga has been doing very well, carries who have teams who are dominating are naturally going to have that, like, higher KDA because, it's a little safer on the map. So, honestly, with the lower win rate and still being pretty close there in the KDA, maybe that speaks a little bit to how good Woe is on the map. Yeah,
right? It's like when you look at this and you say, wait, you are comparable while losing much more. That's not bad at all, So that's pretty cool for them. And I'm glad to see one move a little bit making adjustments, because my God, the last time I saw them, that was atrocious is the only way to say it. Like they'd scan an area, it
was that team.
That was the team. They scan, if he's farming, they scan next to him, and he walks away, then he time walks into the area they just scanned. And I'm like, what in God's name are you doing? And they would glyph buildings before the creeps reach, but their creeps are also glyphed. so then they don't actually kill any of the enemy creeps, because the creeps don't even reach their tower. Super weird. So I'm glad that they are doing better. As we have the graph ready, let's go into it, see what we're working with. As Storm gets banned. That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, not bad.
Pretty early one for them. I wonder. It's interesting. I wonder if they just know they're not going to get DK, because it feels like if you're playing against Nicky Cool, that should be a ban now. I've seen the other games too. It wasn't just in that series that we watched or that day that we watched. It was something that he was playing really well all the time.
Yep.
But Storm doesn't do great into the DK. You have that lockdown. Your CS is still typically pretty good. So
I think the facet, the static slide, you don't slide as far now or something like
True.
that. Like, cool. Interesting nerf. Man,
the vision is crazy though. That nerf was wild.
Wait, who's sorry, Visage?
Sorry, the vision from your static remnant is like 100 compared to 500. It was like wildly bad.
That sucks. That does suck, actually. It's so interesting now that you have so many ways to tweak a hero. You're like, I have base stats, stat gains, spells, talents, facets, innate ability. I'm like, where would I like to poke at this
and
hero?
it was the vision of that remnant walk. Like, it's not even like the damage of it, is like how much vision. I played with a guy who plays a ton of Storm Spirit, and he was like, that actually hurts my game so much because I can't just get this like free scouting.
I mean, I remember people would be like next to the Roche pit and they put a static storm and they can see what's going. All right, Namiga, they start with Witch Doctor. Let's go. I've been saying this here still very viable. I'm glad they're like, all right, we believe in you, Mr. Witch Doctor, Hunchback Man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I almost wonder if you treat this hero kind of like the Undying 5 now, when you draft against it and you're like, I just need to have burst. I can't let him like do this like long drawn out trading in the lane. I need to do stuff that's like almost like Rubik's Sense, something that's like big bursts right away.
Oh, there you go, big burst.
Yeah.
Nothing says burst like two nuts coming out from the hood with the acorn shot. And your point about him being Undying, I don't quite agree, because your heal is pretty ass. It's not good. It's not a very good heal.
Yeah.
Dude, you get 15 health at level 7. You get 7.5 health regen at level 1 food restoration. It's not good.
Yeah, no. It's I don't know. I still think the lane is definitely still good for it. The self-heal being 25% is like certainly a large factor down. However, I guess it depends more on your lane combo at this point. Like, do you have somebody who is strong enough on their own that the damage is good enough for you, and like keeping them healed up is more what matters? Yeah,
the damage is good, although the area getting smaller is a problem. But damn, it's like, I don't know. Witch Doctor, besides the fact that the healing is not enough, his stats are also pretty low. You don't start off with a whole lot of health or armor, so you have to like load up on stats, and then so you can trade. The hero is very playable, but he went from that S tier to, I'd say, like A-, not B+, but A-. He's still very good. Would have been good with a CK on his side for sure.
Yeah.
So that's going to be one moves hero. This is for Dr. Bum, I believe. What a nice name. What a nice name. Like, some people will be like, oh, you should have like this is a fantastic, perfect name if you ask me. What's your in-game? I'm Dr. Bum, baby. You're like, that's the one.
Move over, self-hate. We got a new guy in town.
Bummed by the doctor himself. You're like, what's happening? This is going to be one of the reasons I'm not feeling one move in this one. Sure, the new carry is good, but you're playing with a stand-in. It's not me who felt really solid for them. He is playing not me's most played hero, which is the Hoodwink. So Dr. Bum's like, I'm adjusting as well as I can. I'm literally playing the guy's hero. But, how do you lane? How do you communicate? How do you rotate? These are all things that you can't just mimic in a day.
So, I need you to explain something to me, actually. So I've always known that this Witch Doctor hero is great, so I didn't read his spells because I was like, oh, his W does damage. That's it. Yeah. That's all we really need to know.
And heals.
Yeah, and heals. So it only heals him.
Yes.
However, it already gives you, it says it's 30 heal at level 1, 8 mana cost, which is like
30 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, so 7.5 heal.
But it says heal.
No, that when you go in, and because he hasn't picked the facet yet and all that, so that's why it's like,
okay. So I was looking at that. I was like, why on earth do they have heal? But then self heal is only 25%. But it already gives you third. What is this? Okay, so I get it now. So it's literally like 7.25 heal for yourself now every second instead of what was 15. So then you have to like all the way at level 4. You have the previous level 1 spell. I see.
No, well, okay, here's the thing. Naturally, what it does, it was used to give you 20, 30, 40, 50 heal without any facets. All right, that's what it does for you and your team. The other one, the Voodoo Festration, is that you do damage, but only you heal, and you only heal a quarter, and you add plus 10. You guys like go 30, 40, 50, 60, quarter heal. That's it.
Yeah. Crazy.
And I think, and I think it also gets bigger with Voodoo Festration, which is nice. As one move, they pick up the Phoenix for Rain. Solid. Witch Doctor is pretty terrible. I feel like Witch Doctor is not good against either of these supports, like taking out the egg or even dealing with the Hoodwink.
No, I don't see, especially because your mallet is just now compromised, right? You have the heal from the sunrise, so even then, like this extra damage that you would do is not there anymore. I will. The supporting cast is somewhat nice. Is that going to be a Marcy offlane with my? No, I don't actually know. So I'm thinking maybe it's Pango offlane and then it's Marcy 4, but that doesn't seem great. That's double melee.
Yeah.
Into a Phoenix.
Wait, Nicky Cool, his Dragonite's in the pool if he wants it, but he hasn't actually picked it in this one. And I feel like I've seen Marcy Io. Marcy Witch Doctor seems somewhat similar-ish, but not really. Not the same, is it? No.
Because then you don't go the damage talent, right? You don't do the thing that makes Witch Doctor good. You want that heal on the Marcy.
That's the troll. Okay.
Man, I really don't want this to be a Marcy Pango lane now, but I feel like my alternative is to be Marcy carry, and like, don't like that. Things just got a little bit out of hand, and one move has been doing very well, as you said. Like they're a completely different team, it seems. This is the 1 versus 2 scene. Now, Dragon Esports barely etched out Nemiga in that Group B standings, but typically, what we're seeing here, this might be 2 of the best teams in this complete tournament now, facing off early, and Nemiga, they're used to just rolling over this 1-move team. I think their draft is feeling really rough right now, and 1-move are on a hot streak. So if they're not careful with these next 2 picks, they could find themselves deep in the hole and down game 1. You got to get some lockdown for this Ember Spirit. He's very elusive, and there's a cask plus a dispose in the pool. That's not enough to lock you down. And the hard lockdown is typically coming from your support roles, and I don't think you're shoving another one in here.
I think Marcy is definitely a support, though. I was looking at like probably the Marcy is just picked just for the Phoenix, right? I don't want my carry Marcy to deal with it. I want my support Marcy. You always get 5 hits, so no matter what, you're gonna take 2 volleys to bring down the Phoenix egg, and that's not. And that's the Mixa hero. So it's going to be Nicky Cool Pang. We talked about, right? It's like Enigma, Beastmaster, Visage. He's got to go for the Visage right now. I think it's a fairly solid. Like gives you a little bit of control, but it's also not Ember catching ability.
No.
You need a carry for that's like a CK, right? Like a maybe a Sven, but even his stun is not great. Gyro's also come. Nemiga is going to have big lockdown issues against Troll, Ember, and Phoenix.
Yeah.
Oh, but Phoenix doesn't really care because like you can deal with the Phoenix egg. That's more important.
I mean, I will say I like if Marcy Visage is a significantly better lane than what I was thinking of. I was also thinking of Razor, but at least this one, as you said, it doesn't really help with the Ember issue. At least it's a little bit further. Razor would be nothing, but this one is close at least. Plus, you're able to kind of fight out the troll. If he doesn't have a BKB, you can drop those birds one after the other. Your laning stage, of course, is good. And look, I mean, the guy is like a Visage Special, so there's no way that he would rather have the Razor. He's going to do something that's much more comfortable for him. We'll see. I think that the one thing that I used to love about these Visages is they would go for the Phylactery. They would then go for an Ags later and just kind of like skate across the map, do this like really big burst damage. But yeah, no, this is the guy that goes Gleipnir?
Yeah, he did. You're right. He went exactly Gleipnir. That is a point, right? You can also solve some problems can be solved through items. So you're like lack of lockdown. I would say exactly solved, but a Gleipnir, a Hex, they go a long way to shutting them down.
True. I'm gonna be so surprised if it works out this time, because I think last The hero itself didn't work out, but they won the game. But the hero itself didn't seem to be doing a ton. It seems like he's so good at like skating around the back line of these fights, getting some huge nuke downs on the support, and like really enabling your team to take these. But no, he's gonna be that in the mix crowd control. They take out the Underlord as well. So they gotta make sure their team can get away from this. They lack damage. This Marcy is not enough. They have a ton of control, a lot of enabling, but they need some big damage coming out from Nemiga. And that damage has to do well versus the troll. It is going to be a Morphling here.
I knew it. I want to say it because they banned out the Underlord. I was like, oh, the Atrophy Aura must be good against a guy with a ton of stats. And you know, like, and who's gonna go heavy on stats? It's gonna be the Morphling. I didn't get a chance because you were yapping away with your points, which are all good ones, of course.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I mean, you do. Wait, does Morphling still have a stun, or is it just knockback now on the Adaptive Strike?
It's done. It's done,
stun,
yeah, because we watched the cancel TPs, yeah.
Yeah, so you do have that. It's kind of nice, I would say, but I'm feeling one move's draft even without knowing their last pick. Like, I don't care what their last pick is. It's gonna be solid. It's probably gonna be Centaur or DK, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur and Hoodwink are like a classic duo that's going to be like good in the lane no matter what. I think, is there something that you could pick up that helps you tick down this Gravekeeper's Cloak? Yeah, maybe Darkseer could do well.
Darkseer would be solid. You can build some auras as well. Yeah, I wouldn't mind like a Darkseer, a Centaur.
A Brew?
Sorry? A Brew?
A Brewmaster.
Well, I guess you can remove the shield coming out from Pango with the Storm. That's kind of cool. No, it's gonna be Centaurs. It's Triple S's most played hero after the Doom. The Doom was banned.
Wow.
And so they just go straight away for the Centaur. All right.
Oh, I certainly like that. Then I didn't realize he was such a specialization on the Centaur.
Oh yeah, I always like to have the stats of like with the 5, 6, 10 most played heroes. Some players are really crazy. We have like 15 games CM, 12 games Undying. 1 game Disruptor, 1 game Phoenix, 1 game Rubik. And you're like, I think I know what this guy's going with here.
True.
But look at the 2 drafts. I love what one move has. They're elusive, they're hard to kill, great amount of stuns and team fights, good way to disengage. I believe Nemiga is going to take the game though because they're the better team, and I'm not going to be fooled again like I did with Sibe.
I don't know. I think this one move lineup really clicks a lot of what I want, and I think they saved a lot by picking this Visage, I'll say, because this is a mix of specialty. I also think that the Marcy Visage is significantly better than this double melee that I thought. But also, Nicky Cole, why are we breaking the formula, man? He's a DK fantastic player. And why would you go to something else? It's not like they don't know. Anybody who's seen this team's games know that he wants to pick the DK. You're not saving this strat for anybody. We're already aware. I feel, especially as we get through these playoffs, you want to have something the teams are like, man, I have like 4 meta heroes that I need to ban, plus this guy like slams DK. Like, Jesus, how am I supposed to draft against them? So I want to see that going instead. I feel like we're risking it on the Pango. It's not in the offlane where it's actually been doing a lot better. So
yeah,
I give this 1-to-1 move. I like their hot streak. Hopefully they can keep it going.
Oh yeah, I like that we're split on this. That's solid with me. We disagree. I'm trying to look at the facets, see if there's anything new or crazy. Nope. Oh, horsepower. Oh, I've seen some Centaurs going for the counter strike. I was like, didn't we all agree that horsepower is better? But now sometimes I'm like, nah, horsepower is also. That's why I said double counter strike is also good, and I was like, huh, that's very strange to me.
Yeah, but the move speed thing is crazy, especially as we get into like the late game, where all of a sudden you might not need boots as a Centaur, which is something that's crazy, like different. However, that is like your 50 minutes something probably benefit. Still during the middle game is good, especially versus the Morphling. Sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get on top of him in the lane, get that stomp double edge that could potentially kill him. So we'll see if that's enough. You got to be careful. This is not an easy Morphling lane.
I guess another question also is like, do you really need boots that badly on Centaur, right? Like, do I really want phase boots so much that I can take? Like, if you don't need it, you can just take the horsepower fast, and you're like, I'm moving fast enough. Just no boots, windlace only, because it does work. And you're like, I'm good.
I guess if you think about it, it's more like you probably buy phase boots on Centaur more for the armor than you do the move speed
Right.
at this point. And
Right.
3
By the
rooms,
way,
by the way, going the way. Woo, Nemiga. That's a good way to get yourself an advantage here early on because your team, again, these lanes could be hard. I think bot lane is the only one that I truly think could go well, but even then, Rain Prince, he's got the Fire Spirit, so this Gravekeeper's Cloak isn't actually, 100% protection for Mix anymore.
No, it isn't. But yeah, to be fair, I think bottom lane does go for one move quite well. Troll is great. You're up against Marcy, who needs to get close, so the Dying Light affects her. She can slow her down. Even if you toss him away, she can jump. Like, as long as the moment the toss comes, you're just like, all right, I'm make her diving. See you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. And that is the one thing. Like, when you trade, oh my lord, they're going to keep bullying down this Troll
That
Lord.
is a
You
problem.
can't get raindrops until 3 minutes. This is going to be hard.
Yeah, that might be the only factor. Mid lane is going to be Excellent versus Nikki Cool. I'm with you, by the way. I'm a big Nikki Cool fan. However, in general, I've always found this matchup to be like, it's pretty 50-50, Rarely do I feel like, oh, that was good.
Oh!
Good deny.
Okay. I mean, they did trade deny. I thought that Pango deny was really hard. And then the Ember deny, I also thought was hard because I was through the shield crash too. Wow. Both of them CSing quite well right now.
Yeah, these guys, they're pretty mechanically skilled to be in the mid lane. That's how it works. But as for top, it's weird to think that the Witch Doctor lane is weaker. But if you're Witch Doctor, you go up, Nut Shot followed by Hoof Stomp, the double edge. Like, you're bursted now. You don't have a whole lot to work with.
No, not at all. And it truly is like your positioning now on the hero where it used to be not as bad. You would literally just run at people and, they probably couldn't kill you. It was probably too much still. And they were getting like out-traded. And even still, you're getting out-traded if it's a one-on-one, but Dr. Bum, I think he should be able to do it. This reminds me of so many of these like stupid posts, like what does this bum even do? Like that's him. He's embracing it.
Could be a kill, could be a kill.
Could
blood
be.
grenades, the Maledict, is it enough? It's significant. No, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Is Triple S even taking damage? It doesn't even look like he's taking that much anymore.
Dude,
That wasn't changed. Oh, damn! I mean, this lane maybe. I don't know. I thought that it was gonna be hard. It turns out they're gonna just get that first blood and Visage up at the 12 CS. Once raindrops come out, I promise this lane will turn around. But until then, the 6 just isn't enough.
Yeah, but raindrops cost a full creep wave, right? It's like it's not cheap, and it's only so you can farm better when it's like it doesn't solve the full problem. You're still gonna be taking a lot of damage. As a top lane, he's gone for 3 gauntlets. I wonder if he's gonna go for 3 bracers or just keep the gauntlets. Like, you can do this as Centaur. You're like, I'm just stacking strength, and I'm getting all I need. Literally move speed as well. That is how good strength is for this hero.
I like it whenever people, if they do go for those like 3 bracers, I like when you go for like some sort of big item first. I know he's probably going to end up going for the blink, which is probably fine, but like
it's good.
You go triple bracer, boots, blink, you got a +1 that you can, make something like a Crimson Guard happen if you really want to, or a pipe. I want to see you really go all in for these items and keep those bracers in for as long as possible.
Yeah, especially like when the 25 minutes hit. Sorry, mark. I tried to say mark for some reason, try to bring it in, but then it's like, oh, the triple braces are super value. That's 30 strength, and you can. Oh god, they got a kill.
My lord, that's pretty good, huh?
Yeah,
I imagine
really
that was
good.
just a stomp bushwhack, right? Yep, bushwhack into stomp, a lot of damage all over, and that's the power of that, hoodwink plus the centaur. It's a lot of burst damage, and for Morphling 1 step out of position, you're just dead.
And oh, there you go. That's gonna be Ike as well. Like it's damage. It's damage city. And by the way, you can't do anything as Witch Doctor. Your whole shtick. Oh, he's dead.
He is. Just me. Does he also die? Oh no! You only take 1 tick of damage. Oh no! He's
The jokes.
Can you guess it? Can you guess it? Oh, he has no idea.
Oh no.
He has no idea.
Nemiga. Bottom lane crushing it. 1 move crushing top lane though. So it is 2 kills on each side. I kind of like how that's working out for 1 move a bit more. I think the Centaur and the Hoodwink give you a little bit more later than the Marcy and the Visage.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with that.
To be fair, oh, Nikki, cool. To be fair, though, the Visage does power spike very nicely in the mid game.
That was a huge dodge from XN. He doesn't get any of the barrier from that because he was,
Yep.
he was sliding whenever he finally crashed. It looks like bot side, big stick.
yeah.
This is okay. Thank God. This is what I mean. Like, you'd be surprised with just raindrops plus the stick. Mixa is tossing out all of these spells, so you get those extra charges. Plus, you're not actually taking damage from them. He's utilizing so much of his mana to do it. I think Troll might actually be in it now, but we'll see if they turn it around here. Dr. Bum.
Dr. Bum should be
What
dead.
does this bum even do? He dies in the mid lane. And that's maybe getting a little bit back for the Pangolier. He's still got a ways to go, but he definitely needs some help.
Very nice move for him. Very nice. And yeah, not only that, he's also got a bracer on the Troll Warlord, which is I don't know how common that is. I'm not a carry player, but I don't usually see it. But it does give you like what 1.25 health regen.
Yeah.
That does add up. That's significant. That's an extra what 100 a minute, close to that. I think.
We might be close to where almost every not Null Talisman. Null Talisman still has its place. People will do that if you really need that extra mana regen. They'll do that instead of the Marina Bassi.
Yep.
But that's
Falcon Blade.
it's still like Wraithband and Bracer still have both a place in the meta right now. It is probably the closest we'll get to all three of them being bots for a while.
You know what I wanted? I wanted Null Talisman to give you cast range, like mana regen and cast range instead of maximum mana.
Wow.
And it could have been like 25 cast range, right? So it's like not too much, doubles to 50 later on, which is solid.
Right. What are you doing? But why? Why?
He put a sentry right there, by the way, and okay. Was he trying to buy something from the side shop? From
Exactly,
the secret
right? There's nothing you're buying from Secret as the Fiend.
That's weird. That's very weird. All right, looking at it in terms of net worth, Visage all the way to the top, then all three cores from one move, and then Nicky Cool at the bottom. Not so cool this time, Mr. Nick.
I'm gonna harp on it. If like the DK is so good, why'd you stop? Why'd you ruin the formula?
Oh, by the way, he does have triple bracers on SSS. It is so good. Triple bracers magic wand. That is a ton of stats, by the way. And you know what? If you're a support, you can also play like this and get away with it.
True. Yeah, he's got 330 move speed. Ember in the mid lane has 345 with boots. You're really, you're fast enough.
And you can always get like a windlace and be like, there you go. I've got it.
Oh, Nicky Cool. And then bot side, they're also going to drag back Woe. He does not have his ulti. He's just going to try to get a creep. It wasn't enough XP. Was he close, actually?
No,
okay, he was
like
not close at all. That was just for CS. Okay.
Yeah, it was just like, I'm going to die, might as well take a creep with me. Saw it for Nemiga, though. They get the bigger trade, but in terms of like the pace of the game, the Pango dying is actually worse, because he's the guy who's supposed to snowball.
That's true.
Yeah. He's supposed to roll around right now.
He's not. He's rolling in his grave, watching what his team has become.
I think I forced that one too much. I was like, Rolling Thunder, let me see if I can get it. And he didn't laugh, and I was like, okay, that must be better.
That's
okay, like, because you're top lane.
Oh, he's shifting.
No, they have a nice ward, by the way, right on top of the tower. So Lucas can never really feel safe in this lane.
Nah, he's got to start running away now. He goes for the Falcon Blade first, which is not often purchased by the Morphling, but I love it so much. The reason people don't buy it, of course, is because it's like a big investment, but it fills out everything you want. It gives you that extra attack damage. It gives you extra HP and the mana. Mana.
Marijan is super good early on. By the way, Ike has gone for 1 point in cask. I've seen some people go say, "Oh, go for
022.
Yeah, 022, and then go to like 032." Honestly, the stun is just really valuable. You get two people on, even one guy, if it bounces on the creep and back, it's super useful. Cancels TP. So I'm glad Ike, believes in that as well.
When you think about your timings as the Witch Doctor, it's honestly very hinging on the Maledict. So I think that's why people prioritize it so much. But if you don't have any subsequent lockdown in your lane, you do need that extra bit of help. And Nicky Cool. Okay, you should be fine for now. But I think that's why the CK Witch Doctor lane is so good, because you can do that 022 and you have the stun around you. But with Morphling, you just don't have that.
Alright. Yeah, I have my super unique skill build for this. He's got it. All right, Marcy, you get the extra hit, but it's not enough to keep it alive. Dr. Bum dodges the Maledict. Ike is in trouble.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble here. And then in the mid lane, they'll kill Nikki Cool here. On the other side, the Witch Doctor is falling. He goes down to the Megas, and then Jez V should try to get some revenge. Dr. Bum will go down to Mixa. So all over, people are just dying. But that Witch Doctor was denied to Megas. So technically, we'll call it an even trade.
We could, but he did die, right? He is off the map. He's not having impact.
Ugh.
And the tower is pretty bad, actually.
Oh, Lord. Oh, 3K. It is rare. I'm telling you, rare that in this bottle water rune meta, a mid laner is at 3K net at 11 minutes now. I mean, this is a stomp
butchery
in the mid lane. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an absolute butchery. And we were saying, like, I only picked Nami because I think they're better players. But draft-wise, bottom lane, Dr. Bum.
Oh, yeah,
The Bum Rush. There it happens.
Mm-hmm. And whoa. Well, he does have battle trance, but he's got to have his team in to help him. It's not even worth to turn around sometimes unless you have the help. And here's the Phoenix getting hit by the roll. He still doesn't have his ulti yet. He needed one kill to come through from the Troll Warlord. Instead, he'll fall. Troll to fall as well. Now, Ember could get some cleanup here. Ends up getting one kill, but then has to swiftly run away. Dude, click on this Phoenix. Look at how close he was to that level 6. They just needed that one kill on Marcy. They would have gotten level 6. They could have turned it around, but just didn't have it in the tank.
Yeah, 16 EXP would have got him there. And this nice Nikki Cool gets involved. I don't think he got any kills from that, but it's still, 3 assists is good for your name.
Mm-hmm.
And Visage now has the Rod of Atos, I think, flying up to him. So we were talking about that lockdown issue, right? How are you on lockdown, Ember? Here we go. One solution.
Oh, he went double null. That's insane. I've seen one null. Again, like, null has its place in this meta. Any side laner that really wants that mana region, but you're not going bots, null is the item for you. But two of them is kind of crazy. And you can see this one, Dr. Bum does get... no, we don't want to see him. He's our friend. We don't want to see Ike die. Dr. Bum, though, does barely TP away. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to know my super secret Witch Doctor build? All right. You go 1-2-2 because the second point in Maledict is so valuable. And you want max wood restoration, but by 8. It's like level 2 is kind of good enough to get you from that, level, level 3 to level 7 when you get that third point. It's good enough. So, but the second point in Maledict really adds so much. The damage does increase by like 50%. It's insane.
That's true. And I mean, to be fair as well. Troll Warlord again being forced to pop the ult, but again just getting beaten on down. Mixa picks up the kill. This is the second time I've seen 3 people run into a Troll Warlord bottom, run him down with his ulti, and not lose a single person. And that's just going to be really hard for One Move's net worth to come back in this one. And honestly, the Morphing's not having the worst time. Yeah, top side. Looks like they will try to run. No, okay.
Wow, surprising he doesn't have Stampedes. So, but they're just and they already threw them out. That was a very surprising attempt on the Mega, where it's like Ike threw everything, Maledict, Cask, and ulti, and Nikki Cool was like, now Ike's gonna die for his sins.
Yeah, you can see here that's the power of the heal. They did have the burst damage for that one since it got nerfed, and Pangolier has the ulti, but sharp shot for sure, dodging. Again, the shield crash. He can't get the barrier. XN again with the kill, and this is probably the closest match up to this point that we've had all day.
Yes.
XN says he's going to play an FPS because this game is too easy.
Oh, that's not what he means. I think. No, but I think Nikki Cool, he should have jumped earlier, right? Because the cooldown on the Sleight of Fist was not available, but he waited to run away. Didn't work out. Lost his life. Either way. Nikki Cool, man, just really not his game. Really
I know, right? We've seen him dominate in like the absolute worst situations so much. And this game, it seems like things weren't great, but certainly not enough to typically shut him down like they have thus far. And to be fair, One Move, they've seen this team a lot. So they may have gone to the drawing board and been like, "This Nikki guy is a problem. We need to do something." And maybe they found the solution for themselves.
Surprising. It's not like they even had to ban his DK. They're just like,
right?
He just picks Pango and loses. Ike, he's done something I also love, which is that he does not consume the Gree at 10 minutes. I've seen not recently, to be fair, but I used to see in the beginning of the past people eat the gree, and then they'd be like, no, don't, and he's dead again. More gree.
True. So what is so I know that you get stuff whenever you are involved in kills, right? That's how this works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. You mean like how the gree mechanic works?
Yeah.
No.
Oh no, it's
when
just
you
time.
No, when you die, the gold you would have lost, the unreliable gold, goes into the gree instead.
Oh, I see.
I mean, the enemy still gets gold, but you don't lose gold technically. In that you store it. It just goes from spendable into the bank.
Yeah, no. Like when you play Monopoly, you know, whenever you pay fines, you just put on free parking. So he's got a little free parking pass here.
Something like, yeah, basically. But here's the problem is that he doesn't actually have unreliable gold. He's got 0 of it. So he's not... No, I'm serious. If you hover over him, because you only get unreliable gold from like creeps and towers and kills, you get reliable gold only from the timer. That's it. That's the only source of it.
So there's no max to this. It just can keep on going? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Your only situation is that when do I eat it, right? Because if you eat it too early, the game goes like for 30 minutes later, you're like, oh man, could have saved so much gold. You eat it too late.
You don't consume until they're hitting your ancient for sure. Get the max value.
I'll tell you what, they've been games where I play with the Witch Doctor, I'm like, wait, I still have this? And a lot of times you're like, you know, it's 30 minutes, you have 1,000 gold. Is 1,000 gold really a lot? It's not. It's just, it's not the best innate ability, and it's super weird that you only get 1 charge of it, you know?
There's definitely some sort of like weird timing where you get like the max bane for your buck, where like, this gets me to my next item, and I'll use that to propel me in this game. I don't know what that is though, because it's not like you rush Ags on this hero anymore. But maybe that was the case.
Yeah, exactly. It's like half the time you're like, do you want to eat it now? You get 500 gold. 500 gold is nice, but is it really a game-changing amount? Not really. It doesn't even give you up to the Hoodwink.
You're still you're still gonna be lowest net worth.
So that's it's not like I think Warlock's Black Grimoire is way better, but that's a fast, not an innate. Which is like, what's easier to use? EXP is so much better. Huh?
That one is affected by how much you're involved in kills, right? Is that one the one I'm thinking of? Okay, yeah.
That's the one. You store souls and then you can eat the book later. It's pretty solid. That one's pretty solid. But Gree, eh. Alright, we're in Oh, Nikki Cool!
Get down, Mr. President!
Oh,
They're after you!
He was fine, man! He was fine!
No, he was gonna die. If we had just B, we'd still have JFK.
Oh man, I've watched a documentary on that, and I'm like, I love when they're like, you see the shadow here? It could be a shooter. It could be bushes. You're like, well, you didn't really tell me much, but sure. It's like super pixelated 1960s camera that shows, you know, and then they zoom out, and you're like, really? I can barely see anything zoomed in.
He did it! He did it! He did the thing!
Yeah.
He went for Crimson.
It's a good item. The Visage Birds do nothing. Marcy's damage is reduced to nothing. Pangolier, he's gone for... He doesn't go for the right click, so at least he's not affected. We've seen a lot of Echo Saber Pango, but I still prefer this build until Quinn shows us how it's played. Once Quinn shows me, then I'm like, okay, that's the way it should be. Like...
As it should be.
Yeah, well, he'll be fair. Quinn's like the best Pango in the world.
Sure.
He should be. It's the only hero he can play. So
that's why this hero needs to be just like this hero needs to be put out back. I'm tired of it ever being in the pool. And I get it. I honestly get why people still picked it after it was nerfed, because for so long this was like the only hero that was really viable to play in the mid lane, or else you were griefing. Yeah. So it was like, well, I played 1,000 games of Pango over the last year, and they nerfed him a little bit. I have like 2 games on the rest of the heroes. Pick me Pango again. No. Swashbuckle should be 1 swash, or it doesn't use your modifiers. Pick one, send it out. Yep. The hero sucks. We can go to something else that's normal in the mid lane again.
Oh, don't worry. What you'll do is they'll reduce Swashbuckle to 2 hits. Then they'll add some sort of innate ability where it's like, every time you hit, you'll get a guaranteed extra hit. And you're like, what the hell is this?
Which would be very funny, honestly. Like, you only get 1 swash, but then there's like, it's almost like a ogre multicast. You have a chance to get another swashbuckle, and each one procs another one. You could get like 10 swashes if you're lucky enough.
There you go. And then people will be like, he's more broken than ever. That's how Valve has balanced Pango since the beginning. They take something, then they give him something else.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right. Aegis is on the Ember Spirit. Troll Warlord's been farming away. Generally, it's been quite a passive game. Although we might...
I know what happened last time. We had a team that was pretty well up in the action, and then they waited forever.
Okay.
It didn't go well for them. And Ike, he falls. All right.
By the way, Ike has done something very... Oh, no. Oh, that could be bad. This could be bad.
Could be. I'm sure this is okay. They look at how little damage Triple S takes. He's just perfectly okay. And with this Crimson Guard, we're about to see, I think, a completely different game. Because surely if they didn't know they were like pretty safe before, watching that entire engagement take no health from your team has to have been eye-opening.
And speaking of eye-opening, Nikki Cool gets bushed whack, gets dead.
Oh yeah, he is just dead. Triple S. I mean, right on top of him, thank God the Pango is dead. I'm sorry, I love you, Nikki, but I have to root against your hero.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. Dr. Bum's getting closer to his Maelstrom. Triple S, he's got 3,000 health with just these items. And he's going for Eternal Shroud. His in 4 minutes, his what are they called again? Damn it, the bracers will level up. Why not?
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is worrisome. Mage Slayer and BKB on XN. Unused BKB, by the way, still fresh. That's what you like it, you know, just delivered. And Phoenix has a Spirit Vessel. On the other side, Morphling's first item is... he wants to go for the Agam's shot. Okay. Alright, he wants to go for Kanda. That's cool.
I like the Kanda, but is he still... He feels pretty unsafe right now. He's getting just like completely nuked out. The Shard will help with... Maybe that is enough. Maybe you just need a Shard and you'll be okay.
Maybe. By the way, he ate the Gree. Ike, he ate the Gree, he got himself a Glimmer Cape.
Okay.
Alright. You know?
I could see that as being like the Great Spike, where like that's... What? It was probably 600-700 gold for him at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure that was fine. I think the big thing is like you want to use it to get like a discrete item timing, so you can have that sort of like advantage on the map. If it's not giving you some item, then why use it? You know.
And he also got a free. But he's also got a free shard from the Tormentor. So he just ate a Gree, got a free shard, and he's still 2,000 gold behind the Hoodwink.
Right. Like, you take away the shard, he's still barely above Marcy.
Yep. He would be right there. I mean, I know doctors make like a lot of money, but I didn't think Dr. Bum would be this rich.
He's you know, he's still got a lot of loans to pay off. A lot of that doctor debt still hitting him.
And very odd, by the way, Ike. He has left Voodoo Festration at 3 and opted to max out the other 2 spells. Like, yeah, this is very unusual. This is not. This is unusual in every regard, right? Because you went for the Voodoo Festration, you expect to be maxed out by 7, 8 if you play like me, which is better. But maxing Maledict and Cask before Festration?
I was kind of. I mean, are you just accepting that like your Festration is only for the lane? And once the lane is done, like, okay, I am now stunned and my E, which makes me feel like you shouldn't choose that talent. I don't know if there are many talents you should like only pick for the laning stage. That seems kind of crazy.
I like that, right? It's like you're saying, like he's like, all right, I'm not gonna be living long enough that my Festration is actually gonna do anything. So might as well use the other 2 spells. Maybe take a 200 health talent to 10 instead of the Voodoo Restoration mana cost.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we still have this Aegis. Never mind, we do not have this Aegis. This Ember has been doing quite well. Of course, he's got the Maelstrom. I'm sure he's going for his own Gleipnir now. I feel like sky is the limit because with this BKB and Mage Slayer, you're pretty healthy. There's not a whole lot that's really going to take you down. There's no BKB piercing disable at the moment from their team. It's his fight to play. I think going all in for the damage. I could even see a world where you don't even go for the Gleipnir now, and you do go for something that like still amps your damage out. But you know, the right thing is probably just go for the Gleipnir.
Yeah, the Gleipnir is good. You know, the lockdown gives you everything. It's very nice to get it. So it's solid. But yeah, Namiga, they've been keeping this 5,000 deficit for a while. It's not improving their chances to win though. Apparently, like, it goes up to 6,000. Never mind.
I mean, they still. It's all about item timings at this point. You know, 6,000 since they've kept it going. Like, what is your next set that's really going to win you the game? You do have a vessel here for the Morphling. So once you see that Manta get used, that's something that can open up. Troll, getting the BKB here soon. Had to just stay at the Yasha, and the BKB is getting sent out. If they can find a fight before this, could be nice for Nemiga.
Yeah, it has to be right now because
Yeah.
it is like, and they're all the other side of the map. 25 minutes. Oh, what the?
It works, guys. The button works.
It's a good BKB.
Yep.
I love that one caster using. He's like, I want to make sure it wasn't one of those made in China BKBs. I'm like, I don't know if you should say that.
Depends on what region, I suppose.
But I like what you. I guess what you mean though. Yeah. It's like it's a real BKB.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah.
That thing works. Lucas does have the con to finish, so the burst damage is there. As Nicky Cool, he's gonna be overtaken by Dr. Bum very soon if this keeps up. Dude, Nicky Cool has always been like the star of this team on heroes that generally haven't been impressive to watch, and he's like I gotta keep my eye on this guy.
And this time it's been rough, and hopefully it is just a start of the game jitters because his team is about to have to mount a high ground defense. They don't have the Aegis just yet, so maybe they're safe for a bit. But now Hoodwink has the Gleipnir. I believe we have Gleipnir on the way for XN, who also has a DD. Now he has the Blightstone in inventory here. He wants to stay here, right? Yep, Gleipnir now. Jump stun, and there it is.
There you go. Ike 1-7 this game. No one else has even died. Okay, there are a couple of 4 people dead. It's 4 deaths, but not the witch doctor we were expecting to see.
Yeah. No, just again, if you only have this facet to use in the early game and then it's done, it's not a good facet. That's just the life.
It's bad in both categories, by the way, because remember, he already ate the Gree. So there's no way where he can be like, oh, it's fine, he's not losing gold, he'll just eat the Gree later. Because besides the Gree giving you gold per death, it also gives you 20 GPM. So that's, yeah, it's another thing that you lose.
Yeah.
I guess a gem. Cool.
It's something. It certainly is something. I don't know. This is going to be hard for them to fight because this Aegis is about to come up. It is a short spawn, which certainly is beneficial for one move because they're the ones who control the map. But it is a smoke coming from Nemiga. If they can grab a nice fight here, they could turn this game around. However, you've got to get a nice jump to start here. They see the Ember on the wave. Could be it.
The Triple S is so hard to bring down. He's got Eternal Shrouds, Crimson Guard, 3 Bracers. He's got 4,000 health. Yeah, he's tanky. And on the other side, we haven't even seen a Phoenix Egg so far. Literally,
that's a good point.
It's been so easy they haven't even had to use Egg. All right. And both teams, they kind of feel each other. The spider senses. They smell something in the wind.
Wisdom Rune is about to spawn too, and Morphling is kind of close to it. Yeah, go over there and grab that.
No, you need it.
No, go back,
Lucas. And in the end, by the way, have you ever seen this? Is it happening in pubs where you go mid, you fight the enemy team, then you go mid, and then you fight them again. Then at some point, one guy pushes by himself. Everyone looks at the mid lane like, I can't be bothered. I've been there twice. I'm bored.
So they make a really good smoke. They just don't find anything. They know Roche is about to be up. They don't get the Wisdom Rune. Hoodwink is the one who get it. They end up losing this Roche completely. And one move, they are firmly in control of this one. Where they had the opportunity to answer it, and they just gave up.
Well, to be fair, man, they might have just thought that this is just too risky of a fight. Like, we see it, and we'd be like, yeah, this could be a good opportunity. But for them, they're like, man, we don't know where they are. They could be coming from behind. We haven't lost anything. Let's just give them the Aegis. It's still a high ground defense. Like, I respect them not taking a risky move. Wow, look at us giving teams, saying nice things. We're such good people.
Yeah, I used to. There are these tweets usually from pro players that would be like, I can't stand whenever talents fighting the players who say they're doing something wrong. So they're all better, and then that's somehow died. So I feel like I've watched so many more like content pieces where they're like, this team did something wrong. Everybody's like just accepts it as truth. So I definitely came through at a good time. I think if I said this like 2 or 3 years ago, I would probably be like, my Twitter would be filled with not nice things. I would probably get a really bad rap.
Yeah, but you know, some of the people who are criticizing them are like SVG. He's a TI player.
That's true, yeah.
You know, so if SVG says, "Hey man, that play sucked," what are you gonna do? When you lost the game, are you gonna go tweet at him like SVG said I sucked, but he's the one who sucks?
At least mine is also mine is mostly facetious. Usually, whenever I see that a player's doing something bad, it's just like they're doing the right thing, but it's boring. I want them to do something really risky so I can have fun.
I want them to run to Roche blind.
Yeah.
Versus Phoenix Egg. Oh, Ike.
Oh, Ike, you're not healing. He went into the voodoo switcheroo, and as he comes on out, yeah, that's a big death for him here. Namiga, they're feeling the pressure, and there's a lot of those getting shot out from Mixa, but is it truly enough here? Wow, really wanted to go in for these racks. He's getting stunned up. And Lucas has a huge shield rune. Actually, they may be able to take this one, turning into the Ember. The poor Centaur, he just gets eliminated here, and they take the first life of the Troll Warlord.
Gem on the ground.
Gem on the ground, they'll pick it up here. Popping the BKB, gonna get one root in, but the stun, it's on the Tango. Now popping the ulti on Woe, trying to get healed up from the switch, or from the Phoenix. It's sure enough for now, but they will end up turning through, killing the Troll Warlord, and now one move. They're in danger. They've got to escape from this one. Odway can't get away. Jess V is right on top of him. Dr. Bum. It's a triple kill for Lucas. Only the Emperor and Phoenix to live, and I think that's the first egg we've seen, and well, it was kind of lackluster.
Yeah, it was very far. I don't know if it's stunned anyone. He got the laser off at least to heal, but they chewed through the Centaur. Great jump by Nicky Cool, catching him like kind of far away, but next to the cliffs, and his team was able to follow up. They get the kill on the Troll. They steal the gem. They have the gem on them. Huge. Look at the dive in net worth. It's not really fully like materialized yet, but it's gonna be there.
Oh yeah, and a lot of that was this conduct burst damage from Lucas as well, able to get the initial magic damage. And Centaur just now does have the Eternal Shroud. He's got some physical protection, but he's by himself. He just goes down. That's the second kill on Triple S. This game wasn't even. There is like, okay, well now, you know, it's a bit fragile. It's more than fragile now. One move, they have actually let this get evened out.
A very tenuous lead to begin with, and space. I mean, yeah, they had 7,000, but it's not like that's the biggest thing.
No.
Just V's going for Nemesis Curse. His BKB is finished. He's going close to Basher. He's like, I want to be able to jump someone and burst them down. And why the hell not?
Yeah. And what do we have on him? So we've got the BKB going in for the Basher next. BKB Basher, especially for support, Marcy, is a pretty big timing.
A Nemesis Curse on top. Again, that's every hit does 35 damage, and you get 12% extra. That's a lot. That's... Like, it's very hard to say in words just how much of a damage burst Nemesis Curse is for your whole team.
No, that's a good question. I mean, it has to be something like 8%.
Hey! And for the love of God, it's 12%. The 8% is you yourself, how much you take.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It's 12. It's 12.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes I like items like this where it gives some sort of downside where it's like you know what's gonna happen to you. The what is it? The Whisper, where you have like less daytime vision. It's like I don't know if this is actually going to like bury me or not. You know, my team will see things. That's okay. I don't need to see things. Like this one's like nighttime. No, like it's gonna hurt.
And like the craggy armor that used to reduce your
I hate that one,
no, they don't reduce attacks. That felt bad, right? When you attack slow, you're like, oh. Philly Stone reduces attack damage for GPM. That was, as a support, sometimes you do like hit creeps, and you're like, wow, this feels like shit.
Yep, that's really rough. And now, I mean, dude, they're feeling the pressure. One move, they're instantly with the smoke out here. They've got the egg. They're hankering for a good one, but now you've got to lock down Lucas, who's got Satanic. They've got the Hurricane Pike.
Needs to be careful.
A lot of nuke damage, and they're getting seen first.
Side one.
First root. Oh, the shot away.
Oh, much needed. Who actually pushed? Oh, yeah, he pushed himself. Okay,
he just pushed himself. I mean, it was good. They saw the bushwhack come out. Had that bushwhack landed, a fight would have started. I don't know if they would have killed him because he still has shard, but a fight would have ensued.
I was looking. I was like, I don't think Witch Doctor or Marcy are like 4-staff builders. And I was like, yeah, it's probably not for him. It's like these supports are literally useless.
I mean,
On the other side, Hoodwink's going. It almost got a crit on her as well.
yep.
And the Dr. Bum, I don't know if he's a part of Hydra because it says Hydra if he's standing in, but he is making a good case for himself. You know, it's like, yo, you guys ain't watching. You should be watching. Is he?
True. Having a very good game so far, and this is reminiscent of you know, the guy that I watch in my NA scene who plays this a ton. It's B God, and he always does this damage hoodwink thing. However, their team is mostly like communicating around it, where it's like, we know what he's gonna build on this hero. Right? If you need some survivability items, ask the Pause 5 about it, because this guy is gonna just murder their supports and open up the game for us. And I like that style of hoodwink. First off, it's entertaining, and second off, you know, it's sometimes I think you play a role. The hoodwink hero is built more for this offensive capability rather than the defensive style.
The Yule's Aetherledge one, all right? I've seen it. And I'm like, if you were gonna do this, there are better heroes. As Witch Doctor uses his switcheroo for some reason. Cool, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, it works.
All right, it's a good one. Any items coming out here that are interesting? Let's see. Shiva's Guard is finished up on Ember Spirit. That's kind of solid, especially with the Phoenix on your side. That's a lot of extra damage.
Wait, but didn't he finish out a crit stick on XN?
XN. No, I thought Dr. Mom is the one with the crit stick.
Huh? Maybe I just imagined that. I swore I saw that he had queued up a crit stick on the Ember, but I mean, I still like this magic damage build. It's definitely
it's solid.
With the Shivas, you have that extra regen, degen. It's gonna be up to like, you know, Woe maybe to get a Scotty, but still gonna be pretty good.
Speaking of that, they're also going for 2 Heaven's Halberds. They have one on the Centaur, and they have one coming out for Rain Prince. They're looking at Lucas and they're like, listen, guys, we hold him down. He's got no BKB, and Heaven's Halberd cannot be dispelled. It can, if you... I felt like I was losing my mind the other day. I was talking to a bunch of casters, like, yeah, it can be dispelled. I'm like, are you guys serious?
It's like, it can be nullified for the duration of your BKB, but it can't be dispelled. It'll stay there.
And I think they might confuse the Heaven's Halberd with other disarms, which can be dispelled. Yeah. The Heaven's Halberd is like, it's kind of like, you know, some of them are treatable STDs, but this one's herpes. It's sticking for you for life.
You gotta take some antibiotics, but once you stop taking the antibiotics, it'll come back.
Yeah, stronger than ever. Lucas reveals himself.
Really funny, but yeah, roll through. This is a really good corridor for Nicky Cole to roll. Whoa, took so much damage to start off. Already popping the ulti, trying to get on top of the Morphling. He's there. The heal from Ryan Prince is there, but now Jesby getting him the backside, trying to stop the Phoenix, tossing him around, but he still has the ulti, trying to hit down the egg. They need a little bit more to focus, and they'll kill him. The egg falls, and all of a sudden, XN, I mean, he's trying to clean this one up for his team. It's only the Morphling and Mixa left. But Triple S, he's not down. He's just a little bit of tank. He's got to get away from this one because XN doesn't have it in the tank to get these last few kills. But Morphling, he's got it here. The stun will land on a few creeps, sure, but his Morphling, he's turning through, rooted up, morphing with the strength. He should be fine enough that Disarm is there. They'll kill Triple S. He's trying to run away. XN is actually living through this one. Double root connect, sure, but now they've turned. They're on top of the Ember. I don't think you live through this one. It's Lucas, the double kill. He comes back, though, with a vengeance. They're rolling through. He actually gets it and gets a 6-kill streak. XN giveth, but XN also taketh away. Sure, it's a team wipe, but you buy back on the Ember, get some revenge. Worth?
You killed 4 for a team wipe, but your team is going to be up very soon. And Lucas is not. So it is worth, because now they can actually take Roshan. So beautiful, XN, amazing decision making in the split second. He's like, I'm going to buy back, kill the Morphling. Yeah. We're going to have our team ready for it. They're going to have to book it. Actually, they're pretty far from Rosh, aren't they?
They are. They don't have a tower as well. Yeah, they have to TP down to the bottom outpost and then come back. Oh, Roshan, it's about to go there in a few seconds.
Morphling's about to be right?
Up. Yeah,
yeah. But
they gotta get the strong warlord involved now. But no, they find him with the Hex. Nuking him as well. He does have the ulti. He does have the BKB. But if you hold this high ground, Roshan, he's gonna come there soon. You gotta get into the Roche pit if you want to take this fight.
No, it's still good. It's still good. One move there, they're in time. The Miga, they know they can't contest this 4 versus 5.
seconds
They
right
might try, but it's very risky. It's all Nikki Cool. Nikki Cool. Oh, it's too late. It's too late.
It is. They get the Aegis completely off of the buyback from Ember, eliminating the Morphling. Because there is a Morphling in this engagement, they're taking it for sure. Instead,
Good.
one move, grasp out of the game, managed to hold it for just a little bit longer. They do have the physical protection, but that's a lot of magic from Mixa right now. Dive through, stunned up on the Phoenix.
Not
He
bad.
can't get it. He's just dead. And now they're turning back into the Mixa. He turned through, not dead yet. And
Lucas coming.
Whoa, getting the Manta off once, stunned up for so long here. He desperately wants to pop BKB, but the Aegis, he doesn't have it any longer. They already took down the first life. Once again, XN is here without his team, without any help. This time you can't buy back for this one. If you die here, you're dead for a long time. Hexed up. One more slight, it ain't enough. He will fall, Lucas, with another double kill to end it out. And this time, one move. They're down and out for 2 minutes on their mid laner.
What a beautiful start. Oh, what a beautiful start. Nice job by Nico. I thought they were not going to go for that fight. It was like, you know, Morphling's still not there, but they catch them off guard and really well done overall. We didn't see the egg. We didn't see that, like, Hoodwink and Phoenix. They just melted. They're gone.
Yeah. They started, like, the supports were so far forward into a ward. Now, Nemiga clearly knew what was going on. They had a fantastic ward down to play these fights, but you're just running into vision haphazardly. You can't do that. Poor Phoenix was just trying to get in and help out, but he got caught by a roll and then a cask, I believe. So he was just locked in forever. He didn't even get to press like a Yules or anything. Oh, he doesn't have one. Well, unfortunate.
Yeah, and Wishnock did 4,000 damage in that fight just because he got Malwicked off on like 2 people. But he's like, my job here is done. yeah, useful. But that might sound like I'm flaming him, but he did way more than the Hoodwink and the Phoenix, and that's scary.
Oh yeah.
Very even game right now. But I've said before, Nemiga is the better team, and I'm not surprised this is happening.
Yeah, this is clearly a team that knows how to play the game, coming back into it, even though they had a rough start. This is the true test of a Dota team. Can you take a large deficit, work around the map, and take the fights you need to finally win a game? And they're certainly doing it right now. They've evened it out. This game is actually in their hands. And now they jump through on the Centaur. As we said, he can die very quickly with the Maledict, with all the crit from Lucas. They'll take down Centaur as if he was paper in the mid lane. Ember up in 19. I think they're going to force a Centaur buyback. They need to take this fight.
I like how Ike has adjusted. Oh, wait. The fight. Marcy gets broken in a bit of a tough spot. Can't really fight anymore if you're Marcy. There you go.
No.
There you go.
Oh, Lucas. Forward. Okay. Yeah.
It's fine. And they want to catch some stragglers.
They want the Centaur bind back into the action. Jets B forced upon the BKB. It won't keep them safe. You're not 100% magic mean anymore. So they will get 1 kill at least. And it seems, even with the Centaur buyback, that is all they'll get on 1 move.
It's nice kill, but it's really not. I mean, you just lost your barracks and forced your loft layer to come back. Not ideal. And I gotta say, XN, is he MVP or is it Lucas? Because he is carrying the team from a losing situation, you know?
That's true. I mean, Lucas took a pretty rough spot and came back to it. Now, Nikki Cool is playing his part. But certainly it's the damage from this Morphling and the positioning that he has that's really kept them in and gotten them into this winning position, I'd say.
Same. So we're gonna go. All right, we're gonna go with Lucas. I'm fine with that. I mean, it does look like he'll probably win the team. So I win the game for his team, and I feel like MVP should be from the winning team. You know, I was like,
that's true.
If you're that good, how did you lose?
True.
Oh no!
Oh god! This is a Centaur. He's supposed to be thick. The Maledict, do they have any heal for him? They don't. Triple S just falls. Where was my Phoenix at? Where? It felt like we were so long waiting for a Sunray. It was on cooldown. Oh no.
All right. So you don't have Centaur, and you're against. Oh, it's gotta be an amazing bushwhack with an egg with searing chains on top, lock them down, something like that. That's the only thing. You know. All right, solid move there using the Shivas with the Scythe Fist. Lucas, okay, we're starting off. This is what we want to see. Kinda. We need more. We need way more. Woe isn't here though. Woe's farming. What's he
you
farming
don't-
for?
You don't care. You don't care.
Yeah.
He's
He
trying to get
does
an MKB
care.
here.
I think he almost has it. Should have enough gold for us with this cap. All right, an MKB for barracks, but he feels like he has to get it. I just don't realize that they even have any butterflies on the enemy side.
Right? I'm kind of confused as to why, but maybe they're expecting to come out here. Nikki, cool.
Good kill.
Oh, yeah, good pick off here. Can they get more rooted up this Witch Doctor as well? You want to commit for it, but you don't want to go too far.
That's solid though.
Yep, forcing out the Voodoo switcheroo. Getting the root again. This is the committal in from the Ember
Again.
Spirit, but they won't go too far in. Disarm, but he does pop the BKB. He's fine for now. Whoa, trying to turn this one back through. A nice sunray,
egg.
actually. Turning back into the Visage. He's going to have to stone himself down, but that's with the BKB. That's a rough timing for them to go through, but still Lucas nuking down the Troll Warlord. It's an Ember Spirit V all game, and they've got hexes. They've got nukes. Just V on top of it will bash him into oblivion. It's 3 gone for 1 move, only trading out the Pangolier.
The doctor.
And Lucas, he's not done yet. Look at the nuke damage. You shall not pass. Nixa and the team, they get 4 gone from 1 move.
Oh man, losing XN, like the buyback was very questionable, right? When we saw it, we're like, really? We're buying back? They killed Just V, but nothing, no credit goes to the Centaur in that situation. I think he'll use his ulti. Then he gets caught, loses his life here. The biggest tank is gone, and it's 4 versus 5 when you're behind. Solid egg, you know?
Yeah.
But that was it, really.
Yeah, it's rough whenever an egg like that comes just like so far after the action because there's nothing keeping you in. They had
Yep.
the stone form down from the Visage, who still lives through that entire engagement. They weren't able to lock in, I believe, on the Voice or the Witch Doctor as well. And now they're just hitting high ground. There's no buyback on any of these heroes. They may not even get the chance to call it. I think it's just over.
Yeah.
They're gonna buy
oh,
in. Phoenix gets nuked on down. Now you can call it. It's
There
GG.
you go.
Game number 1. Despite all that he tried on the Ember Spirit, they will lose to Nemiga. A huge comeback from them, playing the map fantastically, even down a few Aegises. It didn't bother them at all. Morphling comes in, deals the damage, and what a great game number 1 from Nemiga.
It's really hard to like overstate how good Ember Spirit played. XN he's 13, 3, and 9. Like he did so much for his team. He was highest net worth for a lot. How much damage did he do? I want to make sure if he didn't do the highest damage. He did he almost did as much damage as Lucas. Like it's only
Yeah.
6,000, 42 to 48, which is right. Like, but it's just not enough, you know. We lost the Troll Warlord a couple of times in the laning phase. We lost Centaur. We were like Centaur, triple bracer, looking good, tanky, but he gets bursted down. And unfortunately, just the eggs. The first egg was 27 minutes in. So
Yeah.
good try by 1 move, but a couple of being caught here and there just cost them.
Yeah, and this is definitely the best that they've looked. Their team really
Oh, yeah.
complements each other. In the beginning of this game, again, totally winnable. This was not some sort of like outdrafts or anything. Like they had the team to win. I think there's definitely communication issues because, as you said, they've had it before where their comms were definitely, it looked rough. This one also looked rough because I have a Centaur who's just, after a lost team fight, painting around the mid lane, and then he dies
Yeah.
again. And like all of a sudden, this game is blown wide open for Nemiga. Sitting at this bot tower, it's like, okay, sure, he took 10 seconds to die, and there was not a single sunray on him. Like, where is your team? Are you doing this knowing that your team doesn't have spells to save you? Did your team use a sunray elsewhere in the jungle where you're like, hey, where'd everybody go? And all of a sudden you're just dead. You know, what's happening here that you're in this winning position and then you just completely, let it slip from your hands?
And itemization was a weird one as well, right? Like we saw the double halberd, I was like, that's kind of cool, but what the hell is an MKB on Troll gonna give you when the enemy team doesn't even have evasion? You know, it's like, is it one of those things where he's like, I assume they have it, but it's like, they don't. So
No. It seems like maybe he was trying to go through like armor or something with the AC for the single AC on their team. I don't think they even have anything else that's like mitigation. Maybe the Trickster's cloak on the Visage. That's not really enough.
Right? I'm like 17%. If I have to buy an MKB to count to 17%, you're like me, you're in trouble, baby. You're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see if they stay in trouble here because that is game number 1 of Nemiga versus One Move. One Move, they've completely turned around from their last few showings. They had a wonderful group stage, and they had a wonderful first 20 to 25 minutes of this game. But unfortunately, they've fallen back into their old ways. We'll see if they stay here or if they come back for game number 2 and give us a fantastic game. Guys, stay here because we'll have another game for you in just 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 here. Nemiga versus One Move. As a brief recap, One Move they were winning, and Nemiga they stopped them and won instead. So yeah, kind of what we expected going into it is that Nemiga would win, but we didn't expect that One Move would be so dominant. Oh, yep, Otto went away. What can you do? Well, he's gonna come back here because TeamSpeak hates him. But once he comes back, we will have him to answer who he thinks is actually going to win. Wow, he's doing a great job. You can see he's actually just nodding his head. And wow, now he can hear me again. Wow, you did so well there to pretend that you were still on the call.
I know, it's because when the moment we start, I swear you start saying something, and I can see you moving. I'm like, there must be a problem. Then I hear the TeamSpeak connection lost. I'm like, so I was on it, and then I was like, just pretend I'll act like he's my wife, and then maybe he'll be like yes, he's getting what he wants,
Yes, honey.
He's happy. Yes, dear, yes, I did take the trash out. Yes, It's all good.
Dude, so since my wife left, she was like, I'm scared that you're not going to do anything around the house. And last Wednesday, she was like, do you know what day it is? And I was like, our anniversary. What's the answer? And she's like, it's trash day. And I was like, oh, damn it. That was my next guess.
It's like that's awesome, right? It's like it's either the most important day of the year for us, or the day I take out the garbage. I don't really. It's one or the other. All right, so the bands begin. They get rid of the Visage. This is what we've seen a lot of times. Nemiga, Visage, Enigma, Beastmaster. These are Mixa's specialty heroes. If he has a chance to play one of them, 90% of the time he's like, I'm gonna take one. Yep. I'm not sure I wrote BM. I'm assuming it's Beastmaster, but I don't know if it's a Brute. Yeah, I wrote Beast. I'm sorry, so it should be Beastmaster, not Brute.
Oh, okay. Hey, Brute has had its time in the sun. It's definitely a acceptable hero to pick in these games.
I think so too.
Whoa! I didn't realize production tried to put a little blocker on my camera that you couldn't see it in the. Oh wow, those guys are so smart. I ruined it by putting my mic closer to my mouth, and so we'll see. My poor guys.
My mic is right here. I guess they felt like, nah, we can't with the bold one.
That's okay. He just took it the whole way away. That's good. I like this. No, my mic, it's gone. How will you hear me now?
It's all right. We hear you just fine. That's cool. But now we get full face. That's what we want.
That's true.
The full. I believe they call it the full frontal, right?
Yes.
Okay,
I make sure to go full frontal on all the casts that I have.
Speaking of this cast, CK comes out. That's good. This hero, I've never seen a lighter nerf in my entire life of a meta hero. Your strength gain went from 3.2 to 3.1, which is literally touching the guy. And the talent went from 15 strength to 12 at level 15. Oh.
It's like 2.5 strength over the course of the whole game, right?
Right. I don't know if it was from 15 to 12 or 12 to 10, something like that. But he lost the most the tiniest nerf you can ever imagine is the one that happened.
You certainly just grabbed Phoenix here, by the way, right? I feel like if you give over Batrider Phoenix, it's gonna be really hard. No, they go for the Jakiro. I don't know. I thought they were setting themselves up for something awesome. You have Phoenix behind this tiny and the Timber, and then you also are denying this huge lane, DK Phoenix. I don't know.
Rubik's in the pool. I mean, you can just take Rubik if you want, and I think Jess V. Yeah, he's on the Mega. He's one of the best Rubiks I've seen. It's in the pool. You're up against Jakiro. I know that you don't believe in Avalanche as much, but Avalanche is also a really good spell to steal. Timber Chain is not bad.
No.
Yeah. And by the way, they end up banning out all of Mixa's heroes: the Beastmaster, the Visage, and the Enigma, which leaves Phoenix is in the pool, Dark Widow's in the pool, Templar Assassin is in the pool. Actually,
I just feel so strange knowing that both these supports are going to be really good. I feel like the Phoenix offers you more of a game, overall meta for your team. However, the Rubik, I'll agree with you. It's a great Rubik game. I think anytime you see a Jakiro, it's very good. We've seen where the Avalanche proves to be useful. The Timber is a little bit weird because his spells mostly want you to be in close, and Rubik obviously hates that sort of thing. But maybe you get Chakram and it's okay.
I mean, Timber Chain is no different than Blink, right? Sometimes you also want
True.
Blink if you're from Anti-Mage. So,
Ooh.
and of course, they take the Rubik, they take the Underlord because, yeah, I guess percentage damage is really solid.
Yeah.
The lockdown's really good. You can, pit Ice Path, pit procs again. You're taking
Mhm.
fire the whole time. There's actually a good amount of lockdown from Nemiga from all of them.
Oh
Everyone's
yeah.
got something.
Yeah. And I mean, so I like the idea that you like deny pick. You pick up the Rubik so that you can pick the Underlord. Underlord also has that percentage damage. Oh!
Huh?
In 24?
Wow.
In 2024?
Yep, it's a Spectre. It's good old Spicky. What's she doing here? Why?
I don't know. I feel like this is solely for the Rubik. Like you're doing one pick just for that because I don't think it's that great into the CK. Honestly, I think CK
No.
is actually a very good hero at healing through this disperser damage that this Spectre does. Sure, you can get a Radiance for the mischance, but there's also just going to be an Orchid and probably Bloodthorn in the mix to help out with that. I don't like this.
Neither do I. I don't like it either. I mean, one thing gives you like global presence. Maybe if you were like Timbersaws going on people, you would like that extra bit of oomph. It's nice, but in terms of like the matchup, Radiance gives burn to illusions. Sure, I don't even know what the build is. If Spec goes for it, I know there's a lot of like Blade Mail at some point.
Yeah.
At some point we even went Meteor Hammer on Spectre.
Wow.
Do you remember that?
No.
Oh, well, I do. It was a thing. For sure.
I know that there's been like in terms of the early items, you're looking at either Blade Mail or Urn, and then after that you either
Echo
go.
Saber. Echo Saber was the
Oh,
one. Yeah.
interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that Echo Saber was in the mix. It makes sense, I suppose. I think
Yeah,
I
but-
would probably like Blade Mail Radiance this game. That feels
Same.
like the right thing to do. But I wouldn't be against an Urn if that's the cheap item that you want to kind of get you into the game.
Yeah.
It seems like Underlord and CK are just too damn strong to do that in this one, though. I feel like maybe if I was looking at a squishier carry, that your team was kind of like free kills around the map as long as we're not with the Underlord. But CK isn't free. The only free ones you have are really the Rubik and the Bat Rider, and even then, you got to have your team like locked in.
And then you can also expect those, like even if you go Vessel, you can expect those two to have. Even if you go Vessel on Invoker, you can expect the Greaves and like the Phantasm. These are all dispels coming out. But this is I want to say there might be some global presence idea coming out from one move. I thought maybe Zeus or Invoker mid. They go from where you got Sunstrike, you got the dagger, you can the Spectre looks better because Invoker is with her as a combo.
That's true. I feel like the only thing is though I'm missing like I really hate this carry pick even more. Why can't I have a Faceless Void? I think this would have been awesome then if this is what you wanted to do. Sure,
That's
maybe
true.
we wouldn't have seen Ember and Coddle banned out, but thematically you're like Coddle, Zeus, Invoker. You were gonna get one of them at the end of it, no matter what. Still, Spectre has a lot of heavy lifting to do. I want to see this hero succeed because it's the meta that everybody's so damn tanky. You don't really have a lot of carries that do shit about it. I'd like to see Spectre be the one. I just don't believe it.
It's right in my note that he picks Void Spirit sometimes. Yeah, it's like you're saying, like if you have Faceless Void, if you fall behind, you have Cataclysm. It's like that's pretty cool. I would have liked it too, but I'm also excited that we have a new hero, and I can't new hero is good. I want to see that. It'll be cool. Nikki Cool versus XM. This global strat with Invoker, maybe Spirit Vessel, Max Exhort. Timbersaw is great for this sort of stuff, right? Because he's usually like getting kills, and you're like, could you guys help me out? And it's like, I got Sunstrike for you. I got Spectre. I like it. That being said, all in on Nemiga game 2. I'm just so much better than one move in my opinion.
Ooh, yeah, no, I believe that. This one move lineup, literally swapping another carry, I feel so much better about this one. There's obviously a world where the Spectre pops off, and also there's not a whole lot of magic damage versus the Timbersaw at the moment. I think his Eternal Shroud is really going to put in some work. And he's also got a decent lane versus the CK, right? Like you're able to kind of get that nuke damage, walk away, and you'll have a combo breaker in the Tiny as well. If they try to all in you, just Avalanche would be good. So I like some of the things that they have. The carry is kind of freaking me out, so I think I'll still have to go with Nemiga.
And one thing I worry about is that later on, I think the damage is going to be a problem for one move. You know, Spectre's always never been. She's always been kind of like secondary-ish in kind of damage, where it's like, yeah, I deal damage, but mostly it's like when you hit me, I reflect. Or I usually have like a TA or an OD with me, and offlane like Timbersaw is good damage, but he's also like kind of fixed them out. Whereas the game goes on, feels a little bit less. So damage issues might arise. Later though, like we're talking like 35 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, usually with the Spectre, if you have some offlaner that like buys those auras, buys heal, sustain, it helps you out because Spectre is absolutely a hero that does damage by being alive. This one, you know, Timber is going to buy items for himself. He's not really helping you out. Your supports also, I don't think, are really helping you out because you have like Tiny wants to go blink. And maybe even a Condor or something like that for himself. Maybe just Blink Phylactery. Jakiro will give you a Glimmer and a Force. Like, he's definitely going to buy support items. He doesn't have a choice in this game. But I think it's super hard for you to kind of live through all this as the Spectre. And yeah, no, I agree. The damage issues, you have to be ahead. If one move are able to take this laning stage and get a level advantage, then you'll do fine because your spells will simply be higher value than the other person's. But I don't think that's good.
I like that. If you're ahead, it's very much a feasting lineup, right? Like, Sunstrike, I'm dead. Oh, Spectre's on top. Oh, I'm dead. Buildings are falling because of Jakiro. I do disagree with you one thing. We have seen Jakiros go for like Greaves into aura items. It is, you know, as a hero, you're gonna get, you know, what's it called? Mana boots. Mech is not such a big upgrade. It's fine, but you do also need Force Staff up against Pit Lord. Underlord, my bad. Sorry.
I wonder. I think you kind of need Force Staff Glimmer versus the Underlord, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. You need to get your team out of the roots. And then there's so much magic damage with the Underlord for you. I think for the Timber, it's still fine. But for poor Jakiro, I think the Bat Rider Underlord combo might be too much for you without that Glimmer.
Yeah, bottom lane. What if he'll take an early point Pit? Very unlikely.
Again?
Though, but what? Oh yeah, they have 3. They just Dr. Bum's the only one who seems to be contesting. The other side, they're like, nah, we can't. Even though it was only 2 versus 2, but I guess they have no stuns, right? It's Spectre and Jakiro.
Why does Rubik have? Am I reading this correctly?
You are reading it correctly. He does put 1 point in Arcane Supremacy.
Oop.
Yep. That's different. That's definitely new. I haven't seen, can you imagine? They were thinking they're like, he's gonna lift us and he's gonna like catch us, put us on the cliff, and then we're not gonna. And then he's like walking out with Arcane Supremacy level 1, and you're like,
dude, because I guarantee you, Ryan Prince is gonna be like, he's gonna go back and watch this lane and be like, man,
I can't believe it.
Why did he go level 1? Because he never fade bolted me, and then you're gonna see Arcane Supremacy and be like, what?
Yeah, because it's not like you can click on him and you can find out he's got a buff or you got a debuff or anything. It's like, there's just Arcane Supremacy. All right.
And plus, don't you usually go WQ as a Rubik? So he's going to have an amazing Fade Bolt at level 2. But there'll be no lockdown for this Pit on Mixa that eventually comes out, or at least just to keep them in the Firestorm whenever that happens.
And my mana efficiency, right? All this mana regen. For the record, he has, in the laning phase so far, it's 90 seconds. That's 180 mana that he's lost, if you want to go with that.
Yeah.
I want to highlight let's go through some of the facets. It is Shredder on the Timbersaw, not the free Chakram, the other one. That's new. Very different, I gotta say. You do get a bit of slow and damage, but interesting to see it. I haven't seen a lot of it.
Oh, top side. Could get through kill. Oh, he's splintering.
Oh, by the way, poor Spectre. Her facet is basically her old ability. You know?
Dude, Rubik had to TP home. Oh, God.
Level 1 without... Oh, poor guy.
Now,
so...
Mix is going to have a great time, though, because this useless Rubik in his lane is going to steal any of his XP from this gigantic wave coming to him.
I'm trying to understand something here. It says, twist the knife, the facet. Reality also casts a spectral dagger on the target and has a decreased cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, Reality's cooldown goes down to 1 second. Okay, got it. Now I see. But yeah, your facet is stuff that you had before, which doesn't feel good.
All right. I think the spectral thing is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Although I didn't read it. Okay, I played the hero because I was like, I wonder if this hero is good. And I tried to block my creeps on top side, and I was like, what the hell's happening? I'm phased. So
That's
maybe
usually a good thing.
yeah, right. Maybe that's like really good versus the Shadow Shaman because we've seen like people get ward trapped, and that's no fun. But otherwise, I don't think it adds a ton.
Yeah, and but I'm still on the call, right?
Yes, you are still on the call.
Oh,
I mean,
thank God.
I
For a second, I was-
still hear you.
I was like, for a second, I was like, wait, is it over? Nicky Cool takes a bit of damage, but he is going to
Wow!
Has been
Wow! What did he wow?
be... he wowed when he puck dodged an attack from Enchantress.
Yeah, no, that's gotta be it.
That was it. Wow!
That's
Super good moment in time.
oh yeah.
Yeah, so far, so yeah, it's always sucks when everyone else is getting cool new facets and innate abilities,
Yeah.
and you got the same old crap that you had before, but now you have to pick it.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's absolutely a nerf. Like I've said, anytime that something like this happens, topside, okay, forces him out the Lotus, but that's okay.
It's
Whoa.
like,
And then boss
Even
side,
the-
yo, I think they could go low here.
yeah, they might Spectre. Oh, he's fine.
Oh.
It's like when people were like, "Oh, you get Poison Sting now at level 1." I mean, like, sure, but it's a 3% slow. Are we really?
Right.
Like, sure, as he gets an innate ability, it maxes out to roughly the same thing, but am I supposed to be happy at 3% slow? Oh, this is gonna be a kill.
Boy. Yeah, turn through. Ike falls pretty easy. He was putting a lot of pressure on them, but then kind of threw it all away. That was 360 gold going to the Tiny as well. That's a good chunk of money.
It is. It's a nice deal, and they do, and just in time, right?
Okay.
As they do lose roll on the other side.
Yeah. So,
But-
making sure they don't give away first blood.
But yeah, at the same time, though, he's not actually getting too much farm on Triple S. Like in terms of CS, he's actually lowest here. That's,
Wow.
not ideal. Oh, I looked up Dr. Bum. He is a part of Hydra. He joined them at the beginning of June. So, you know, good for him. I'm glad. I'm looking at him. He's very impressive. Very much on our radar.
Absolutely. He's been doing a great job here, and he's also he's farming kind of well. His net worth is the good news is that you're slightly below your Spectre net worth. The
Yeah.
bad news is that your Spectre is slightly above your net worth. So good and bad.
No, the bad news is that the Spectre's being, handed her ass right now. And you're like,
Mhm.
well.
Oh my goodness, Meeks, stop. He's just got 2 denies under the tower. One of them was a range creep. Please stop bringing close creeps next to him. Oh, thank God. Oh,
Oh, Mixa. He's
he
very
care?
durable.
yeah, he is.
But-
I don't care about that guy in the mid lane. I care about this. All right, this is
He's
so
dead.
cathartic for Woe if he gets this last hit. Oh my goodness.
Much needed. Very much needed. But losing XN, I would say that is the bigger deal. That is going to be your Invoker who's going to snowball. He's got the urn, so we'll see and I think he wants Vessel because he's got the crown. You're not gonna buy a casual crown. Oh, nicely, Dr. Bum.
I was waiting on the toss to see if something happened, but it didn't. And yeah, now level 6 on Nicky Cole as well, which means that he is absolutely able to just bully the Invoker really with the dives through.
And look at Nicky Cool. He has the double bounty, fills up, moves the bracer. He's gonna walk back with pretty much full mana and health now. Yeah, full
Yep.
mana and health. He was very close to dying.
Radiant are scanning.
And
No,
the net worth?
I don't know. I think the net worth is looking pretty good right now for Team Nemiga. A lot of that is the CK succeeding, and honestly,
Wow.
Timber and Spectre are having a very hard time.
Check out Rain Prince's items. He's got Iron Branch and Infused Raindrop. So he's like, I'm rocking it, boys.
Oh yeah. You know what? Actually, I thought it was worth. Spectre and Timber aren't super low. I think it's just like this Bat Rider and this Tiny are very farmed.
They are very farmed. They are very farmed. Like, you expect the sports to be more like the Rubik or less. As XN.
That'll be something.
He's
Dive
dead.
through. Yeah, certainly dead on the Invoker. Not able to toss out any other spells. They'll finally TP in another support, but this magic damage early on is quite good without any mitigation at all. So it's gonna be up to your team maybe to help out a bit, but for now, Nicky Cole will continue to run the mid lane.
Not exactly ideal right now for one move, as you are expecting to snowball You are the Timbersaw and Invoker lineup. You need to, get these kills and move on. Okay, this is something, but he's got a shield.
Yeah.
He might be dead.
Wait,
Yeah.
brother! I think he had steps. No, maybe he didn't have any steps. Huh.
No, he didn't have mana for it. He was out of mana
Damn.
for it. That's why.
Hey, good pickup there from one move then, because I think that was a little bit handed to them.
Miscommunication.
Yeah, and SSS getting
well
through.
done.
Stun will connect. They're going to continue diving for it here. And the rip through with the Timber Chain. He'll be okay for now.
I'm not sure how I feel about this Shredder thing, the facet. I'm so used to seeing the other one.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it any good?
Hey, you did say there's going to be some damage issues, so maybe this somehow helps out with that. I mean, how much damage is it truly? It's okay, so it does
70.
move up in pure damage with splinter damage and slow. Okay.
And I wonder, is it like Shadow Fiends, where it's like if you're closer to the middle, you can be hit by multiple spikes as well? Like that could be a big deal. Oh,
mid lane. Hey, pretty
Not
big.
bad.
Spectre
Not bad.
getting the kill on that one, actually. Very well done for them because they get the XP as well. And going, so it's the other one. It's the Orchid first on Spectre, which has typically been good. However, I think he might just die here.
Yep, he's got 3 people on top of her. Spectre's gonna lose her life. Unfortunately, surprisingly durable. I was looking, I was like, this is living for a while. Power threads, occult bracelets, they add up.
Nicky Cole desperately needed that. He's actually having a little bit of a rough time. His net worth isn't exactly where he wants it to be, especially after doing so well in the mid lane for a bit there, but the turnaround kills have definitely hurt. It's a little bit easier, I feel, because Nicky Cole getting involved in this game is gonna be pretty automatic, right? Like, you just gotta do some steps, throw out some remnants, you're probably fine because your Underlord, your CK, like, those guys are big. You can dance while they take the brunt of the action.
Exactly. It's like right now he's trying to make a little bit of space for his team, and it's okay if he fails because his other 2 guys are getting so much, especially Lucas. Oh, now we're seeing it.
Yeah, jumping on in here. Another kill, this time for Triple S picking it up. And they're all increasing in their own way. However, Underlord getting into the mid lane here. A nice stun in for the Jakiro, and now turning this one back through. Nicky Cole has to get away from this one. They'll toss up the Invoker, but a nice dodge. Not taking as much of that damage any longer. But a huge avalanche and the double connection on the dagger. It doesn't feel like much, but I tell you what, Mixa doesn't like it. And now Nicky Cole in danger, has the barrier, sure. But the vessel out from XN. That's enough for now. They're diving under the tier 1 tower. There's a lot of damage from the Bat Rider, but Ike, he comes in. This is his second death in nearly 40 seconds. This is well done from one move. They grab it, a little bit of an advantage, and maybe even get some pressure on the mid tower.
Very odd. And again, this is great for one move. Like, this global presence of the Spectre is making its mark felt. You're getting very close to the Spirit Vessel on XN as well. On the other side, only like the CK isn't bothered by it, and he has to use his ultimate to dodge it.
Yeah. This could be a big turnaround for one move. I mean, this tower are going to go down, I believe. Nicky Cole, oh boy.
Top tower and mid. Mid is also very, very low health as well. As they're going for Just V, they might catch him.
Oh, and Nicky Cole actually in danger too. Okay, it looks like they will lose Just V in the mid lane. However, Nicky Cole just barely getting away.
That's 2 towers and a nice kill for one move coming out here.
They just got the net worth advantage.
Yeah, they did. Looking at it for the first time. Look at that straight up arrow. Just pow, 2,000 gold swing in their favor.
Oh, yeah. They've definitely been on the move here. One move, Ike, surely to fall. Stolen kill by Triple S. He does need it, though. He had a little bit of a rough start, and now the net worth's looking much better for them. Tiny continuing to grow his net worth, and they've just put Nicky Cole in the dirt. He's had such a hard time getting his net up from this laning stage. He's working on a Manta. He's not going to have that anytime soon. On the other side, our slow starter Spectre, not too far off of this Orchid completed.
That's going to be a problem when your Void Spirit and the enemy team, like, you want Manta, but it's expensive. They're going to have the silence, and you're like, wait, my defensive measures are all useless now.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. What about Underlord? He's going for Atos. No Greaves. Okay. Oh, could be a kill on Dr. Bum.
Could be, but I don't think they have the reach. He'll get away for now. But yeah, I mean, the more and more that they put this Void Spirit in the dirt, the better this Orchid is going to hit. Because if there's no sort of protection for him, it's going to be a hard game. And you can see Mixa here They'll put on the pressure. I feel like they need to drag some people down and kind of bully him out so Spectre can get the right farm.
I'm a little surprised that it's saying 71% favor of one move. I'm like, Lucas as well as Mixa, they're very farmed.
Right.
Is it really that bad? Am I not seeing things?
I feel like this is still definitely in Nemiga's hands solely because of that, right? I still think that even though Nicky Cool is having a rough time, it's easier for him to turn around in these fights because he has such big bodies in front of him. And Lucas falls. Oh my goodness.
Top observer. There you go.
Nope, it's deep. We are deep in there, buddy. It's no normal fight. We're sitting at towers XN. Surely this is way too far in. They will get the kill. Sir, I mean, you took the CK down, but man, you're in no man's land to end that one out.
Is that such a problem? I think you're still okay with one move. Remember, they had to rotate 4 people there to get a kill on you.
That's true.
While Spectre's farming, you're the most farmed Q on your side lost. Like, I think you're very happy for one move. Well, not me personally, as in like, but you are happy if you're them.
No.
I imagine some people who saw the odds were like, I'm also very happy if one move takes it.
Oh, they're definitely clawing back in this one. And to add on to the bullying, you sometimes see double Wisdom Rune at 7, but it's rare. They're able to control both sides of that map at 14 minutes. And Just V, it looks like he should be able to portal away from this one. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I like how they're waiting. They're like, if he comes, we're gonna be here, but nope, not gonna do that. And Just V's got Cold Snap. Not a bad spell, but I still haven't seen it in Stone Ice Path yet. Like, that's the one you really want.
Right? Yeah. Like, that's the kind of the whole reason that you want this hero for those instant ice paths. And Jakiro, I mean, at least in his own way, hasn't leveled it up, so he's still kind of taking away that power from Rubik, but even the level 1 ice path is very good.
It is. But and unlike Spirit Breaker, where you can afford to not take Bulldoze against Morphling, you still want to max out Ice Path, though.
Yes.
So
it's too good. It's too good for your team. Even just one Ice Path to start a fight can sometimes be the difference in your team locking somebody down. So once it gets stolen, your BKBs come out, Bat Rider goes down.
And the cooldown goes down to half when maxed out, from 18 to 9. 9 seconds is spammable. You know, it's like you feel like you're getting a lot of value, but it's like level 1.
And Just V, he's gone for the AoE. So I'm a little surprised because I feel the other one was like slightly better, unless there was like some big AoE spell.
No, AoE better. There you go. The other one's what? The mana, you use less mana for stolen spells.
Yeah. I mean, what is even? We're talking about
bigger avalanche.
Bigger avalanche. That's true.
Bigger whirling death. Bigger EMP. Bigger tornadoes. Bigger. I'm assuming Ice Path. I'm not quite sure how AoE works with that.
You're able to hold alt over it, and it does say some values of this ability are affected by AoE bonuses.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? That's cool. So it gets thicker. You know, that's always good. We like him thick on this cast, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
Dr. Bum is 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger. He's pretty farmed. Only 1,500 gold below the enemy mid. That's pretty damn solid.
Like we talked about like how good this guy has been playing, and in this game where his team definitely still has like the advantage on the map, they're farming really well. I don't think it's been at the detriment of his team as well. Like the Timber is still getting good net. Same with the Spectre and the Invoker, so he's clearly doing it in a way that enables his team.
Yeah, this looks like just a poke to me. Woe is very, very difficult. I mean, he's maxed out Dispersion, so he is quite difficult to bring down, actually.
Oh, yeah. And he's going the Orchid into the Manta, so we're not going to see a Radiance, actually. This is going to be purely a kill threat for him. I am surprised a little bit. I feel like whenever you see an illusion here on the enemy team, it's good. But, you know, I like it's probably the right thing to do still.
I saw him actually queue up Radius at one point. Then he's like, nah, I don't want. He goes for the DM. He had like 600-700 gold at the time. Then he swaps it. Despite the pace of the game, remember that we haven't really seen Lucas get involved on the CK. That could be the big equalizer. However, I guess Ice Path, Ice Wall, Avalanche, not so easy for your illusions to do much.
No, and it's not like you can really like, you know, make those illusions spell immune. So any of this AoE that there is on the ground, any avalanche, any ice path, as you said, it's really hard. And Jakiro is going for the Greaves, as you said. So no force snap glimmer. We're going right in for the sustain, which pretty good.
I mean, Greaves gets him out of the ice, out of the what's it called? Sorry, the piece of malice. Yeah. So it's like, and then once he's out, he's like, bye. See you later.
Which is kind of crazy. I feel like since there's the Atos on the Underlord, like one force out of the pit is like half the stun then, because you don't take the second pit. Even if the Atos does connect, you're going to be just running away from it. And Ike goes down. Looks like Dr. Bum just found somebody, murdered them with the Spectre, and now you feel a little bit safer to just keep on clicking down this tower.
I love that you have the double attack on Jakiro. It's such a nice thing. I know it doesn't actually change that much of a lot of things, but you have two heads. They should both be spitting fire.
True.
It's very nice. It's a nice innate that fits with the hero. But
it's definitely like a support buff too, like with how much things have changed to like a proc factor. Ranged heroes need 2 hits to kill couriers. Okay, so Jakiro only does 1. Wards take 2 hits. Jakiro technically only takes 1. Yeah, Hogs is so huge. Again, like the fact that matchup has shifted completely over, mostly with that change, also with some of the other ways that the heroes played, but mostly with that change. Crazy that it's now a winning matchup for Jakiro.
Dude, Ike is level 7 and Dr. Bum is level 10, and Ike is
I mean, that's enough
dead.
with the Orchid, yeah. He even gets to go back, kills him just in time. Well done.
Though, again, Lucas is still top dog. All this that's happening has not affected the CK, although...
This could be something. Jumps in, a little bit of heal for now. But, whoa, he's out of here. And then the Ice Path Macro Fire. You can't live through this any longer. They'll all 3 take down Meeks. Ruby didn't even get a chance to steal one of the spells that he so desired. And they'll have to escape. But the toss, it's enough with the Sunstrike. Des V gonna get locked in as well. He has a Spectral Dagger, buddy. That's not everything that you need. And then he teleportates himself into trees. Oh, no. The right click will take him down from XN. And what a huge turnaround from one move. 16-6, Courier dead as well. It's all on one move.
Yep. We are seeing, like we've been saying, there the maxed out dispersion. The Spectre's really farm. They go for her. I would have thought these 3 were the 3 you'd want to go for Spectre, honestly. Damage issues seem to be actually a factor for both sides now.
Yeah.
Well,
again, like what we talked about, it's the advantage that you have on one move right now. Yeah. Your spells are so much more valuable. You don't have any mitigation really from this Nemiga side, and another kill. First off, Ike also having 8. That is huge right now for their team. He's just not able to start anything on the map. He's not being aggressive. And Underlord with just Greaves, he had to go for the Atos for the extra lockdown. He doesn't mitigate any physical or magical damage. His team is just all exposed.
And even if and to be honest, shields aren't that good this game because Tornado removes them all anyway, right? You have like a
not pipe. You still would have pipe, but yes, you would still dispel a Crimson.
Pipe is undispellable. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Really?
It's crazy. It's astonishing to me that like the one that you would probably want to dispel the most is undispellable.
I not know that. Meanwhile, this could be a solid kill.
Oh yeah, Accent just falls. Now Tiny, this is about as best as you can do, but with the Invoker already dead, it's a little bit hard to take the rest of this fight. Triple S completely whiffs, and that's gonna be a double kill, both cores. And Nemiga, I feel like one move they have this advantage, they take a good fight, and then somebody gets caught out and really screws them over, to be honest.
And Roshan's right there. You have like some time. And we've been saying it, right? Like, these kills are good, but I never felt like one move has put their foot on their throat. It's like, oh, you guys are getting nothing, we're getting everything. It's like, yeah, we're getting kills, we're jabbing you a little bit, but, they're fine. As just me, he survives.
Yeah.
Oh.
Almost out.
You think? Oh. Just me is like, I can't believe I'm living through so much, guys. But yeah, Lucas shows up, immediately makes his impact felt, gets 2 kills for his team, gets the Aegis, and suddenly, oh my god, did you see the dagger come off?
I know, but it didn't actually hit, right? It like stopped or something. Oh, Tiny. Oh, Dr. I know what you're trying to do, buddy. He was having such a good game too. That's really gonna stifle his increase in net, and he gives a lot away to Nicky Cool, who is now catching up with the Underlord. So with this Aegis, Namiga, they're a whole different crew. He even finds the Jakiro here, and with a few hits, we'll get another kill.
Yep. Dr. Bum, he wasn't aware that he was scheduled for a prostate exam, but happens, you know. Sometimes they do catch you off guard, some of these ones.
Oh yes, the surprise prostate exam in the mid lane. We always hate that.
By 4 other people. You're like, what the hell? I didn't realize it was a show. Triple X has a Crimson Guard. It's pretty good actually against the CK illusions, but I always wonder, does it crit? Does the guard come? Like when does the crit happen before or after it gets reduced?
Like, I see what you mean. I feel the calculation. Oh, okay.
That's
funny. The calculation surely would be before reductions, and then it reduces that total damage. But maybe not. I don't know.
Because it could be really good against crit, or really like not that much. You know?
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Dr. Bum.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he was not expecting it.
Oh, tornado up. I mean, maybe they actually get the kill on Lucas, but the toss Dr. Bum, he's somehow still alive, and Lucas is just in danger. He's gonna die once. Aegis. Oh, they could turn this through. Rhine Prince, he's got one more Ice Path, I think, in the tank. They did lose Just V as well, and now the CK to fall. Nicky Cool's gotta get out of here. Namiga, I feel like I've seen 2 teams where they have an advantage and just something happens where it gets tossed away from them. They will get the cold snap on Nicky Cool. He doesn't have a dispel. He just barely has.
Oh no!
Oh no, he just doesn't get onto the high ground. No mana for a while, but they can't continue the chase. There's no mana. This is the fight that never ends. And Dr. Bum, he's trying to end it. No, Nicky Cool, he's actually going to dive forward. Has to get away just for a second. Whoa, with the dagger to try to keep him in. The dispersion in the trees. That is Triple S's home, man. The Timber, he lives for the trees. And now Mixa in danger will fight right on top of the Tormentor. And it doesn't matter. Yeah, they get another kill. Now the turn in Just V, brother. We'll get tossed back into the team here. Another kill. It's a team wipe. Dr. Bum lives thanks to the Crimson Guard. They may even try to get this Tormentor. That's ambitious. Who cares? It's a team wipe for one move. They got their foot in this game.
What in God's name? Like, okay, you lose Lucas. When he comes back, he goes for a Silver Edge to run out. I thought he could have just orchided the Jakiro and, like, you know, brought it, you know, killed him. But no, he's like, I'm gonna Silver Edge. I gotta run away. Doesn't work out. Then you lose 1 by 1 after that. Shockingly, there were 3 people alive. And they're like, let's try and go back, boys. Let's see what we can get. Dr. Bum, great bait. Great, amazing player, honestly, this series. As a stand-in.
As a stand-in. And I think that's what sometimes really matters, right? When you come into a team you have no comms with whatsoever, and you're just like, I'm gonna play my game. I sure hope it fits you guys. I'm sure when they were looking for stand-ins, they were like, you know, we could probably end up playing with him. I think it would fit out, but he's done a fantastic job, of course. His damage has been quite good, and something that I think you don't always see from Tiny's, but at this level, he's doing a really good job of getting the toss first, tossing 2 people together, and then with the avalanche. So he still gets that amp damage, but also the double avalanche together really sets up for these ice paths, tornadoes, whatever it may be for the rest of his team. And he's really enabling these fights for pretty much everybody.
He's going for phylactery next, so he's like, listen, guys, I want to go conda. I want to do damage. So I'm liking it. Timbersaw about to get BKB. Spectre's still going back for Radiance, by the way. Oh, very close to the relic, but might have revealed herself in a bad spot.
Oh, yeah. Huge pick off there. Easy tower, I believe, now.
Oh, dude, Lucas, he's going for it, but does not get the break off in time. It doesn't even matter.
Oh no, he's just dead. Ike gets the kill now. That's an Ice Path macro in a very tight spot.
That's right.
Could be it, but they just tried to kill Ryan Prince anyways. Timber locked in here. His team, I mean, XN is on the high ground. It's cool. Lucas trying to get away from this one through the portal to live. Ike is the only one left. I mean, he started a fantastic fight for his team. Sure, he'll die here. You got to be proud, though, of what you started for your teammates.
This is his life. Doesn't matter. Considering the situation they're in, literally up a creek without a paddle, and they still somehow paddle their way out. They're like, he's like, I don't know. Do you think because of planet? He's like, this is the gate that's gonna get us in and out. You know. I don't know. I was like, that's very good. Very
It was
impressive.
really good. I didn't. So they tried to get out once, and they were like, "Oh, actually, we can kill this guy." So then they turned and killed the Jakiro, and then they left again when there was no stuns around, which is awesome.
Nikki Cool's getting close to that Aghanim Scepter. Very helpful. Double shields are great. And in general, he really needs it. Oh, XN. He's under a sentry, so they don't have to worry about detection if they jump on him right now, but he's got Dr. Bum as backup.
Yeah, no, he's there. He's around.
Well, looks like they're just gonna go for it overall, though.
Oh, Lucas? How?
That's...
He just got orchided and murdered by the Spectre. What? He doesn't have a BKB yet. He went for the full Silver's Edge.
I saw that. That's why earlier he tried to hit the Woe to get that break off, but Woe was too far, too fast. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna have to stun him then. Just hope the damage is enough. But you're up against Timbersaw, you're up against Spectre, so you kind of won the Silver Edge. And you never get BKB on CK, which is a weakness, I'd say. Doesn't go to Fear Phantasm. So you're like, most players are like, I don't want BKB. But you need it. You definitely do need it.
You definitely do need it. And the casters questioning the Spectre pick during the draft. That's it. I'm rooting for Nemiga now. I want the Spectre to burn.
You're reading chat. Firstly, hi chat. Hello. I was like, well, firstly, we're human and we make, everyone makes.
No,
like,
we didn't make a mistake. He's gonna lose.
Wait, Ike. Oh, nice. Nice
Sunstrike, huge hit. XN right on the mark there. Was that even a tornado, or was that just like a Yules from somebody?
No, he has.
It was his own Yules. Wow.
Yeah, his own Yules. But he's like Yules himself to escape the Spectre, go down to the fire. Sorry, from the Invoker.
So we have this Radiance completed now from the Spectre. Usually this is like more of a farming tool, and sure, the evasion is quite nice, but without that advantage where you aren't like kind of getting to the farm with it, is this truly the best item that you can get on the Spectre, or is evasion just king right now versus the CK?
It's king versus the CK. It's super good. Like, and plus, when you're using your illusions, you add a ton of damage with that burn, right? Like, how long does these ultimates last? These illusions, they're 7 seconds. Times 60, that is what? 420? That's 420 magic damage.
Sorry, I'm a child.
Because I calculated it?
No, because you said 420.
Oh god. Grow up.
Oh, haunt? They're gonna do it?
Ike?
He really wants to. Like, he wants to go in on it so badly with the Orchid, but he knows that the Yules would come out right away, so he doesn't.
And they don't have Sunstrike, or at least they don't feel like using it. And that's going to be fine. 10,000 gold leads for Wolf. You know what's shocking me so far? Is that Triple S is number 1 the net worth, 717. I feel like we haven't really talked too much about him. It's just like quietly murdering everyone.
It has been. It hasn't been everybody, He had a lot of those, I think, early on, and then there's been a little bit of a break, but he's been surviving. He's been providing these ores for his team. I think that's why we probably haven't been talking about
mid lane?
He hasn't gone greedy. Yeah, mid lane, Ice Path into the macro, dragging Mixa in even further. And this is where we could talk a little bit about the Timber, because that was some rip-through damage off of the Pure, and they take down Jess V as well. A mega kill streak now for the Timber Saw. Spectre getting involved, and he's actually going to split as quick as this Radiance happened for him. He may actually split it up for the Nullifier.
I guess so, right? He's like, yeah, I guess I want the Nullifier. What? Interesting. I mean, it accelerated his farm for a couple of minutes. That's good enough for him.
So he's. I'm interested because he's going for this helm, and then he's going to start riding for the Ag. So he's not even going to turn the Talisman into something just yet. He's just going to keep it around.
Yeah, you could make Butterfly. You're up against, like the other guy's not going to get MKB. Oh, CK. He found a juicy target. A broken target.
Do they know which one is real? I don't think so. They're trying to drag him in. Okay, they finally have him, but the Avatos, the team is here. XN. Big disarm to start this one. Now the Underlord is coming in to try to help finish this one out, but they still didn't get the kill on the Spectre, and now Dr. Bomb getting the bounce around from the Ogre Steel Totem, getting dragged in as well on XN. They tried to save their friend, but their friend is alive, and them, well, they're just dead. They brought back in the Spectre, though, and oh my lord, the Timber damage. Here it comes. You thought you had the advantage in this fight? No, sir. Triple S. He is unstoppable.
I want to see the cooldowns of the on Underlord because they jumped on the Spectre. He didn't show up for a while until the ultimate came up, and then by that time, One Move had brought a lot of their reinforcements. It's another win, 800 gold total advantage for One Move, 3,000 experience. Oh man, the break comes out. Great Manta. They were quite confused. They're like, which one is it?
And it was quick. I mean,
Yep.
he was right on it. Had he been looking anywhere else, I don't think it happens. They get the stun, and it's really rough. But instead, yeah, quick Manta from him. Very well done from. Whoa, he didn't actually keep. Okay, so he didn't actually keep the what is it called? The helm. So he's still good for now. And as I look at this Underlord, he went for this Veil where people are typically going for a very fast ag. So I think that's probably why he didn't come in because, well, he wasn't really going to offer anything right away.
Right, because you could have just thrown your ultimates if you had Ags. It would have instantly cost a pit of Malice.
Yeah.
They show up and you're like, all right, guys, maybe I can have another pit like on the edge. I don't actually know if you have two pits on top of each other, if they proc separately or not. But
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
chat would know,
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
What was
Because,
that-
I mean, because they're going to test it. They're going to go into demo mode and they'll let us know. Oh, big hunt?
Oh, is he gonna be fine? Yules comes out. Unfortunately, yep, Sunstrike. This combination is very difficult for them to deal with.
Yeah. This is
Let's
where
support
there's a
at
little
least.
bit of overlap, right?
Rubik's got Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, and Glimmer Cape. So he's actually better. But Ike, 314. That's not good. That's what Pi, isn't it? Pi.
No, it is 314. Can he get 15 assists? Because that would be the other. Yeah, he needs to get 8 more assists. I'm such a nerd. I can't believe that I actually know it to that many decimal places. That was a good kill. Nikki Cool out of here. All right. Oh, I've lost Otto. That's what happened. Okay, guys. Well, that's okay. He'll be back very soon. This time he's not on camera though, so you can't see him nodding his head in agreement with me. Still though, a good fight start maybe here with the Avatos on Jess V. He's just dead, and the team just isn't around. And they're going high ground with it. I mean, Spectre, no fear whatsoever.
Hey,
Hey,
sorry about
there
that.
you are.
Yeah, caught again. They are. This is a problem.
This is definitely a problem. And, whoa, this is with Aegis. So he's still going to be even if you try to all in him, you can't really do it. And, well, Void Spirit, dead for 20, or dead for 10 as well as the Rubik. Rubik has some good spells to steal in this one if they have a high ground defense, but with both of them down, it's been quite easy, actually, for one move.
I think we've seen a single really good stolen spell, right? It's like no Ice Path. It's just not been his game so far. And I was hyping the crap out of just V as okay, that's
Yeah.
that tickles.
He doesn't really care, huh? At least, Just V. Okay, Timber Chain. That's
A spell.
Nope.
I mean, Arcane Blink on Triple S. Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting. See it. By Lucas in the top lane, he might go for a solo kill on the Spectre.
He could do it. Nope. Okay, he wants no part of that whatsoever.
Oh, he's got Bloodthorn. Pretty solid. Not as good as it used to be now that when you dispel it, it doesn't do damage. I didn't even know that was a
That's
mechanic until
fair.
they. Did you know that you still does damage if you dispel it? I was like, what?
Yeah, I had no idea. I had died to that thing so many times, I just accepted it. I didn't even think about if I was getting screwed over or not.
Yeah, there's so many. It's very fun when sometimes when a big change to an item happens and you're like, that's how it worked before. Are you kidding?
But also, like, with a lot of it, you would either, like, Yules it so you wouldn't take that damage, or you would Greaves it so you healed at the same time, and you might not have
BKB.
noticed it. BKB, same, it would mitigate some of that damage. So I think you didn't notice it so much because you never took the full damage that you would have without the spell.
Exactly, right? Or it's like you Manta, you walk away, and you're like, hey, where's this 20 damage coming from at the end? I don't know. Yeah. So this is it. This is all in for Nemiga. They have Underworld coming in the back.
Almost got the kill on the Bat Rider. He narrowly escapes, but it doesn't matter, right? They have the Flag Bearer down, healing and making their creeps all immune. It's very hard to step up in this.
Yeah, but they're trying. Oh, Dr. Bum.
Oh, my
Lucas.
lord. Lucas is just gone. Nikki Cole's trying to take down this Sekiro, but he's actually still alive right now. The dive through again. finally getting the kill, but now Nicky Cool, nothing else to help him out here. Triple Else will get another kill. The trees are not your friend, and he will get a GG call. Nemiga, they fall in game number 2 after a really nice time to come back from defeat in game number 1. They falter this time. In one move, they've learned how to keep a hold of a game and even a little bit grab it from the claws of defeat because they were not ahead to begin.
No, this was, I mean, it was just the global presence. We were saying, like, oh, the global presence looks good, but Nicky Cool, he's been having a really bad day. Game 1, he also lost the lane phase. This game as well. And you're looking at him like, you know, we need you to be like this guy who makes a snowball happen. It just didn't work out. Underlord, you sure you got global presence, but you don't want to join in. Whereas the other side, Spectre does want to join in. Everyone's low health. She's always getting kills. And Lucas, you know, a couple of those fights, he shows up, does well, but he's also a CK, doesn't want to get BKB. So he's very easily controlled. It worked out. One move, well played by them. Very nicely done.
Yeah, no, and I think this was one where the map moves definitely worked out for them. Spectre helped out with that a little bit, but I think the Timber, huge game for him. Like, his laning stage was very good. This was an excellent pick. I did mention, like, they didn't have a ton of magic damage early on. Like, they had the Batrider, they're trying to run him down in the lane, they're getting close, but as soon as this Eternal Shock came out, they just did not have the damage to penetrate that. And I also think there was a little bit of a blip in the itemization from the Underlord. I think with the Ags, things could have gotten a little bit better. They could have all-in people across the map. But hey, without that, we're going to go to a game number 3. And this is our first game 3 I think we've seen all tournament for us. Well, for you as well, definitely.
Well, yeah, for me, definitely. For you, it's my first day here. But,
this is our first. I see. This is our first. Best of 3 in general for the both of us. So,
all right.
Right. For the both of us, it's technically true. For me, it's also true. I only saw a 2-0, I believe. So this will be nice. We get our first series going down to the wire, guys. Stick around because an exciting game number 3. Who moves on to the upper bracket? And who gets knocked down with Dragon Esports? We'll find out after a 10-minute break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is game number 3. Otto, we had two very cool games for us. Both the kill scores seem kind of out of place, but there's been times in both games I think that either team was able to take it. We'll see if this one can go the full distance, and I believe in one move. After that last game, they seem to have figured something out.
I don't know, man. I mean, Amiga didn't really feel like it was on brand. Couple of mistakes, there's that one time when they jump on Spectre and we were like, okay, are you gonna kill it? And then Underlord TP's in like way after the fight begins, like 5-6 seconds, and you're like, so I think that Amiga, they get mulligan. They're gonna try again. We'll see what there you go. They start off with the Weaver. That's a nice pick right there.
Wow. Banned out in both games and snuck through.
Yeah, it's good for both Jesvi and Mixa. Another thing is that they might get their hands on they actually banned out Beastmaster. Huh.
I think you just picked Rubik here. I think most of the time people have been picking that into the Weaver.
Let's see. Dr. Bum. Dr. Bum, he is coming in looking hot, looking spicy. He's dropping it like it's good. And he's been doing a good job there on the Tiny as in game 2. In game 1, I don't know, was he Rubik or something? He's really good in game 1 as well.
Game 1, I think he was the Hoodwink, yeah.
Hoodwink, yeah. And there you go. Rubik comes out, you said it, you're up against Weaver. And now even, no matter what else comes out, you're good. Oh, and to be fair, by the way, Nemiga, biggest blunder you've seen in a long time. Starting off with Arcane Supremacy level 1 on Rubik.
Oh, that's true. Literal handicap. If he had leveled up Fade Bolt level 1, they actually would have won that game.
I wouldn't go that far. But it would have... But if you've ever played Dota and you have double-digit IQ or so, you would realize that it's there's a lot of small things that do add up, right? It's if I survive here and I TP there later and I get a kill, it's this whole chain reaction. It's all very, very well connected. So
the butterfly effect.
Yeah, right. Isn't Butterfly about time travel? That's what I always thought it was. So it's just if you go back.
I mean, technically yes, but it's more based off if there's a butterfly that flaps its wings on one side of the world, it creates a tsunami on the other side or something. But more that one action creates a chain reaction that will lead to a significantly larger event, even if it doesn't directly cause it.
You're exactly right. You are right. I'm wrong in this one. But it's true. It's
this isn't a performance review. Man, I'll be better next time.
No, but it's because I thought it was something to do with time travel, where it's if you go back or do something and then changes the whole. Yeah.
It's applied to that though. Yeah, no. Yeah. If you go back and kill baby Hitler, then 10 of them would have spawned in his place or something,
Or no, or then his brother will take on his name.
Right,
He'll become Hitler, and you're like, I see.
It's significantly worse because now there's this great try. Yeah, no, it's applied to that. But yeah, the initial one is not, and Weaver is not bad into the Darkseer, I wouldn't say. So they pick it up pretty early. This does leave you a little stun light, but Nemiga, they're I know exactly what I like playing with the Weaver, and it is Pango Batrider. So once again, going back at it, they have picked the Batrider, I believe. No, okay, just last game.
Twice,
was the only time they saw it. They didn't get it in game 1, and then Pango they did get in game 1. So we've seen both of these ran back. This was a mid Pango for Nikki Cool. I want to see it often now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they're let's run back again, boys. It worked in game 2. Let's run back again. It's purple, which is fitting with the theme with the Darkseer. Solid Iron Shell target, although you're not usually going to be close enough for it to make a difference, but it's there. And I gotta say though, I do not understand why Nemiga has been shying away from the Dragon Knight today. It's good. They've looked amazing, and they're just in game 2 it was banned, but I'm okay, it was banned last phase, so it's you could have gotten it if you really wanted it. This game,
right? They were first picking it. They didn't wait.
Yeah. I don't get it. Anyway, other side probably gonna pick up a support here for Dr. Bum. You have Hoodwink if you want it. Hoodwink is okay. I'd rather see what else. Tiny's up there. Grimstroke
Phoenix
is
still in pool. I don't know if that's in his pool. It's 2 backline supports, right? You might just want to go for a Tusk. Something that kind of goes in. Oh yeah, Spirit Breaker could be fine. Nyx Assassin is okay because it's the Batrider, uncontrollable damage.
So Shikuchi as well, right? You walk into it, Carapace comes out. That's not too bad. Yeah, I wonder if they weren't looking for. If they're thinking
Clock?
Is it gonna?
Oh! Whoa! They're
That's a
going
big
all in
boy.
on experimenting, and I'll give them this. You got 2 backline supports. You got a Spectre who's going to be hanging around for these fights. Only the Darkseer is showing, but what are you doing to punish that? Because currently, you don't have a whole lot of jump. Even Primal doesn't really solve that too much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Barrett jumps in and lasso someone, you can also kind of follow them, right? Like you have long cast range with Fatal Bonds, up people Golem. You have Spectre jumping in from anywhere. So it's like we only need one guy to show, if that makes sense. Like we got. I think their mid is gonna solve this problem, or like a Wind Ranger or something like that doesn't care. We'll see.
I would hope so, because I feel like I want somebody that is getting started on that isn't the Darkseer. Darkseer is a counter initiation. Spectre is like backline jump. Neither of these guys really want to be the ones that's like leading the charge in the fights.
Yeah.
Whereas on like Primal Beast, like Primal it's frontline catch, right? You're getting in. It's not necessarily team fight. You're getting in pulverized when you go out. So I think they are a little bit more well-rounded on Nemiga, but so far Spectre's worked out pretty well for them. Darkseer is a strong hero for sure. I don't think it's the greatest game for it, but this Warlock is gonna be the X factor. If they did this last game, I would have the whole safe lane as an X factor, but they have proven themselves on the Spectre. So now the Warlock is the only one that I'm a little concerned about, even though I still don't believe in the Spectre hero, especially this early.
I like the Warlock, man, and I'm excited to see if he goes for Black Grimoire or Champions of Garoth or Gorath or whatever the hell it's called.
Oh yeah, because it's the health regen as burn for your golems, right? Yeah.
Is it? I thought it was. Is it health
And
regen
mana.
and mana or just health regen? One of them. I'm not sure.
I think it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll check it out when if we get to it. All right. So you need a mid laner for one move. You probably need a carry for Nemiga, depending on where the Weaver goes. But I'm feeling like you do need a carry. What would you like? Gyro is in the pool for Nemiga. I'm in my Gyro right now.
I don't love Gyro into the Spectre because he kind of gets in your face with the Blade Mail, and like there's nothing you can really do to stop it. I would like something. I honestly could go back for a Life Stealer or an Ursa. I think both of those, or Ursa's already banned out. So yeah, I think Life Stealer could be okay.
Okay, so it's gonna be Carry Weaver. Okay, I didn't want a Life Stealer for a different reason because I don't want them making clones of my Radiance Builder.
Oh, that's true. I guess he would go Radiance still.
You don't have a Radiance Builder on one move, and it's like you guys are gonna play without. And auras are a thing. Like we have to discuss them all the time because they're a big factor.
True.
And so probably gonna be that the Tusk 4 or Weaver or Batrider 4. Either way, same thing.
Yeah. No, for sure. There's a little bit of flexibility, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be like probably a lot of like all-in damage, trying to jump and nuke somebody in the side lanes. It's gonna be Primal or Pango mid, depending on what comes out here. But the same heroes are good versus all of them, and that's a hero that made it the whole way through. The change to this one is that instead of 50 damage to break refraction at max, it's only 30 now, so it's a little bit easier. But hey, I mean, a lot of these heroes don't actually break that. However, if you put this Primal in the mid lane, I think that could actually work well for you. No, they're going for the Pango mid still.
It makes sense. I mean, when the moment we saw Pango, I was like, it's probably gonna be Nikki Cool. Nikki Cool has had a terrible day of Dota, I gotta say. I mean, we're not flaming the guy and saying he's bad, but you have days where you're off. You know, you're making moves. Have you ever played Dota and you're like, why am I so slow? What's wrong with me today? And Nikki Cool has been playing badly today. Mixes on his iconic heroes, and I'm feeling like I want to lean one move, but I'm still gonna stick with my boys in Nemiga because I'm loyal. That's how we do it.
I mean, the Spectre worked out really well.
It did.
But I think it's going to be slightly harder to do that this time. I think that your amount of free kills on the map is lower. Death I hope he just doesn't feed on the Batrider, because that Batrider was free gold. And this lane is weird. You know, Spectre, Warlock, you're not really like combining this with, as you said, the Gyro Warlock was a one combo. You get Fatal Bonds, you just push out that wave. You have a ton of damage because you're just like doing that burst together. Spectre really isn't that hero. So Meeks on the Primal Beast, I think this could still be a win for them, despite, you know, where the Warlock is usually strong in the laning stage.
Another thing is also we often, when we think about like last time we were getting a lot of kills because Spectre and Invoker, right? And there's like Timbersaw gets someone low. Darkseer doesn't really do that as well, right? Darkseer's very rarely like that, killing heroes. TA is not gonna be helping you the same amount. So yeah, I'm still on Nemiga. There's a Grandmaster Spectre and a Grandmaster TA on the other side.
Wow. Good.
Those guys been grinding it.
Grandmaster TA, and it made it all the way through here, huh? I mean, this hero, very good. It's been tightly contested early on in a lot of drafts. And although it has been nerfed, I didn't think it was nerfed to the point where it's like unpickable. And it does seem to fix a lot of what we had in gaps in the one move lineup. You have some like really big jump with the Spectre now, with the meld from the TA. It's not something that can really get initiated on. I think that part is still going to be concerning to me.
Yeah. Oh, look, and it is going to be the Black Grimoire on the Warlock. So any kill that happens, hero kills and assists, sorry, charges up. It gives you 250 XP. If you guys have watched Zikwak, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yeah, thank you.
Zikotix?
Yeah, he's made an amazing video about when you should use it, like the power spikes that get you from 12 to 15, 15 to 18, and 18 to 20. And generally, you want to have like something like between 12 and 15 stacks of this before you use it. That'll give you like that next, the talents, the upheaval attack speed, the golem on death, or the level 3 golem. So shout out to that guy. He's really nice, by the way. I'm glad to see new talent, and he's like at the top of the new talents.
Zach is super nice.
He is very nice.
He would raid me whenever I was not somebody in the scene. He was in there for a while. I was really happy to see him get into casting, even though it wasn't with me. I did a few casts with him for BDC, and then he hops ship with Ricky.
Well, good kudos to both of them. They're both nice people. Three bounties again for Nemiga, by the way. This has been a thing for them the entire series. Every time they get all 3. Oh,
man, I don't know how. I feel like once that's rough. Twice, I don't know what you're doing. And 3 times, you just not want them. Is this your plan?
Oh, by the way, another couple of interesting facets. Top lane, Dr. Bum, getting that free what we call it, prostate exam, but he's gonna be surviving this one. Only 1 finger. He did take the Frugal Filch. This is actually good in this game because it's super good against like the Shikuchi spam you'll be doing.
That's true. I guess spammable spells, you always do that one. If it's more team fight accentuation, then you go for the AoE. I really didn't think there was a world where the AoE was better unless you were stealing like literally black hole.
Yeah. I mean, I like that one more, but this game I can see it. I did not realize Geminate attack has been nerfed in this patch by 5 damage at all levels. That is new to me. He's still salty. Oh, and the strength talent at level 10 went from 8 to 7. Why not?
That was a little rough, but not crazy, right? 1 strength.
Yeah, it's like manageable. It used to be 10. From 10 to 7 is like always 9 at some point. Yeah, it's like when you look at it, like you've been taking it 1, 1, 1, then you bring it down to like 5 strength. You're like, come on, you're like let's not do it.
Ooh, top side. They're trying up there. They're trying, and they
Solid
do
damage.
have a lot, right? With the tag team, with the minus armor, but it's not enough just yet. They will survive for the moment. It's still a strong lane up here. I mean, this is basically like hinging on that immense physical damage, triple S. If you're not careful around these timings, it can actually be quite hard for you to play this, but they're trying to use the ion shells as like a deterrent. I don't know if that's going to last forever.
It's working okay CS-wise, right? 10-1 each. The other fast I want to talk about last thing, is that they took the Forsaken talent on Spectre, which is when you throw a dagger, you do a Desolate attack as well. It's haven't seen this one before. It's different than the previous one, which is when you ulti, you apply a dagger.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I wonder what the difference is that you would want this instead of the previous talent. But he's getting ran at completely. Oh my goodness. Now Dr. Bum goes down top side. Then they lose the Spectre down bottom. Oh my goodness. I mean, Nemiga instantly with the double kill across the map. And, the first one going over to Ike. Not so bad.
Yep, that is very solid for Nemiga. Good start for them. And my problem with the one-move draft is it feels very passive, right? Like, who's going to be, at 15 minutes, who's fighting? Is it TA?
Right.
I think she's taking stacks. Is it Spectre? I don't think she wants to fight either.
Yeah. No, I think there's many reasons why this hero is just good, right? The TA, theoretically, the lane is so good for you that you get into a position where you're not farming triangle stacks, right? You have the items you're able to fight, but I fear if they get too far behind in the lane, it could be quite hard for you to play this game early on as one move, especially again if you get all in, right? If XN is getting gone on, Doesn't he just die? I don't know if you can save him in time.
No, probably not. Probably not here. And meanwhile, Nikki Cole taking a little damage here. Nikki Cole finally having a reasonable game. You know, equal to the TA, which is no easy feat for him for like this matchup.
Ooh. Actually forcing him to go for the heal. Now that's something you don't see a lot on the Warlocks any longer. You usually
True.
see like 2 points in the Q, 1 point in the E, but now for Rhyme Prince, it's actually just 2 points heal because he's taking so much. This is a classic duo though. Oftentimes when we see the Warlock with Spectre, it's all about the heal.
Yeah, to be fair, I see a lot of people take 2 points in heal, right? Because like that's the sweet spot. You get like 50% bonus. After that, you don't get as much. So level 2 heal is good. And Fatal Bonds, then you can max out the other spells. I just do see Upheaval max out first, though.
Man, once again.
Damn, but the heals are working overtime.
They are. Rhyme Prince, though, you can see just the imbalance in who's taking damage, right? It's all woe. Rhyme Prince even low on the mana now. He doesn't have many heals left in him.
Can you imagine if Ryan Prince is like, well, could you put a second point dispersion? You know, like instead of like, what the hell are you daggering there, buddy? And here's my tag goes. Here's my soul while you're at it.
Oh, the kill, just barely getting it.
Ah, that is a little unexpected. Oh, by the way, because Gemini attack doesn't give you any bonus damage, you're somewhat incentivized to put that second point in now, or the first point, I guess.
I can't believe nobody died down here. So once again, going the bracer on the carry. We haven't seen that as much. And keeping bottom on Dr. Boom. Lift up. Fade Bolt available as well. Plus the Fatal Bond. Surely enough damage. Pretty good rotation. I feel like this Spectre has been getting a bit bullied. You needed to come down and help him.
Yeah, they need it. It's a fine kill by Just V. And it's okay. You kind of slowed down the Spectre. You know, she's got 19 to 2 to 30 and 14. You're okay with this, that they have to bring 2 supports just to get a kill on your support. You know? Rotations.
Oh, plenty of rotations into mid lane. This is a party in here. Roll through, connecting onto the TA. The shield that she had gotten is now gone, but did bump her onto the high ground. Ike running away back towards his own base. The Meld Strike connects. It's 2 in Meld for XN, and now Nikki Cole is actually running her down. The Swash will connect, and even Dr. Bomb, maybe enough damage. Shield Crunch giving him all the shield, and the illusions fall. What a play from Nikki Cole. Is he back?
He is back. He's like, I never went anywhere. But that was really well done. Again, you lose what, Tusk? You get 2 solid kills. And Nikki Cole at the top of the net worth. This is very scary situation for one move. Look at your Spectre. This is... Sure, she can get a kill or 2 with her ulti, but... She tends to farm a lot in the laning phase, you know? Like, that's when you get a lot of your gold, to get that Radiance, to get your Orchid to have impact.
And you really did, like, kind of pick for her to get farm in the lane. You have this Warlock to heal, and oh no.
There you go.
Triple S connection with the stun. Lucas gets another kill, so not only are you hemorrhaging around the map, but this Weaver, top net worth. Falcon Blade complete. He's going to be farming up a Storm.
No Storm in this game, but probably going to be farming up a Spectre or 2.
Yeah, true. Farming up a Clown? I don't know. A Spectre, what is the literal definition of a Spectre? It's more of a ghost, right?
I guess so. I mean, isn't she like a PA? Basically, she's... Yeah, you've seen that lore video? She's like Phantom Assassin. I thought that was a really good one.
Most of them have been good as of late. Unfortunately, he needs a little bit more. He is a ghost now, whether or not he started as one. And now a run through right on top of Rhyme Prince. He'll also fall. Mixa with a killing spree already in this game. They have just trounced this bot lane, bringing in the Weaver as well just to get this bottom tower.
You're scared. You gotta be very scared for one move. Oh, are you kidding?
Oh, that's so sad. He just keeps on rolling. He's like, yeah, there's some good stuff happening down here.
What's he going for? He's going for Echo Saber on Nikki Cool. Alright, game 1 he went for Diffusal. This game he's like, I want the right click. I think that's okay. You know, the extra stats you get from the Echo Saber are very nice.
The stats are certainly like the majority of it. I think you also technically proc on your first. Invis rune.
Nice time.
Yeah. Don't you proc an Echo Saber on your first swash for the slow?
I don't know, actually. That's a mechanic where I'm not sure. You know what I don't like? And this is a very annoying aspect. When you're Dawnbreaker and you use Starbreaker, you proc Echo Saber, but you don't actually get the extra hit.
Sorry, I'm nuking someone in chat. No spoilers, you people. I'll send you away.
Yeah, did you see that? Like when you use the Dawnbreaker, you have Echo Saber, you spin and you still proc the attack, and you're like, but I didn't actually hit him twice.
Right.
Like why is this happening to me?
And on top of a slow that you already apply with all the rest of your spells,
Yeah.
it like, feels useless.
It's like, why is this happening? That's why, despite the fact I don't buy it as a support because you want to go Ags and Holy Locket, but you feel bad when you get it. You're like, why does this work this way?
The fort. Oh, so sad. And
Yeah,
then
but
he
the
didn't
fort-
get the.
It's alright. Spectre, still look at Spectre and Lucas, the difference. Holy moly.
That
And
is quite the difference here. And he's going for the Orchid again. This one is going to be significantly slower. I think by that point, actually, we might not have any dispels really.
I mean, there's a Tusk save. That's always good, right? If like someone gets silenced, the Tusk shows up, puts them in the snowball. That's pretty good. Yeah, for a second, I thought that maybe we were, I was offline again. I was like, oh, he said, I was like, good, we're back.
Yeah, sorry.
Any items? Darkseer's gone for the double bracers. He wants to go for first item, Pipe. Well, why not? Vanguard, Pipe. No, sorry, not Pipe. That's a mech. So it's Vanguard into mech. My bad. Vanguard, huh?
That's a kind of an older item just in general. I'm surprised that's still even like a question. I don't know.
Holy shit! Rhine Prince ate the Black Grimoire. No!
Why did he do
Why
it so
would
early?
you do that? Oh, I mean, he couldn't have had more than 3 souls in it.
Right?
Actually, yeah, because he's you get one and you get like 1 kill, 1 assist. Oh, that's so not ideal.
Looks like they do get the ulti down. Mixa just falls, who has been dominating in this game. So fantastic kill. However, it went to Ryan Prince.
Ironically, by the way, if he did eat the Black Grimoire, he wouldn't be able to have the ultimate just then. But I still don't think that was the right move.
No.
You're gonna get murdered in the end.
Bunch up. He's trying to get away. Actually, Ryan Prince is still away for now. Stun connects. He's just alive. Ike is the one to fall. Now Nicky Cole getting turned on, swatch away. But he's trying to TP. Can he get this? No. Gets locked in. Has a shield. It's cool and all, but it will eventually evaporate. And they get themselves the kill. 2 gone and 1 move. Starting to come back in this one.
Why the hell not, dude? Eats a Black Grimoire, gets himself a kill. He's maxed out the Shadow Word, by the way, so it's gonna be pretty helpful for the team in these when their damage is not so high like right now. I'm still shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Somewhere, Ziquatics is molding over this. Probably not, but you know.
Probably, yeah, because anybody is. When you have something that increases in value throughout the duration of the game, it just feels so impatient to take it this early.
Like, well, I mean, it won them the fight and got them a tower. Is that worth it? Probably not, I'd say.
Right?
Oh, Mixa bottom lane. He went for first item Blink Dagger on Primal Beast. I didn't realize that he's... It does, doesn't it? It's like, no, I've seen Blade Mail BKB.
Yeah.
But first item Blink. Huh.
I feel like you love like these just +1 items, and I guess I'm usually used to phased BKB.
Yeah.
Because your Q already gives you that initiation in. Like, are
Right.
you blinking in, and then you're okay? I see what you're doing. You're blinking in so you can pulverize, and then the shift Q on your Q, so that you can get this chain stun forever.
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't really love it, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
It feels like
okay.
if you had a BKB so it was just uncancelable right now, it would be a lot better. But I don't know. Maybe with the Warlock ulti, he's like, I can't. Warlock and the Rubik's Steel, right? Like I just got to get in and get it done as quick as possible.
By the way, there is a Desto finished up on Weaver, so we're gonna see Lucas. He wants to be active, right? You don't get Desto and just be like, let's go forward. Like, nope. And they might Ryan Prince and boom, boom, dead.
Instantly +2 charges on that Desto.
Yep, Ryan Prince didn't know what hit him. And they've also got the Watcher here. So do you really want to fight if you're one move? Looks like they do.
Oh, you want to at least take down one. He will get the easy kill. And Ryan actually buys back. That is a quick one. He's trying to roll up. Oh, the meld. He's going to get rocked. Do they have a little bit more damage? He's going to get locked in with the Fatal Bonds. But I think he can TP away. He's going to die. Oh, my goodness.
He rolls back into it, hits the cliff, and rolls back. So Just V dies. But so I don't know if that's worth the Warlock buyback, but I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, if they get the Pango killed, then certainly, but since they didn't, this is a little too hard. I do like this build on the Weaver to start out. This is the old TI build where you would go Dragonlance Deso, you'd be beefy, you'd be involved in the fights. As of late, though, people have been going for the Maelstrom and just kind of farming it out. I'm interested to see if this one still holds water.
Yeah, but because the Maelstrom gives you like Gleipnir, and that's your biggest problem as Weavers. Like you just hero dishes out damage. He craps out damage basically. But you can't lock people down. It feels a lot less impactful. Whoa, might be in trouble. Whoa is in trouble, baby.
Yes, there's a lot of physical damage here. Can he get away from anything else? He still has the bug for vision. They'll get the kill, eliminating Ike in return, but that's the carry gone. You're so happy for that if you are Ike.
Yeah, Shikuchis gets stolen though. That's going to be a little bit annoying that you give that away, but if you're playing, like, sometimes you're going to have to accept that some spells are going to go, and Shikuchi is very easy to steal. Top lane, Triple S. They need some help though. Just V, not even a blink. Man, he is poor.
He is very poor. This is a different different Batrider game. I feel like he was definitely farmed a little bit in the last game, but now it's just really hard for them. It feels, even though their team is at a fine net worth, the support's really rough.
Poor. 90% for one move, according to the graphs. I don't really believe it's 9%. Yes.
What?
Check it out. 88 actually. I just so that people are like, no, he's lying. You know, he's a liar. I'm like, okay, I'm 2% off. Just.
I suppose it is mostly that it is it's the Spectre. Every time that there's a Spectre in these games, he has a buff.
Gaben has some weird thing for Spectre. He's like, Spectre. Well, she finished her Orchid, so she's gonna be a bigger factor right now. As on the other side, Blink Dagger still very far for both supports. Ike, not so bad, like 800, but Jess V's only got 700 gold in the pocket. Ike's got 1500.
Not a whole lot to work with. And they have some very discrete item timings, right, on these supports. Like, both of them, honestly. Blink Dagger is such a huge power spike for their heroes, but it's just so far away. I don't want to say they're useless without it, but it's definitely a different caliber of support whenever you finally get it.
You know, the pace that the game is on makes me think that this is going to be really, really good for one move as we go longer. Like, TA's the same as the Weaver. Darkseer's doing okay. Spectre, sure, she's not farmed, but she looks worse because the Rubik is so farmed. You know what I mean? Like, Dr. Bomb looks really farmed, so she looks a little bit worse. But she's got okay net worth.
Well, the Aegis is about to help that out here. They do give that to the Weaver. So a little bit of a better timing. And they jump in right on the Rubik. They'll drop the rock, make sure they cancel the pulverize, even silencing up this Primal Beast. He's trying to get out of this one, and Nikki Cole will create a little bit of a diversion. But on the other side here, they're trying to go in on these supports, and they can't do it. The TA has all this damage. Ike already follows their grouping around the Weaver as he respawns. They have the lockdown. Can he get away from this one? Trying to get out with the Sakuchi. And it looks like the jump through for the Orchid. They need to bounce him back. He's silenced up. Hexed as well. Can he get away from this one? The Weaver. He just falls. The Darkseer is well too much for him. They had Aegis. They wanted to take the fight. They started on supports, but nothing goes right for them in this one. The Mega, they lose everything. The Pango's the only one to survive. A triple kill for the Darkseer. What an insane fight from one move into the Aegis.
They tried to kill Dr. Bum. Dr. Bum is walking. He's got Ags now, but in that fight, he was walking around with the point booster with the safety bubble. And remember, he is very farmed. He's level 12. The Weaver is level 13. True, Dr. Bum was like level 11 in that fight, but he's got stuff, you know?
He's good. And man, this Crimson Guard, insane value for this one. Because there's just no damage done by Nemiga in that entire fight. Like, sure, they had the sustain, but they literally weren't doing damage. One move actually was able to do something.
Oh, that's gonna be GSV in trouble, but looks like he's gonna survive.
He's good for now, but this does mean the
Juicier
pulverized
kill.
stolen. Oh my goodness, Mixa goes down, and one move, one Spectre game after the other. Looks like they could take it home twice with the spec.
By the way, he's got Shikuchi as well as Pulverize, like 2 fantastic spells on the Rubik.
Goodness, what a quick Aghanim Scepter too.
Yeah, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
He's also this Dr. Bum, like Hydra, they got a great deal with this guy. He is fantastic.
He's been playing super well. I almost believe this is an entirely different team with him as well, but clearly, one move has already been having success, regardless of stand-in. They've been completely different in this tournament. Top of their group from whereas they used to be really down and out.
Again?
That is just so much damage.
You need BKB piercing lockdown, ladies and gentlemen. I got it. It's called Pulverize. The Bum is here. It is hungry.
Amen. And this Blink, not even getting a desert. Wait, TA? Where are you? Top, bottom side. Wait, what? XN?
All right.
That's
Solid
just
kill.
that.
Could be a +1.
Could be. This is a pretty big Rubik kill. He's been dominating in this one. So the Crimson Guard giving him a lot of the physical protection, but I think they'll still get one. Ike to fall. Dr. Bum, he'll try to find another one, but this is once again the Dark Seer just enabling his team to victory. You don't have the damage.
There you go. Did he try to pulverize him at the same time as he lifted him? Can we?
I believe
think
so, yes.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can't. Well, because he was pulverized and he dropped to the ground because the lift ended, so the pulverize ended. Very interesting mechanic.
That doesn't seem like it should work that way.
Actually, I've been noticing a lot of these 3D, whatever you want to call them. The other days I saw Pango double jump. He got Shadow Demon disrupted, but he still landed on the ground. You know, the damage. Yeah, it's like when you go in the air, anything can happen. Spells can land, they can't land. We don't know. Like I've seen also someone who got fire snapped cookie, and then they would use like the Tumbler's toy, and the Tumbler's toy cancels the cookie when you land.
Shit.
Yeah. So you don't get the stun and damage when you land. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, Nikki Cool? In danger?
Okay, Dr. Bum.
Oh,
there you go.
there it
Boom,
is.
boom,
Oh, Lord.
boom.
With the
He's
sounds as
dead.
well. Just accept it, buddy. You're dead.
Yeah, Dr. Bum is... he's not carrying... I don't want to say he's carrying the team, but he is definitely giving them a massive hand in this one.
Oh, yeah. No, he's involved. He's involved in damn near everything. I mean, what's the guy got? 12? 13 assists? Yeah, 12 assists.
12 assists. How many kills? Does he have any kills?
3 kills, which
Yes.
he's pretty good.
So 15 out of 17 kills have been, he's been a part of. And Nicky Cool, he's no longer going to be caught. Like Dr. Bum is going to overtake him very soon.
Oh no. We're gonna harp on this for a while, but after seeing how dominant Nicky Cool was on the Dragon Knights, and even his early game wasn't so bad. I mean, he had some nice kills in the mid lane during that engagement, but the fact that his DK is so powerful, so impactful for the tower taking, for the lockdown, everything that they have, it's insane to me that they didn't pick it. And also, just a solo kill? Triple S was involved with it as well, I believe, with his Ion Shell, but otherwise it was all Spectre.
When do things get better? Okay, that's that's good.
That's pretty good. Got to get something.
Needed. It's much needed, but now you're looking at it, you're like, what's the chances for Namiga to take it back? What does Lord Gaben say? Gaben says 4%. Ooh, lovely use of the vacuum.
Just me. I mean, he'll try to high ground them a bit, but low ground there's a Darkseer, high ground there's a Spectre. Take your pick, buddy.
Alright. Okay, there is hope. Alright, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Ike, he's gonna blink, kick people up with the Aghanim Scepter. The bad part is he needs about 4,000 gold for the axe.
He needs to double his net worth currently to get it.
But once he has that blink axe, beware if you're one move.
It does allow you to there's one fight that you need to take, and Namiga, I've seen a game where they were down pretty significantly in the net worth of one move, and they came back and won the game. Literally game number 1, this is almost exactly what happened.
Nicky Cool gets silenced by it. Yeah, he's fine. You know, Nemiga don't seem too comfortable with the Bat Rider. I don't know what's up with them, but they just don't play this hero super good today. You know,
Yeah.
like he still doesn't have Blink Dagger. He went for Ghost Scepter first. He still has 600 gold more and 3, 5, and 4. That's meh score. Just doesn't seem like it's in their wheelhouse.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's been like both times it was kind of feeding as well.
Yep.
It's not even like he's going in and getting kills, dying. Like that stuff happens. But this one, it feels like it's just too hard for him to play the game at the moment. They are gonna smoke, run down, somehow smoke away from one move. Actually, I think they're happy with that.
Oh.
But this is what they want. They really want to try to find the Spectre.
The scan comes out just on the right of him. Oh dear.
I don't know if you can even do this anymore. This is right next to a tier 2 tower. Even if you do manage to catch him, it's just too risky.
Wait. He might like. And by the way, the other side, they're hitting their mid tower. So they're like, well, where are they? Just V's baiting. He's baiting. All right. Truth talk. Would you have fallen for that bait? You see a Bat Rider kind of by himself on your side of the map. Would you have jumped on him? You're a carry player.
Bait? That's not a bait. That's a kill. That's a kill that he missed because he didn't go for him.
Right. I knew you'd say something like that. Oh. Well, and by the way, the correct word is that would have been a throw. That's the correct.
99% of carries TP away before getting that one kill on the support they could have gotten in the jungle. You could have been that carry.
You'd be like, oh my god, it's a Crystal Maiden delivered to me right in the forest. I gotta go. Where's the rest of the team? I don't care. She's right there.
Yeah, no. They're about to defend high ground. There's no way you're heading high ground and they aren't there.
I mean, we are hitting high ground and they aren't there. What do you mean?
That was crazy, actually. How much damage did they do?
Not much,
yeah, they got almost like 70% of the tower down. I mean, oh no.
Not much is left of that tower, unfortunately. No. You know, I was about to say not much damage was done, then I was like, let me check again. There's like something. Yeah, not much is left. I meant not much is left.
Oh,
Lucas.
Weaver. I think the burn. Oh, the burn is not enough. Wow, yeah, he held that BKB. That's bold.
That man knows exactly how much he's gonna take. You know, he's like, all right. To be fair, if he felt like it was gonna be bad, it was a BKB, right? It's like he has that option. But he calculates. Sure. You know, I like if you ask that player in real life to do that math, he'd say I'd have no idea. But if you give it to him in a game in a graph, he looks at it, he's like, I got a feeling.
Yeah, right.
He's confident.
It's like the bars in the health bars in Dota are like crazy informative. It's almost entirely like that visual that you're going off of. It's like I have one thin bar of HP left. I should be fine.
Yeah, and I was like, I know exactly what it's doing. I know exactly if the damage I have is going to kill him, stuff like that. But you tell them to like calculate it with like pen and paper, they'll be like, I have no idea. Yeah. I've never seen this before. It's magic. Alright, so another Aegis goes down to the TA this time. So you still want to be able to catch the Spectre, but this is a great move they're doing in one move. Spectre farms, and she only joins with she can find like an easy person to haunt onto. It's super efficient movement. And
now they're gonna lose. Oh, maybe a tower up here. It's very good, as you said. Their moves have been quite good, setting themselves right up in front of the tower. They're not wasting any time. And farming on the other side as it happens.
Yep. In the meantime, that Aghanim Scepter on Tusk is getting closer. And let's not forget, he does have a Philosopher's Stone. Oh, really? He did the double one. That's cool. The Philosopher's Stone does help a little bit, but you still need like 5 more minutes at least. Oh, okay. Lucas.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Okay, cool. Gets it. Does that mean that wow, Bat Rider's got shard?
I was gonna say, does that mean that both of his supports are lower over? That can't be right, but no, it's it was between the Tusk and him, and he won.
By the way, the Tusk shard is so much better than the Bat Rider shard. You know, it's like it's a solid shard for sure.
Yeah, right.
That is going to be Iraq's pretty much. I think the Tusk shard also works really well with Pango, right? You get so much better rolling edge out of it. Oh, they're going. They found him. They got a good target. Just
oh, yeah, no, they're on top of the Rubik.
Good
He's
kill.
gone for sure. And this is a
Oh.
good start to the fight for Nemiga, but the rock drops right on top of Mixa. The BKB is out. He's taking so much damage, and XN is the one to find the kill. Ike will save himself for
Buyback.
just a second, but Lucas has got to be careful here because he could get nuked on down, forced upon the BKB before any disable even comes out. Now on Ryan Prince, who's surprisingly tanky in this one. They'll get the kill here, still has the walk away. He will.
Nicky Cool.
Unfortunately, Pango is not so lucky. Nicky Cool falls. It was 2 buybacks. It was the Tusk buyback, and it was Mixa, and still one move feel confident enough to stay here just as 3 heroes.
Nah, they get the gold. That's what, 150 gold. That's cool. Oh,
and
my
just V.
lord.
And now, oh no, Mixa, this is
He bought
dangerous.
back.
This could be the dieback on Mixa, trying to dispel himself away. Dagger connects, coming through with XM. He just
Solid
barely
ice
gets
path.
to blink out.
Darkseid? Oh, okay. Throws out the vacuum. It's not big enough to actually catch the Primal Beast. Well done, overall. I don't know. I'm not sure who's well done, really. They used 2 buybacks on Nemiga, and they kind of still lost 4-2.
Yeah, no, they lost too many, and one mover still on the high ground now. They don't feel like they can take this fight, and it's another kind of the empty cannon from Pangolier.
Yep.
He's sending out so many swashes, but no modifier on them at all. Just the echo on not even any of the hits. So this is a little too hard right now. You gotta get a defusal or this basher finished up, something to put some oomph into your swashes. And until that happens, I can't imagine that they're gonna be able to win these fights.
Nicky Cool, man. You had a signature hero, and somehow he's doing something today. All right. What we're looking at in terms of items, stolen spells are the Shield Crash. You do get the facet for it, apparently, for Rubik. Which is pretty cool. That's nice. Darkseer, he's got the Shiva's finish, Spectre, Cheese, BKB, Manta. That's the fresh BKB, unused, by the way.
Ooh.
Smoke Up, they go in the wrong direction for Nemiga, but they've been on the wrong direction this entire game, really.
It hasn't been very elaborate, I guess, from them. They're not really making these like, I know where they are, so I'm going to smoke. It's more like I'm terrified, but I also want to kill someone, so I'm going to smoke. And they don't really know where they're going. Now everybody's showing on the bot tower for free. Even the Spectre's here, so it's not like you're going to catch somebody who's farming in a different spot. And instead, you're the one who gets caught. Ike is the one to fall. That is his dieback. Still 2,200 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. He's not even close. Or just 2,000 now. But oh lord, if they eliminate the Pango, well, 50 seconds, he's gone. You're about to lose your last racks. Nemiga, they had such a good fight in game 1. They were even in it in game 2, but in game 3, they just rolled over.
I feel like rollover is the best way, because how do you play passively and they just called? They're not even gonna go for last draw. Lucas did a good job, but I am shocked at how badly the Bat Rider was used in game 2 and 3. Like, I'm just, you often see Bat Rider jumping in, lassoing, dominating the lane. He goes Ghost Scepter, and he never gets a Blink Dagger afterwards. And you're like, this is Bat Rider. Game 2 was even worse. Ike was trying to get some saves, but that was also kind of like, it's fine when you're Tusk and you're behind. I expected a little bit more from Nemiga, but kudos to one move. Stand in, and new player, and they kick ass. Like, what more could you ask for?
No, absolutely. And I liked what they started off with in Nemiga. I thought that this Weaver coming through was really clutch for them. And he played really well. I mean, he's 5-2. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to lock in more kills, but he wasn't dying around the map. Even with this Spectre, with Orchid literally just trying to hunt him the whole time. Didn't actually falter, and we're going to stick on this Pango for a long, long time. Just absolutely no reason to force this pick. Even if it wasn't the DK, again, it didn't feel like this was really coherent for their draft. And on the other side, I mean, everything just seemed normal. After losing this, or after winning this second game on the Spectre, they're like, hey, this actually felt really good for us. Let's run it again. And I can't believe, because Nemiga, you got caught out the first game. You didn't know it was coming, sure. But this next one, it was drafted earlier. You know what they like to do on it. You should have been much more prepared for this. And as you said, this Bat Rider just feeds a second game in a row to the Spectre.
In general, it's like, I feel like the Bat Rider and the Pango, they are like Nicky Cool. Because I say Bat Rider because there's, one game was Ike, this game was just V. Both games looked bad. I was expecting a lot more from Nemiga, and It's crazy. It's crazy to play the farm game against Spectre TA.
Yeah.
But kudos to Dr. Bum. If we were going to shout out someone who was
Yes.
MVP of the entire series, Game 1, Hoodwink, insane performance. They lost, doesn't matter. He played great. Game
Yep.
2, Tiny. Like 3,000 head net worth of all the other supports. This game as well, Aghanim Scepter at 17 or 18 minutes, steals Shikuchi and Pulverize, and he just destroys them. Like,
Absolutely.
amazing player. I'm so glad. Hydra, you are lucky to have this guy.
Certainly good. And again, guys, this wasn't some phantom stand-in that came in and just dominated the game. It's the only reason One Move won. No, and One Move have been completely different since their last tournament. They made one change, one move, if you would, and now they are doing very well. Completely different in this tournament. I'm happy to see that they're doing this. They've now beaten Namiga, which is something they don't usually get to say about themselves. So a huge step forward for the organization. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see that they pulled through. And for Namiga, well, we also want to see them succeed. And we will get to see a little bit more of them. They're knocked into the lower brackets, and they're not out yet.
Yep. But that's going to be it for me and Math Magician. We still have 2 more series to go. We're going to leave you in the far more capable hands of Cryptic and his friend, who I know his name and can pronounce it totally. Well, yeah, he's going to come here and he's going to take my place. He's going to be much handsomer. You guys are going to love him. But Zequatics, right? Dude,
Zequatics, yeah.
Zequatics, right? I got it. Cool.
I used to call him Z Coyote, and that was apparently very wrong.
Oh, yes. I don't know if that's there's some sort of insult, but yeah, if you guys have any feedback, let us know. But there's 2 more series to go, so we're going to go on a little bit of break. We're right on schedule, so the next game should be coming up fairly soon. But we're going to call it. Bye-bye.
First blood. If it was first blood, I barely touched.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I saw that ending from mine.
Don't let it get to you.
Tower has fallen.
Where did you come from? Rewoven.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello everybody, welcome back here to CCT. We've got a lot of Dota lined up still to play, and I'm happy to say we've got a big game lined up next before we get started. My name's Cryptic, I'm here with Z Quixotics. Oh, actually we got the labels a little backwards, but we'll get it sorted out in a little bit. How you doing today, Zach?
I'm Ricky now. I'm good. How about you? I'm ready for some more Dota. Always ready for Dota. We got a new patch out. Is it different? Is it really different? I think so. Last 2 series we had some new stuff. But is it that different?
I mean, it's different enough. No, it's not. I'm kidding. It's really not. C patch nerfed. It did feel like there was some like unwarranted nerfs and some definitely not enough nerfs. I think the way I heard it described best was this really felt like an E or an F patch where they're like, okay, everything's like kind of balanced, but we got to tweak these a couple things, minus like Pudge and, you know, Night Stalker getting absolutely obliterated from the game, but, you know, everyone else barely got touched.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. There's maybe they like where it's going and they just didn't want to change it too much, but yeah, I kind of agree. I thought some of the broken heroes would get nerfed more. Like Weaver, I think is still really good. Phoenix, really good. We've been seeing them in this series so far. Dark Willow did drop off, I'd say. You know, she's one of the ones who did get hit fairly hard, but I think she still has above 50% win rate, so I think you can still play her if you want. But you can't throw Bedlam on allies, so, you know, that's too bad.
Yeah, I will say that was kind of one of the most random, like, major buffs to the hero that she ever got. And then it just gets randomly removed in the middle of this patch because they're like, we actually just buffed her way too much. Thorny Thicket was way too good. We're like, we got to deal with this, you know? So I kind of like it. I think it was a smart move. Let's talk about our game today that we got coming up next. It's going to be Twisted Minds. We take a look at their lineup here. Of course, Shad, Xantic, Stonebank, Pablo, and of course, Simon, which you guys might know as, you know, well, you might go by a different name, but he's just been going by Simon lately, which I'm okay with.
He's rebranding. I think maybe I'll do the same. I'll follow suit. Just start using the full name.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, but previously Hanskin, obviously, if you guys don't know who that is, you should. He's been around for a minute. You might look familiar.
True. Though a lot of Dota, you know the names, maybe you don't know the faces as well. Now it's become a lot more common to have, you know, the pictures of the players and all that. So now people are starting to attach the names to faces. But back, like you said, he's been here for a while, and all the way back then, maybe you didn't really connect the faces to the names.
Yeah. Their opponents today will be Just Better, which we've actually seen them go up against a few different times now in recent events. Now this, as you can actually see based on their jerseys, kind of a combination of old Brame and some new players. So Focus, Thug, Skylark, Astral, and Spartan. These guys played a lot in the Western European DPC, found some success there, but are kind of, ever since DPC kind of disbanded, obviously the team's kind of shuffling around a little bit, but Just Better seemingly settling into this lineup quite a bit, and I like it. They've looked solid, so hoping for a good series.
Yeah, I think Astral is standing in.
Yes, Astral is standing
today?
in for what did they say?
Or Desire. Although
Desire.
in the lobby, I think I see Desire, so maybe he did make it in time. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see. Or maybe he changed his name. You can never tell. The players have their official names here, but their in-game tags are always all over the place. So sometimes you get in the lobby and you have no idea who's who.
Or maybe Desire is standing in for Astral. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. So Desire is standing in for Astral right now. That's
Oh,
what's going on.
gotcha. Okay.
So
Misread.
Astral is their normal forward position. But yeah, I think it's, you know, first day of playoffs here for these teams. Getting that upper bracket seed would be very important. They've all obviously earned their spot so far to get to here. I guess except Twisted Mind and Liga, right? They were the direct invites here to the playoff stage, and it's not that surprising. They've looked pretty dang good recently. They've had solid results in some of these other tournaments, so they'll be our last 2 series, right? So Twisted Minds, we'll see if they deserved that direct invite hero over Just Better, but we can take a look at the head-to-head. Shad and Focus. That is a really big difference
rough
in
win
win rate
percentage.
and yeah, and win rate as well as matches played. So a little bit more, I guess, it gives you a little bit more confidence in, say, Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think both these teams are still coming into full power, I guess, right? They're still relatively recently formed, especially on Twisted Minds, but they have looked good. They get through a lot of the qualifiers, things like that, and then the tier 1 teams can handle them. But they've been getting better, slowly making the changes. Looking forward to seeing where they go. And then Just Better, yeah, they still do like the occasional roster change. It has been the core group of guys for a little bit now, but seem to be struggling to quite find the right style for them. And I think we see that reflected a little bit here.
Yeah. All right. But I'm excited. We haven't covered any games on the C patch, I don't think, right? It came out sometime last week or whatever. I mean, I've watched games, right? But we haven't like done any official casts on the new patch. Do you think like we're like we should be expecting like a D patch relatively soon? Because they obviously we see that Crownfall Act 3 is delayed 2 weeks, right? So are we expecting like another like D patch, an E patch? Are we getting like 7.38? Like what we're 3.7? Like what's going on? What do you think's happening soon?
You'll be a lot more peaceful in Dota if you don't expect anything. Just get patched when you get patched. Depends what they want. You know, that's the part none of us have the inside info where they want the patch to go. We assume it's like overall balance, but you know, maybe they do want a certain style. Maybe they are okay with like some heroes being at the top for a little bit and then swap it out. I got no idea. It does seem like we have similar heroes at the top compared to last patch, and that's where some of us are a little confused. We're like, I thought you would nerf this guy more, and I thought, you know, this guy's dead, so I thought you'd bring him back. It didn't quite seem there. So if they want to try another small patch, and you know, maybe they were trying to make this late June for Act 3, and like you said, it got pushed back to now June 39th. Maybe this was a quick small patch to make the way, you know, get over there. Guess we'll see on June 39th.
Dude,
okay.
The funny thing is people were like, oh, when's patch? And I unironically said June 39th. I was like, yeah, it'll be June 39th. This was like last week. And they're like, what? And I'm like, it's releasing in July, second week of July, guys. Come on. It's not releasing in June, like clearly.
Yeah, with that question mark there's a very high chance it did not make it to June.
All right, are we getting a new hero in Crownfall? That's the big question.
I don't mean to start the copium too soon, but Act 4 PvE event would be the ultimate way to end this, and then Act 3 could be new hero, or you save it for the PvE event. He's a playable character there, or he's a boss.
That'd be cool.
And then at the end, he's here, Ringmaster.
I dig it. That'd be fun. I would like Ringmaster to come out in Act 3, and then Bird Samurai is that playable character you're talking about in Act 4. I think that would be super sick.
That would be the twist. 2 heroes at once.
Mm-hmm.
But
we finally got a draft. Let's go. We can talk about Dota now and not theory craft on what Valve is doing in their spare time.
Talk about the actual heroes in the game now. So here's the heroes. This is what we're talking about, right? Like SF nerfed a little bit. Some of the slow on the stacking raises, but he maxes it first in pretty much every case anyways, and at max it ends up about the same. So of course it does hurt his early laning stage, but I think the main reason that SF got popular is because of the innate ability being that he gets souls right away, which in the past, if you took that level, that ability to get souls, you were trying to last it with like 40 damage. It was miserable. Now you can collect souls while having raise, which is what most people did. You start with raise so you can actually get last hits at the start. At level 2, you take the soul collection, and then you use raise to collect souls, and then from there, the right clicking is better. That did not get changed, and so that's why I still think he's at the top, along with being able to flex between mid and carry. TA, similar, nerf the barrier a little bit, but surprise, having a barrier, still really good compared to not.
They quote-unquote nerfed it. It's Stronger's level 1 and 2, man. It's crazy.
true.
Like her
true.
level 1 barrier is even more bull crap than it was before, and like she's a snowball hero. Like that first 2 waves make a massive difference.
Yeah, and at some point, like you do max it pretty early, so at that point it is technically nerfed. But you're right, like the fact that it's stronger at the start means, wow, we're zooming along. Okay, so the rest of the bans maybe not too surprising. Beastmaster's a new one who's rising up, but he's banned now, so maybe we'll talk about it in the future. Darkseer, again, slight nerf to him. He's still really good. I like this Broodmother. I've been seeing this come up as a response. So the idea is that Darkseer's laning stage, a lot of people learned how to deal with Ion Shell over the years, and now that he can build so much strength and potentially take the right-click facet that helps him in the laning stage, he does a combo now, Ion Shell plus right-click harass. What people have found is that if you can pick a carry who can just outright-click the Darkseer, you'll get through the Ion Shell, or maybe pick a support to deal with the Ion Shell. So like we saw Venge have a lot of success, Venge carry a lot of success versus Darkseer, and Broodmother potentially carry. I think that's where a lot of pros have been playing her. She'll deal with it. She's got the spider's milk to deal with the Ion Shell harass, possibly her Q, and then she's just a really good right-clicking hero as well, so she can just fight out the last hits with the Darkseer.
Yeah, I will say I've been seeing more and more of the carry brood, and it does definitely seem like they were expecting the Broodmother first pick. Like they wanted to go Broodmother here in the response as the carry, because the bans kind of tell that story, right? You're looking at the offlane bans of Brewmaster and Beastmaster. Like those heroes are actually really annoying for the Brood to deal with. She doesn't like playing into evasion, right? Which the Brewmaster has. And she does not want to play into an Ags Beastmaster because you can never kill him with spiders. So this to me is like they're leaving in this like intentional like, yeah, go ahead, pick this Darkseer. You know, we got something cooking for you. And so now we get the Broodmother carry. I think this hero is sick. I've been loving the build on it. I'm curious what he ends up doing, but it's been a lot of like Bracer, Wraithband, Soul Ring, Treads, Echo Saber, BKB. Just like straight, I'm gonna fight you. And it's working well, man. This hero farms.
Yeah, I will say for Darkseer, like I don't think it's a totally one-sided matchup because Ion Shell does still protect him from Spiderlings, and Crimson Guard got buffed, and Darkseer in particular can just build straight health. Or strength anyways, and he doesn't care as much as he maybe did in the past. Crimson Guard, really good versus the Spiderlings. So it is good to have a hero, because one of the strengths of Broodmother is like, okay, you get through the laning stage, decent lane, but it's not over now that spiders are at level 6. Once you get the spiders, that's usually like, everyone get out of my lane or I will kill you. But if you have a hero who can still sit there and delay the tower, slow down the farm at least a little bit, that helps a lot. And that's kind of what Darkseer can do, unless potentially you're running into an Enchantress 5 who's just going to remove Ion Shell from you because she can dispel on enemies. She can't defensively dispel, but aggressively, when he surges himself, when he uses Ion Shell on himself, Enchant is going to wreck him. So that is a scary lane. They're going to need a strong 4 support to deal with this, or maybe like someone just creep drag the whole time.
Yeah, I was going to say, you need to have a hero that can just either trade really efficiently against Enchantress, which there's not many, or you have to pick someone that can, which I think this is going to be a 4-position Crystal Maiden, realistically, is they want to put her into the Enchantress lane to prevent like the creep, you know, being super annoying. We've seen 4-position Crystal Maidens fairly often, but it doesn't have to be. Like you can still pick a different hero. Okay, probably 4-position Tiny now. Which is a good pick into the Enchantress. Flex is there. Yeah, the flex is there for sure. But in terms of like 4s, Tiny's actually pretty good, right? It forces Enchantress to go for like early bracers, go for like casual fluffy hats, just to like get enough HP to survive his burst. Cool. Rubik DK. DK's looking solid again. I feel like this hero, they're like trying to make his other facets good, and everyone just keeps going corrosion because boy is that corrosion damage so freaking insane.
It's good. It's a good facet. The others are gonna need. They're really gonna need something to compete with corrosive haze, or corrosive breath, dragon, whatever. Corrosive haze is Slardar. Twisted Minds, man, they seem prepped. They've barely used any reserve time. They've been pretty fast on their picks. I feel like this is going well for their draft prep here. Rubik going to have lots of good steals here. Dragonite, like you said, has been really solid. And there's still a lot of flex between Broodmother, Dragonite. So going into this last pick, where Twisted Minds does have last pick. So they get to see everything and then decide where they're going to stick these heroes. So that's going to be a pain for Just Better. They're going to go with the Zeus, who I think he did get nerfed a little bit as well, but it's really not a huge deal. He's going to be fine in a lot of these lanes. And he's another hero who can kind of deal with the Spiderlings. You'd Arc Lightning around, clear them out pretty quickly, get some farm. If they get on top of you, though, you're probably going to die really quickly if you don't have some kind of defensive item.
That's what I was kind of I was gonna get to next. Is DK just goes early blink from the mid lane, if it even wants to be a mid lane DK, right? You can still flex it off, but a lot of times we see mid lane DK. I don't think it really loses to a Zeus matchup. Like it should farm perfectly fine, and then just take the tower at 6 with an Enchantress rotation mid. So it is a little bit scary to have the Zeus pick there, but we'll see if it's able to slow down the DK or not. That's kind of the most important thing right now, because you have a really fast tempo draft in this Broodmother Enchantress already. Add a DK into the mix who wins his lane. That's terrifying.
Yeah, but I will say, who do you pick against Dragonite to beat him in the mid lane? Like that's kind of his thing, is that there's not really a hero that rushes the Dragonite. And so I think a good way to approach it is someone who can keep the lane shoved out, because that way Dragonite cannot take your tower. And then someone who just, I get what I need, because it's going to be a farming mid lane. Like we're both going to farm. We're not going to kill each other. So I think that type of hero fits the bill. And that's kind of Zeus, right? He's going to keep his distance. He's not going to die to Dragonite Corrosive. But he can just keep Arc Lightning the creeps out so that Dragonite can't get close to the tower to destroy it in one ultimate. And you're just going to farm up your stuff. You're going to get your boots, your phylactery. See where he goes from there. The lightning hands did get nerfed, but it's still pretty good for farm. You just can't combine it with Manta. So some people still just get the shard. And I mean, against the spiders, it could be pretty good. Though again, I don't know if you want to be that close to the spiders. You might be in the danger zone at that point. So we'll see. we'll see how they play that out.
I feel like with Zeus, the lightning hands is still essential. Dang, I was gonna get to that exact hero. I was gonna say, if you do not ban Underlord here, you lose the game. It is that straightforward. Like this was gonna be like the most ridiculous timing draft. There's almost no heroes left that can actually lane against him either. So yeah, very good Underlord ban. That would have been really rough. Now, in terms of heroes that are left, you still have some options. Mars is on the table. I'm going to go for a Sven, which I am curious because I've been seeing this hero start to get a little bit more attention, and both of his facets are actually very good. So I think either whichever one he goes, if he wants the barrier to help with the Broodmother and the Broodmother like broodlings, I think that's also very good. Just generally giving your team like 35 armor in the mid game is an AoE is fantastic. We typically see this picked as like a Pangolier counter, which, I mean, maybe their plan was to put like Dragonite offlane and then grab Pango mid. Now you kind of block the Pango pick, which is fantastic. So yeah, I like the Sven pick quite a bit. We'll see what Twisted Minds want to do if it is just going to be the DK mid. I think that's likely. I think it's not likely.
Incorrect.
I think it's not likely at all. No, I think maybe they were gonna go for the Pango. I think it was legitimately something that they wanted, and this Sven pick actually makes it impossible to play Pango into. So I like it. It's a good call. They grab it Xantix Ember Spirit. It is going to be the safe lane Dragon Knight actually instead of the Broodmother. Wait,
It's
no.
Stonebank's the offlane.
Never mind. Shad's on it.
I'm crazy.
Yep,
Rick
Shad's
is losing
playing
it, guys. He's losing
It's fine. It's our first series of the day.
All right, looks like a lot of there's nothing crazy in terms of the facets. Sven is going for Wrath of God, which I think is a little more common when you're playing carry Sven. It's, you know, the damage scaling one. The utility of the stone, what's it called? I was about to call it the legions. Whatever, the barrier.
It's called Heavy Plate.
There you go, Heavy Plate. Some kind of plate in there. Heavy Plate is cool. I think maybe as a core, you don't really want to do it. There's been some support Sven that's been playing with that facet. Maybe Core Sven could do it, especially if he needs to give himself a stronger laning stage. But into the Enchantress, I'm pretty sure you could dispel that barrier, right? Because
Until you
Warcry
get
can be
shard.
dispelled until you get the shard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means you wouldn't really get the early strength out of it, which I think is like the point. And there's no way you're building early shard on Sven carry. So
Yeah.
I think the other one probably makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
It does
I
mean
agree.
you're starting with, 20 less base damage than usual?
It's
into
not that
a
bad, dude.
Dragon Knight?
I was curious. I like ran the numbers. You can come to lane with certain items with like 58 damage, which is like pretty dang good if you buy a Quelling Blade. So I think it's perfectly fine, bro. This is it, man. It is game number 1 of Twisted Minds versus Just Better. We're just about to begin and jump into this one. Based on the draft, though, Zach, who do you like here?
It just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better.
I do think there's some fast tempo possible from Twisted Minds. I like the Brood carry. Sven's... So you would think Sven's good because he can like kill all the spiderlings, and that part is true. But Brood as a carry also just functions well without the spiders. And if Sven does not have BKB, you're dealing with mischance, you're dealing with all these crowd control stuns. I could see Twisted Minds having a strong start and then just being able to run it down. So we'll have to see if like the Zeus and the Darkseer in particular, are they enough to buy time for the Sven to come online? And then at that point, maybe do get the big crits before you can really get the long trades with Broodmother that she likes between the Insatiable Hunger, Incapacitating Bite, all that. Long story short, I want to see the tempo of the Radiant versus the early game stalling of the Dire.
Yeah, that is a really good point. All right.
Seconds to battle.
We've seen Broods put this web in the middle. I think it's really cool. Against Zeus, probably not the biggest deal, but really cool adjustment from Brood players. Hanskin, now Simon, first blood here, even with the overprotective wisps. Who did that go to? Desire?
Enchantress. Oh, yeah, no, to Desire on the Tiny. That's huge.
Battle begins.
All right. Well, very good start to the game for Just Better. Having a first blood for your Tiny is pretty huge because we talked about the fact that he can bully heroes like Enchantress, especially with like a gold lead, right? If you're able to just spam crash landing in lane, like if you get to your like mana boots relatively quick, and that first blood's gonna help him get there. So he's already got a bunch of mana regen coming out. So this is, I can just imagine, going to be him tossing Enchantress constantly this whole lane stage. So it'll be funny. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think it's tempting to rush for the boots, but I think he's opting for the earlier strength of the consumables because this is a tough lane. Enchantress, Broodmother versus your Darkseer, it's their counter pick, so he's trying to get as much as he can in the lane, as much power to help the Darkseer get by, doing like, you know, the body blocks in the camp. Can't give Enchantress any creeps. As soon as she hits level 2, it's going to be a huge pain.
Yeah, absolutely. She's just incredibly strong in the lane. Always has been. One of the reasons I think that they, you know, it's not just really good into Darkseer, it's just, it loses very few trades against supports. Tiny, do you think he's going to do some like lane dragging here at any point? Like, do you think it's worth it for him to start dragging waves?
At the start, I don't think he needs to, but maybe once Enchant comes out, the lane starts to get too scary, and you see him start doing some creep dragging. It looks like he's trying to get a courier right now, which might combo with some creep dragging, so maybe everything I said is wrong. Nah, he's letting it through. He's letting it through.
I'm a little bit surprised Ember went for the double impact. I've been seeing a lot of Embers actually start going for chain gang. But We're gonna see top lane. Nice little grab here on the Pablo, falling low. He does get the stick for the moment, but can he close the gap on focus? He can. One last auto attack will do it. Stonebank unable to finish the job against Spartan. He's also gonna salve up under that tower. But I think overall, it's still okay for Stonebank. Like, he's gonna find farm, but getting an extra kill onto the Sven is huge.
Yeah, and you were right. I was a little worried about coming in with less base damage versus the Dragon Knight, who he's got some good damage, and that's kind of what he does. You know, he hits you with the breathe fire and then denies creeps in front of you. But Sven's doing all right for himself right now. They're pretty even, which it's only going to get harder for Dragon Knight to deny because Sven he's back to pretty much regular damage at this point.
Yeah, at level 4 is when the break-even point is. Oh, nice kill on the Crystal Maiden top. You do have a lot of burst damage with level 2 breathe fire, and I believe that's what he's gone for, but usually that's the case.
Looks like he's actually gone for 1 for each, so I think he got the negative armor from Worm's Wrath to help finish up that
Worm's
kill.
Wrath. Okay, that works. Forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, the break-even point for Sven, because I went into demo after the update, because I've been thinking Sven was very close to actually being a broken hero, because both of his facets are actually incredibly strong. And I think people very much underestimate the other one as well, but with this one, you're like, if you get like level 4 with like stick and a bracer, you have hit your break-even point. So every bit of strength after that is just more damage. And by the time you hit like level 25, with just like a regular item build with a Daedalus even, like not even an extra strength item, you'll have about 120 extra damage from that facet, which is a lot of damage.
Mid lane. Enchantress trying to deny that water rune. That would have been a really good play, but she's just a second or two short. I think Tiny messing with her a bit. So far,
Zeus.
this is rough for the Ember counter pick into the Zeus. Though I don't think they picked Ember. Oh, Zeus going to find a kill on this Rubik as well. I don't think they picked Ember thinking they were going to crush the Zeus. I think it is for the playmaking that they wanted the Ember.
It's good later.
Yeah, but you don't want to get shut down in the laning stage, which actually, okay, maybe they were just creeps that hadn't died yet. He's not that far behind the Zeus, actually.
It's always deceiving when like you're looking at the lane and then you realize like the other mid laner has like a whole wave and a half because a Zeus is just shoving the wave. Like, wait a minute. Bottom lane though, Darkseer doing really well at the moment. Skylark is having a great time, sitting at 22 and 10. Broodmother will eventually catch back up. He's gone for a double bracer going into the Soul Ring, which a lot of times you see like a Null Talisman or a Wraith Band, but against the Darkseer opting for extra regen instead, which I guess isn't that surprising, but
Darkseer
it does
also
slow down
went
your farm
for
speed.
Darkseer also went for quick wit, so I think he needs. And Darkseer right now is pushing 100 damage to Broodmother's 88, which is kind of crazy. You're like, I have 88 damage. How could I not be higher than the offlaner? But you know, Darkseer, he's one of those guys who can do it. So I think that's part of it as well. He just wants as much damage as possible to get these last hits.
Good old 4 gauntlets starting, unbelievable. No one thought we'd ever be here.
Can't believe that part didn't get nerfed.
Right? Dude, I don't know.
Part of battle, 1% slower though.
Dude, I like the facet no one chooses either. Like that's the thing that was super weird is like that facet it's like not bad, but quick wit makes this hero really strong.
I think Heart of Battle had its place, to be fair. Like, especially if your laning stage was going to be okay, Heart of Battle's really good in the heart of battle.
Yeah.
But Quick Wit's really good for the laning stage. And against that Broodmother, that's like where you need to slow her down. Once she has spiders, she just kind of like pops off, which we're getting to. She's almost level 5. I think we'll still see Darkseer stay down here. Like I said, I think he's one of those heroes who can deal with it. But Brood's farm is going to shoot up, and you're probably going to see both supports leave because it's like, okay, you do your thing down here, Brood. You farm. You're only going to see heroes come down here if it's like a lot of heroes, like Zeus, Crystal Maiden, Tiny. They're all coming down to kill the Broodmother, or you're bringing all the heroes to kill Darkseer. But otherwise, there's not going to be like a casual support, like, oh, maybe I'll help out a little bit. It's like you get out, I'm farming everything. Don't take my XP. I'll report you. I'll kick you off my team. Get out of here.
They actually, I would really like to see an Enchantress rotation to the top side, and actually both teams have placed wards on their twin gates, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? It's now that both of these side off lanes, or like I guess the bottom lane, like both of them want to just be left alone. We could see like supports, especially an Enchantress, if she gets like a Centaur or like a Troll summoner, she can just send it through the gate and just like come top lane, and suddenly you have like a really strong gank, like telekinesis into Dragon Tail into, you know, whatever Enchantress brings. So I like the ward there for that reason, but I feel like it's only a matter of time before we start seeing this Enchantress try to... She's either just going to go AFK jungle, or she's going to like start shoving down towers.
She can probably AFK for a little bit. I mean, Wisdom runes are coming up. Now that the power runes are done, Zeus has an illusion. Nothing too crazy for the start. Wisdom runes will be the next play. And then after that, Dragonite should be 6, which lines up really well with having an Enchantress creep just stand there, tank the tower for you, while you just blast the tower in your Elder Dragon form. Pablo has scouted out the stacks. They're trying to prep stacks for actually all the cores. Sven,
Yeah,
Darkseer,
like
Zeus. Everyone would love to do the stacks. Maybe even Crystal Mage is thinking like, well, if I get to 6 and the stacks are there, you know, I might freezing field them.
I put a lot of effort into making these.
Yeah, in terms of stealing it, Radiant doesn't have the best tools. Like Ember is probably the one who has to go over and try to steal the stack.
Yeah, with it being corrosive dragon, like you're better off staying in the lane and shoving tower, like putting damage in onto the carry than you are, you know, trying to stack clear.
Mm-hmm. Right now it looks like a 1-for-1 trade on the Wisdom runes and applying a little bit of pressure mid with the Enchantress creep. Yeah, we look down here, Brood. How close is she? She's almost there. She's almost at 6. This next creep wave should be it. They might be trying to kill her like one more time before, or like get a kill before. Yeah, here they go, Avalanche.
Darkseer no way
C6
this works.
First. Yeah, it's just so hard. Like, look, she's just walking away.
Yeah,
like, cool attempt, guys.
Absolutely no shot you kill that Broodmother. You do end up trading top lane. Thunder God's Wrath committed here as well, just to secure the kill onto the Rubik. I mean, you do push the Brood out of lane for a moment, but as far as Shad's concerned, he's fine. Like, he's gonna get his level 6.
Yeah, it's a good play to make because they do want to kill her before she gets 6, and that's what they're trying to at least delay it, which they did, you know, for like I don't know, 10, 20 more seconds.
Between her and Sven, it's like almost 30 CS.
Yeah, Darkseer did a really good job. Even better than I thought. I actually don't. Yeah. This is a very new age matchup. You know, the right-clicking Darkseer versus Brood carry. So I'm not fully sure how these are supposed to go, but I know Brood has been picked as the counter to Darkseer first pick. So I imagine it was supposed to go a bit better than this.
Yeah, that's where I'm a little bit confused as well. I think looking at the matchup, I think you probably have to go 2-2-1 and go for an early second point in Insatiable Hunger.
Heroes down here.
Oh yeah, that is how you find the kill onto the Broodmother. You bring in the Crystal Maiden, and they make this rotation knowing that any ward that was placed on the Twin Gate would have expired. Because we talked about these wards, right, a couple minutes ago. And it's been 6-7 minutes since the start of the game, so those wards have expired unless they placed a new one, which they've seen no support go bottom. Great rotation. Where are we on net worth right now?
Let's see. Top 3 are all just better, so that's a really good sign for them. They shut down this Brood quite hard.
Hanskin
Looks like they might find an Enchantress kill.
Yeah. He's going to know there's a ward that saw him on his rotation over. They just tried to do something similar a few moments ago. They might get Desire. Looks like they will. Nice kill for Xantic. But they did this a moment ago, right? During the gank to the bottom side, they brought Enchantress mid, try to focus down this tower.
Did we get Shad again?
But they are going to get Shad again. With Spartan here, right? He just needs one more spell.
It's got 50 health.
Oh, Thunder God's Wrath, just in case. Okay. Oh, he was as he was waiting for mana is what it was on the Zeus. He was bottling for mana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Well, very nice. 2 deaths on the Broodmother, who's having a really rough game, and it doesn't get easier into the Sven Darkseer.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So, I mean, the lane didn't go as well as they'd like. That happens. I thought they would make plays around Dragon Knight with his ultimate, but they've been trying to push mid. And, I mean, they're slowly whittling it down, but Zeus has been mostly on his own while the supports kill Broodmother, and he just presses Q on the wave. So he's really dragging out this mid-tower push while still farming.
Okay, they're
So-
smoking with the Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight right now. So if they find the Zeus here, it's very good. But you have to find the Zeus. You cannot afford to use this and only get a support. They get the tower denied a boot. Oh, the Blinking. Dragon Tail is there. The Slight Chains. And just as expected, the Zeus goes down. The kill going to Pablo, unfortunately. But it is still getting map pressure.
We've seen Pablo pop off too if he has a he's got a greedy play style, and we've seen him do some crazy things like Daedalus Hoodwink. So I mean, if he gets the kills, there's a lot of good steals here. I could see Rubik having a lot of impact. What we need to see is Twisted Minds like really get going with this blink. Zeus kills great. They're making their way top, and as long as they keep that pressure up, then maybe that's back on track, because they need to give Broodmother space, who is currently being hunted down with a smoke. Fortunately, she dodges it this time. She's coming top to help take this tower.
They know she's coming top, though. They saw her on the portals, the Sven TPing out immediately. Well, I thought they were going to come through the portal bottom, but it looks like Tiny and Darkseer holding off for now.
Well, they don't
Okay.
know what's on the other side, so
Yeah.
they could be going into a trap.
I mean, they see them on the tower. They should have an idea. Or they're
I think they
waiting
don't know
for...
where the supports are, though.
Yeah, they may be waiting for the Broodmother to come back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a good call.
But no.
Looks like they
he's
sensed
gonna go
that
farm
play,
triangle
too.
now. With the top side of the map now opened, Broodmother has made a great migration, and the top side of the map now belongs to the Broodmother.
God, the migration of spiders, terrifying.
Can you? There's webs everywhere.
There's an animal I'm glad does not migrate in map.
Dude, imagine. Never mind. I was gonna say, imagine living in Australia and there's like a great migration of spiders every year that are like the size of small birds.
God, no, thank you.
That's like the
Some
burn
nightmare
it with
fuel.
Yeah, that's like burn it all down.
Xantic went Mage Slayer. He just finished it. That's it's an item
Very
that
good
dropped
this game.
off, but yeah, it's really good versus 4 of these heroes, so makes sense.
It's
They've got
kind of
the
getting
items.
a little bit more favor. I've seen more and more people start to pick up the Mage Slayer again.
I think there's been a good amount of, well, I don't know, I say that physical damage has been popular too, but I feel like there's been popular spellcasters like the Zeus.
Regeneration.
How's Sven doing? Sven's top of the net worth. He's hitting all his item timings.
Oh, Blink Dragon Tail. Chains. He's got him. Nice jump out, though, from the Zeus. Great heal. The Thunder God's Wrath actually dodged by the Sleight of Fist. Is Stonebank now in trouble. The Sven walking on up. Hanskin in trouble. Tossback's going to find Pablo. The Zeus still getting chased by the Ember Spirit, but he dodges it so dang well. Sleight of Fist, one more shot. He has a chains. Oh, he's already used it. The Root from Spartan, but he gets him with the Darkseer Illusion. Hanskin turning the Dragon Knight illusion back on to the enemy team. Quite cool,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
but ends up being an okay fight for Twisted Minds, considering that this didn't have the Shad Broodmother. I feel like that's as good as it could have gone.
It's probably not too bad considering they're 5k behind at 15
exactly.
minutes. I don't think it's where they want to be. Like, if you go back to the draft, like we're talking about, like, oh, we're supposed to win our lanes and then have good tempo. I don't think they're supposed to be 5k behind. So even though that trade is in this situation okay, I think for the greater game plan, just better feels okay because Sven is gonna hit that critical mass. He's got a blink on the way. We might see him start joining some fights, but probably still farm because he's got that BKB queued up. And with that, I don't know how you deal with him. If they can start really opening up the game, like I think that's just better to happy with where they're at.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I don't think they're worried at all about their current game state. This Sven is just enormous. He's on his way to his BKB. He'll be there, you know, in no time. Zeus is sitting on 2,100 gold. What do you think he's waiting for? Is he contemplating the shard, or are we going to be seeing like Kaya come out off this guy here pretty soon? Ooh, there's going to be a great toss in. They get on top of Pablo. Quick kill for Focus. Is they're even going to find a little stack?
That's all things going the way of just better right there. Stack stealing, we're talking about how that's so good to do, right? You spend the time making it, you're behind, you need these stacks, right? You're trying to like take the enemy farm and then you fall back to the stack that your support set up, and then they're not there.
There's also just the ASMR enjoyment of hearing the gold trickle in from the support position. You're like,
true,
oh,
that's
someone
true.
finally doing those? Thank you.
The payoff.
Yeah, it's not even just the money. It's the fact that you get to hear it. That's what makes it even better. Spartan, yeah, no shot, but Focus. Hip onto the backside here. Pops the God Strength. Stonebank falling low, but in comes Shad. You don't have the BKB yet on the Sven, but a nice little vacuum there from Skylark. 2 hero chains to pull them out, but it's Xantic. He's going to get brought down onto the backside. It was close. They almost get to the Sven, but just too much help there from the side of Just Better. You end up losing the Ember. Very well played from the Dire.
I thought Focus was about to get like a triple kill there, but they actually controlled him pretty well while getting away, which is really good because if that guy picks up a triple kill right now, his BKB is halfway done. That would be terrifying. Maybe it's a delayed triple kill.
Yeah, one at a time. Mid-tier 1 tower is going to go down. A really nice find there from the Tiny. As bottom lane, Spartan, very dead. This is one of the most depressing heroes to play into a Broodmother, I would say.
If you're behind, definitely, or like if Brood can solo kill you.
Like you
Crystal Maiden
need
has
Crystal
some
Clone.
decent AoE spells though for the spiders. It's not too bad.
Once you have Crystal Clone, it's much better because you can just kill the spiders if he goes on you. But
he needs that.
Yeah, that's the only thing you have. You need Crystal Clone and an Ghost Scepter, so you can just like delay as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean Crystal Clone will kill a spider. Like Crystal Clone plus Crystal Nova kills every spider. So
yeah,
pretty good. We'll see how good Shad's micro is to just send like half the spiders at her or something.
Yeah. I still don't know how to micro individual spiders on
Broodmother.
Oh, wait, really?
Brood. I've got a video for you, Ricky.
Oh,
don't worry.
wait a minute. Xantic has stopped the TP on the top side from Skylark, so he is not getting there. But
Focus is down here, though, actually, so that is the end of the aggression.
Very nice.
Also, your question earlier, it looks like Zeus is going for Octarine. He's got a soul booster.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you could get Bloodstone. That'd be pretty wild, though, I think.
No, it's just got to be Octarine. I think you're right. I mean, the thing is like that extra health goes a long way against these heroes. We're going to see the BKB come out from Xantic. So much damage coming out from these two as now the Sven's going to get pulled back, controlled for a moment, but a Frostbite holding this Rubik down in Pablo. I don't think he's going to last super long here. Desire trying to chase after Stonebank, gets caught up from a stun, but they're going to continue to chase Pablo. Slow, painful death for him into the base. Desire almost gets up, but a beautiful slight chains from Ember Spirit will keep him alive. Oh, but how do you not tip your Ember there, dude? He saved your life. Okay, I guess we're just back. A little bit of an accidental pause, maybe.
Little misclick right there, I'm sure.
Spartan pausing on his own tiny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Like you
got
pause,
wrecked,
look
dude.
over across the desk, and you're like, "Nice one, buddy." That's the enemy's tier 4. How did you get there?
Yeah, I'll say, okay, so off of that, Zeus does finish the Octarine, which, I mean, as you spam Arc Lightning in these fights, you're going to do so much damage. You're going to clear out the spiders really quickly. You're going to just, like, chip everyone down for your Sven to just come in and one-shot them with the ult. I think it makes sense. And I'm not really sure what else he would get. Like, Aya is good. Maybe he could have gone for that. But I do think just having more spells in these kind of fights is really good versus the spiders.
Shad is going to go with the Nullifier. So I was wondering about this, because you do need it, this game, 100% on the Broodmother. Because you know that a Crimson Guard is going to come out from the Darkseer. There is a War Cry on the Sven, and your spiders will do actually 0 damage when either of these spells are up. So I like the idea going for the Crimson or going for the Nullifier, but it scares me a little bit because that's gonna mean no BKB on this Broodmother for like another 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought she got it first. Oh no, she got it first. It was delivering. It was delivering. While she had a
Was
Keto.
it? Okay. I was very scared. I was like, bruh, that BKB is not gonna happen. All right,
Yeah, he
now
needs the
you have
BKB.
BKB Echo, now to the Nullifier. Okay, I like this way more.
Yeah, not even the spiders though. If without the Nullifier, like just the heroes doing damage is really hard into Crimson and Warcry. So
Oh, yeah.
definitely
Nice
a warranted
wraparound.
item.
Thunder God's Wrath's going to give him the vision they need, and they're looking for Pablo. Good telekinesis, but does get grabbed anyway. Tosses the supports. He's like, get over there, Enchantress. Get away from me. It's going to be focused to finish off the Enchantress. Pablo going to try and TP on home. No way. He just TPs out off of one tree of cover in the middle of 5 heroes. What a Chad.
I'd consider that a pretty big win for them. They got
That's
the Aegis
great.
and got out just for the Enchantress.
And
Changes
that was-
that Death 7. She doesn't even care. She's numb to it at this point. Doesn't even matter.
That was like all the ults too. That was Thunder God's Wrath, Wall, God Strength, or like that was everything. Like
Yeah,
really
really
good.
good. Sven didn't use BKB though, so I guess at least
True.
you have that on the side of just better, but they definitely wanted that Aegis.
oh my gosh, crash landing on Rubik. Well, speaking of Rubik, in some
for
trouble.
long.
Does get some help though. The team's nearby. Great 2-hero chains. They get the vacuum back from Skylark. They're on the run. Enchant there to get rid of that surge. As Skylark not looking too healthy now on the backside. BKB out from Shad will finish off the Tiny as now they look for Spartan. The Slight, the chains comes out. He goes for the freezing field, but the Dragon Tail's ready. 3 quick kills for the side of Twisted Minds. They're starting to find some momentum their own way. And going into this mid-tier 2 tower, there's no way you stop this. You've got the Enchantress Ripper, you've got Stonebank still in dragon form. This tower should die.
Yeah, that was... I mean, there was a sick vacuum there, but no ult
Yeah.
because they used it earlier at the
used
Aegis
everything.
fight. And I guess they thought they were just getting a quick kill on Rubik, but he's got the cloak, he's got a Gossamer cape, his innate ability is giving him more magic resistance.
So
it was
much
not...
magic resistance.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean kill, and that gave time for the rest of Twisted Minds to show up and end up with a really big win there, actually. Like 3 extra kills and a tower. They were probably just thinking like, hey guys, get this Aegis, we gotta like farm to catch back up. And now they're like, oh, actually we just won a team fight. Look at that, guys, way to go. We're in an even game again.
One thing I would love to see added is all these little things that provide like bonuses to heroes is to like be able to see them on their bar, because like Rubik's Arcane Supremacy or his innate
ability?
right that like is amplified by Arcane Supremacy, right? Might of Magus. I would really like to see the number, right? Because I think those things are important to know, just to kind of like get a general feel for how strong they actually are. Like you can see he's sitting on 57 magic resistance. compared to, you know, our regular hero, which would be at 30. So between the cloak and his innate, he's getting, you know, 27, which is pretty cool.
Analyst doing his duties here. He's got 26% spell amp right now. So from the innate ability, you get 3/4 of that as magic resistance. So he's got about 20 magic resistance from that.
Okay. Oh, blink Dragon Tail in. They've caught the tiny. Telekinesis to pull him back. Barely getting out of that dodge, but a great vacuum into the Storm Hammer. 2 dead. They're going to look for Stonebake. He's going to get out for the moment, but no. Sven finished the job. Shad with a BKB TP on out. Oh boy, you got to be very careful of those vacuums. Xantic forced a BKB TP home as well.
That's the dream combo right there, man. Vacuum. That was Brood and Dragonite, and then a support. I think that was Enchantress, right?
Yeah.
All into the Stormhammer, God Strength. They don't kill the Brood, or they got the Aegis, but she does get out. But that was 2 BKBs from Brood and Ember, so really big wins. Those are early BKBs.
Yeah, they're gonna keep looking.
Still getting the time down.
They found the Rubik. Pablo thought he might have been a little bit further away, but no. Gets scouted out into the trees, and he is gone. Kill goes the way of the Crystal Maiden. A 6,000 gold. I mean, it really felt like Twisted Minds was feeling a little bit in control there. They had the Aegis, but just like a moment's lapse in Judgment there. They kind of group up at a rough time. Not respecting the Vacuum Stormhammer combo, like you said. It's going to cost them so many deaths. It's going to cost them Tier 2 tower. It's going to cost them their own Tormentor. Like, that is so much gold going back the other way. And they're just going to go back and take their own Tormentor. So this went from, what, it was like, maybe they brought it back to like 2,000 to 3,000? Yeah, it was like barely a 2K gold lead. And they've now pushed it to 9 in the matter of like a minute and a half. Great objective.
2 Tormentors, guys. It's a lot of money.
Dude, it really is.
Who got the other one? Crystal Maiden, right? Oh no! Rip Crystal Maiden. She didn't get either one.
Oh my god, she didn't get either.
Tiny's is okay this game because it helps clear the spiders, but it's really not as good as Crystal Clone. The Zeus Lightning Hands is also like pretty solid, but you can tell by Octarine, he's not planning to get close. He's like, I'm in the back, just throwing out the spells, guys. I don't really want to get close. Yeah, so a little unlucky there.
Oh, they're gonna actually get on the Sven. That's a lot of damage before this BKB gets pulled, and it will get pulled, but there we go again. The Avalanche, the toss, Focus just laying into Shad, but he pops his own BKB. The Insatiable Hunger, he's gonna heal through it all. It's Xantic forced to BKB and back off, as well as the Freezing Field. Causing a little bit too much. This is where this Broodmother can be very scary.
Yeah, her trying to take the long fight against Brood. Like, she has pretty good armor. She has an Elven Tunic too, so she has some evasion. And then, Insatiable. Man, that thing
100%
is crazy.
Steal, baby.
Yeah, 100% lifesteal, 70% bonus base damage as well. And then I imagine she might get a shard later, or maybe she's hoping to get it from a Tormentor. But that bumps it up. It's comparable to God Strength. Like, it's not AoE with a cleave, but in terms of just raw damage, she's very similar to the Sven.
You know what I was wondering? Does the Necrotic Webs pierce BKB? I haven't looked. It's like not something I've thought about, but in a fight where you're like, you're BKB'd, Sven's BKB'd, if he ends up getting like Satanic or something, right? Or like he has Mask of Madness, like that little bit of healing reduction could make a massive difference in a fight.
It should. I don't know if it pierces BKB. I imagine it doesn't, but it's only health regen. So I don't think it should work on lifesteal the way those things are coded. There's like a difference between healing, regen, lifesteal, all of that. So it should. I mean, it's still good versus like Darkseer is like triple auras. So he's sitting at like 44 regen right now, 47. So reducing that is a lot. But the lifesteal from Sven should be okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely test it after the game because I'm curious. Like, it wasn't something I ever considered. It's mostly a facet for the lane stage, but we're gonna see them group up here again. I mean, the Blink Dragontail initiation, we've seen the amount of follow-up they have with Pablo, right? So
as long as they get the BKBs off in time, because what got them that last time is the vacuum into God Strength, and so much damage will come out in that time that you can't take the fight after that.
Ember, he goes right on in and breaks the smoke, and with that, just better. Need to be very careful, but they are looking for a wraparound potentially. They do take down the Crystal Maiden. Telekinesis is going to find the Darkseer. They're all sitting back. Wow, that was a very well, like, just convenient timed Remnants back in. Tiny. Oh. Where are we?
Right, they're not going to push it too hard. That was the BKB on the Ember, which did break the smoke, and they got a Crystal Maiden kill, but you don't want to fight too much without that BKB. They're really important this game for both teams, but especially the Radiant. There's just so much magic damage. You need the extra magic resist first, and then the chain combo potential from the Vacuum, Sven Stun, Avalanche, even like Crystal Clone coming in after that. There's so much potential. Arc Lightning coming in the whole time. So you really want these BKBs for every single fight. And both teams setting up for Roche. We didn't really talk about it, but it was a long spawn. So I think both teams recognize if it's not up yet, it's getting close to that guaranteed time. So both teams trying to get here. No BKB still, though. So they don't actually want to hold that position. And just better. Good for them to recognize that and come in here and see if they can clear this up. They've got the Zeus. They should get vision superiority here.
Absolutely. And with the smoke out from Twisted Minds, it's going to get scouted thanks to the Thunder God's Wrath, but they know they're smoked. So
He's being ratted at this time.
Oh, Ember on the wraparound finds him. He's getting a lot of info. He just BKBs right on top of the Zeus. Nullifier out from Shad. They've caught the Sven on the backside. Dragontail is just dead. No way, Stonebank. So much work from the DK.
That was so well done by Twisted Minds. Okay, so first, they rat mid. They recognize Roche is coming up. Everyone wants to posture here. Everyone wants to stay here. No one has boots of travel. So send the troll creep, the best creep you could have found for this, sends the troll creep, sends the spiders to go push mid and put that mental pressure on Just Better. In that time, potentially some of them are looking at the tower trying to judge, like, do we need to go back? Ember just goes in with the BKB. It's why it's so important. He's the one who jumps in. It's why they picked the Ember to be this mobile hero who just finds what he needs to see to open up for the rest of the team. So he finds the Zeus, runs at the Zeus. With that, they see the Sven, and they just chain stun him. He didn't get his BKB off in time. It's a fair Dragontail super fast, but Dragontail into the telekinesis. I don't even know if Brood made it there in time. He just died before.
No, it was just him and Ember.
Yeah, he gets
Ember and Rubik. Yeah. His whole death summary is like 1,500 damage from the Dragon Knight, like 1,100 damage from the Ember, and then like a couple hundred from both Rubik and the Spiderlings. But yeah, I mean, it was just perfectly layered CC, and we've seen them do this right earlier in the game. Like every single time, it's the Blink Dragontail into a perfectly timed telekinesis, and that chain stun's a long time, man. They're smoking down to the bottom side. They've got 2 lanes of barracks down. Like, they're going to have to respond to mid in a moment. Can they take this fight, Zach?
I mean, they lost it last time because they got found first.
Thunder God's Wrath comes in. This time they get on top of his answer, but the BKB is going to come through, and they're looking for the backside. Shad, Stonebank, they're hungry. They don't find focus, but they've taken down the Crystal Maiden. Gleipnir catches the Darkseer. It catches the Zeus as well. Focus. He's found by the Brood, and once again, this 1v1 fight massively going to favor the Broodmother's. Focus has got it back at Xantic now, going to try and chase a stolen wall from the Rubik. Splits the fight in half, as now they chase for more. Zeus is dead. It's 4 heroes gone, and the GG comes out.
Good game.
Yeah, I mean, it just fell apart so fast. Your 2 racks is down. You don't have buybacks.
It's true, you did get ratted all of that. All right, nicely done from Twisted Minds. I think the laning stage, first game, maybe, you know, we were saying they got the direct invite, so maybe they didn't get the warm-up along the way. So I think the laning stage did not go the way that their draft was expecting, and they kind of had to hold out. A couple mistakes from Just Better allowed them to get some fights in to get them back in. But from there, they started to play these fights really well. There was that one big slip up, the vacuum. It's hard to avoid that forever. Yeah. But that was the biggest slip up in terms of team fightings. Besides that, they did a really good job of identifying what we need in these fights. We need to send the Ember in. We need to make sure we don't get vacuum walled again. And as long as we can find those heroes, find the Sven, find the Darkseer, and kill off one of them to break up that combo. Like maybe get vac walled, but there's no Sven. Maybe Sven's alive, but there's no vac wall and no auras. So as long as you find one of them, and every single fight after that slip up, they did that, led to a straightforward there. And really, really well done around the Roche play too. The ratting at the same time as the Roche respawn.
Yeah, I will say it's Xantic's Ember Spirit every single time, like, impresses me. Like even in games like where you're like, like he's having a little bit of a rough start, like it's okay, but there's a reason this dude's Grandmaster on Ember Spirit. He started not having a great time against the Zeus, like kind of lower on net worth, but his impact is like bar none this game. Like you talked about it in the bottom fight where he's just like, I'm going in, baby. I got the BKB Mage Slayer. I'm just gonna find their whole team. I'm gonna force the fight. Ends up crushing the damage charts. It's not even remotely close for him compared to any other hero, and finishes the game 8-2-9. Like absolute MVP for sure. He played a phenomenal game, and yeah, I'll be curious if they leave this back in. Like it's one of those things. Like he gets it on 24 pick, right? So not that surprising that it's a good Ember game for him, but we'll see if they want to do something different for Just Better in game number 2. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Twisted Minds versus Just Better here. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. This'll come in handy.
Welcome back, everybody. We got more action here on CCT Series 1. It's going to be Twisted Minds versus Just Better game number 2. And a very interesting game 1. It was looking a little bit solid for Just Better, looking shaky for Twisted Minds, but it was really coming down to one teamfight execution around that bottom Roche pit that broke that game wide open. So, Zach, what's got to change here for game 2, or is Twisted Minds just kind of ramping up at this point?
I think. So when I think about the combo, the Darkseer plus Sven, right? That was kind of the big damage. That's how you win team fights. But it's not easy to get that, right? The enemy should generally split up, avoid it. So it's good to have someone who starts the fight and makes you kind of panic, like, oh, we need to go help our guy. They're stunning our brood. We all got to run into brood, and then that's when the combo comes in. So that's where maybe a different mid hero completes that combo instead of the Zeus. Now, of course, they didn't have that combo yet, so that's the hard part about drafting, because they pick Sven at the end. But Zeus doesn't do that for you, and so you're all dependent on this Tiny to force it. But when Tiny goes in, he's a support, and so from the side of Twisted Minds, I go, yeah, that guy's fine. We don't need to go in yet, right? And so because of that, it's really hard to force that Vac Wall combo. And without that combo, they just couldn't win fights. And that's the difference with the Ember Spirit mid, which at first I wasn't sure on. And I guess when I was looking bad, it was like, oh, should have picked someone else. But you do get to see the idea behind the Ember Spirit towards those later game fights. Just like, Ember goes in. That's a mid hero. You got to do something about it. Otherwise, he's going to kill all our supports. He's going to kill our Zeus. Okay, so go. We got to go, like, do something. And that gives you the information. He's providing the sleight of fist, finding everyone in the trees. And that gives you the info you need for the Dragon Knight, the Blink Stun to come, and we can start focusing down a target. Like, the way they take the team fight's different. It's not like the AoE combo that Just Better had, but it's still Blink Stun, focus this guy down, and they found great targets. They found Darkseer, they found Sven in multiple fights, and it's all possible because of the Ember forcing the action. So I don't know. Maybe there's a different way you can approach it as Just Better. Like, maybe you just have to give up Roshan and you have to wait for high ground fights where it's much easier to find those kind of Vac Wall combos. But yeah, that was it for last game. We got some new stuff this time. We'll see if we end up with similar ways to approach team fights. But so far, a lot of those heroes from the old game banned out. Brood, Darkseer. This time we got Phoenix and good old Templar Assassin. Nerfed hero.
People are like, maybe experimenting to be like, maybe she's not super broken to play into, but every time I've seen TA, it's like she's just off to even more of a lead than she ever was before, because you can't break the first two levels of refraction without like committing heavily, and then it's like, I broke the barriers, heck yeah, but you haven't like damaged her and you've lost half your HP. So like, she's insanely strong in the first couple of levels now. It is technically nerfed at levels 3 and 4, right? Which I guess is the quote-unquote balance for it. And they nerfed her refraction talents, which was the big thing. That was the actual nerf to her, like, potential late-game scaling, was the fact that she had the best, probably some of the best talents in the entire game with how they reworked refraction. Like, meld used to be your dispel, so you'd have to like take away from your refraction talent to get your meld dispels, but now they're like, what if we just moved it to refraction, and refraction now dispels and does all this other stuff, and you're like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So yeah, I think the Templar Assassin definitely weaker in the late game, stronger in the lane. We'll see what lane it ends up being. It's either mid or safe lane. The hero can flex. Is what makes it such a strong early pick. But the Phoenix, man, this hero somehow didn't get nerfed and is still bugged, which blows my mind. I don't understand how this hero has been bugged for like a month and a half now. 2 months.
What's the bug?
The fire spirits, you know how they nerfed the attack speed on them like multiple times? They only nerfed
you said it.
They only nerfed the
actually.
tooltip. The active, when you activate fire spirits, it unlocks a second ability called Throw Fire Spirit, and that one is what applies the attack slow, and that one was never nerfed. So like level 1 attack slow is still like 80 attack speed instead of 40 or something.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's I mean, that aside, the hero's still just really good anyways, right? And we were just talking up TA, but Phoenix is a pretty good hero versus TA because you can still apply the attack slow through refraction, assuming she doesn't have a BKB, or the Dispel from Refraction. But you got 4 Fire Spirits, so you can hit her with it again. You burn through those Refraction charges, you slow her attack speed, and that's pretty good. They are going to grab CK and Rubik as a response. So Snapfire, Little Shredder, really good versus Phoenix. And Little Shredder got buffed. I'm curious to see if like a Little Shredder build is ever viable. That one was having like some issues with some different things. That negative armor kind of synergizes with Meld. We might see that come into play. But CK, he's really good. Didn't really get nerfed all that hard, I would say.
This hero was not even in the patch. Let's be real. Like, this hero's, like, quote-unquote nerf in the patch is non-existent. Like, they should not have even included his patch note.
It's like the gain got minimally
They reduced his
touched.
strength gain by 0.2 and his base strength by 2. So I think at the end of the game...
No, Ricky, 0.1.
0.1, sorry, yeah. He has 5 less strength now at level 30. He literally lost 100 HP and 5 damage. Like, the idea that Chaos Knight should not have been absolutely gutted is ridiculous to me. This hero has been like the S tier carry alongside TA for like the entire patch, and they didn't touch it, like, realistically. So it's still very good.
Yeah, to face it, you do need a strong laner, which they're opting for Centaur, which Crimson Guard is pretty good now with the right heroes, and that can be good versus CK and all his illusions. So Centaur is one of the best builders for it. I do worry that Centaur Phoenix or CK Phoenix is a pretty strong lane, and that could be scary for Centaur, but they are going to pair him up with, it looks like a Hoodwink, and that's also a really strong lane. So it might come down to who gets who. You got a lot of burst combo from Centaur Hoodwink, maybe with some lucky acorn shots, and on the other side, CK Phoenix, they probably win the war of attrition over time between slowly burning you and the heals, and then eventually committing with like stun Reality Rift.
I like the Hoodwink because I think people have finally realized that the Trebuchet, or is that what it is? The Trebuchet acorn shot thing, whatever is it called?
There's no way it's called Trebuchet, but I don't know what it's called.
Dude,
trick
hold
shot?
on. No, dude. Tree bounce trick shot. Yeah. So, yeah. It's definitely the better of the two facets. I think everyone was just like so used to playing with the bonus range that it used to exist on the on like the other facet, right? Mm-hmm. But the tree bounce one just gives you a free like extra hit always onto a hero with acorn shot, which is kind of sick. When you think about it, you're like, oh, well, I guess there's nowhere for it to bounce. Psych! Just bonks a tree and hits them again for like 100 damage. You're like, oh, cool, I guess.
The early acorn shots are big in determining how your lane goes, because getting hit once is like, whatever. I get other heroes have spells. You're getting hit like twice, guaranteed, if not more. Like once you level it up, you're like, sick. 4 acorn shot bounces. That's awesome.
Like I just got. It's like they reduced the bonus range on it by 50, I think, in this patch. Mm-hmm. So it's like, that's a decent change. Bonus attack range, reduced by 50 at all levels. So definitely good for acorn shot, because it is kind of nuts, but still very nice. What do you think about the DK again? They obviously had a great performance on it last game in the offlane for Stonebank. You could still take it offlane into TA. That does not sound bad at all. Or you could put it mid, I guess. Still flexible, right?
Yeah, I think that's their goal, to just follow the TA with that DK. His passive did get nerfed in a previous one, a little less armor, but I still think you get by, and I think that corrosive damage is nice versus the TA to slowly burn through refraction charges, at which point she becomes very fragile. So that's why it's always a lot about how do you deal with refraction, and the more tools you have against that, the hero itself ends up pretty fragile. And that's why, like in your pub games, TA's pop it off, she's still killable. You burn through refraction, she's actually very easy to kill, and suddenly your team has like 1,000 gold. That applies to the pro scene as well. So I think for that it makes sense. Like now between Phoenix and Dragonite, decent ways to deal with it, and then maybe you can burst her down with like the CK and possibly Rubik plus a good spell steal, which there's some good ones this game. So for final picks, It's actually pretty open for both teams. I think you've got a lot of what you want. Like you have team fight, you have some initiation, you got some good damage. So
Ooh, Monkey
I'm
King
curious
ban.
what both teams want to go for. I think at this point you're just trying to like win the lanes now. Yeah, this is the hard part.
Yeah, I like the idea, right? Because both teams have a mid side lane flex in the TA and the Dragon Knight. So you're kind of just protecting what you think generally helps your game, right? So they get rid of Pango, which is a very good pick. They could have potentially last picked a Sven if you go for a Pango, run the TA mid. And like I said, I think Sven is legitimately one of the best carry counters in the game. It also owns the Chaos Knight eventually. So I think that could have been a potential last pick for them, but they're going to get rid of Shadow Fiend Zeus, so they're anticipating safe lane TA. They're going to go for the Wind Ranger. Okay, fantastic single target damage. Great against this Templar Assassin, which may allow your other two heroes to focus elsewhere. Also, just generally strong laner, right? Even if you don't know what you're up against.
Yeah, the evasion's also good. TA doesn't love to build MKB, so you're going to force a weird item or a counter pick, someone who's going to deal with the Wind Ranger. But the fact that it's flexible is nice. We do see Sven's picked against Wind Ranger, or we did. I don't know if people still like that, but the Aghanims build versus Wind Ranger was pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, they'll go Troll. I mean, the thing about Troll Warlord that's weird is, yes, it's very strong in lane, but I'm actually unsure now how I feel about like going for something like the Aghanim Scepter on this hero, because Troll is like so desperate for a net worth advantage. He definitely has to be playing from ahead to feel like his strength against something like a Chaos Knight. But if he does end up getting like a decent timed like Battle Fury, you could honestly warrant a Maelstrom this game if you really wanted. I think both are actually fine, but he'll probably go Battle Fury into like a BKB. And then the question is, do you actually go back for an Aghanim Scepter? Because super low cooldown Whirling Axes, fantastic against the Chaos Knight Illusion since they won't get True Strike until he has Bloodthorn. And then the ability to dispel things like Wind Run, also very good. It's a decent troll pick, but it is Troll Warlord.
It's a hit or miss hero, isn't it? You either stomp the lane, roll the game, or you see the troll ult. You're just chasing down, getting no lucky procs. It's troll, so it is going to be troll versus the Dragon Knight. Who's he got? He's got Snapfire with him.
Yeah, Troll Snap versus the Rubik Dragon Knight, which is, I mean, the same lane. They're just running it back, right?
Yeah.
Pablo's Rubik is insanely good too, so he just gets this every game if they can.
I don't know. I feel like Dragon Knight should have a fine start. And then maybe your Troll's playing catch up.
Yeah, maybe. But it is time that we get ready to jump into game number 2. Of course, Twisted Minds here versus Just Better. Twisted Minds grabbing game number 1 a few moments ago, but it is, you know, it's definitely possible for Just Better to come back here, tie up the series, force the third game.
They did have a really good laning stage on Just Better.
They did.
Like, we were expecting Twisted Minds to have the lanes, but I think they won at least 2 of the lanes, if not 3 on the side of Just Better. So maybe they can do something similar here and not make the same mistake last time, which is they gave up some kills, which then like brought it back to a very even game. And from there, the Twisted Mind just managed to find fight after fight and close that out. But, you know, you could say like, hey, just do the laning stage again, but be more careful about how we take the early to mid game fights.
They're really deep on this lane bottom. I'm not really sure what the Snapfire is looking for down there, but maybe just trying to prevent like a ward getting placed or a camp to block. Yeah, they go and block the hard camp. Okay. All right. Well,
The battle begins.
Pretty good here for Twisted Minds. Nah, the TA still manages to grab the rune, so it will just be an even rune trade. Templar Assassin versus the Wind Ranger in the mid lane. I feel like it's pretty decent for Wind Ranger. I don't think she's going to struggle all that much. Like, she is one of the... I mean, being universal now, you just get yourself, like, double... You can go, like, Bracer Wraithband in this lane, or even just go, like, double Wraithband in a bottle into treads, and, like, you're just chilling. Maybe you just go a single Wraithband bottle. Stonebank bottom side, actually taking a ton of damage here from Spartan and Focus. He's going to be forced to go for the Dragon Tail level 1. He loses his Courier as well. Beautiful wraparound here from the Snapfire is... I guess the Troll Warlord takes a beating himself, but Snapfire, like you said, that early point in Little Shredder with the Blightstone, it's actually an absurd amount of damage and minus armor right now.
Yeah, with the Troll is one of the better right-click heroes. And then Dragon Knight in the early levels, because of the way they changed his passive and all that, he actually doesn't start with that much armor. So that's pretty cool. That's a cool way to really apply the aggression early and make the Dragon Knight back off, and the Courier's just even better. Now he can't even bring in like a salve right away. He's still waiting for the Courier to come back.
Yeah. I actually really like the Max Little Shredder build. I think in this game you can't do it because of, you know, the fact that DK will just get more points of his passive. But I think there are certain games where you're against like kind of fragile supports with like little to no armor, and you could just get like a two or 3 points in this ability in lane, and you just walk at them, and it is very fun.
I kind of think you can do it this game because, ooh, first blood on the Phoenix top.
Very nice. They do get a trade though.
Trade the Hoodwink, yeah. Phoenix is actually the hero in particular though. Like, as long as you can kill Egg all the time, you hurt Phoenix's ability to do anything in fights quite a lot. And Little Shredder leveling up gives you more attack range. So then the fact that it does so much like single target physical damage, I think can help you get through lanes. Like, even though he's got good armor on the Dragon Knight, like you can blast the Rubik then, keep him out. I'm kind of up for seeing it. Especially
He's gone
Troll
for
is maybe
Ricochet.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it, Spartan. Max Little Shredder.
I think the reason the Ricochet talent got buffed is I think they weren't aware of the bug, legitimately. Because Ricochet got buffed like twice, and the only reason this hero was doing like why the facet had like a terrible win rate and it felt like it was doing no damage is because it was literally doing no damage. So this might be a scenario where like one of those facets maybe got a little bit too much love, but either way, I'm really happy to see Snapfire like Little Shredder builds being back. It's one of my favorite heroes and one of my favorite abilities in the game. It's just so unique.
Yeah, it's a cool one. She's got a second point in it.
Yeah, I think
Going
it's so good. It's so sick.
Yeah, she's doing some good damage. I think you don't buy Blightstone if you're not going to max Little Shredder.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. I mean, like you said, you get the same amount of attacks, but it's the attack range that is so frustrating. Like, you're just sitting off the tree line, and then you just press it, and you just bonk like 4 auto attacks before they even realize they're about to get melted by Little Shredder.
Yeah, and your Universal Hero 2, they added the 30% attack damage onto Little Shredder. It used to be 25, just buffed up. So even as a support, I mean, you pick up some decent damage, and you just blast people. Which I think she won't need her spells as much this game because you'll just Fire Snap Cookie your Centaur or Troll in. Like, that's 1 point enough in that sense. And then Scatter Blast. Like, 1 point will, again, apply the slow that you want.
Yeah, dude, look at that. Rubik's sitting at -1 armor under his tower. That is not ideal. Does get the salve, though. He's going to be nice and healthy to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the Troll Warlord has been taking a beating here in this bottom lane. Snapfire is going to need a little bit of mana to play with. Focus. Ooh, close. Meanwhile, top lane. There goes Desire once again. Chased down by Shad and Hanskin.
You'd at least drag them out of the lane for a little bit.
Good old Chaos Knight. I will say Centaur is probably one of the better heroes at laning into a Chaos Knight, right? You have really good damage and AoE spell clear and just harassment, and we're gonna see it. The Hoodwink plus the Centaur, right? Just very easy kill into that Chaos Knight. As Spartan comes in, Little Shredder just destroys his health pool. Cookie on forward. A couple more auto attacks, and they got it. Very nicely done between these two. Fantastic rotation from Spartan.
Yeah, that's a great rotation. This is a catapult wave, too, so they can start applying some pressure. They are low. Shad's going to TB back in here, so, okay, maybe not that much pressure. But 2 kills is still plenty.
Yeah.
The 6-minute rune. We got everyone coming in.
Ooh, Hanskin. Telekinesis. Actually saves him. Power shot. Connects. You've actually broken the refractions, but the slow from the trap, a little bit too much. And no focus fire yet on this Wind Ranger, so missing a little bit of damage that she would like to have. Spartan now in some trouble himself. Does have the cookie. Do you have Wind Run? You do. All right, this should end up being a kill. Yeah, it goes the way of Pablo.
Classic Pablo.
I'm just helping.
She could have lost in the tree. She could have been TPing, you know? I just gotta secure it. We wouldn't want her to get away.
All right. A much more even lane stage compared to game 1. I think at this point, Just Better was up like 5-1 or something with like a pretty sizable CS advantage, right? But this one, a lot more even. I think it's mostly Shad again who's struggling in the safe lane. But he recovered really well in the Broodmother last game, and CK is quite known as a hero that recovers no matter what.
Yeah, his ult, you just end up using it to farm, and if you get a little bit lucky with the extra illusions, you can catch back up. Though you typically want to be ahead, so it is good for Just Better that they are kind of keeping him down a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Especially versus this troll. If like it's nothing too crazy right now, but Troll is a hero who wants to be ahead and slowing down the enemy carry, while Troll has a pretty decent time right now. He's, you know, 3rd on the net worth, a couple hundred over. Like it's not nothing that decides the game right now, but if you can keep that going for a few minutes, like that's how you get like the 1,000 gold lead, which means your Battle Fury is way faster than like the aggressive items from CK, and it just kind of snowballs from there.
Mid-rune goes to the Wind Ranger. Obviously, you know that they have vision of these because of TA traps, so you're not going to like gank with it, but good rotation from Pablo to help secure a important rune, a shield rune there. I was going to ask, have you played Troll Warlord much in your times? I know you're a support player, of course, but
I think I have probably less than 5 games on Troll.
Okay, so I played a lot of Troll Warlord. One of the weirdest changes, but I think is one of the best quality of life changes on this hero, is now when you just select one of your whirling axes, it auto changes your stance, right?
Oh yeah, I do remember them adding that in.
That is an amazing quality of life change. But I've seen so many people like toggle back the other way because of like muscle memory. We're so used to like like immediately toggling back, right? And now you're just like, wait a minute. It's really funny. So it's just something like I just saw Focus do it. He like went to throw whirling axes and like stance changed and was like, whoops, and stance changed back.
Pablo got scouted there, immediately lost the observer.
Yeah, that was a really good call on the D ward, right? They're like, there's no way he's over here unless he's placing
just
a ward.
Here for fun. Just looking around, guys. Totally not warding or anything.
All right, we're going to see Wind Ranger's Focus Fire come out into the bottom lane, Tier 1 tower. You've got Stonebank with the Dragon form. This is what we kind of wanted to see last game, right? Playing around this DK. Much different decisions here in game number 2, and they get the first tower. We'll see if they're going to do anything else with this. The Phoenix TP'd mid. They're going to see some heroes rotating to this power rune.
So far, all of them have gone to Xantic.
Yeah.
All right, Ainami gonna get himself an illusion rune. So far, none of these are like the critical ones for
Yeah,
these
DD.
heroes. We had what, regen, shield, and illusion. So yeah, coming up, we've got invis, haste, double damage, amplify damage. Sorry, my
Arcane.
bad. Yeah, arcane, which maybe doesn't matter as much to these two, but it's still nice. So we got some really big runes coming up. The next few will be big. I don't know if the teams how much they think about this yet, because it is
Oh,
a
they do.
relatively recent change, but I think it is good to adapt to.
Every mid laner that I've talked to, like, it's something that like teams actively play around. If they're like, well, the next rune is like either a DD haste or something, like you will see like 4 heroes rotating to those runes because it makes a huge difference. Like those power runes can win a fight 100%.
Yeah, amplify damage is probably the biggest one for either of these heroes.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a guaranteed kill. Especially for like Wind Ranger, just focus fire on anyone with an amplified damage in this early game as a universal, dead.
Yeah. Outside of Centaur, because he's got Blade Mail now, so you just don't want to do that to Centaur.
Nah, I mean, you can kill him. You'll die too.
You
know?
will die too. Yeah, it's true. You're like it. Remember
But I got
me.
him.
All right. Well, both teams just kind of farming it up. Stampede comes out top side. They're looking for the Chaos Knight. Oh no, never mind. Chaos Knight was looking for Skylark. Okay, so Skylark forced a Stampede away. All right, that's a big cooldown to get.
Yeah, that's this could set up a chain reaction here because Blink just arrived for the Dragonite. So now you know there's no Stampede. They're going to immediately smoke up. They might lose the top tower. So I guess you got something out of this.
Rotation for the supports there.
That might be a bit of a pain for the rotation I thought they would try to make. Now they're down a hero.
They're all in mid. Like, they're literally smoking for the power rune. They know someone's going to come mid to contest. It's going to be Spartan. He's dead to the Blink reveal. And they're going to look for the tier 1 in the mid lane. Now, they got Arcane rune. That means we're down to Amplify damage, Haste, and Invis, right? So, big runes coming up.
Yeah. While the Arcane's going, he probably wants to focus fire someone, so they'll probably just keep looking with the Blink. They still have half the duration on the Dragon form as well. All right, maybe not. Maybe he just wants to farm. I guess he is close to the Maelstrom, so maybe he's just going to power shot his way to finish it.
Yeah. As expected, Templar Assassin is the highest net worth. There is pretty much no stopping Templar Assassin from farming. It's the reason she's absurdly strong. It's the reason she's been first phase banned every game of the last, like, I don't know, 7.36 entire patch. But top lane, Blink out from Stonebank, gets on top of the CK, or on top of the Centaur. CK there to help, as well as the Sunray and...
Classic Pablo.
Yeah, classic Pablo. Don't worry, guys, I'm helping. So, what spell did he steal, actually? Because there's some great spells to steal. Did he get the War Stomp? Okay.
Which is really good. The AoE on Hoof Stomp is crazy when you have a couple arcane accumulations going. It's a really good wide spell.
Dude, this is a really good game for arcane accumulation. Between Bushwhack, Hoof Stomp, even like Cookie and stuff, like there's a lot of really big AoE spells that you can steal.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I'm not like flaming Pablo. He's definitely a player who will make use of the money. So
it's just funny because it happens a lot.
Yeah, it's just the classic, like, supports taking kills. But it's good nowadays, guys. Even in your pubs, supports scale really well.
There's your Blink Hoof Stomp just instantly deleting. Classic. There's like a Dragonite attacking a stunned hero, and he's like, no, don't worry, I gotta attack it one more time.
He's halfway to his Blink already off of those 3 kills. He's gonna keep setting them up, guys. He'll make use of it.
I will say, I am surprised at how farmed this Hoodwink is after all of this.
I mean, she's doing the same. She's actually got 4 of the kills for her team. So
okay, that makes sense then.
Looks like he's going for an Atos, provide some setup so that Centaur doesn't have to do it all.
Oh! All right, Pablo got a little lost in the sauce there. He's a little too far forward. But an Invis rune was picked up, which means we are now down to haste and amplify damage, which is always very interesting. So the last 2 runes are going to be a big deal for both teams.
You definitely want to bring the heroes in. And at this point, like, especially if amplified damage is the last rune that comes up, We're at the point that could be Roche. Like it's
Yeah,
late
absolutely.
enough that they have enough items now to do Roche with an amplified damage rune.
Yeah, absolutely. Focus fire or just troll warlord, right? You have centaur or TA tank for like 10 seconds and it will die.
Mm-hmm. Though
This
actually,
te-
we're at the point even without that amplify, it's probably possible if you have like 3 to 4 heroes there, but it'll just
Yeah.
make it way easier with the amplify damage.
PA is a little bit away from her Deso, right? She's got her Blink Dragon Lance, which is typically what you do in the mid lane, and she's gone for a really early shard for the Psionic Trap, which is a really good kind of utility bonus for this hero. Not only do you get the increased trap count, but you can now silence, so things like Wind Ranger and Phoenix, way more killable, which, speaking of the Phoenix, looking to be in a little bit of trouble. The silence comes in pretty much immediately as it prevents you from canceling the dive. Just comes right on back. Focus fires out here onto Desire, but they get the Wind Ranger as a trade. She's so damn low. In comes Skylark with a blink, gets her with a double edge. Is now Pablo trying to run through the trees here. He's gonna make it out, but that is a fantastic setup here from Desire, and Pablo sticking around just way too long, not respecting the chase.
I think the shard pickup's really cool because it's not about, oh, I do a lot of damage with the Deso, I can't hit Wind Ranger, I can't hit Phoenix because Phoenix eggs, right? So getting the silence gives you a way to actually kill these heroes. CK can't use his ultimate, so you know exactly which one's the real one. I think it's a really cool way to pick up some early kills, and with those kills, make your way back to that Deso.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, this Hoodwink is so farmed. Like, he has found so many kills this game.
And classic Leipnir, yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, Atos is done. Just go straight Gleipnir now. Why not?
Yeah. Not full greed. Still helping the team first with the Atos. You know, like, I'll
Nice.
set up for you, TA. I'll set up for you, Snapfire.
Yeah.
But then I'm getting the Maelstrom next. So that I can set you up with the AoE roots, guys. It's not about my farming. I'm not trying to farm too much. I'm helping. CK, I can root every illusion. It'll be good, guys. It'll be good.
It'll be good. It'll be good. No, it's like kind of wild, like how insanely strong Hoodwink is with just from the support position with arguably no support items. You know, it's like this is just a support that you build a carries like farming items on. It's wild. Mid lane blink stun in from Skylark. Blade mails out. The wind run trying to get the safety, but the Atos is there. The bushwhack. Double kill for Desire. As now he's gonna die under the tower to Stonebank, but the chase continues. He has got nowhere to go. They bring the whole damn team. 3 dead and a tier 1 tower to boot. And that is why Hoodwink is insanely strong. The Bushwhack
hero
is just I don't know.
Yeah,
dude.
it's like that scaling playmaking potential is just so good, very consistent in many of the games, and it's why she got nerfed. She's arguably not S tier, best support, whatever, but she has so much potential there that the players who play a lot of Hoodwink still really like her because they know what you can get out of that hero. And you're seeing what happens if there's a good Hoodwink game. She looks like another core, but it's still like enough of support that it's not overly greedy.
I feel like this hero is still S tier, honestly. I feel like her damage output from the support position is borderline one of the highest in the game. And Bushwhack is just such a good ability. If not S tier, she's like the top of A tier, you know?
I would agree with that. I think she's still up there. I think you just don't see her like first phase picked band compared to a couple
Yeah.
others. We did
That's
just
true.
get the patch, so maybe that'll adjust. But I think there were heroes like Weaver and Clockwork who
Yeah.
have more flex,
Witch
which
Doctor.
made them S tier at the pro meta. Hoodwink, you know you want her as a position 4. Like position 5 is just ends up shutting
That's
the lane
true.
too much. It's like a little too. That's
You can just
too
get Dove
greedy.
as position 5. Mid lane, they get the They get the troll. Stolen. Mortimer kisses, but the Stampede comes in. They get on top of the Phoenix. The egg's available if they want to continue the fight, but BKB from Stonebank, and they will just walk away. Take their victory.
Stole level 4 Hoof Stomp, too. So they might be able to do more with that. Just got his 4-staff on Pablo as well now, so you can just slide in there with a massive Hoof Stomp.
I love 4-staff stuns. Those things are always so sick. They're just like fun to watch. It's like always stylish. It's really cool. I'm glad it works the way that it does. We're going to see Ward Sentry scouted. Yeah, okay. They'll know. Twisted Minds was about to go for a play there, and they're like, I think they see us. Or I think they have a ward. So they will back, take their Tormentor and their Shard. Templar Assassin solos the Tormentor, gets the Shard for the Snapfire. So great one for her. And Hanskin will get his. Okay. Those are both really good shards this game from the support perspective. They do see Hanskin, and Hoodwink's just going to kill him.
You're better off dead.
Dude, that tree bounce is wild, bro.
Yeah, in the past, well, in that case, Hanskin was actually low from the Tormentor, so it would have died anyways. But yeah, like you said, that's exactly why that facet is pretty good, because otherwise you just get one Acorn bounce, which is just not as impressive as the double.
That like guarantees it, right?
Yeah,
Before you've
yeah.
been like, maybe he could egg, but no. Oh man,
With
thing
that
is
kill,
good.
Phoenix is a big part of the team fight with the Sunray, and actually just got the Shard as well, which is another a lot of value doing that ultimate. But with that
Yeah.
out of the picture, they just immediately go Roche. And they're grouped. They know they want to contest this, but it's just too slow into the negative armor of the TA. They might be able to catch someone on the way out. Let's see if Just Better can take the disciplined full escape approach together.
I really like this wraparound. They know there's a ward on the cliff behind them, so they're gonna just smoke by it, ward the other side. They know
see
that they're
TA.
up here. They do see TA. They get the Dragon Tail. They get a great shackle. They've even got the Centaur as well, and TA's dead. The egg finally coming through in focus. He's like, oh no, someone get the egg. They managed to take it down. Spartan in trouble. Shad getting focused up by the troll. There's going to be the battle trance. He's got to run, baby. Centaur's down on the backside as Shad. He's all alone. Forced to pop the Phantasm here. Orchid's out, trying to armlet toggle. It is Troll versus everybody else. The traps, though, silence him up, slow him down. The Blink Dragon Tail helps arrive. He doesn't get the toggle back on. Dies to the trap instead as Focus...
He has Focus
mean,
Fire, actually.
He has Focus Fire, and Troll has nothing left as he stays outside of those Whirling Axes, and that is it, man. A full 5-man wipe, including the Aegis for Twisted Minds. A beautiful start to that fight.
That was a really good wraparound, and then found the perfect hero, which that part was a little bit luck, because you don't know exactly where people are going to be, but he blinks in. He was originally looking at someone else, but immediately processes like, oh, there's a TA right here, stuns her before she gets to do anything. And she's a big part of the damage output. I'm a little surprised she didn't take Aegis, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, because Troll, once you battle trance, you're out of juice, you know?
Yeah, and I feel like he's still farming anyways, like at least the BKB, but Trolls
Maybe that's why they took
often
the fight.
keep going. Yeah, I guess so.
Stonebank is walking into the danger zone. There's going to be a lot of damage from these guys. Snapfire, Hoodwink have been playing together this whole game. They have found so many important kills.
Yeah, just the two supports alone provide so much damage. And this is sort of the meta nowadays. Like a lot of the popular supports. I won't say all of them because there's a couple saves, but a lot of the popular supports have really good scaling potential and bring tons of damage.
Nice TP out there from the Phoenix. They should know about the ward now. Now that they have a moment, yeah, they get rid of it. After that fight, they're like, okay, they definitely saw us on that wraparound, so good stuff. BKB Gleipnir for the Wind Ranger. Her next item going to be an Aghanim Scepter. How do you feel about that one?
I mean, it's the reduced physical damage, I think, is the really cool part this game, so that even as they have MKB, or whatever true sight, like Bloodthorn or something, she's still taking reduced damage from the troll, the TA, even the Snapfire little shredder, the acorn shots, right? So
That's a
pretty
point.
good for that. But also the invis running might let you find the right target, shackle shot, the TA or the troll, and just delete them with focus fire before they even get to do anything.
That's a really good point. They have really good initiation from the Dragon Knight, but if she's able to scout like with the Invis Wind Run and find like one of these important heroes, it like guarantees the kill.
Yeah, something similar to like what he was doing on the Ember last game, right? You just like, run in. You can't ignore him because like if we ignore him, he's gonna focus fire, kill our guy. So we all have to go react.
He's looking bottom lane. He's like, oh, Templar Assassin. Hello.
He was getting a gem.
Yeah. Oh. There, okay, he saw his trap get killed. He knows someone's down here, blinks away. That being said, they are smoking behind Twisted Minds now. Roll, Hoodwink, Snapfire, gonna see if they can find someone onto the backside of this fight as Cookie comes out. Dragon Knight pops his dragon form. Stampede, they've lost the Rubik as the rest of the team starting to kind of close in. They do have a ward here that is scouting all of them out, but without the Rubik, looks like they're just going to try and back away. Phoenix, Roots, Stomp comes out. They got him.
That was a really good trap. The silence into the root. Maybe they could have fought that, but Shad was not with them, so they decided just to get out. And I guess at this point, you're just going to wait. I feel like BKB on CK plus Ags on Wind Ranger will make you really strong. They're working on another AC on Dragonite, which this is not the most common build, but it does work out with the Corrosive Dragon and when you have a lot of physical damage on both teams. So very value AC game.
Zantic might be in some trouble here. Does get the D ward. He actually doesn't have Wind Run. He just gets stunned by Spartan, loses the gem. What?
It's a value stun right there.
He loses the gem and his life for a single ward.
I just did not expect to be killed in that one stun because he had BKB.
His team was just nowhere near him.
Yeah, he might have also been looking elsewhere because the fight was happening at the same time. So maybe he like went to kill the ward, looked over, and then by the time he looks back to his hero, it's just too late. Troll does a lot of damage now. Huh? Troll hits fast.
I mean, Snapfire also does a lot of damage, right?
That's
like
true.
Snapfire did 650 damage.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
into him with those 4 points, a little shredder.
Yeah, we're just humans playing the game. Sometimes you're just looking somewhere else and you get caught out.
Yeah, that is a really rough death for Twisted Minds because now, not only, of course, do you just give a ton of gold on over to focus, but that gem makes it so hard to play into TA. You have to have a gem against this hero. Otherwise, you're fighting into traps constantly, getting silenced. Your heroes can't play the game. You lost 2 wards immediately after giving up the gem as well. Your vision is crumbling, as well as the mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, in particular, it's tough versus the TA when you lose your gem because you need to know where the traps are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's impossible to play into this hero without a gem. We're looking bottom here, potentially, but they are kind of split up, and a little bit of deja vu, a very similar wraparound, looking for an opening here. They do have this high ward on this bottom jungle area. TA is going to TP in. The Bushwhack's caught. It's Zantic once again, and he's just dead. 2 deaths forced to BKB as well, and your mid laner, I mean, this is so bad for them.
That was the Amplify damage rune used on that, so pretty understandable that they find a key kill. But the MKB is done on TA. Troll has one queued up as well. This is what the Ags is for, but it's still a ways away, especially with those back-to-back deaths. So they're looking to push this. It's an
Agnum Scepter away at this point, dude.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to see Roche spawn soon. It'd be really good for them for just better if it's a fast spawn.
Yeah, it is.
30 seconds. It's pretty quick.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. It means that they'll be able to control bottom side of the map now. They have 2 really good wards already placed. They have a gem, so there's no way Twisted Minds is going to be getting any vision on the bottom side of the map anytime soon. And a 13,000 gold advantage. I don't know what you can do on Twisted Minds right now. I mean, you need the dream fight. You have to blink Dragon Tail the TA into a full shackle, like focus fire, and delete her from the fight before like Troll Warlord shows up. Like that is actually what needs to happen.
Yeah, they have a lot of burst potential from the side of Twisted Minds. So depending how the fight breaks out, you might be able to just go hero to hero and like burst TA, and then Troll shows up, then you burst Troll next. So it's doable, but it is tough, and it requires just better to not be together, which, going back to that vision superiority we've been talking about, they should be able to see most plays coming in, because at some point, like one of your wards or one of your traps is going to catch sight of something or not catch anything, and you're like, that's really suspicious, guys. We don't see anything whatsoever. We should all be careful. We should be together.
They're smoked behind a Xantic here, and again, Just Better's going to play around their ward on the high ground. Smoke's going to pop. They know something's up. They can't pressure because they know there's a ward, and it's a 3-hero stomp into a 3-hero bushwhack. Oh, no. A disastrous start to the fight as it's Xantic immediately dead. As now Stonebank running through the trees, trying to escape. They've got eyes on Phoenix now, who's going to dive away. They get the TPs. No. Stomp out from Skylark's going to cancel it. 2 dead into the Roshan.
Yeah, tip to Skylark. Huge Centaur stomp right there.
This is literally the gem effect, bro. Like, these wards would not exist bottom if they didn't lose that gem like 6 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, vision cannot be understated. You know, maybe in a pub game, but in a pro game, vision is huge to be able to make any of these plays. And Snapfire was also applying the pressure too, because she was top, pushing the tier 3 with the catapult, blasting it away with Lil Shredder. So she immediately TP'd bottom after that, recognizing like they're gonna feel the pressure. They gotta do something right now.
Yeah.
And they all made it just in time, and they got Aegis, and now they're diving the base. They're Stonebank down. Troll's getting in a little deep here.
He is. He just gets cookied out. They've got Hoodwink with a 4-staff if he needs it, so focus is fine. That is BKB Battle Trance, though, so a lot less fighting potential on the Troll Warlord now, but he does at least have the Aegis to rely on. Oh, Skylark goes in again with a blink stun, the bushwhack. That's it, baby. That's got to be GG. 3 cores dead without buyback. You have TA Troll on your high ground. They should have not hit the melee barracks there, if I'm honest. they should have just gone straight tier 4s.
They probably don't know the buyback status, so they're playing it safe, and they're just going to get megas. If they knew there were no buybacks, you could just absolutely end here, but currently it's just going to be megas, and that's probably going to tip them off that there's no buybacks. This is not a good mega holding team. Oh, with that, maybe they'll just turn. Well, at this point, it's kind of close. Maybe at this point, you just get the megas.
Yeah, at this point, you just get the mega creeps. It's so easy, right? You either, like, all in, you just skip the barracks completely and go straight to your 4s to end, or you get the megas. But you now have an Ags on your Troll. There it is. They tap out. GG. Just Better will tie up the series 1-1, which, man, what a good performance from them in here, game number 2. Templar Assassin looking as strong as ever. First overall pick, top net worth, highest impact once, or not, maybe not the highest impact, right? Because of, my God, this Hoodwink, but incredible performance from them.
Yeah, there were some really good stomps and bushwhack combos at the end. So everyone doing their part there. I do think that gem was a big deal. Not to throw him under the bus, but it does happen, right? Sometimes you get caught out. But losing the gem in this kind of game was really painful, and you have to wait for the gem respawn. I don't remember exactly how soon they lost it after buying it, but I know they still had to wait for it.
It was within a minute.
Yeah, so it means you just had to wait for it, or you had to make plays into traps and wards, which is ultimately what they chose to do. And I can't blame them for it, because I mean, what are you gonna do? Just give up everything? You gotta try. But it does mean, unless luck is on your side and you just happen to avoid every trap and ward along the way, it means it's really hard to get anything done, and more likely than not, you're gonna walk into a team that is prepared for you, and you might just end up getting triple stomped, triple bushwhacked into Battle Fury Troll, Blade TA, and you just die, you know? So it's really tough once you lose the gem in that game.
I'm looking at like the damage numbers this game. Hoodwink literally doubled the damage of any other hero in this game. Which is just, that is unreal. He finished the game 14, 6, and 9. Like, obviously, he doesn't mind the few deaths that he has, because every single death he did have this game, he took someone with him. I felt like he either like killed a support, or he's like killing a core, and then it's like, all right, I've done my job, and dies, right? I'm just the support. So really good stuff from Just Better. It is game 2 though, so we are tied up 1-1. We're gonna go to a game 3, everyone, but we're gonna go to a short break for now, and we'll be back with more here. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a moment.
That should help. Radiant structures are fortified.
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into game number 3 here of Twisted Minds versus Just Better. And I'll be honest, this series is looking super close after game 2. Twisted Minds, a really solid draft in game 1, gave them much better kind of that mid-game tempo, but Just Better just steamrolled them here in game number 2. So excited to see what game 3 is going to hold.
Yeah, so far it feels that Just Better has been doing really well through the laning stage. And in game 1, kind of slipped up a little bit, gave it away from there, but here they had a solid laning stage and just kept going from there. There were some moments for Twisted Minds that maybe could have come back, but I'd say like especially that CK lane, that one just didn't quite go their way, and then it felt very low impact from over there. So maybe that's something Twisted Minds can look to do, try to draft like slightly stronger lanes. I don't know who ended up with last pick, but that definitely helps to get that final pick over your opponents and give yourself like a good mid lane carry, something like that. Looks like they're
kind of waiting for the start of the game. I think we've done, yeah, so first pick's going to be Twisted Minds, and Just Better have Radiant. So we'll see if that ends up making a difference. Obviously, Templar Assassin, a very important hero now in these drafts. We'll see whether or not that makes a big difference. If it's going to be banned, if they don't want to give it up first pick, but that means you do have to ban it on the side of Just Better, right? Like you're going to be forced to go for something else here in this ban phase.
Yeah, it's actually, so I was talking about last pick, but we are at the point in a patch where first pick to pick a broken hero actually is another way to win your laning stage. For example, I think that TA was the first pick, right? Or was it Phoenix? Yeah. Maybe Phoenix was picked first, then TA. Yeah, something like that. But that's what first pick can also be good for, is that you just take some broken hero.
We're going to see the Brewmaster banned again. I'm guessing it's just the Brewmaster Beastmaster. They've banned that both games so far. And I'm not sure if this is just because like they feel like those heroes are super broken. I know they have a really high win rate, but it could also just be like a really good comfort pick for the side of Just Better. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think this
Beastmaster does feel really
build.
hard.
Yeah, Beastmaster lately, who just goes for Aghanims and just uses the board to stack. I mean, that's sort of been possible before, but feels particularly annoying in my pub games right now. And in the pro, like you said, we haven't done as much official casting yet on this latest patch. So I know people have been doing it. I haven't seen those games as much. Looks like I'm still not going to get to see it this time because it seems to be a little effective, and teams don't want to deal with it.
It's just the Ags is so potent because if you want to take an early game fight against him, you're fighting into just so much AoE magic damage, and you're not going to have a pipe in time to deal with it. And someone's just going to get roared and die. So he builds up so much tempo and momentum for his team. And then also is just top net worth for pretty much the entire game. We get rid of Broodmaster, Io, and the Dark Seer. So do they ban the TA? Or do they ban something else and then go for the Phoenix? They do ban the TA.
I think they take
SF
go back then.
For the Phoenix.
Oh, the Phoenix. Okay. SF was like another broken hero that some teams have liked a lot. But yeah, I mean, I do think Phoenix is really good. I think that last game we didn't quite get to see the full showcase of the strengths of Phoenix. I think they had some the TA in particular who did really well, and then had the silence to just kind of like wreck Phoenix. We are going to see the Hoodwink again, though, which I mean that did pretty well versus the Phoenix.
It owned. This hero was so ridiculously impactful last game. Now, whether or not they get the Centaur to pair it with, we'll have to see, because the fact that you just get Hoof Stomp into a guaranteed, full duration Bushwhack is just so much damage. So that's something to keep an eye on. I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing the Shadow Fiend ban, but the Phoenix, I kind of like just going for it first phase, even though the Shadow Fiend's still in. It does pair up better against. I was trying to think like TA versus Shadow Fiend. I feel like Phoenix is better against the Shadow Fiend. Like Egg is so good against the Shadow Fiend because he's mostly played around his like Blink Requiem, his like raises and stuff, whereas like TA is just gonna auto attack. So I think Phoenix getting like the Egg to try and force the Shadow Fiend BKB is pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that SF wants to spellcast is annoying to deal with the Phoenix. I mean, it's still a good hero, like, right? He doesn't have to be the answer to Phoenix, but like you said, when you're picking between one and the other, I think TA ban makes more sense. And then they want to see a brand new draft. So Centaur, Snapfire also being banned out. And we saw it was really effective, Snapfire versus the Phoenix. They still opted for the Hoodwink instead because what'd you say at the end? Hoodwink did more than double damage than any other individual hero. So yeah. Phoenix or Hoodwink definitely made a case for itself. And I think it's a warranted pick. It would be banned here instead, right? If they had gone Snapfire, they would have banned Hoodwink, I imagine. So
yeah. I mean, just those 2 heroes alone roaming around the map solo killed like 8 heroes. Like, they just would walk around. They're like, oh, we found the Wind Ranger, Bushwhack, Cookie, like, you know, just
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, everything. I was like trying to remember her Acorn Shot name, but it's like Acorn Shot Sharpshooter, and it's because they're solo in the jungle. You're like, normally you only get that 1 shot from the Acorn bounce, but now you just get 2. That little bit of extra damage goes a long way.
This is interesting. That's a really early Slardar pick. You don't even see a matchup. That's a bit surprising to me. I do think Slardar is a good hero, but usually you want to see the matchup. So surely there is a carry pick to punish this. I'm not fully sure what it is because I almost never see such an early Slardar, but it's typically a ranged hero. I think Drow just got buffed recently. I don't think she's amazing right now, but she does really well versus Slardar. I don't know if you try to steal Troll, but maybe that's part of the plan. You're trying to bait out an early carry pick, and then you counter it with your mid or your carry. Or maybe this is a real bait, Slardar mid. You know, you reveal the carry, then you pick a new off lane, just run Slardar mid with a river buff.
I'm trying to think if Drow's good enough. Like, the sidestep facet is kind of cool. I think a lot of people take Vantage Point because it is just a ton more damage when you use your shard, but the mobility that you get from the sidestep facet is kind of nice. I don't hate the idea of going for a Drow. You could go for a Medusa. The problem is the Slardar could be a bait, right? Because you don't know if this is actually off lane. Or if it's going to be mid lane. But in general, Medusa does not care about Slardar at all. She is not affected by any minus armor or magic resistance, you know, type of thing. So Medusa's a sick pick. I think the hero is in a pretty good spot. It's fantastic at defending Egg as well. Or you just pick like a Mars and you have like Phoenix Mars, you know?
Yeah, I think picking your own off lane plus... Okay, never mind. But I was going to say, I think if you pick your own offlane plus support, that's good. And then you can save that potential Medusa pick or whatever for your 18th pick. And that way you can see a little bit more information from just better. They're instead going to go Wind Ranger. So this is a flex hero. You can adjust it around. Probably carry mid. Offlane Wind Ranger has not really been a thing.
Yeah.
But as a carry versus the Slardar, it will be pretty decent because it's ranged. So you're less likely to get bashed. You have the evasion from your Wind Run. And so you'll just kind of get by. Your damage is good as a universal hero, so Slardar doesn't just deny you nonstop.
I like it.
So I think that's a good pick.
I like it a lot. I'm curious if they're just gonna go back for Pablo's Rubik here, because he's just been playing it 2 games already. He's warmed up. Or they're gonna go for the Tiny. So I was curious about Tiny because it is a little scary into a Slardar, being that like early on you have 0 armor, and it's a lot of times played as a support. So you're kind of food to the Slardar once he hits level 6, but you should be playing in the opposite lane and just relying on your spells. So I think it kind of works out. I'm just curious what they pair it with in the off lane.
Yeah, I think the flex value of that Tiny 2 makes it a good pick here because it could be a core Tiny. But if it's support Tiny, then, you know, that's fine. You'll get some bonus armor from your ultimate. So I think that early point where Slardar 6 and you're not, that can be pretty brutal. But afterwards, you know, out of all the supports out there, he gets some free armor, so that part's kind of nice. And you will just have that avalanche initiation for your team as a support. If you are a core, probably not a carry, because I think carry Tiny would suffer into Slardar. But you could do mid Tiny still. if they show like a puck, for example. Tiny does pretty well there. So it's going to be a little annoying. You got to pick a mid hero who's good versus Wind Ranger and Tiny, and
There's your minus armor
SF kind
combo.
of fits the bill. Yeah, we saw Blightstone from Hoodwink too, so 3 sources of negative armor right now from these heroes. Weavers in the draft. Round it out, guys. Grab all negative armor.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Fiend pretty much prevents Tiny. Well, it doesn't prevent Tiny mid, to be honest. Like, you can still run Tiny mid and just go crash landing. And it's really funny because all you do is just spam toss onto the Shadow Fiend. He like has to get raindrops like immediately, or else you pretty much just lose the lane. But Marcy now picked up as well, so an enabler for both of these heroes, which to me that looks like a safe lane, almost like Marcy Shadow Fiend safe lane, right? Because one of the things Shadow Fiend loves to play around is a hero that can manipulate movement. So you have someone who could go in, stun, and then pull them back, guarantee basically raise after raise. So yeah, I feel like that's the safe lane duo. They're going to go for the Troll Warlord themselves, which does kind of reveal where this Wind Ranger is going. So it's going to be 4 position, Tiny, Wind Ranger mid, safe lane on the Troll into that Slardar. I like the Troll pick. I do this time around. I think it's much better.
Yeah, and it did fine last game too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's he's got the range for him, so that keeps you away from the Slardar when you want to. And then when you do decide to go into melee, maybe because you're trying to play aggressive, the Whirling Axes helps you out a lot in those trades. Hoodwink combo, though, you still got to be really careful. Like, that's Slardar Crush into Bushwhack, and our guaranteed Acorn Shot that we've been talking about with the Tree Bounce, Trick Shot, something like
Tree Bounce,
that.
Trick Shot, yeah, you got it.
There we go. Yeah, it's a lot of damage you got to be careful of in that laning stage. So he'll probably spend a lot of time in the ranged form and just get by the laning stage, and then later on when he's stronger, he won't be too worried about some of these heroes.
So the good news for them is that, you know, Slardar's Slithering Crush is a lot lower stun duration than the CK. So it's not as easy to hit like the Blink Stomps into the Bushwhacks, right? Like, late game specifically, if you get Blink Crush and you see these Bushwhack spells coming, you can BKB. Like, you will be able to BKB, assuming you don't get like immediately bashed as well, right? Like, maybe he has a primed bash and then you're screwed. But you know, having that 2.2 second stun versus a 0.8 second stun, or even just a 1 second stun with the talent, like, it's very different. So it's not as scary, but the minus armor and just the physical damage from the side of Just Better is wild, right? Hoodwink, lots of physical damage just from Acorn Shot. Marcy, a lot of times we see just go straight BKB and just run at you. She's fantastic at being able to kill the egg. So you have that option now from the support position, whereas previously it was the Snapfire. And we're going to see some off-lane bans here. Axe and Legion Commander, really good against the Shadow Fiend, right? BKB piercing disables, locking him down. Don't want to risk it, so curious where they go next.
You pretty much want anti-physical, because this lineup right now is really negative armor, really focused on right-clicking, Acorn Shot, Martial. Like, even though as supports, like, it's just a lot of damage combined with Crows of Haze and then Presence of the Dark
Razor.
Lord. So Axe Call would have turned that against them. That would have been really good. Legion Duel, Blade Mail, also turning it against them. I think that's the type of offlaner you want. Not sure who that is now that those 2 offlaners just got banned out.
You could still do Underlord.
Yeah,
it's a little bit rough, but your aura does reduce a decent amount of physical damage. He's a typical, like, he can build things like, Underlord. I was like, I feel like this is just one of those heroes where it's like, he's such a reliable pick because of how much teamfight aggression he gives you. And generally, he's very good against Shadow Fiend, because if you see Shadow Fiend, you just drop the gate on the hero and it forces his BKB immediately, because he cannot afford to just get stuck inside of Pit of Malice and just get the heroes like standing on top of him. So I like this. We'll probably see like Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves, and a pipe. Like, it's this game, maybe you don't even need pipe until really late, depending on what this pick is. Core Venge. I think
that's cool. I think Oh, I guess you could run Marcy.
It's got to be Marcy. It's got to be Marcy
5.
Shadow Fiend lane. Yeah, like it has to be. Like I used to run this lane actually all the time. Or not
No,
carry.
I
Venge,
think they're
but,
gonna
like,
go.
core
Yeah,
Venge.
they're gonna go carry Venge.
Oh, they
Yeah,
are. You're right.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Shadow Fiend versus Underlord, I think would have been fine with the raises into Underlord plus the Marcy would have been good. But I don't think you're running Venge mid versus Wind Ranger. So I think that like they're just gonna have Shadow Fiend trade farm versus Wind Ranger and use this, I guess, Wave of Terror plus stun, and then maybe you also take a point in your passive on Vengeful Spirit, and like every time you take a point in passive, it kind of counters Underlords. I forget the exact number, but maybe that's a way to balance it out.
I will say I actually really like the Venge here because she is kind of just another body to sit in front of where the Shadow Fiend is, and it is a lot of physical damage, and it's a lot more minus armor, and you are really all in on this minus armor strategy. And I am curious if it's going to pay off or not, because I think, like, you do have some great team fight on the side of Twisted Minds, but dude, just better if they actually get an early lead in this game, we'll just start two-shotting heroes. So you have to be very careful here.
Yeah, and the objectives, because you're going to go up and you're going to just shred through those as well. So I do think like Shadow Fiend doesn't have to lean into the physical build. I think, especially because he's going mid, the caster build will be good, give some variety to his team, some magic damage, and then like a Gleipnir from Hoodwink. So you will mix in some damage, but you are right that it's a lot of physical negative armor, and I think Greaves, Crimson, maybe a Vlad's from someone. Phoenix has attack slow. Underlord's generally good versus this stuff with the Atrophy aura. You got like evasion from Windrun Troll. If they itemize for it and you don't get a big enough lead and push that early tempo fast enough, like at some point just better build armor and BKBs, and I don't know if you can fight into that.
You mean Twisted Minds builds armor and BKBs?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Twisted Minds
Okay.
builds the BKB to deal with like SF ult, and then you just build a bunch of armor items and try to take the fight in that time, and you don't. Like, how do you pivot out of your lineup? Like, you've picked a bunch of right-click physical damage-dealing heroes.
And that's kind of why I like the Troll Warlord pick here, is like you definitely knew exactly where they're going with the draft. When you see like Slardar, Shadow Fiend, it's like, okay, they are physical damage, right? They would have to pick like a very different mid laner that would bring a ton of magic damage to the lineup to change things. But then it's like, then you're like half committed to the minus armor strat, and sometimes that's not good enough. But I agree with you. If you don't actually manage to snowball this early, then Troll Warlord probably just becomes an unstoppable god in the late game. But I really like just early Crimson Guard, or early Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard, and Aghanim Scepter for this. Underlord, I feel like would be awesome, and I am very happy to see he's gone for Demon's Reach, my favorite facet for this guy.
I'm a little. I feel like the Horde's kind of good, but
Oh my gosh, Stonebank your courier. Well, there goes all your tangos.
I think Pablo's got 6 to feed over, so
Yep.
should be able to get by until that courier's back up. That happened last game too.
Yeah, I did.
Spartan hates couriers. Maybe
Oh.
Stonebank hates couriers.
I mean, you got to be careful in these early levels. Like that dispose into the minus armor from the Venge is a lot of damage, but you at least have like the Avalanche Firestorm to kind of fight into it as well. And you can see like that amount of magic damage is difficult for the Marcy to sustain.
I wonder if she'll take Sidekick at level 2, because it'll really help you sustain versus the Firestorm, but the kill potential is in Rebound.
I don't think they have much kill potential in this lane. I think you do just go Sidekick to try and sustain the lane. Like, maybe you could pull Tiny out of position, right? But then he's just going to Avatos you, and then you're stuck inside a Firestorm.
That's true, yeah. Okay, then does Focus also take a point in the Aura at level 2? And you just right-click. He's holding the point. He's deciding. On Marcy's
He's
side, she
gone
took
for
rebound.
dispose. Or yeah, she went rebound. So
Well, at that point, I think you take magic missile, right?
you have to go missile.
I guess he's waiting to see if like
No,
they
he did it.
actually get something.
They're gonna go for it right now in the bottom lane, and there's your avalanche. The missile
Magic
comes
missile.
out. It's a lot of trading. It's both teams are bringing a lot of spell damage right now into this lane, but I think it's okay here. Meanwhile, top lane Troll Warlord is falling very low.
Pretty even lane from the other side, but Underlord is the one suffering a little bit here into the Venge. This Soul Strike is really annoying. Like, it's really fast attack speed and like solid damage. It's not the highest out there, but the fact that you have 1.5 base attack time is really good.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it gets easier when Underlord gets to like level 3. You have maybe like 2 points in the Firestorm. But for now, with Venge having a little bit of a level advantage, it's really scary to like try and play too far up in the lane. Like getting disposed is such a like potentially a lane losing ability to like play into.
Yeah, that's the strength of Marcy support. Because if you don't get that, your laning is like pretty awkward. It's a lot about rebounding in and disposing the enemy core into a bad position, or the support, like whoever.
Yeah.
But as long as you don't give that, then like Marcy's, if she's invested in it, like if she goes sidekick, then you just chill and you farm. But since she's got the points in rebound, you just need to not give her a good fight.
Oh, looking for Desire here on the top side. He's got a Lotus, so shouldn't tick down, but does get a decent amount of damage dealt to him. Bushwhack. Pops the Lotus. Just dishing some damage back their way. He wants his level 3 before he uses the next Acorn shot. He's like, come on. Mid lane's... Oh, I was going to say, mid lane's looking quite good for Shadowfiend. I thought it was going to be a little bit more rough, but he's having a great time, and here we go. Shad is just dead. First blood. That is Hoodwink. Just the second you walk out, Bushwhack into 3 bounces from that Acorn shot. Instantly dead. And bottom lane, we're going to see the Tiny in trouble as well. Spartan just needs one more auto attack. Going to get him. His Stonebank now in some trouble. The Courier actually lives.
Dispose and rebound.
The Courier lives because of Marcy. Oh, that's hilarious. Her innate actually did something.
It comes into play. It comes into play.
All right. Again, just better winning winning their lanes. Like, this is what we've seen in games 1 and 2. Like, 2 is a little bit closer, but they definitely were the team coming out ahead. And now game 3, up 3 kills now.
Yeah, the last hits look a little similar. Now Underlord and Troll falling a little bit behind, but it's the denies that come into play, which gives you a level advantage, which leads to the fights we're seeing. And now like Venge is level 5 off of the denies plus a winning team, or not team fight, just like a fight there. And now it's just really hard to approach the lane at all.
Yeah. They were power shotting for vision maybe to look for... Oh no, there's a Spartan just chasing down Pablo, and there it is, Bushwhack. Or, I'm sorry, Bushwhack to follow. There you go. Desire gets another kill. I feel like I've seen this one before.
Perhaps an Atos or a Maelstrom next for the Hoodwink?
2 kills already.
7 minutes. Wisdom Rune's coming up. I thought maybe like Marcy and Hoodwink were going to move in for it. But maybe they were, and then just ran Stonebank, so it's not worth it. Said Marcy's gonna TP top, maybe catch
Shadowfiend's here with a haste
off guard.
Yeah, there's a great rebound, a dispose, no problem at all. The raise comes through, and Shad's gonna die for the 2nd time. Well, you picked this Troll Warlord to shut down this Slardar lane. He is sitting at 32 and 11 denies. And is about to hit level 6 compared to your Troll Warlord, who is having a really rough game.
I don't know. Maybe you need to go. I guess this is just what you need to get through. It's the way Just Better has picked, like really strong lanes, early tempo. So I suppose it's not surprising that they're winning the early lane, but you still can't let it get too out of control.
That was a sick dispose.
Yeah.
Just cancels the dive. It was super weird. It looked like he just dove in the world's smallest circle, but ends up getting it was just dispose. Well, here we are, level 6 on Slardar. This is where things get kind of rough for the Troll, because with where the lane is at, he cannot approach. So he's forced to go all the way back to the to the jungle. The easy camps behind his tower to farm. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Oh, wrong toss target. Hits a creep, and that kind of just ends the aggression. That's too bad, because they really need something starting to go for them. I mean, it's not the end
Desire
of the world
finds
right
a
now.
shield rune. Is chasing after Hunt. Oh, what a ward. He goes back for the bounty. That was sick. Still, Desire's gonna get another kill as Acorn Shot coming through to try and slow them up. Power Shot off the mark. You just can't deal with the squirrel, man. You can't deal with her.
Twisted Minds isn't finding anything.
6-0 now, up at 3,000 gold. Hold on, Tiny, Pablo, Avalanche, toss. Finally, he gets a kill. On the board now for Twisted Minds, and that's a big bounty as well, right? Like, that's a lot of gold.
That was carry Hoodwink right there. So,
oh my god.
Huge kill.
All right, that will help Pablo get towards his Blink Dagger. They were just fattening up the squirrel for hunting season, you know? That's the idea.
Exactly.
Dude, you are at a 2-level disadvantage in the top lane. Wind Ranger is here with an Invis rune.
You know, Skylark knows.
Oh, he knows, yeah. They're going to still try and get on top of him. Focus Fire comes out. He's got the crush, of course, but do they have the damage to actually find this kill? Dude, no way. He just simply walks away. It's Xantic's not done. He's going to go for the chase here.
On.
He's going in, but guess what? You've brought Spartan in as well. He's going to hide into the trees onto the far side.
Snipe him with the W? He's just out.
There's no way. How does he walk away from 3 heroes? And Stonebank will die bottom as the trade.
Looks like they had swap to get him out of position. All right, can you at least get a rune?
Oh, Shadow Fiend's got it, baby. Xantic's going to deny it.
He
okay.
denies it. Yeah, a 4K lead for Just Better at 10 minutes. This is a rough spot. I do want to emphasize, though, it's what they drafted for, right? They need to be doing this. As soon as they fall behind, that's where you run into that issue. It's like, we're the same amount of money, and they're just building armor, and all our heroes are dropping off.
Where are we at on net worth here? Because I imagine it's going to be the 3 cores of Just Better.
Wind Ranger's up there. Slardar did get shut down a little bit. Not shut down, but, you know, he's spending his time fighting off the troll, so they kept the troll low, which is what you want. Like, troll being this far behind a Vengeful Spirit is wild. I guess it's New Age Dota with Venge carry being a thing. Maybe it shouldn't be that surprising to me. But troll is typically picked because he is a strong laner, and you want him to come out ahead. So the fact that Venge, who's not a fast farmer at all, is at 6,000 net worth.
Boy, we've seen that one before, and the swap's going to catch the Underlord as well onto the side. Stunned up.
Don't bang,
Body
actually
blocks
just die
from
here. Die
Focus.
here. Oh, okay. I was going to say, he shouldn't go up because they're going to see his stack is like half done, and they're going to go steal it.
Oh,
Should just die underneath the tower. Fortunately, I don't think they noticed. I think they're just focused on the kill on the tower, and they're going to leave. But that is an ancient stack they could have stolen. Oh, they're stealing a different ancient stack, actually.
Yeah, it's like they're going to get the other one, and then they're just going to walk to mid and take mid tier 1 tower, right? Like, they're just going to farm their way across.
All right, up to 6K. And Shadow Fiend's leaning into this. So we were talking about how he can do Spellcaster build, but he's actually built a Dragon Lance because I don't know if he had this originally in mind or he was just going to see how the game's going, but right now the team comms are like, hey, we're kicking ass, guys. Let's just keep doing it. Let's lean in. We're winning. So this Dragonlance is going to help him take advantage of the physical damage his team has right now.
I would be 100% okay with him just going Dragonlance, BKB, Hurricane Pike. That Phoenix has no egg and has just been disposed into death. Desire with another kill, up 6,000 gold as they lose their mid-tier 1 tower. I'd be fine with them going like Hurricane Pike, BKB, because like your timing is like unironically going to be your like aura affecting towers. Like when you get that aura, you can end the game. I feel like.
You would certainly try. I think that's a good time for it. Looks like we had a disconnect. Quick pause here. Roche is going to be on the table real early, and in fact, I think you could actually do a 12-minute Roche between the course you have.
Oh, yeah.
But it would give up a lot of map pressure, so it's probably not worth doing quite yet, unless you happen to get like a big team fight in that area.
They just want to finish their first big set of items. Like, Focus wants to get to his Ags. Once he has Ags, like he's probably more inclined to maybe go do Roche. Shadow Fiend does have a Blade of Alacrity, so I'm curious if he's going for like a Yasha item or if he's gonna go back for the Ags now, or not the Ags. I mean, yeah, there's no way it has to be a Yasha item,
Usually
right?
You get like a Blink first or something for that, or like Yasha Kaya, which maybe is what he's doing. He's gonna like make his way back towards Spellcaster build. He's gonna get the Yasha early game advantage with the right clicks, but then go back Kaya, Blink Ags.
Yeah,
well,
that could be
a BKB somewhere in there. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll just see. Worst case, accidental double click on the Blade of Alacrity while buying the Dragonlance. Another uncontested tier 1 tower. So, I mean, if they wanted, maybe this could be where they all twin gate straight to Roche and just clear it now.
I actually think they should. Like, very, very much should. Like, your Slardar has Blink. He's working towards his shard. He'll have it at the 15-minute mark as soon as it's ready. They're just going to find some extra stacks in the enemy jungle here. So, Shadow Fiend very happy to clean those up. His Yasha is done. So, yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. They just get a casual Yasha. They go through the gate. They smoke on the bottom side. They're going to look for a kill and then turn this into the Roshan most likely. So, smoked out, looking through the bottom side
going for the Wisdom
here.
Rune first. You're trying to find a hero around Wisdom Rune. I mean, they already have such a big XP lead. If they get both Wisdom Runes, huge win. All right, they're going to steal it. They didn't actually find anyone yet.
The smoke is so close to popping here.
So
they
many
will
heroes.
see the Phoenix. Okay, they got the Phoenix here. Bushwhack comes out, Blink Crush in, and Hanskin goes down.
That was a burst kill for sure. I think you take that because that's at least your Phoenix dying. They were really close to finding Underlord farming Ancients, which they might still find him actually. Okay, I think he's far enough. He's going to lose some of this Ancient camp, but not a huge deal.
Yeah, I thought she might like rebound for the bonus move speed, and then that would set up the swap, but...
Okay, what you had to do there is like rebound forward, swap the Marcy for the magic missile stun, maybe.
Yeah.
Something crazy like that. But just pushing him off is fine. You don't need to go wild. Throwing at this point would be really bad. So
yeah,
don't go.
I mean,
too crazy.
it is. It's nighttime now, so you are gonna see the Roshan move to the top side of the map, but. They can just threaten this bottom tower, and they're going to just go right on to the Underlord. The swap into the Crush from Skylark. Very easy kill.
So maybe this is just a symptom of losing all the lanes, but we really have not seen Underlord Fiend's Gate come into play at all, which I feel is a big part of the hero and why you pick him is solid laning stage into global rotations. And I guess he didn't feel comfortable globally rotating when literally all 3 lanes lost. No one had any plays to make, but...
Yeah, I think that's it.
It does just mean... it's just like nothing's happening for them, you know? They're all just trying to farm in their jungle.
I mean, the only kill they have was Pablo, like, killing a half-health Hoodwink, like, at her tier 2. They're going to look for the Shadow Fiend top. They don't actually connect. The Fiend's Gate comes through, but a great Requiem. Focus Fire is there. Egg is down. Can they bring it in time? They get it. Spartan's going to go down in exchange. But Exantic with the Focus Fire, he's still in, trying to chase down the Shadow Fiend, dodging through these spells. He's so damn low, 30 HP. The power shot's going to get him. They take down the Venge as well. Skylark will chase down, bring Exantic finally. But, I mean, that's a great fight from Twisted Minds. They finally get on top of the targets they wanted. And that's the Fiend's Gate effect, right? You have to just immediately Requiem. You cannot allow them to get on top of you.
SF looked like he was going to get away for a moment there. But that ends up being a huge win for Twisted Minds. They were about 7k behind, I think. So with those 3 kills, 2 on the carry and the mid, so really valuable kills. And now that's only 5k behind, which is still rough, but the good sign that they were able to find a fight like that.
I'll make an exception.
I like the drums pick up on Spartan. Probably bongo boots eventually, right? But I think generally just a good item this game. Gives your team a lot more mobility to get in and out of the fights.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the attack speed to try to help kill Egg too. Or just like keep up with a Wind Ranger running away. I'm surprised, like, I thought Solar Crest might be an option too, because his Venge and SF are doing so well. But I guess you help both of them with the drums. So
Looks like Shadow Fiend's going the Manta, so no magic build at all.
which means they're in on this, right? So if you, I mean, he's got a mech. He's working on Crimson Guard on the Underlord. So if you don't get a sizable lead, which 5k is not bad, but especially with that last losing fight, like it could have been 10k now, and it's looking a lot better. You have to be really careful. Another slipped up fight like that, suddenly they're only building armor items first you, and you're not doing any damage.
And you haven't taken Roshan when I think you could have done it earlier. They are just going into the Roche pit with Troll Warlord, and I think Just Better are trying to figure out if that's happening, and they'll be forced out of the pit. So they don't manage to close this one off. Blink Crush comes out. They see the Roshan, but the backside of the fight, they get the swap. Nice focus fire, but it's only onto the support Marcy, and Tiny's just dead. And now Roshan goes the other way. Man, it makes you wonder, like, if they should have just committed more heroes to the Roche, because you didn't defend the bottom tower, and if your Wind Ranger was there, you probably would have got it.
Yeah, stealing Roche would have been insane, because this is like the timing that Just Better wants to clear out the map and maybe even start poking at high ground. So if you had stolen Aegis, you would have bought yourself, you know, at least 8 minutes until the next one could be up. And that might be enough time to pick up all these armor items we've been talking about. But with that exchange, Just Better is still on track for their current game plan.
Well, Exantic got one shot.
A lot of damage.
Legitimately, it was just Blink Crush and took one auto attack from the Shadow Fiend.
What's Shadow Fiend's damage right now? Just about 250. That's a lot.
He hit him for 705 damage.
That's crazy. What's he got? Orb plus Presence of the Dark Lord.
Plus the Slardar. Blink Crush, dude.
Haze.
Yeah. Brought her down to probably like -6 armor, I would guess. Maybe more.
22, 25.
Okay, that's like -12. That's like -13 armor, actually. -14 armor. What the heck? Yeah, that'll do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Who do you sidekick? Do you sidekick SF?
Dire's middle
Probably just keep it on focus. The longer he doesn't, like the longer he doesn't die,
tower is under attack.
like the more valuable that Ags becomes, because if they try to all in the Venge, you still just have your second life. And she hits harder than anyone right now, I think, right?
Radiant's top tower is under
Well, part of that is because she has sidekick.
Oh, they're going in.
Tormentors.
Big Avatos, but the Requiem's out. Stonebank with a nice gate on top of 3. The egg is down. Sunray trying to get these kills to get Marcy, but Skylark gets out for now. Focus in trouble. He's left alone on the backside. His Ags, of course, gives him a second life, but here comes the Hoodwink. Big bushwhack onto 3. The swap giving him some space. The crush connects Shad. He gets the battle trance off at 1 HP. He's got to find these targets, but the Atos is out. He's guided to oblivion. It's 4 dead on Twisted Minds, and boy, oh boy, Desire once again. Just massive bushwhacks in these games.
There's a reason they grabbed this hero first pick, or I guess response first pick. He's showing why. This Hoodwink hero is crazy. It was almost really good. If Twisted Minds had managed to steal that Tormentor plus take that fight, and
True.
I kind of get why they pushed for more, because they're probably feeling pretty desperate, but I suppose they maybe just needed to cut it off. I mean, I guess you didn't expect a Hoodwink to come in and just, like, body your entire team before the rest of the heroes showed up, but she just got the boomerang, I think, from that Tormentor, right?
I don't think she had it before, so I'd imagine it
Yeah,
showed
so
up from the Tormentor.
She got it at the start of that fight, and suddenly her Hunter's boomerang plus the Acorn bushwhack, it just brought down all the heroes super low for SF to just come in and be like, oh yeah, I'll finish it up. That's cool.
Actually, just saw the first time we've really seen the supports on Just Better kind of like mess up their combos, right? Phoenix gets away there, very lucky. Otherwise, should have died. That being said, they're not done. They're smoking across the map. They know that they have damage to kill pretty much anybody.
Turned around just before finding Phoenix on that high ground, actually.
They're just going to go back mid, I guess. I mean, if you see Underlord, you just swap them in again. And that's exactly what they're going to do. The bushwhack immediately pulled.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack. Dire's structures are
And with
fortified.
that, no Underlord for your high ground defense. He's arguably one of the most important heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You just go
Yeah,
straight
he has
for
the
the towers.
Crimson Guard, so that aura is huge to protect buildings, or the active.
Yeah.
Look how quickly they destroy
Dude,
these.
this is another scenario where I'm like, do you actually go the melee barracks? Because you could have just gone straight tier 4s and threatened the end of the game. But I guess it looks
Yeah.
like they didn't have a creep wave, so...
Or maybe take like the ranged barracks and then come get like the tower
Yeah.
and another ranged barracks and then like maybe a melee at that point.
Yeah.
I think they definitely have the damage to do that.
Garlic finds a solo kill there. It's like, it would force everyone on Twisted Minds back, which is super annoying. Pablo nearly solo dying to Desire there. Luckily, Tiny, lots of HP. But they do find themselves looking at the Underlord here. Pin of Mouse comes out, and Spartan may have come a little bit too far. Kill goes to Shad. They just smoke up again. They say, screw it. Just run it back. They find a regen here. I think the Hoodwink wanted it. He's like, bruh.
Don't you know who the carry is? Bro.
Dire are scanning.
All right, Twisted Minds will smoke up as well. They know they've got the hero advantage. They see the raises in the mid lanes. They do kind of know roughly where the Shadow Fiend is, but... I mean, they're not going to connect on anything here. Really smart play from Just Better, hugging their mid tower. All right.
Phoenix bought the Vlad, so they are getting as many items as they can to help them deal with this. We have the Aghanims queued up on Wind Ranger. She's getting pretty close.
Radiant's bottom
And then what else is Troll? Troll's getting close to BKB. So they're picking up some big items. And we'll see what the Roche timer is. You got to really hope for all Twisted Minds fans. You got to hope for a really long Roche timer. You need as much time as possible
Yeah, you really do. I mean, the thing is like, which other armor items can you buy this game, right? Like, Phoenix could, theoretically go for something like a Lotus Orb. Underlord could build, like, a Shiva's Guard. Troll Warlord, I guess, could go for an AC. Like, there are armor items you can pick up, but Wind Ranger's not someone that typically builds any of these, because you want to build stat items on Wind Ranger, but there's not a lot of stat items that also provide armor.
No, I can't even. I mean, not like a significant amount of armor or stats. Like Shiva's has some stats, but like 5. Yeah, she's not going to be really building the armor. I guess she's just going to depend on the team, and plus the Ags. Like, that's kind of why this item's pretty popular on her. The invis plus the physical damage reduction essentially acts as your armor.
And she's got it. Just finish it up right now.
All right, step 1 in the like 9-step plan to maybe have a chance coming back.
Oh, top lane. Oh, they were so close to getting the swap. But that Aghanim Scepter literally just saving him. Avalanche comes out, but a great immediate turnaround from Desire. Finds him, swaps in aggressively on a Stonebank, but the Crimson Guard is there. And Shad is on top. He's going to be forced to BKB. Looking for these heroes. Gets one as Focus walks back into the Pit of Malice. They might get him, and they do. Double kill for the Troll. Beautifully done for them.
They need to go check Roche and take Roche right now on Twisted Minds. Just to be clear. Which they are smoked up. They're pinging it. Or someone's pinging. Hanskin was pinging it. It's a good call. You got to go get this. It'll buy you so much time. Benj sees it, though.
Question is, will they contest this? With where Shadow Fiend is, it doesn't look like they want to contest this. That being said, Vengeful Spirit can easily scout. And if they happen to get a nice stun, oh, there's your 3-hero Bushwhack. The stun comes through. The immediate sharpshooter damage to Stonebank. He actually heals through a lot of it, but Vengeful Spirit's back into the fight. Stonebank's gonna go down, and Roshan ripe for the picking as they cancel the TP on Shad. He's in so much trouble. He's gonna be forced to pop the Battle Trance as Focus just stands on top of him. Doesn't seem to really care. The egg is out, though. And with that, they get the Vengeful Spirit again, but it's gonna cost you. Shad found on the backside as Skylark is there. Hanskin gonna try and Sunray off the map, but another swap comes through to find the kill. 3 dead on Twisted Minds. And Roshan will be theirs once again.
I think you needed to go, like, throw your life at the enemy to delay them. Because triple Bushwhack and the triple Slardar stun just sealed the deal. I think you needed to, like, dive forward on the Phoenix, maybe even egg, just to buy time to finish it. Or you, like, die, and then you buy back and TP in.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're on... No, you could have done it. Sorry.
You could have done it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Tiny and Phoenix were, like, smoked on the left side, like, waiting for the enemy team to come in, and they're, like, perfectly fine. If they're, like, Just Better is perfectly happy with doing that if you're going to allow them to get, like, a 3-hero Bushwhack into a 3-hero Crush, you know?
Yeah, I think... Focus Fire had been committed to, and, like, Troll had built max stacks. Just did get nerfed, you know? Maybe that was the difference. But I think it would have started to fall really quickly. I think you needed like 5 more seconds to finish that and then bolt out of there.
Yeah.
But instead,
if you
now has
lose
the
your
Aegis.
Phoenix... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Phoenix is whatever, right? Like, if you get the Aegis and get out, you buy yourself so much time. So now with SF on the Aegis, there's 1 barracks left, right? You just set up bottom. You just keep sending in the SF to hit it. If he's ever in danger, you can swap him out. I mean, like, what's the play? Like, maybe toss back. But at that point, while they're focusing SF twice with, like, double Aegis, the rest of you just, like, finish the Megas, I think. So it's really tough now that Just Better has a second Aegis. They're 20k up.
And Shadowfiend's going to have BKB soon. So if you do go for, like, this aggressive toss back, he might be able to just BKB and Requiem your team.
That's true.
And then you just
you don't
have like
anything.
Focus with swaps. Like, you'd have no way until like you get a Basher or something on Troll, which I mean, he has to go MKB because there's now a butterfly on focus, which the smoke pops on the backside. Gleipnir's out. It does catch the Hoodwink, but guess what? You're in so deep already. Skylark just goes in, gets a huge crush. The swap's out, and that is it for the Wind Ranger. They've lost the Phoenix as well. Shad's gonna go on to pop that BKB with that battle trance, but Skylark's just tanking it all as the Requiem comes through. Shadow Feed doing so much work. Skylark is still alive, but there's the egg, the Sunray. Can they find the kill? No! This Slardar cannot die. 4 fall, and that is going to be game 5 dead. 2 diebacks, and just better take the series 2-1.
There's so much negative armor.
There's
There's I think 37 negative armor between Presence of the Dark Lord, Haze, and then Wave of Terror, and then whatever negative armor items you have, like Blightstones and stuff. It's so much physical damage, and when you build a lead like this, then you just don't have enough armor items to deal with that. And that's kind of what we saw there. I think Wind Ranger, I think she was wind running. I think I still saw it took like 2 attacks to kill her because without the armor. Yeah, everyone's doing like bonus free double damage, just deleting people.
Yeah, this was again like and just a ridiculous performance from Desire on his Hoodwink. 11-1 and 16. He is again almost the highest damage. It looks like Vengeful Spirit took it by a couple hundred, but the fact that your 4th position Hoodwink is getting this much out of the map and this much impact is absolutely nuts. Like, this guy's Hoodwink is gonna likely be banned going forward. I cannot imagine. Well, that being said, he's a stand-in. This is the wild thing for Just Better. Desire's the stand-in, and he's the absolute MVP of this series. He single-handedly dismantled Twisted Minds. So I feel Twisted Minds might be a little upset about that one, but if you're Just Better, you're stoked on this. That's the most value stand-in you could ask for.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds was favored here. I feel like their laning stage was weaker than we usually see from them. I don't know if this is part of because they didn't have to play the group stage, so maybe they came in a little bit rusty, whereas Just Better was playing a bunch of games. They were all warmed up, ready to go. Unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they're not out. They do get knocked down to the lower bracket, but hopefully they can figure out what was going on, because I think their actual playmaking, like, that's pretty good. It's part of what got them that game 1 win. I think that stuff is fine, but it felt like they came out behind on all these laning stages. So I don't know if that's a draft issue or an execution issue in the laning stage, but something needs to be adjusted there.
Yeah. And we've got another series coming up next, which should be quite fun. It is going to be Liga Team, the other direct invite team. They're going to go up against Team T, which has a lot of big names on it. Like, this is actually a really cool roster that was thrown together. It's I think Smiling Knight, also known as Knight, Mikey, Zibe, Eki, and Seneko. So really cool roster, actually. I'm really excited to see how they're going to do. They had an okay group stage, right? But we've got one final series here today, everyone, so make sure to stay tuned. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with one more. We'll see you then. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to CCT Season 1. We've got one more series lined up for you. It is going to be Liga Team versus T-Team, which, interesting name. I think they renamed themselves recently, but excited to see how they're going to match up against Liga.
Yeah, Liga was the other direct team to the playoffs, so haven't seen them playing here because I think they were doing some like other qualifiers at the same time. I think they played one like just this morning actually for the EU qualifiers. So they're warmed up. They played one series earlier today, and we're gonna see how they do here. There's usually a reason these teams are invited at the top. I would say Liga is favored over T-Team, but like you mentioned right before the break, there are some fun names on the side of T-Team. First though, we got Liga, we got Violent, Rebel, Meow, 1J, and Pantomime. I think was he standing in for mid or their off lane?
I can't tell if he like renamed or something, but yeah, there was like BB3, which was playing for them recently. He might just be standing in for this tournament, or he renamed. I'd have to see, but yeah, it's a different player, so could just be a stand-in for this event, not 100%. But either way, Liga team has looked very strong recently. Like generally, like this team has looked pretty sick. Violent has definitely become like this a little bit of an up-and-comer for sure to keep an eye on. But Rebel, someone that we shined a light on quite a bit in the last tournament, like that we've been seeing.
He just bops people in the mid lane. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe with the patch it'll be a little different, but they were giving him those flashy mids, and he was getting the job done. So we'll see if that maybe he was having a really good performance last time, or maybe he's just consistently that solid. I'm looking forward to seeing it again here.
Yeah, this should be fun. But we can take a look at their opponent's T-Team, which I will say, again, big names on these guys. Some fun guys to watch. Seneko, Knight, Mikey, Zibe, and Eki. I mean, these guys, several of them have been around for quite a while, obviously. I think Mikey has been someone that people have kind of had high expectations for a while, but he has had a hard time like sticking into a roster. He was on Winter Bear for a while. He had a short stint on Enigma Galaxy even, before Sumail came back. So very, very talented player, but we haven't really seen him have like consistency on a stack. So I'm wondering if this team is going to stick around, because it's a cool stack, man. I like it. I like the team.
He's like a rising pub star, I feel like. And then teams were trying him out, but then opting for people who had more experience. But I think he's shown he has what it takes to be up there. And like you said, just needs that one breakout performance, which is what a lot of pub stars, as they break into the scene, are like really looking for.
I will say Smiling Knight is incredibly good too. I'm very excited to see how he's gonna play on this team. Like I think was quite underrated for quite a while in terms of his like capabilities as a carry.
Mm-hmm.
But we take a look at the head-to-head from the mid lane. So Mikey and Rebel, and you and me have been saying Rebel is bopping people. And it's not surprising. Like looking at his stats here, 83 matches, 59% win rate of recent, and pretty impressive KDA.
Those are bopping stats right there.
Yeah, those are the bopping stats for sure. You're right. But we got a draft now. I'm curious which heroes are going to make it through, right? Because last match, there were some that had a little bit more priority, things like the Hoodwink, but also like the Beastmaster and Brewmaster bans were taking up a lot of space. So what's going to happen here? It looks like Tiny and Hoodwink immediately banned out. Do not want to give those on over to Liga. Meanwhile, the Phoenix, the overall first ban.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rebel do really well on SFTA. I wouldn't be surprised if we see T-Team ban some of those out. Looks like the Enigma. So actually, I find Enigma really interesting because we were casting for a while in that last patch together, and no one was really touching the Enigma in the games we were watching. But I saw in other games being played, he was quite popular as an offlaner and sometimes as a support, like a mix there. I want to see it. I want to see it more. I know he can be quite good, especially that aura tempo. Still not going to see it because it's been banned out here, but I hope to see it maybe later. You know, after game 1, maybe you switch the bans around. Maybe we'll see him in game 2 or 3. It does mean like the Beastmaster that we've been seeing banned out a lot. We saw Brewmaster banned out a lot too. I don't know if that was like team specific because I don't think he's a broken offlaner or anything. They're going to opt for Wind Ranger and Weaver bans. So SF, PA, we've seen Brood, Darkseer, the Beastmaster.
There's so many picks you can go for.
There's
I feel like you
so
have to
many.
ban Templar Assassin. Like, that hero is absurd.
Or
There's
you're
no
picking
way.
it.
Yeah, or you pick it, but there's so many heroes still in the pool to ban out Wind Ranger and a Weaver and a Hoodwink. Like, these are just not typically your first phase bans.
I think Weaver makes sense.
Yeah,
I think
Weaver
he's
does kind of.
still really good. Looks like okay. There's the Darkseer ban. So okay, Chaos Knight. He's one we didn't mention, but he's also been really good. It's surprising to see him picked first phase overall. He usually like slips through as people ban the other stuff.
Don't you just pick either the Brew or the Beastmaster? Those are like the two biggest counters in the game to the Chaos Knight.
I'd be up for it, but okay,
Whoa.
looks like they're gonna go for Bat Rider instead.
Screw traditional bans, dude, and picks. Let's just rip it, dude. Bat Rider in the opener, not a hero we see all that often, but from the 4 position can be pretty devastating as against a Chaos Knight. And I am curious what they pair it with, because like I said, both Brewmaster and Beastmaster would be great. Brewmaster Bat Rider started getting a lot of attention a few patches back. I think right before 736, it was like a staple offlane pick because you hit him with the Cinder Brew, you throw the Flame Break, it instantly procs it, knocks them back, and then you just run down your target. So if you don't ban the Brewmaster here, I'm kind of worried for Liga team, but at least just for the safe lane. There's the Brew ban. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Brew's good versus Chaos Knight. That pairing that you talked about. Beastmaster does sound good. I mean, that sounds like a scary offlane.
Beastmaster. You can't play. Those are like the only two heroes that like legitimately ruin Chaos Knight's tempo. Underlord's the other one. Okay, so I guess there is 3. My apologies. They get rid of Witch Doctor, and then they will pick up Enchantress. So double support opener for T-Team here.
It could be the Bat Rider core. I think he's been rising as a core hero lately.
I'd like to see that. Oh, actually, it is Mikey. Hold up. I didn't consider that this is Mikey mid lane, and he is a notorious Bat Rider spammer. So this could be mid lane Bat Rider. You're right. It could very well be Mikey's Bat Rider.
A Pudge pick. It's pretty fun. Chaos Knight. I don't know if you're doing Pudge 5, but
No way.
you want lanes to roam to, and the hook is set up for you. And so if wherever this Pudge ends up going, if he does rotate to the safe lane, Chaos Knight stun is a great setup for the hook. So I do like that. There's another setup. The Dark Bramble makes it easy to land the hook, and you might even pull them through multiple brambles and do like an insane amount of damage. Bedlam is the key nerf that she got. There's like some slight duration nerfs on the root for how long they last, not how long they actually root you for. I don't think that nerf is as impactful as Bedlam not being able to throw that onto allies. I think that's more painful, but I think it's still a good support overall. Just drop down from like that S tier. We were seeing Dark Willow picked in like the very first phase because she was so good.
So Tidehunter picked up here into the Chaos Knight, an interesting hero for sure. I think that one thing I would like to see that could be kind of cool is what if you bring back the Bedlam can target allies as your other facet, instead of like you have Thorny Thicket and then your other facet, or maybe give her a third one that says like Bedlam can target allies.
That could be
So you have to
interesting.
like pick and choose. It could be a cool way of making her kind of more like, I don't know, applicable in different drafts, but
The other facet's very meh right now.
dude, it's so bad. Like the only thing that makes it good is if you have like a bottle and you like shot around bottle and you're like max HP or I guess that's just her innate, isn't it? Actually, maybe I'm just wrong.
So here's the crazy thing about I was talking about this in one of my own streams. Dark Willow, top tier hero, S tier, first phase, first ban, Thorny Thicket, insane. What's her innate ability? No one even knows because Thorny Thicket is so good. Bedlam on allies is so good. What is the innate ability? It's when she disjoints things with Shadow Realm, she gains some regen. It's so bad. It's so bad compared to everything else. I don't think her innate ability is like meaningful in any significant way, but Thorny Thicket is absurd, and that has made her broken.
Yeah, it really is. And they've nerfed it every single patch since the release, which is a pretty good indicator. So I'm a little bit interested into what's going on with this draft now from T-Team, because like I said, Mikey is a notorious Batrider spammer, but looking at the lanes now, I feel like you're looking for your mid lane hero. So it's probably just Batrider Tide, Monkey, Enchantress. The Pudge, probably your 4 position now, looking at the lanes. Like, you don't want to run a Pudge core into a Monkey King. But you do need a setup for this hero. Like, absolutely. So I'm curious what they want it to be.
Let's see, Doom and Pango bans. It's gonna be a lot of pressure. Enchantress, Monkey King. If that, even if it's Batrider 5, which is less likely with an Enchantress, but like even that would be really strong. You need someone who can either creep cut or is maybe like a ranged hero who can avoid the Monkey King aggression and hit back that at the Enchantress. At least now that Doom and Pango are banned, I think they could have been good.
Dude, it's wild that Pango just beats a Monkey King in lane. Like, crazy. He's just a melee hero that's like, what are you gonna do? Hit me?
The amount of physical barrier you get is pretty crazy. But also, like, then the swashbuckle to get away, right? Monkey King commits for the 3 hits, and then you're like, haha, no.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Which would have been good versus the Enchantress, right? She would have tried to slow you, and you're like, nope. Same reason Doom is good. You try to bring creeps to play aggressive, and you just eat them right in front of your face.
Just like bringing you a little snack.
Snack time. You got the Krill Eater on your team. You're the one supposed to be having snack time.
Do Tidehunters even go the Krill Eater facet? I feel like no one goes that facet.
Seen it in pubs.
Vengeful Spirit again. Wow, we're back into more minus armor.
Is this Venge off lane or CK off lane?
I said this last game. I was like, why not just pick the Medusa into Slardar? And now we're going to see Smiling Knight grab it for himself in the safe lane. And it's, 1 position Chaos Knight, mid Shadow Fiend, and we're going to see Vengeful Spirit in the off lane. So this is just a really good Medusa game. Like, a hero that is not affected by minus armor in any capacity, and you have 3 heroes focused up on minus armor and burst.
Apparently, Dark Willow has the other facet.
It's going to be changed. Throwing Shade might be one of the worst facets in the game.
Pantomime, please check your facets. Don't do this to yourself.
Don't
do this to yourself.
With the fact that Bedlam is only self-castable now, Throwing Shade is much better because that is your kill threat, right? And it does, now you're actually going to be on top of heroes.
I guess so, but I don't know if you want to be. I guess he's going to prove me wrong because he's not changing it. He's going with Throwing Shade.
Yeah, it was way worse before because you never had to put yourself in near an enemy hero. Like, the whole point of this hero was you just bramble, terrorize, you just throw your Bedlam onto allies, and you just sit back and chill. But now, Dark Willow is kind of back at her, what she was like initially. She is a, up-in-your-face support that can just solo kill a hero. And Throwing Shade is a lot of damage for your hero, but it was terrible before because you never wanted to be close to anyone.
I guess I'm gonna keep an open mind on it. I feel like with a Pudge on your team, you want setup from hook. Ooh, Monkey King broke the smoke with Simeon's stride. Missed the hook. He's out.
Dude, you are kidding me. This guy made it to the enemy tier 2 before Liga did.
Simian Stride is really good. You just leap out of the base instantly, and then just tree dance up to your tier 1, at which point Primal Spring is probably up again, and then you just launch yourself forward. You can travel really far at the start of the game. And off that vision and info, they're going to smoke up now. Looking for
The
a
late
first
smoke.
blood.
They know someone's on the low ground there, but because it's nighttime, Violent has no idea they're going for the wraparound. The question is, can they do anything about this? Like, your level 1 team fight is not great, honestly.
They see...
They see Violent. He is completely isolated. A nice
tree
tree
gets
cut from Pantoman. The hook comes through. Monkey King or Violent? Who dies first? It's going to be the Monkey King. And the kill goes to Rebel. Dude, what a tree cut by the Dark Willow. She
so
started with a
close.
Quelling Blade, too. She knew. Speaking of Dark Willow, though, she is dead. Gonna get ran down by Zibe.
That was so close. Monkey even mischief dodged one of the raises and almost gave first blood to his team. But 2 kills for 1, and that 1 is the first blood. I guess it's a mostly even exchange in the end. But who got those kills is a big
Shadow
question.
Fiend gets the first one is the big thing.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, for the mid lane.
And it is Mikey's Batrider, by the way. So I did mention, I was like, Mikey is the Batrider spammer, but you're playing it into a Shadow Fiend now, and so you do have the 4-position Monkey King. And I am a little bit curious to see how well this mid lane matchup's going to go, because, well, I say that, and Mikey actually might be finding a kill here onto the Shadow Fiend. He's got 4 stacks, 5, trying
Mikey's
to chase him
Mikey.
down. He's actually got him. All right. Shadow Fiend stacking up raises, but Batrider stacking up the napalm, and that's stoked. Damage is pretty huge.
Batrider is... He's a very dangerous mid matchup, but in particular, you have to really know the matchups. And Batrider players, I mean, they get more experience on it, right? They have tons of advantage there. Tide Hunter dropping real low. That's where second Bramble would have been.
I mean, I think he's out unless Violent can get another Reality Rift or a stun. Yeah, he's out. That, quite nice. Where is Pantoman going? Is he just checking?
I was wondering. I guess he just didn't want to get run down, and he was
yeah,
worried
I
about
guess-
Monkey King, so at least he wanted to be on his half of the map. Or like the enemy's half.
Yeah,
Waste time.
Don't know if Eki has Simian Stride up, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that being said,
Zibe.
they're going to look for Zibe. Beautiful Bramble again, and he should go down here. Boundless Strike comes through, and they've got Phantasm just in case. Not Phantasm, look, Reality Rift, just in case.
Ooh, breaks the wrong tree.
Very nice from Eki. Good movement. No, I kind of like I like this facet on Dark Willow, and I think it makes more sense now. Because previously, you looked at that facet and you're like, this is pointless. Why would I ever take this? Because of how she was played, like fundamentally as a hero. But now, it makes a lot more sense. It's actually kind of sick. Hook out, bottom lane, 1J looking for Smiling Knight, and my goodness, this Vengeful Spirit is just dumping out the damage. Seneko will live thanks to the sprites. But okay, you come a little bit too far forward. Beautifully done from the Vengeful Spirit, taking down Smiling Knight.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Best way to kill Medusa is just overwhelming damage, and Vengeful Spirit kind of does that now.
Yeah, even without the negative armor, I mean, she's got 80 base damage, so they were just throwing out the attacks. I think as Enchantress gets more levels, though, it does get a little easier to apply pressure. But that is kind of the nice thing about this Pudge. You just one-shot the creeps if you land the hook.
Yeah. If 1J actually had his hook there, that Enchantress was super dead.
We might still get it.
Ooh, that's a long-range hook. Seneko gonna go down to the quick wave of terror. Nicely done. Good patience from the Pudge. Dude, Flair's hook is so sick, and I'm actually still so mad that they nerfed Pudge so heavily in this patch, because I actually just don't think it was deserved, but...
Yeah, it's like, here's the thing.
Uh-oh, mid lane.
Mid, diving SF.
Oh boy, that Batrider is fast, baby. They're gonna die the SF Mikey, trying to heal up under the tower, but will end up dropping. A nice kill for Pantomin. I mean, he gets a decent amount out of it.
Not on my watch.
Yeah, but the fact that your SF got killed twice
Yeah,
is
not
a
great.
bit rough. Fortunately, he's a fast farmer, so if you just give him a stack or two, he will be able to recover. But there's an extra danger, especially because Batrider keeps getting the kills first. Batrider is over half a level up on SF, which means as soon as you hit 6, like, you just cannot approach the lane or you will be killed. And at that point, Batrider starts to like really pop off and just threaten every single lane he goes to.
Bottom lane, Mikey is not done. Gonna look for the Vengeful Spirit here. She's gonna get slowed up, realize they have no way to break the TP. He's just gonna, yeah,
Dire's bottom
TP
tower
lol.
is
Very
under
nice.
attack. Radiant are scanning.
See who gets the 6-minute rune. Be really big for Batrider. He's really close to 6, so something like a haste, arcane rune, any of those would be huge.
He would like
Invis-
to get level 6 before the rune and just kill anyone with lasso
That's
who
true.
comes to it. But we'll see. Monkey King kind of playing the distraction campaign top side, messing with them, and it's going to be a shield rune for Rebel, which is probably the best rune he could get at the moment.
Yeah, that'll actually keep him safe first. The Batrider, that or an illusion rune. Monkey King rotating bot.
Very nice kill. That's a lot of damage, actually. Now looking for the Vengeful Spirit, who still level 4, but here comes Rebel. Nice TP in. Double Rage just makes quick work of the Enchantress. Dude, Eki's looking for the Wisdom Room. Uh-oh. They know.
Yeah, a little unlucky on that timing there.
Is under attack.
Didn't see the Venge until after he started that animation. Otherwise, he might have been able to hide and then go for it. But yeah, with that, he's just going to call it quits, get out of there nice and early. But he needs to get back to his own, actually, because Violence
No,
looking
Shadow
for
Fiend's
the
dead, bro.
steal.
Very nicely done from Mikey. Yep. Turns out Shield Rune can't even protect you. This guy has owned so hard on this mid Batrider so far this game. I mean, he's still finding net worth on the Shadow Fiend, despite now having 3 deaths. He's having a fine time in net worth.
Fortunately, he got some rotation kills.
Yeah.
And that first blood at the start. If he didn't have those, I mean, he'd be pretty far behind the bat. So
Actually, yeah, he'd be like 800 behind Batrider without the first blood.
yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They used Ravage to secure the Wisdom Rune, by the way. So they will not be playing around with him for a little bit. Currently don't need to, though, because they found the troll and they're just ratting mid tower.
Radiant
It's actually totally worth it, I think.
Oh, they're going to find Rebel.
Dire's middle tower.
Dude, how many times have we seen this? Hook will get
Oh,
him out
Hook save?
potentially, and now jumping in here from Violent, trying to stay on top of Mikey, but he's got these stacks building up. He's forced to pop the Phantasm. Nice Curse Crown coming out on the backside. He's looking for 1J. Mikey gets the kill, but it's going to cost him his own life. Primal Spring on in, takes down the Shadow Fiend. Dude, the troll
They're actually
is
doing
just-
so
just-
much work.
it's owning. Oh my goodness. Sadeko, chill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Monkey King committed back in there for that SF kill. And I want to take a moment to talk about Simian Stride. So it's a really good early game ability we saw, lets you place that ward. But actually, just like throughout the game, it's actually crazy how much like creep cutting you can do, how much map movement you have with Simian Stride. So the fact that he ends up high level, it's going to make Primal Spring a really high level ability, and that's going to make it easier to then rat. And like, look, he's already bottom ganking. Nice swap to
swap,
dodge some of the
actually.
damage, but
Yeah.
he will be run down here. And this is probably the tower as well. They've got the creep here to tank.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, they're looking for Zibe, but this guy's got 2 points in that Kraken Shell. Phase Boots double bracer. Like, he is not an easy kill. you don't have Bedlam yet, that would probably be your way of actually securing it. And now with Mikey coming in, you need to be very careful. Requiem's going to connect. A TP is going to get canceled. They just turn on to Mikey. They baited him super well. No
They
Ravage
did not
quite
expect
yet.
Shadow
Still on
Fiend to
cooldown.
be there.
Yeah, not at all. Okay. Ooh, quick pause.
Well, while that was happening, they did take the bottom tower, and top is still quite low. Mid's at half health, so they are applying the pressure, maybe losing a couple more kills than they would like on the side of T-Team. Gonna check on items. Drums almost done on Enchantress. And halfway to Blink on this Bat Rider.
How do you feel about this Monkey King actually going for boots? Because I feel like a lot of times I see Monkey Kings just skip it entirely and just like go other items, but
I think with Simeon Stride, you do want the Tranquil Boots. He has it on the Courier.
okay.
Just
that
like
was
a
gonna be my
casual
next
brown
question, yeah.
boots, I would not do. But if you get, I think you kind of need the Tranquil Boots to keep the Simeon Stride going. Because the Simeon Stride, as long as that's
Makes
up,
the
it
hero.
pretty much means you're anywhere on the map. Like if you're off for like 5 seconds, you're like you could have been in a totally different lane even without the teleport. So I think that's a big part of keeping that combo alive.
Yeah. All right. Well, despite everything that's been going on, it's Smiling Knight at the top of the net worth. It was the Bat Rider for a bit, but that Death Top just cost him quite a bit and ends up handing quite a bit of gold over to the Chaos Knight. But Smiling Knight's just chilling on this Medusa, and I do have to say, it's a good Medusa game, so you gotta be careful if she happens to pick up some big items, right? Like a lot of times it's the early Manta style into I don't know, things like Butterfly. I honestly feel like people just rush Butterfly on this hero nowadays.
I mean, it would be pretty good this game. This is essentially 3 right-clicking cores. Though this time it does look like SF has the Kaya Yasha queued up, has a Blink queued up. So more of a spellcaster SF this time, which I think is good. I think last game they were pretty all in on that right-click draft, and it also like you could just feel it out. You could see how the game went, and then it's like, okay, yeah, let's commit to it. But I do think the mix of damage will be really good this game, and you can like zone Medusa, Bat Rider, Monkey King, scare him out of his ult. Like there's a lot of value here for spellcaster SF.
I actually agree with that because last game you have the Slardar, which is like a guaranteed I'm about to reduce a ton of their armor. This game it's just Wave of Terror and SF. Like Chaos Knight's Reality Rift is a lot more situational. So I like the idea of giving your team some mixed damage. Generally, Requiem Fear is very good. So being able to fear the enemy team, you know, in the middle of the fight, get like a good placed Requiem is really important. And like we said, Medusa doesn't care about minus armor.
That's true, yeah. You don't want to invest too much in this game. Tried to find the Pudge. Didn't get him, but they did force some rotations over.
Pentiment gets the D ward. Nicely done. Ooh. A little
Nice
bit of
hook.
hook of the amplify damage. Nice for 1J. It's not going to do much, but help him just slightly farm, I guess. But is he actually going back on the Monkey King for the for warding? Yeah, he's just looking for anything. Man, I want
It
to
is
play
Monkey
this.
King.
This looks fun.
It's fast, yeah. The tricky part is the laning stage. Like, it can still be bad, but once you get out of that, okay. Really good.
Yeah, quick little boundless strike into the Primal Spring. Swap there. The Stomp, though, comes through. And Smiling Knight, does he have the damage? It's going to be an impetus from Seneko to finish it off the hook. It does connect. Smiling Light is just out of mana at the moment. He doesn't have ult. He puts 0 points in his ult. Oh, that is a massive punish, and 1J will get caught from the Ravage. He's going to die. Lasso on the backside, though, from Mikey. They're going to clean up. They take down Rebel.
All right, in the end, it worked out for T-Team. He went for a little bit of a greedier build on the Medusa, no ultimate. which, I mean, that's just the risk reward, right? You get to farm faster by maxing out Split Shot and Mystic Snake first, but if they make an aggressive play on you, then you get punished for not having Stone Gaze. So it does depend on the player, depends on the game. He was having a pretty good time, so I kind of understand why he thought he could get away with just going greedy.
Yeah. I honestly think at this point he still shouldn't bother putting a point in his ult if he's going to just farm. Because I think his idea is just get Manta, get Butterfly, and then they're going to group around him at that point. But that being said, bottom, they are looking for him a little bit. Chaos Knight trying to get any eyes on him. Oh, barely dodges it.
As he sees CK chasing him, he's like, huh, maybe I should have gotten a point in my ultimate. He's committed at this point. He's gonna farm it up, get the levels, get back to his ult afterwards. Seneko might be in a bit of trouble here. Okay, you know what? You're right. Throwing shade is doing a lot of damage when you're on top of them for the Bedlam.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this just reminds me of old Dark Willow, but now you just have a massive damage amp, so I feel like it is going to be good. It's just the item build is going to be different. You're not like playing around your Bramble Maze constantly. You're going to be playing around like max Shadow Realm or potentially, or at least like multiple points in early Shadow Realm.
Ooh, Bedlam a little off. That's where if he had another Thorny Thicket. Ooh.
Zibe, top side. Oh, I mean, bottom lane, they found Rebel. He's going to go for the Requiem. He's trying to keep himself alive. He's going to go for the TP, but the Stone Gaze is there, and the lasso comes out from Mikey.
That was such a far Stone Gaze, actually.
Yeah.
That was like
that was a weird
radius
angle,
just
too.
about. Yeah, but he was technically in front. Technically in front and the 1200 radius, so a good attempt. I mean, that's his only chance at getting out of there.
Yeah. Ooh, hook out. They managed to find themselves a Monkey King once again. Mikey comes in really aggressively, actually. He's going to get stunned up. Terrorize comes back out the other way, and Mikey's dead.
Mikey's been going... He's going pretty ham this game.
A little ham, indeed. Suneko, the hook from downtown again. The body blocks are there. Beautifully done here from 1J. Now, the question is, can you kill the Enchantress? It doesn't look like it.
I mean, someone has to do it. It looks a little silly because a more careful Bat Rider might be like much higher on net worth. But at the same time, like Zibe's just been farming top. You have a Medusa farming. You have a greedy Enchantress. And even a Monkey King that likes to farm, right? So like someone's got to go in a lot. And by doing so, he is forcing a lot of plays. And he's keeping SF low as well, which I would argue Bat Rider does way more at low net worths than an SF does.
Oh, yeah.
So... maybe that's just what he has figured out his role to be in this game. He's like, I'm gonna look a little silly when I die and I go really ham, and maybe going into 3 heroes is actually a little too far. But I think the idea is like, I am the aggressive one. I don't need to farm. I will make the space.
This time he finds himself a haste rune, puts it to immediate use, takes down the Vengeful Spirit, and yeah, I mean, I think you're right. That makes sense. We're going to see Medusa has the Manta done. Going to go top to farm. Meanwhile, are they fighting like deep behind the tower? What is going on here? Soneko's, you're in the wrong neighborhood, my guy. Dead to 1J.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there, but he was using the Centaur to block the hook, which was pretty sick, but the Brambles comes out just in time. I do want to talk about this actually a little bit more because I think it'll come up in a little bit and then I'll look smart. But the thing with the Dark Willow Thorny throwing shade, like you said, it's old Dark Willow. It requires her to buy a blink to get on top of the target, and that's what she's done. So this is like part of the build. But as a position 5, like if you do this position 4, whatever. But as position 5, it means your team does not have Force Staff, does not have Glimmer, like drums, Solar Crest, like the support stuff, And you got a Pudge on the other side. That guy's not building that kind of stuff. And then your core lineup is like triple right click. So no one's building auras or any kind of support stuff. And for now, that's fine. But we're reaching that point of the game where there starts to be more grouping up. And you're going to run into an enemy team that also is pretty greedy, actually, in what they're doing. But they do have some support stuff, like Atos on the Monkey King and drums into Solar Crest on Enchantress. And that can be the difference maker. And eventually, Tide will get auras. For now, he's going like Aghanims. But at some point, this guy will get auras.
I mean, the Aghanims is like a good team fight item because it's scouting, right? It gives you a lot of vision. It's AoE armor reduction. The slow is wild. And it's spammable, like very spammable. So I think for them, like I said, they're just farming to Medusa's butterfly, and then they're just walking. They're gonna just look at the enemy base and ping it, and until it's dead, they're just gonna keep slamming their heads into the wall. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you on this. I feel like that could definitely backfire on Liga team here. We'll see with Dark Willow. She could potentially just like solo kill the Tidehunter. Like, not even joking. If she gets once she has like level 2 Bedlam, like Tide might actually just die to her.
I think he might be tanky enough, but it's true. I'm not too used to how much extra amp throwing Shade is giving. So,
oh, smoke gonna get popped there, and now Tidehunter will reveal his Aghanim Scepter, so they know. Zibe is gonna need some mana, bro. I feel like do you even bother going for Guardian Greaves on this guy still?
well, not when you got phase boots.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with 2 pairs of boots, you know? You can have more than one style.
I guess that's true.
Like, some days you're like, I'm gonna pull out like
I'm
my
a phase
blue
boot kind of guy.
Yeah, like I got my blue shoes on today, and then the other day you're like, I'll wear my turquoise boots, you know?
All right,
Different
Ricky,
outfits.
If you could only wear one of these shoes, which would you get?
Treads. 3 different styles.
Good choice.
Yep.
I'm gonna go
Bottom
with the
lane,
ability
Mikey.
to teleport.
Uh-oh, the Bedlam's off the mark. He's still getting a lot of damage out. There's the Terrorize into double Bramble, and Mikey, he's gonna have to just lasso. He's like, nice try, buddy. No, I mean, Pantomim, I think he might have short blinked, honestly. And mid lane, we're seeing another fight break down. They get themselves the Pudge.
I mean, it was pretty close for a position 5 Dark Willow to almost kill the mid Bat Rider. And I think you're right. I think Bedlam was just a little short at some point. So if he had been like closer when he activated Bedlam, might have paid off.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't patient. He needed to just wait for the Curse Crown to hit before popping the Bedlam. But like I said, I think he might have short blinked and lost like, what, 200 range or something on his blink.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, nice turnaround there for T-Team as they just continue to farm it up. Medusa, does she have that butterfly? I feel like she's at the net worth where she probably does.
It's close. About 1,000 more gold to finish it up.
Okay. The Aghanim Scepter is finished up on the Vengeful Spirit now. Top lane, Shadow Fiend is trying to hunt down these supports, but instead it might be the other heroes. Oh, nice Requiem. In comes the hook. They get the Enchantress. On the bottom side, Dark Willow should be able to just solo kill off the Monkey King there. He's super low. I don't know where Mikey jumps in. Lasso, he finds the Shadow Fiend. In comes Zibe as well. Stone Gaze already committed. Is going to be able to stun up the Dark Willow. The hook comes out. Smiling Knight in trouble. No, there's your Ravage. It hits all 4. 1J falling low, but Chaos Knight onto the Smiling Knight. He's the victor here. As Vengeful Spirit still nice and healthy, holding her ground. As they will try to finish her off. The swap gives her enough of a barrier to finish off the Enchantress. As the rest of them will get out. It's a 3 for 4, actually. That's a dieback on Sineko. Mikey, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dark Willow's looking. She's got a Bedlam in 1 second, but the... Oh, nearly dies there.
Ooh. She's got to go for the blind.
Oh my
so
gosh.
close.
They got her. She made it out.
Oh, they didn't even see it, too, so they're still looking. Yeah, so technically you lost more heroes on the side of T-Team, but it was mostly supports, like the Enchantress twice, the Monkey King, And of course, you lost the Medusa, but you did kill the offlane Venge, the mid SF, and then some supports, and almost got that Dark Willow. At that point, it would have been equal. But I guess CK did well. Medusa
Medusa
got
was
the
still at the
SF
top.
kill, didn't she?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe not, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, he didn't. But he did get the pudge kill, so it's all right.
Radiant's middle
Got
tower
something.
is under attack.
got his butterfly, so that won't happen again. Hopefully for him.
Radiant's
Roshan falling in the bottom lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Who are they giving this to? Looks like Chaos Knight.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So at this point, Aegis on CK, do you feel strong enough to go high ground? Do you feel like you are more on a timer for Liga team than you are on T team?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think you can force too much. You have to be very respectful of the team fight from T team. But with the right engagements, you can. Like a hook to start things off, which you're going to get
there
Monkey
it
King as he
is.
tries to D-ward.
Oh, you called it. You got it.
All right, now maybe you force something. But yeah, you just got to be really careful as you push up to objectives, because the Ravage into Stone Gaze, like Monkey King ult, there's a lot of AoE things that can make your fight pretty tough, which
This
SF ult will
Medusa-
be very good to counter that a bit. But
Okay.
yeah, you just don't want to put yourself in a bad spot if you get hit by
Yeah.
the big Ravage, or like Blink Lasso drags you back in.
Okay. Well, Jivas will be the next item for Tidehunter. Not like a super synergistic item for this guy, of course, but obviously getting the armor is just incredibly important. I'm a little bit surprised because it is an insanely good Lotus game. So I thought he might have just gone for a Lotus, right? Dismember, swap,
Radiant's top tower
Cursed
is under
Crown,
attack.
like all of these items that are in like, or the abilities that are really good at securing kills. But bottom lane, they'll find the Vengeful Spirit. Wukong command committed as well, but very good kill. And they actually might see more here as the Monkey King is going to try and scout this one out. They do see the CK. Violent's going to pop the Manta. Nice bait here, but they will find out very soon that one is not real. And now there's the Dismember. They get on top of Mikey, and he's going to be the one that goes down. Bound the strike comes out. In comes Bantaman, but he didn't have Shadow Realm. Violent hiding in the trees. Rebel's gonna pop the Requiem. They do manage to get on top of this Medusa. Smiling Light falling low. He's gonna try and TP on a Rebel, but he's not gonna make it. Oh boy. You way overcommitted in this fight, and now Violent's gonna get punished as well. Smiling Knight with a triple kill.
I don't know about farming that creep wave after Venge dies at that hard camp. That seemed pretty crazy. After that, there were some sick, illusion baits, fake stuff. Like that part was cool, but I don't think Liga team should have been there at all. Even though they had Aegis, he was not the one who died, right? To have that extra life, it was the Venge. So it was actually just like a 5 versus 4 versus
it was a
1. Once you
5v4.
respawn with the Aegis, you're like, my team's dead. I'm actually alone. So that's a pretty costly slip up from Liga.
It's a really good call from T-Team, too, to just ignore the CK and kill everyone else, knowing that he's the Aegis carrier, right? And I think Liga, if they manage to get, like, the Reality Rift stun onto the Medusa, and then you get, like, an immediate Blink BKB Requiem, Medusa dies, right? And then the fight's really good. But the fact that they never got onto the Medusa, you, like, blow Requiem to maybe save Chaos Knight's first life. Like Pantaman went in without Shadow Realm. I think he might have like accidentally right-clicked someone, so it canceled his Shadow Realm. But Yeah, that was so many things going wrong for Liga team there, and now Medusa with that triple kill is very scary.
I guess they felt stronger than they actually were.
Mikey with an invis. That's going to be scary. Looking for a lasso target. He's got an arcane as well.
Invis Arcane. That's a hell of a gank combo right there. Well, so we're talking about why that fight was costly. Let's talk about what that actually means. It's giving a bunch of gold over to Radiant to, for example, Zibe. He's getting pretty close to this Shivas. The actual recipe on Shivas is super expensive nowadays, so it's still going to take him a little bit to finish this item up. But Shivas is going to be really good versus Chaos Knight in particular. But it's pretty good to just, general scouting of vision, amp up some damage for your team. So that's a really good item. Monkey King finished Gleipnir off all of that. So now he's got the AoE root for the Chaos Knight illusions, or if he's just ulting, trying to kill like a support or something, he can root them in there. It's a lot of extra damage. So these are key items that are going to help their team fight a lot that they didn't have until they just won a really big team fight into Aegis. And you've made your game a lot harder.
I
and
will
they're dealing
say,
with packet loss.
Yeah, I guess that too. Yeah, dealing with packet loss is always fun. I was gonna say the thing that worries me the most is once you like decide to buy like a Lotus Orb on the side of T team, it shuts down a lot of your initiation. Like legitimately, you're gonna be relying on like swap initiations into Dismember, or like swap or like hook into Dismember, or just like Chaos Knight going in, and a Lotus Orb actually just makes it impossible to do any of that. So I am curious, like at what point or who could pick up a Lotus Orb, but they've gone like full offensive kind of, right? With these builds on T team. You have like an Iascati, I believe, done now on the Medusa, and like Gleipnir and stuff on your Monkey King, like you were pointing out, is quite funny.
This is the bit of a hard part for Monkey King, which is that I agree, Lotus is good. The Monkey King, is that what I want to build? Monkey King's a really good greedy hero, and Lotus doesn't really help with that. But yeah, it's like you look at your Tide, like, hey, you want to build Lotus? Like, well, I'm building the Shivas, man. It's like, oh yeah, Shivas is good. Do I have to build the Lotus? You really don't want to on Monkey King support. I think they'll wait for Tide to do it. And they're just going to depend on like
Tide or Ench, right? But
yeah,
Enchantress
they have like so many AoE
core
stuns between Ravage, Monkey King, Boundless Strike, and Medusa Stone Gaze that I think they're just hoping, like, if you get hooked or swapped or whatever, like we can just deal with that with our spells.
Just dive in with them
and wait, like keep delaying the Lotus. That I think it will be Tide who eventually gets one.
I actually kind of like the idea where it's like, if you get hooked, you just go, because you buy these Boots of Bearing, and it's like, oh, you're starting the fight for us. Just dive in, guys. Get in there,
Mm-hmm.
There's.
I think Shivas probably has more value than Lotus at this time, because it is like triple right-click cores, and then we talked about like SF is still like doing a more mix of spellcast, but he does still hit pretty hard. And Shiva is going to affect all three of those, plus the illusions of CK. So even if you get hooked in or swapped in, but they can't do as much damage because you have the Shivas, that kind of works in the same way. You're just preventing it from happening with the Lotus. Dark Willow went back for Greaves. I kind of like this, actually. I'm shifting my mindset a little bit now that I've seen it in action. He got the blink early, which is not very position 5 of him, but he got a bunch of kills with that blink and throwing shade. And with that money, he went back for Guardian Greaves. So I kind of like that idea, like playing aggressive early with throwing shade while the relative damage of Bedlam is enough to solo kill, and then using that strength, the gold from those kills, to go back into like a usual supporting. That's kind of, it's a cool idea. I think I still like Thorny Thicket more, especially with like a Pudge, but I like the possibility. I'm seeing more and more value to it watching this game.
Have you ever like seen a Dark Willow like bottle while under Shadow Realm before? It's very
No,
funny.
I'm out of that bracket where you see mid and carry Dark Will.
Very funny. It's
Dude, I don't
mostly
even know
just-
how much. What is it? 100%?
Yeah, it literally doubles HP and mana regen. So each charge is just 2. All right, smoke up. Time to see something that actually matters. Will they start? Oh, the hook's off the mark. He just went for it. He saw the scan connect. Zibe just holding that ult from the tied onto the lasso is going to pull in that Vengeful Spirit. Batrider is going to go down first, but now Smiling Knight, free reign to do whatever you want. You've already dropped your Requiem. You've already dropped your BKB. As the swap trying to get him to safety, but it's not going to come through. But there it is. Zibe held it for so damn long. And the Stone Gaze to follow. In comes Rebel as well. That is not where you want to be. 4 gone now for the side of Liga. You have a massive problem with the Medusa.
Who force staffed him in?
That's what I was wondering, dude. Enchantress, maybe? No, 1J. Oh, boy. That was your Pudge. He just force-staffed your Shadow Fiend in.
Oops.
That is a big oops.
I can't believe so actually that initial hook was kind of cool off the smoke, but you got to be really careful who you hook because he almost just delivered the Tide into your team. It's actually kind of good it missed. But it also meant Tide was able to just not panic Ravage, and he held it on for such a long time that the BKBs ended, and then just hit everyone with the Ravage.
Yeah, he just blinked in and gave vision, right? Like, that's all he was doing. It was nice.
Yeah, and that's going to be even easier once he finishes the Shivas.
Ooh, that is a dead Monkey King. We've seen this one before. Jump in there, and I mean, he's just been playing super aggressive, running around trying to get wards out, and that time... like a couple times previously, he ends up dying for it, but still super worth. Like, it's space. Mikey's clearing up a massive stack in the jungle right now as he's trying to close in on his BKB.
Yeah, I think it's really space, right? Because Medusa versus CK, there is a way where like CK just raw physical damage can kill Medusa plus Bloodthorn type style, but with a Tide Hunter on the team, the AoE Boundless Strike, I'm leaning towards the Medusa late game, where she has the split shot, Mystic Snake, Stone Gaze to deal with all these illusions.
Oh, absolutely.
So the more time you're buying for that Medusa, just because you're like, oh look, I'm dying on the enemy's half of the map, you know, I'm gonna Simeon stride back over there immediately as soon as I respawn, you know. But it's drawing attention to the Monkey King rather than the Medusa.
Like this, I don't know how you deal with the Medusa late game here. I really don't. Like, CK can have a lot of burst damage, especially with like a Bloodthorn, and maybe that will be like enough burst damage to kill her. But the follow-up, their ability to just blink Ravage or lasso a target, makes it really hard to guarantee a kill. Monkey King is trying to find something here. He gets the Gleipnir onto the Vengeful Spirit, Boundless Strike to follow, and that is the benefit of that Simeon Stride, just chasing all over this map.
Oh, interesting. He really wants to scale up. At level 15, he took the Jingu Mastery talent rather than the Tree Dance cast range. Usually you see that with the Simeon Stride.
Yeah.
That gives
especially
you
on
insane
support.
coverage. Yeah, so
Maybe
that's
he
a
can't
little
move his
surprising,
camera
but
fast enough.
yeah, I guess he just decided he just wants to carry. He is building a Lotus though.
I
Or
knew
he's
it,
got
man.
one queued. He's got one queued. He hasn't committed to it. He doesn't want to, Ricky. I'm telling you.
There's no
He
way
doesn't
he doesn't
want
build
to.
Lotus. Oh, wait, mid lane. We're going to see the fight break out. They get the lasso onto Violent. He pops the Manta, but guess what? He's held that Gleipnir. Mikey will burn him down. As they now look for more. Continuing the chase here. 1J throwing the hook. Eki is in. Boundless Strike is there. Zibe still got a Ravage, but will not throw it. That is a disperser done on your Medusa as well.
Roche time. Roshan's banner's here. They don't have great heroes for killing Roshan's banner. So if you line this up, I mean, you could put so much pressure on the enemy. Like if you wait for catapult waves and you put a very defensive banner, but that it affects the catapults as they hit both the tower and the barracks, you put a lot of pressure on them to come to you to deal with that banner or just lose barracks. And that's exactly what you want, because you're going to have your Monkey King ult set up. You're going to have Ravage. Yeah, easy secure. Banner number 1. Maybe they wait for the second banner.
Lasso out from the Batrider. He has found the Vengeful Spirit once again. Boundless Strike. Wukong's command is there. And the Gleipnir, if they needed to hold him in place, but it doesn't look like it. He's like, I'll rather
just
hold
having a hard time.
Yeah. She is
Keep
now
killing her.
under-farmed compared to the Enchantress, which not a great time. And you said it earlier, like typically when you have a hero like Batrider, he can have a lot of game impact despite not having as much net worth as say a Shadow Fiend. And yeah, 2, 8, and 16 on your Monkey King, but almost all of these kills are like follow-ups because of like a Batrider lasso or because he's playing around his mid laner.
They have the banner if they want to use it. I'm trying to fear the Monkey King, but
it fears
I
him
don't know
back
if Tide's
towards
the
the
guy you
mid
want.
lane, which is great. In comes Rebel. Big Requiem will fear them away. The Stone Gaze committed, and Zebe is dead. In comes the lasso. They're out. They're just bailing from this fight.
Oh!
I don't know what happened.
Almost hooked the Batrider on the BKB TP up with a CK illusion because of Reality Rift. DK was in front and took the hook instead.
Oh, no.
No. All right, I thought Tide was not the guy you wanted to be hooked, but actually maybe it was fine because it forced him to immediately back out, and when he eventually ravaged, you were prepared for it. So maybe that was okay in the end.
Those are really good Requiem. Like,
yeah,
it feared Medusa and Tide into opposite directions, and it feared the all of the rest of the heroes away from the base.
Yeah, very good ultimate.
That was right off the back of like Aghanim Scepter and his 20 talents. So big stuff there. We're gonna see mid lane.
Really good vision here.
Oh, another Blink Lasso, a nice swap, and they just immediately eat the Chaos Knight to try and get him out of there. Gleipnir is gonna hold the punch in place. He's like, wait a minute. I should not have stuck around. In comes Pantomin. They're going to try pop another Requiem to fear these guys out. Do they have the damage to kill this Medusa? She's feared for a while. Stun is out, but Smiling Knight still has an Aegis to boot. Just going to heal up, try and chase for more. Bramble Maze will connect, but Gleipnir is down. Terrorize on the mark. Connects to 3. We'll stop this fight. You lose the Vengeful Spirit, but you at least save the Chaos Knight.
Yeah, 2 swaps to save that Chaos Knight. That's Venge doing her job. But we are seeing, like, he had some time to hit the Medusa, and he's just missing on this butterfly. He just does not have the items to deal with it. And he needs to get a BKB next, but it means he's still going to be missing on the Medusa. I don't know. He might need to go all in greed. I mean, it's too late now. He's already bought components, but
yeah.
I mean, even if you live with BKB, but then what? You know, you're just missing on the Medusa, then she kills you.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been denied.
Illusions finish up top tower. Well, it gets denied, I guess, but it's down now.
Dude, look
Is
at
he
Rebel
gonna see
bottom.
the
That's
SF?
actually so funny. He was like pre-casting Requiem in case the Monkey King jumped onto him. Requiem, nicely done. The first raise, of course, to cancel the ability to jump away, but he's going to get pulled right into the enemy team. You do not get away with our gem steal.
That was close. That was a very cool idea. try to kill Monkey King, get the gem, get out. But it just took a little bit too long, and we got some fast heroes on the side of the Radiant, so they all rush over. But you kind of need a play like that because you are getting desperate. So it looks a little silly now in hindsight, but
It was a really smart play.
Yeah, I think you have to try.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Well, Medusa, 15 seconds on this Aegis. Just going to walk onto the high ground. And I was going to say, I really hope they just aggressively place the banner. Like, not that... I don't want it to be placed, like, at the bottom of the stairs. Just drop it on the high ground, actually. And protect your creeps. You have so much tankiness between these heroes. Aegis is going to go down. They grab the tower. Lasso's got the Vengeful Spirit. You can't swap anybody else out of this one. Spirit's gonna go down as well, so no buyback. Wow, 60 seconds.
That's bottom racks down. Just in time with the Aegis too.
Eki's gonna look for him. They see him under a ward. They're just gonna chase Violent here. Does he have detection though? He does. He has 1 sentry.
This is where the Tree Dance cast range helps a lot. He's just having to chase as fast as he can. Violent knows he's being chased.
What?
But... Ooh,
that was so odd. It's like he couldn't decide if he actually wanted to stay following him or not. And then he waited too long to commit.
Yeah, that's where the cast range, no one gets away from.
Dude, he's actually... Oh, he's so close.
Almost ran into him again by accident, yeah.
In the jungle, though. Paralyzed. Off the mark, Manta dodging that one out. There's going to be a nice dismember. A great Requiem as well with a BKB out from Smiling Knight again. And that Chaos Knight does not stand a chance. That's the refresher Requiem from Rebel. But the hook pulls the Medusa into the base. If they could get here and isolate her, it'd be a massive win. She's stunned up, losing her mana and fast. But the Ravage from Zibe, he comes through big. A huge mana restore as well from the Mystic Snake. And with that, a GG comes out and Liga will drop in game number 1. Dude, Zibe, what a Ravage.
That was a good hook, though. I think that's pretty
good.
much what you need is to isolate her and kill her. But unfortunately, they're just too far behind. So I think they had her solo for about 5 seconds or more, and just not enough time. And eventually Zibe gets there. The BKBs are down, ravages everyone to clean up the game.
Yeah, that was a really nice performance from T-Team. And honestly, I looked at this roster and they seem sick. I like the fact that they're still giving Mikey this mid Bat Rider despite like what the meta says, right? They don't care. They know it's one of his best heroes. He's incredibly skilled on it. He makes great calls. And because of it, they find themselves several early kills into the Shadow Fiend, slowing down his potential momentum. And this is all just wait for the Medusa to come online. And boy, did she. She has a lot of impact in the late game.
Yeah, I do like the flex of that Bat Rider. The thing is you need like a mid player who will do it, or an offlane player. Because lately Bat Rider has been a support, but he used to be a core hero, and he used to be a very, very scary core hero. He just destroys certain matchups. And I think with the recent facet change, he's gotten back to that stage. He actually had to be nerfed a little bit, I think, because of it. But there are a couple players like Mikey who just really like Bat Rider. And when you need to know how to push this hero really far. So that's the thing. You got to be a Bat Rider spammer. You can't just be a casual mid player like, oh, I guess I'll play it. You just won't have the same effect. You got to know. It's like, oh, yeah, I can dive him here at level 2, right? Like you need that killer instinct the second you see him just a little bit off. And that's when Bat Rider is going to look really good. This game, he did go a little ham. There's probably a little bit he can tone back there, but still, that was his role. So it's not that he was bad, that like the Enchantress was getting really close to him or anything, right? That was what his job was. All to make space for that Medusa. That's what a lot of people were doing. Monkey King playing aggressive, and we saw Medusa at the end. That was the space made for her. Hook her into base, isolate her. Then she killed all of them. So that was the game plan paying off there at the end.
Dude, it's so cool looking at this Kraken Swell talent or facet into the CK as well. I think at the end of the game, he had over like 40 additional damage block from this. So it's like Kraken Shell's just straight chopping like 115 damage off of every attack onto this guy. And then he anchor smashes you and you're like, cool, I do no damage. Like, it was pretty sick. It was a really good Tidehunter pick. I was a little skeptical initially, but ended up paying off really well. But that is just game number 1 here in this best of 3, everyone. So we have a lot more still to go. Again, it is going to be T-Team versus Liga Team coming up here in just a moment. Game number 2, stay tuned. We'll see you after the break.
Battle begins. Radiant's top tower. Begins.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got game number 2 coming up here between Liga Team and T-Team. Honestly, game 1 was a little bit surprising. I think coming into this, like, people know Liga Team fairly well, but T-Team should not be underestimated. I mean, these are some all-star players. They come up with a really nice draft. This Medusa absolutely gutting this like minus armor strategy that they were coming up with on Liga Team. So probably won't see that surprise them again. But Zach, how do you feeling about going into game number 2 for each of these teams?
I think I do like the draft that Liga Team had. I don't know, I think you need Thorny Thicket, especially when like your offlaner is not really building auras. I kind of think you need it sooner. Even though I was like convinced a little bit as we watched that game. I feel that negative armor strategies are catching on and it's being run more. So I'm glad to see that T-Team had a strategy prepared for it. They ended up with that Medusa last pick, which she hasn't been that popular, so maybe she's been slipping a bit under the radar. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna run a negative armor strat, you gotta keep Medusa in mind. She's not so far out of the meta that she's unplayable.
That's the thing. I think she's actually like slept on a little bit. There's a lot of South American Dota teams that are picking up Medusa like fairly regularly. And I like part of me wants to say Smiling Knight did stand in on like several South American teams at one point, but yeah, he was on Thunder Awaken. That's right. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure he played on a South American team for a hot minute. So it's not like he's unfamiliar with that region. And it's yeah, good hero that game. Probably the best hero you could have picked. Like looking at this, it's like you're kind of not 100% committed to minus armor like we saw in our previous series, but to be able to just say minus armor no longer matters on like your most important hero, and then just have the ability to counter initiate with that Ravage was absolutely sick. So really cool draft. But we'll see what they come up here in game number 2, as they're spending a lot of time on their opening ban. Hopefully they're we have to remake the lobby. That's what happened. I see. Okay. I was like, what's happening? They're missing a player on T-Team.
That's a little important.
They're like, yeah, we don't have our 5th person. So yeah, they're remaking the lobby. That would make sense.
I would agree. It's very concerning when a team does not have their first ban ready. Because I mean, that's your default. So if you're thrown into chaos after like one game and you don't know what you're gonna ban, like you can't even come up with one ban out of the 7, that's a bad sign. I'm glad it's just a quick connection issue. Do we just disconnect from the old one?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way for them to seat back in. Like, I think we just have to de-seat. Yeah. I'm trying to get word from production on where the new lobby is, but
sorry guys, we'll be up in a moment.
Yeah, should be there hopefully soon.
Yeah, I am glad we got to see the Monkey King support that last game. Yes. I think it's pretty cool, and it hasn't been too popular. I think it did just get buffed a little bit, or maybe a better way to put it is that the other popular heroes did get nerfed. Some of it, a little bit on the minor side, but enough nerfs happened that it opens it up for other supports. In particular, I think Clockwork was really bad for Monkey King because the expanded armature was really big to just break all the trees, and then you can kick the cogs too. They continue to break trees. They got Rocket Flare, Hookshot, a lot of things that make Monkey King support's life pretty miserable. And you can even run Clockwork 5, so then like Monkey King's trying to do things in the lane, and you just Clockwork cogs, break his trees, kick him around, all that stuff. So I think that helps a lot to bring in Monkey King into the meta. And then this Simian Stride, like we're getting to see it, right? You just show up everywhere. Gank mid, 3 seconds later, gank bottom. At the very start of the game, rush out, place a ward that no one knows quite where it is. Like that's what Nature's Prophet was doing with teleport back in the day. By back in the day, I mean like 6 months ago or something. But it's really good for these first bloods because you have no idea where he's warded. You know he's done it, but where? There's so many spots he could do it. And the same thing with the Monkey King. You know he's probably rushed out. You know he's somewhere nearby. But which side? Where? And that's the tough part. And it gives you a big advantage for these first bloods, which we've seen can massively impact the game.
I will say, I would like to see more of the Monkey King support. I think generally it is just fun to watch. It's an interesting hero. I am also really surprised that Clockwork is not getting picked, like, or banned. Like, he hasn't been getting picked or banned at all today, and I don't feel like the hero like has been substantially nerfed in any way. Like, they nerfed the mana burn, I believe, right, on the cogs, and they made the cooldown a little bit worse. But people are still just maxing cogs, and the damage is still the same. I played that hero for the first time in 7 years yesterday, and I picked the wrong facet because I was like so panicked on trying to figure out what to even like buy to start the game, and I ended up with hookup. But the hero's still insanely strong. Like, I'm so surprised that we haven't seen it at all today.
I do think his laning stage is it's worse because they nerfed cogs. The level 1 cogs a lot worse, and there are some pros who still, even taking expanded armature, they would max battery assault and keep cogs at level 1. So I think people who played that way now value the hero even less because, oh, cogs is worse and I only have 1 level at it. But other pros do like to max the cogs, and I think that's a good build. Still means your early levels are a bit worse, but it means by level 7 you're back to the exact same spot you were, and that's when Clockwork really starts picking up anyways, that you're now just making plays all over the place with hookshot. So I agree with you. I still think he's really good. And in fact, the other facet keeps getting buffed as well, which can then maybe lead to, you're not really like flexing the hero, but you're flexing the style a little bit. And I think hookup will be pretty good when you pair it with heroes like Axe or Legion's not a good example. I don't know. It's some hero that goes in first. I'm blanking, like Void Spirit. I don't know. Because if you just constantly hookshot in, it's actually really cool. And going back to what we were talking about, there's a lot of negative armor drafts, a lot of physical damage heroes. So low cooldown, physical barrier, you build armor yourself potentially, like a blade mail. Like, I think it's kind of cool.
I agree. When I used it yesterday, like I said, I picked it by mistake, but we had like a Venomancer kind of baiting, and they would like go on Venomancer, and I would just like hook the Veno, give the barrier, and trap some people. And it was like kind of funny the 1 or 2 times it actually worked, but the fact that it was off cooldown so fast like kind of shocked me. Like, we had just like killed a hero, and I was like, wait, it's back.
Wait, I can like, get another one?
I have hook shot again, guys. Let's do this, you know?
Yeah. That's the big thing about it, is that even if you don't get multiple hook shots like to your allies in a row, you really just need it once. Because in the past, hook shot this guy, pop the cogs, get him killed off. That's kind of it, right? You had trouble getting to anyone else unless the fight is still going on. But now you can hookshot, pick someone off. The enemy team goes, oh, we lost that guy. We should all retreat. And you're like, guys, I'm not done. Hookshot again. You know, get another guy.
10-second cooldown, man.
Yeah, so that follow-up kill is a big part in that early game of like really snowballing the lead. So I think it's really cool. It'll still depend on the game, because expanded armature I think still has its place, and I think it buffs up your laning stage a lot, even with the power cogs nerf. I think expanded armature is way easier to play the lane with than not having it doing the old build.
Yeah, I agree. Finally, we got ourselves a draft, as we have all 10 heroes actually in the game this time. So Templar Assassin will receive the overall first ban, followed up by the Tiny. So this time, first pick will go to T-Team, and Liga will be on Dire, it looks like. So curious to see what we do with first pick. We're going to see Shadow Fiend banned, Darkseer. Less weird bans than what we saw last game, right? Like last game we saw like Wind Ranger out in phase 1. We saw Weaver, which isn't super weird, but he hasn't gotten as much attention.
I think Weaver's still good. I wouldn't mind to see him banned out still. I think of all the busted supports from the last patch, I think Phoenix and Weaver are still near the top. Yeah. Dark Willow and Clockwork, their nerfs are pretty decent, and I think they drop down a little. Yeah,
thank God we nerfed Pudge, though.
Dude, man, Pudge, look, whether that hero's crap or not, he's going to be the most picked hero in like all the pub games. So you might as well make him viable. And then he's not griefing your pub games. He's just a good pub hero. And we get to see him in the pro scene. Everyone loves seeing him in the pro scene, even when he's garbage. Every time you're at a tournament, they pick Pudge, everyone goes, woo, Pudge, right? So we might as well make him good. Give him Player's Hook. I mean, we're still seeing him a little bit, so, you know, we got that going.
He's not good anymore. They nerfed too many things. Like, it didn't, like, I could understand if they wanted to, like, nerf Flesh Heap or something, but, like, the one thing that made Flayer's Hook so cool was the fact that it also increased the hook speed. So it just made it more fun to watch. But they just crushed the rest of this hero as well. They're like, Flesh Heap, we're making you worse. Meat Shield, making you worse. Rot Slow, Talented 10, we're going to make you worse. And it's like, they just didn't really need any nerfs, to be honest. But, oh well. Meanwhile, Enigma still first picked because he has some of the best innates and facets in the entire game, and you can win the game without ever casting a single black hole, and that's what makes this hero literally first pickable.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. We have not gone to see it very much because it just keeps getting banned or ignored. Actually, it's a little weird. He's up there, but only like some people seem to like it. Okay, they're gonna go for Hoodwink, who we've seen be very good. I thought they might go for like the quick Rubik response because, you know, the threat of stealing black hole, but also just stealing Eidolons can be pretty nice for Rubik's own farming speed. But I guess you don't know where this Enigma is gonna go. Off lane or support are, you know, the main roles. But just dealing with it in the lane is another way to approach it, because the modern Enigma is like win lanes, build auras, run it down. And so if you can address that rather than just have to deal with the black hole, someone like Hoodwink, farm the Eidolons, kill the Enigma in the laning stage, then, you know, that's another way to deal with it.
It's definitely going to be 3-position Enigma now based off these bans, right? They get Enchantress and Gyrocopter removed, so these are some of the better heroes at actually beating the Enigma lane, and it makes sense, right? Like, this hero is typically played in the 3. You just play for basically your level 6, your drums pickup, and just shove towers. And then after that, it's just auras, Guardian Greaves, Vlads, Blink Dagger, BKB, right? Like, you don't really need to... You don't have to actually rely on Blink Black Hole at any point on this hero, because at the end of the day, you have a massive damage reduction aura, which is literally just Wraith Pact, but just an innate on this hero, right? It's just Wraith Pact on Enigma for his allies. And then you have what I think most people take, which is Event Horizon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the one that pulls people in.
It slows anyone trying to run away from him.
Oh, slow. There we go.
So 600 AoE, like 15% move speed slow. So if you're facing away from Enigma and trying to run away, you're just 15% slower. It's really annoying in lane. It allows you to usually get like a couple extra auto attacks or even extra Eidolons. Super annoying hero. Just generally very good.
Yeah, and the extra attacks, it's not just a little bit more damage. It's the Eidolon splitting, right? Which is then even more damage. And once those Eidolons split, you're pretty much just backing away from the lane until they die. So having that a little bit more consistently is really helpful. Monkey King gonna get stolen by Liga team.
I like that quite a bit.
Support. I don't know if you're gonna run Monkey King carry versus an Enigma. That doesn't seem like the play. There you go. Fast Clockwork response to the Monkey King. I was actually thinking Liga could take Clockwork because the hook shot is a way to deal with Black Hole.
Yes.
But also, you're not overcommitted into dealing with Black Hole, since it's just, you know, it's a good spell anyways, and against any kind of initiation.
That, plus you can also just like run in with Battery Assault.
You know, like
worst case scenario. And the other thing too is I don't know if cogs actually cancel it. Like, could you hit a cog into the black hole and cancel it?
If he's not BKB'd, I think so.
I feel like it
but
might.
I'm not 100% sure.
But
either
I'm
way,
pretty
sure it counts
cool
as like
pick.
a stun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes, but I have no.
It's an asterisk on the side, right?
Yeah.
I feel like in general, though, Clockwork, like you said, one of the better heroes into Enigma. They get it for themselves, but now they have scouting for both Hoodwink and Monkey King, like pretty easily.
Really good, and paired with the Ooh, so actually it could be now Nyx paired with the Enigma. Enigma is
I like
typically
the
a very
Nyx
strong
Enigma.
laner on his own, so you just need like a stun, and that'll let the Eidolons do the work. I thought Clockwork would be a really strong pairing. Nyx will be weaker, but he still has the stun. He'll still do what he needs to, and you can now run Clockwork as the position 5, who, like, he'll be super annoying down there, and this... Well, I don't know, actually. Would you run Hoodwink 5, Monkey King 4? Like, now that I think about it, actually, you want Hoodwink 4, so does that mean it is the Monkey King carry into Enigma?
It's honestly not bad into Enigma because of Boundless Strike onto the Eidolons and stuff, but they grab a Brood Mother, which has typically been getting played as a carry. So I'm curious if the plan here is to run the Brood Mother safe lane with a Monkey King. We'll have to see. I mean, the draft, I guess, is flexible with the Monkey King Hoodwink picks here, and Brood Mother technically, but it'll start to make a little bit more sense here in a little bit. I will say I like the Nyx Assassin pairing with the Enigma because, like you said, Enigma's kind of a independent hero a lot of times in the lane. Like, he'll just solo eventually. And Nyx can just straight jungle. Like, legitimately just jungle.
That's true. I kind of forgot about that part.
Yeah, so you could just get mana boots and run around the jungle, like, zapping all the hard camps, and Enigma will be perfectly fine just like soloing his lane. He'll grab the Rubik, so of course the counter to the Enigma, we were waiting for one of them, whether it was going to be the Rubik, the Venge, something like that, but it will be the Rubik.
Yeah, and you can get telekinesis to lift people out of cogs. There's a good steal in the Nyx stun as well. Clockwork spells in general are okay. I guess that is 5 Rubik then, 4 Hoodwink. So, but this is probably your carry and your mid flex then between Brood and Monkey King.
I feel like Monkey King is good enough into the Enigma. Because like Boundless Strike and Primal Spring will clear the Eidolons. The thing you have to be careful of though is if you Primal Spring in and you don't kill the Eidolons and you get like Malefist, you are screwed. So it'll be interesting. Enigma could also go for like Midnight Pulse and cause some problems with that.
Yeah, that's kind of the worry with the Monkey King. But I suppose with this Rubik now, Fade Bolt into Boundless Strike, which got buffed a bit or changed, I suppose. I don't know the exact math in the end, but now that it has some base damage to it, that makes it better in the early game compared to the crit scaling for the late game. But that does mean it should be a bit easier to kill Eidolon. So if you combo Fade Bolt, you Boundless Strike, then should be some early gold for you. And then this troll carry with the Clockwork.
Both, I guess.
Yeah. Do we think this is a Brood off lane? Like, is that what they were thinking? They need a strong lane. I mean, Brood off lane is still doable.
I mean, it's good, but I don't know where else you can put it now.
The Brood?
Yeah, I feel like it has to be offlane.
You can do mid Brood if you want to pick a different offlaner to shut down Troll, but you don't have. Oh no, Liga team does have last pick actually. Sorry, for some reason I had it the other way in my head. So actually, you can see. Okay, I don't think you want to do mid Brood. Well, I don't know. I guess you could, because she kind of trades farm because you just leave, but I think Lina would punish too hard. I think you want a different mid hero, run Troll or Brood off lane.
Yeah. Man, it's like I look at T Team's draft and it's solid through and through. Like, it checks a lot of boxes. They have great variable damage. They have really good team fight. They have good pickoff. They have good scouting. And you have strong lanes. And now I don't know what Liga team can bring. It's going to be an offlane Brewmaster, which is good into the Troll Warlord for sure. So that's a solid last pick, but that means it will be carry Broodmother into the Enigma, and it will be mid Monkey King into the Lina. And Lina does currently have Thermal Runaway selected, which I personally think would be the way to go this game. Like, your spells are kind of nice, but just getting like a Gleipnir and playing around like the additional like root and stuff like that would be huge.
I'm just worried about Monkey King laning into Lina. That seems really rough. I mean, the fact that they picked Monkey King so early, he's clearly confident with it. But that seems rough. That seems rough. I guess you have the extra attack range as a melee hero, so it should be a little easier compared to the typical melee hero.
Man, I don't know if Brewmaster has the weight to carry this off lane. I feel like you have to have a very good Brewmaster performance here to make space.
Oh, also it's actually Rubik plus Brew. So it is actually a position 5 Hoodwink. I guess like to some degree it makes sense because Rubik with Brewmaster is a little bit more of an established combo with the Cinder Brew. But I feel like it's going to be harder to deal with Eidolons, especially with the early Acorn Shot, because there's a limited amount of bounces compared to Fade Bolt.
Yeah. Well,
I feel like I would have liked it if it was swapped, but I'll see what they can do with it.
I mean, maybe they swap lanes and they're just like those are just their heroes, but we'll see. We're gonna jump into game number 2 here of T-Team versus Liga, and some interesting drafts coming out here from the side of Liga team. We've been seeing a lot more core Broodmother making it into the game, and we get treated with one. And you and I definitely happy to see the Clockwork back in action, the expanded armature ready to go. And there's your Necrotic Web in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a good trick. Just make life easier for your mid laner. You're gonna run into Eki here, so they'll know Eki was over there.
Eki. I mean, really good cogs blocking off the whole backside, and they're just gonna ping pong them back and forth. But this is kind of the Enigma effect. Fighting level 1 into an Enigma draft sucks because they have 15% damage reduction. Like, it's so hard to take the fight if you don't actually get to the Enigma.
Yeah, and off of that, they even get the D ward too.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, I don't know how they knew. It might have just been a good guess.
Where was it?
Since it was on the cliff, the one by the ancient.
Oh, on the on the top side, really? Okay.
Yeah, T-Team got the D ward. Sorry.
Wow, that is very nice. Just good guess.
Yeah, I think some of the logic behind that observer is that Nyx will not be needed in this lane we were talking about, so he might try to gank Lina a lot or even just stack. So wanted some observer vision in that area, but gonna lose that, and that might put a little bit more mental pressure on the mid lane every time Nyx is off map.
I like how they, or I don't know if I like it, but it's interesting how there are like a lot of the like icons for facets in this game right now are all the same icons, just different colors.
Yeah.
I was like, I couldn't figure out why certain heroes had different color facets, and then I realized it was for that exact reason. Like they just use like a general color scheme of the hero. It's kind of funny. Wow. 2 heroes stuck in the cogs, just getting bonked back and forth. You love that.
Yeah, this is the annoying thing, which got nerfed, believe it. This is the nerfed version. And I think this is one of the more... Like, some nerfs felt like not enough. I think this one's pretty reasonable.
I think it's reasonable, yeah. The thing is like, you don't want to dumpster something, right? Like, Pudge and Night Stalker, for instance. Like, they're not even that popular, but, you know, sometimes you just feel like removing them from the game. Whereas this was a very reasonable nerf, and same with the Weaver one, like a very responsible nerf. Like, all right, we're going to tune down some of the numbers, and we'll you know, revisit in the D patch if it's still too strong or something, right? But bottom lane, 1J is going to go down. Saneko on the Clockwork, getting it done. Reblocks the hard camp as well.
Now it's time to just run at Brewmaster. I actually thought he would pop his maybe get the mango in for the extra solo harass while Rubik was gone. But I guess they're happy with where they are, so no need to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, I suppose. Mid lane's just going to get easier for the Lina over time. Again, Thermal Runaway is, you know, in my opinion, the better fast. I know a lot of people go slow burn, but... Oh, bottom lane. Smiling Knight in a lot of trouble. Does have 8 stick charges. Clockwork's got to close the gap and help a boy out. Nice cogs. Nicely done. He'll make it out. Okay. Snake even tosses him a salve, and it's instantly disrupted. All right, that's rough.
Yeah, they need to be more patient with that.
Snako really wants this Lotus, but there's no way, right?
No, he's just a little too slow to get it. Actually, I don't think he even needed to lift him, but playing it safe.
Yeah, he didn't. He did at least force the mana usage. Top lane, we're seeing a battle with the Brood Mother. Well, never mind. We're back on bottom. Snake goes back in onto 1J here. Just running him down with the battery assault. Traps him inside of the cogs. Smiling Knight on the backside. Hits him with the whirling axes. And Snako gets another kill. Turns the attention over to the Brewmaster, who's just stuck in the trees, stuck in the creep wave. They're both going to go down. Snako, very happy to give his life to the tower. Gets a couple of auto attacks in just for fun.
He's chipping it down, man.
Yeah. Value damage.
Now at the top for building damage, I'm sure. No, actually, I think Lena's done more. Well, in the top lane, they both made it away. Stun just a little bit off the mark, so Brood managed to live. Oh, maybe round 2 coming up here, though.
Just keeping it loose.
Ooh. That was a nice tree cut from Eki there. Dude, this split? Hold up. You need to be very careful. These Eidolons do some serious damage. I mean, this is just typical Enigma lane. He's sitting on like 16 and 12. Like, just so many denies. Almost as many denies as the enemy carry has last hits.
Yeah, this is where life is tough as the Eidolons get stronger. And actually, Violent probably needed to move his webs. He actually just lost the web in the mid lane, and he's still going to go down up here.
Zibe will die as well.
The Enigma, though. Okay.
Did you think you were hunting me?
That's a nice kill by Pantamin, but you did bring the Monkey King to the top lane for this.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get the Enigma kill. What the heck? What did I come here for? He's going to try for Eki.
He actually has no mana for this. He's dead. Wow, nice read there from Rebel, realizing he has no mana, no stick, no mango, nothing to actually get back in that, so... Good kill for him, solo kill, but meanwhile, bottom lane, with all these rotations to top and to the mid late now, they take down the Brood Mother, or the Brewmaster. And they've swapped lanes completely. Brood is in mid, Monkey King is top. They're doing anything they desperately can to try and salvage these lanes, but all 3 lanes are a complete disaster for Liga.
I think it was a temporary
swapping
swap
back
during the gank. Yeah, it's just because he TP'd top and mid lane was getting shoved in, so they didn't want the XP to go to waste, but it
if
is leaving
Mikey
some
dies
awkward
here, it's
stuff.
massive. He's still got the Laguna Blade. He's going to use it, finish off Pantom, he's trying to get away. He's so fast. 12 stacks. His boots are in his backpack even. As they will trap Rebel inside the cogs. Oh no, they got him too! Triple kill for Mikey as 1J comes in and the damage is still not done. It's an ultra kill for the mid lane at the 6-minute mark, and your tower's gonna fall as well. This is a disaster.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That, wow.
Thermal runaway, baby.
Yeah, like, so the fact that Monkey King went top for the gank, didn't get the Enigma kill because actually died first, that forced the Brood, didn't force her, but she chose to go mid, but it meant that Lina was gaining XP, whereas the Monkey King was not, so she hit 6 first, and then, like, they tried to make the play, but because she's higher level, the Thermal Runaway just starts doing work, gives her enough move speed to run out of there. She had, like, 1 hit left till death.
Yep.
And then the Clockwork cogs come back into play, pulling it in. That's something we didn't even get to because there's so many good things about Clockwork, but the expanded armature makes it larger, which makes it easier to pull people in. So Monkey King experienced that. He was almost away and then got sucked back in with the Clockwork vacuum there for Lina to just wail away on with her 1 health back there.
I I feel like more and more people are going to start choosing Thermal Runaway on this hero. Slow burn is good, don't get me wrong, but this patch is so burst damage focused that I don't understand the reason to go slow burn. It is only good in the lane. And it's great when you completely dominate your lane because you have all this extra damage that you're working with and they can't dispel it. But as soon as you get towards late game, bro, like you LSA, Laguna someone, they just BKB and suddenly you just lost like 60% of your damage. So I feel like Thermal Runaway is such a sick facet. And when you're this far ahead now and you get to kind of have your choice of whatever you want, like Mikey's got his Falcon Blade done, he's going to have a pretty damn quick dude, Seneko just solo killed 1J.
1J did get the wisdom rune at least. That's
yeah, you're right,
what
he did get the
happened
wisdom.
there.
Okay.
But he didn't even pay with his life. Brewmaster couldn't even kill him.
He's
Because
level
Brewmaster's
6.
not level 6. So Neko is.
They took bottom. They lost bottom tower. That is a massive issue. Because now you can't safely farm your triangle or the ancient stack on the right side. And they actually warded the ancient stack on the bottom side. They're looking top lane for this Enigma. And
Great tree break.
He's daring you. He's like, go in. Try and fight me. Rebel will find the kill there. Onto 1J. Trying to get out of here. He needs one more auto attack. Salve does come through, saves him for the moment, but
just a second late.
hook shot just barely off the mark. Okay, that's some good stuff from Liga team there. Like they were very close to losing 2, end up managing to salvage a kill and get out.
In the end, though, that was a pretty big rotation, and you just end up with a Nyx. So,
And you still
although it wasn't bad, it's not quite enough to really get them into this game, especially when Troll's just free farming down there.
Yeah.
Like that's another added level of pressure on you.
Dire's middle tower is
Dude, Smiling Knight is almost level 8, and he is like halfway to a Battle Fury at 8.5 minutes.
I'm sure that won't be a problem for Liga team later.
Let's not even get to... We don't even need to, like, start about Mikey. Like, this guy is going to be a massive issue. Pantomin top lane's going to go down. They were thinking about trying to go in, but you're fighting into a black hole, into a clockwork. Like, how do you actually do anything there?
Yeah, looks like Eki might get found here.
Oh, hookshot in from Seneko is going to keep this Broodmother in place. Violent pops the Insatiable Hungers. They get the Wukong's command out as well, but Rebel can't close the gap. He's looking to chase. Going on to the clockwork. Laguna Blade comes out. It's not enough to finish the job, but Rebel's in so damn deep. They get him on the Impale. Smiling Knight trying to chase him down. He's got a tree dance maybe in a second. Nice dodge. Able to dodge a lot of damage. Boundless Strike comes through the other way. Will Rebel escape? Dude, no way. One last
He's so
auto
fast,
attack.
actually.
Dude, so well done. That mischief.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, wait a minute. Huge plays from this Brewmaster coming to the top side. Actually takes down the Enigma on the backside. Almost gets Mikey as well. But Mikey, dude, no way. He lives again. Beautifully done here from this Brewmaster. Ends up getting 2. He's going to lose his life for this, but getting Enigma and Lina, huge bounties for him when he was really struggling this game.
That was a really good rotation. They tried to black hole kill Brewmaster right off the bat, but that's where Lina and all of them were focusing the Monkey King instead. So Black Hole gets canceled, Enigma gets killed off. That one went overall pretty well for Liga. Still 4K behind at 10 minutes, but believe it or not, that's pulling it back in from 6K behind.
They're not done, dude. They're
Eki
looking
can
top.
find Brood.
Nyx Assassin,
yes,
Invis.
found indeed. Ooh, stunned off the mark though.
Ooh, do they find him? I mean, if Smiling Knight gets a... Okay, there's your Malphus. I was like, if they get in range of him, I feel like he should die. Rubik solo goes down to the mid lane thanks to Seneko and the help from the Lina.
Monkey
But
King
this-
rotation saves the Brood.
It does, yeah. I mean, they're going to lose the
losing
tower,
mid,
though.
Yeah. And if you either need to bring Brewmaster back up here to fight, but he still doesn't have Primal Split, so... Yeah, with Lina and Clockwork coming up. Actually, Lina stayed behind. If they see her,
Radiant are
maybe they can get her with Monkey King ult.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
No, she's out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, the XP difference between the supports in this game is such an issue. Because every single time we've seen these hoodwinks pop off, like it's because she has several early game kills. She's got an early level 6. She's got multiple, like almost max level acorn shot. Meanwhile, we're almost 12 minutes into the game and both supports are lacking their level 6.
Close are they?
Rubik's
Kind of
like
close on the
halfway.
hoodwink, but yeah, Rubik's still far away. Or not far, but
Eki gonna
Eki
go for
scouting
violent here.
out.
Nicely
Not missed
done.
the stun this time.
They finish the kill? No. Zibe, no black hole either. Hookshot on the backside gets interrupted. He's stuck inside Wukong's. This is really good for Liga.
To burn.
The question is, can they find more? Eki will just TP on out. Okay. These kills do matter. Like, with the massive difference in net worth this game, like, these kills go a long way.
that's true. Troll has not been participating that much, though. So he's
No.
finished his Battle Fury, and that's pretty scary. That's a 12.5-minute Battle Fury. Now, we'll see if he's playing too aggressive, because actually Brewmaster's coming from one side and Monkey King's on the other.
Dude, speaking of farm, though, Lena almost has her... Like, she is closing in on Gleipnir, dude. She is 1,000 gold away.
Yeah, so this is the time. This time, Liga may not know it, but if they can find a kill in the next, like, 2 minutes, that's pretty big.
Nyx pops a really good smoke, goes invis in the triangle. Who does he found? It's going to be 1J. Pantsman on the run. The cogs hold them back. As now Monkey King coming through. No hook shot for Seneko, though, so he should go down here.